advancing toward Impel Down. The only prisoner overlooked by the Navy has, upon his reemergence, simultaneously thrust both the Navy and the pirates into a state of full military readiness. The gravity of this threat has even drawn the attention of the five elders and the world monarch, simply because I was once a principal member of the Rocks Pirates. With sheer hockey, I could subdue the likes of Whitebeard and Shiki, being the only top-tier powerhouse in my era capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the maritime overlord. Rocks Point 40 years ago, during my battle against Garp and Roger, I was forcibly plunged into slumber by the system. After that, the two of them confined me forever within the infinite prison of Impel Down. Yet after 4 decades, the imprisoned Shiki suddenly sensed an increasingly potent aura. He gazed at me in astonishment. "You've actually awakened." Upon hearing that familiar voice, I was taken aback momentarily. "Indeed, it is I," Shiki proclaimed with pride, though the fatigue in his eyes lingered unmistakably. After a few minutes of silence, growing anxious, Shiki urged, "Why are you silent? After all, we were once comrades on the same ship. Hurry up and share a few words with me. What is there to discuss with you?" I replied nonchalantly. Shiki gritted his teeth in frustration. "What exactly are you playing at? I've always been puzzled. The captain's death is just that. The Rocks Pirates disbanded, yet it's not your doing. Whitebeard and the others have extended their invitations to you. So why did you choose to confront Garp and Roger alone? What is it about your face that perplexes you?" Suddenly, Shiki appeared to witness the most inconceivable scene, rendering him dumbfounded. I understood the source of Shiki's astonishment. Having slumbered for 40 years, my appearance remained that of a mere 20-year-old. "I increasingly fail to comprehend you," he lamented, "whether in the past or present." Shiki, having sacrificed his legs to escape prison, found his meticulously crafted conspiracy reverted back to the confines of the prison by the Straw Hat Kid. Though his ambition had not waned, it now seemed that the little octopus was more liberated in spirit. "Report to Director Magellan. The reed-eat octopus. He has awakened." "What? That former member of the Rocks Pirates?" Magellan was struck with astonishment. Hastily relaying the news to the Navy headquarters, I in the 6th level of Impel Down, I suddenly strode towards the door, tearing apart the tattered uniform atop my torso. "What are you doing? This is crafted from super strong metal, harder than sea stone," Shiki exclaimed in shock. With a swift motion, the crimson aura of hockey enveloped my arms, and with a single punch, the prison bars of super strong metal disintegrated instantly. At the Navy headquarters, the phone in Admiral Sengoku's office rang. "Sengoku, there's a grave situation. A criminal has broken free from his cell." Sengoku gasped, demanding, "Who has escaped?" "It's the reed-eat octopus from the infinite prison on the 6th level. He has broken free." Sengoku, in disbelief, dropped the phone, standing in place, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What has transpired? Could it be that the Golden Lion has escaped once more?" Kapu, seated nearby and secretly nibbling on rice crackers, was lost in thought. It is indeed a rare sight to behold Sengoku in such a state. It is the reed-eat octopus, the one who has slumbered for 40 years, who has awakened. The moment the barriers of Impel Down were shattered, an alarm resounded throughout the facility. Instantly, the 1st to 5th levels of Impel Down were thrown into chaos, and the faces of all criminals turned ashen. The sound of the alarm echoed the events of 20 years prior when the Golden Lion broke free. "Someone has escaped. Who could it be? Which esteemed predecessor has managed to break free? Might I accompany you on this journey? Release me, and I shall bestow upon you all my treasures, everything I possess, all of it for you." Ignoring the clamorous cries of my fellow inmates, I strode towards the cell of the Golden Lion. With a single punch, I obliterated the explosive device seeking his rescue. Yet, the Golden Lion did not exhibit the joy of newfound freedom. Instead, he gazed at me with a bewildered expression, asking, "Why? Why have you suddenly grown so powerful? Is it related to your 40 years of slumber? In light of our past camaraderie, I shall rescue you this once, though it shall be the only occasion." Having spoken, I prepared to turn away. "Where are you going?" the Golden Lion inquired. "Oh, find my sword," I replied coldly. His eyes reflected contemplation as he recalled a slender, seemingly powerless long sword. "Ha ha ha, I do not like to owe favors to others. Here, take this sword, Eagle Stone," he declared, tossing the renowned weapon towards me. Observing the sword's hilt stained with blood, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. With a flick of my fingers, I sent the Eagle Stone back. Do you look down upon me, boy? The golden lion's temper flared, incensed by my rejection of his goodwill. Disregarding the incessant chatter of the golden lion, I leapt up the stairs, racing towards the third level below. It was time to unleash chaos upon this world. Stop right there, attendant. The little octopus has been apprehended for daring to escape prison without permission. Surrender at once. As I ascended to the third level, I was immediately besieged by countless guards. With a thunderous roar, I unleashed my terrifying conqueror's haki, causing guards to collapse one after another, succumbing to unconsciousness. Despicable pirate. I, Hannibal, shall not let you off easily. A strangely featured man wielding a long knife surged through the crowd, attempting to strike me, remarkably resilient even under the pressure of my haki. Slightly sidestepping, I evaded the blade and retaliated with a powerful punch to Hannibal's abdomen. In the next moment, he crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach. Curse you. Director Magellan will not let you escape. Hannibal spat, his spirit unyielding despite his defeat. There is nothing to curse you or the Navy, and I am a pirate. No one can hinder my path, I declared, delivering a swift hand chop that rendered Hannibal unconscious. Prizing away his grip from my right foot, I made my way towards the weaponry vault on the third level of the prison. The number of inmates imprisoned within Impel Down was countless, akin to the multitude of stars in the night sky. However, their weapons would be confiscated by the guards prior to their incarceration. My own silver dragon sword could hardly be classified as a renowned blade. It was crafted from ordinary materials and would likely not receive the same special treatment as the golden lion. It is highly likely that it was placed within an ordinary armory. After a moment, Ziz finally exclaimed, "At long last, I've found you, old friend." The silver dragon's sword gleamed in a shade of azure, its blade slender and remarkably agile. This was crafted specifically to embody the essence of lightness in swordsmanship. I raised the silver dragon sword with both hands, seated myself cross-legged, and slowly closed my eyes. I commenced the practice of spiritual cultivation. Waves of resplendent light surged forth from within me, flowing into the silver dragon sword. Spiritual cultivation of the silver dragon sword increased by 1, then 2, then 3, and eventually surged to 20, elevating it to the status of a mortal-grade spiritual sword. This marked the first successful cultivation of 20 times, earning the reward of an enhancement to the swift hummingbird body technique in an instant. The silver dragon sword shone brilliantly, with ethereal dragon shadows flickering along its blade. Rising to my feet, I gently tapped the ground beneath me, and my body ascended gracefully, akin to a drifting cloud. Finally, the awaited day had arrived. Top Marine Sengoku, none shall impede my path. I roared, my voice reverberating through the entire Impel Down. What an audacious fellow, Magellan muttered to himself. Has Hannibal not yet responded? Reporting to Director Magellan, Chief Hannibal has not communicated with us for 3 hours. All surveillance on the third underground level has been completely destroyed. Magellan let out a heavy sigh, realizing that something had gone awry with Hannibal. He regretted allowing him to intercept alone. The expression on Magellan's face darkened as he thought, as long as we can delay until the Marine Headquarters Admiral arrives, even if the little octopus possessed power comparable to the white fox, he shall be brought back obediently to Team Marine Headquarters. Sengoku's face bore a cloud of gloom, and a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his narrow eyes. What is he truly planning? Should the crimson-eyed little octopus manage to escape, the consequences will be dire. Garp, shedding his usual jovial demeanor, revealed a hint of gravity on his face. Is he truly as formidable as you claim? A languid voice drifted in from outside, belonging to Admiral Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi, your timing is impeccable. You must head to Impel Down at once to apprehend the crimson-eyed little octopus. It seems rather bothersome, Kiyoshi replied. No, I have other matters to attend to. Poliucelino can handle it. I have already spoken with him, Garp asserted. I still believe it would be prudent for you to accompany Poliucelino, Garp insisted. He has been dormant for 40 years and is quite aged now. I am more than sufficient on my own, Huang Yuan replied confidently. Garp, seeing his resolve, chose not to argue further, inwardly hoping that the little octopus would indeed age as he claimed. The Impel Down, I glided down to the second underground level in mere moments. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind me. Mr. Little Octopus, are you in such a hurry to leave? Turning to see the speaker, I recognized the warden's stream. You released me to confront me. It was Mr. Shiki who rescued me and invited me to join his sky pirates, but I declined. Stream chuckled, caressing the famed sword thunderstorm as if it were his own child. I could only shake my head in resignation. that old scoundrel chicatrally in line with his character. Gazing at Stream, I coldly inquired, "Do you have business with me? Mr. Little Octopus, do you not wish to inquire why I turned down Mr. Shiki's offer?" Stream's tone grew urgent, fearing I might dismiss his explanation. "You seek to join my crew?" My aura surged dramatically, overwhelming Stream with its intensity that I aspire to join the esteemed ranks of Mr. Octopus. The Stream resists the burden of pressure I impose upon it, struggling to articulate its purpose. "I can acquiesce to your request," I declare, "but I have no need for it. Show me your prowess, worthless one." Upon uttering these words, I vanished from my position. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in my ears. The Stream, rather than being alarmed, felt exhilarated. A surge of combat fervor coursed through its being. Though aware of the formidable nature of the crimson-eyed octopus, the Stream does not consider itself a weakling. The red thunderstorm unsheathed. At the moment the Stream's ears trembled, a flash of crimson light erupted, and with a swift stroke I slashed to the right. As I materialized, my right hand gripped firmly upon the sharp thunderstorm, twisting it forcefully towards my chest. Yet the thunderstorm seemed to encounter an unyielding metal barrier. Unable to advance even a single step further, the Stream appeared utterly bewildered, confident that I had not employed the color of armament. In that moment of the Stream's astonishment, a powerful hand seized its throat, the grip tightening inexorably, causing the Stream's breath to quicken. It genuinely wished to extinguish my existence. The Stream, unwilling to concede, desperately struggled, but all in vain. A profound sense of vertigo enveloped its entire being. As consciousness began to fade, just as the Stream believed it was on the brink of demise, my grip released. "Never entertain thoughts of betrayal against me, unless you wish for your own demise." Gasping for breath, the Stream heard the ominous warning, and a smile crept upon its lips. From this moment forth, its heart truly acknowledged the reality. The ocean is a realm where the strong reign supreme. What did those prior minor provocations amount to? The Stream had always known what it desired. Once the Stream's breath had somewhat stabilized, I proceeded toward the exit of Impel Down. At this juncture, Impel Down was already in disarray. The Golden Lion had slain the guards, seizing the keys and liberating all the criminals from the 6th level. Instantly, releasing the pent-up emotions that had long been confined at last, I awaited your arrival. The crimson-eyed octopus, Magellan, stood at the exit, glaring at me with intense fury. With a thunderous roar, Magellan initiated the assault, his body swelling with copious venom, forming into a colossal toxic dragon. Rushing towards me, "Magellan is entrusted to you. Detain him, my esteemed captain." Though reluctant to admit it, my strength is precisely adequate to impede him. The Stream shrugged, a flicker of red light glimmering in its eyes. This marked its inaugural strike, determined to showcase its worth. The ocean does not accommodate the feeble. An immutable principle throughout the ages, the thunderstorm unfurled. The toxic dragon surged forth, the blade's radiance transformed into myriad sharp beams, aimed directly at Magellan. "You rascal, Stream." Upon catching sight of the Stream, Magellan was consumed by fury. "Magellan, you remain unchanged, day after day, shrouded in gray. Is this not tiresome to you?" The two engaged in fierce combat, while I shifted my gaze to another side. The Navy Headquarters Supreme Powerhouse, Admiral Kizaru. "You remember the Rocks Pirates, the crimson-eyed octopus who has slumbered for 40 years. Gazing at my youthful visage, Kizaru felt tumultuous waves surging within. Was he not a pirate of the same era as Garp and Roger? Why does he appear so youthful? Could it be that he resembles Garp? At the very least, there should have been two formidable warriors. Yet, only you, Huang Yuan, have arrived. You truly underestimate me. How terrifying that sounds. However, when it comes to dealing with you, I am more than sufficient on my OWNAS. Soon as the words left my mouth, Huang Yuan vanished from sight in an instant. Though he appeared youthful, he was merely an old fool, wasn't he? At such an advanced age, why not remain in prison and await death? What could he possibly be doing? Suddenly, a brilliant burst of golden light erupted behind me. A dazzling golden foot was descending upon me from above. The sound of swords rang out as the silver dragon sword was swiftly drawn, blocking Huang Yuan's strike. Instantly, countless waves of energy surged from the point of impact between us. In the next moment, my eyes turned a fierce crimson, and torrents of terrifying conqueror's haki radiated from my gaze, overwhelming the arena. How could one possibly feel such a level of hockey? Huang Yuan, whose speed was gradually diminishing, was astounded. With his strength, he should never have been influenced by mere conqueror's hockey. The silver dragon sword danced through the air, unleashing a flurry of lethal intent that encircled and struck down Huang Yuan. Seeing this, Huang Yuan abandoned his thoughts. In an instant, as his hands came together, he grasped the heavenly cloud sword. The two of us soon became entangled in a fierce duel. Having evaded the golden sword light, I immediately executed the heavenly shockwave technique, retreating several meters. In the next moment, a colossal wave of blue energy surged towards Huang Yuan, as if it would tear the very air apart. What a truly fearsome technique. But can you even hit me? In the blink of an eye, my crimson eyes narrowed dramatically, and the overwhelming pressure of my hockey bore down on Huang Yuan's body. His expression changed instantly as the massive wave of energy struck him with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that rattled the entire Impel Down. Without delay, I showcased my agility, leaping into the air above Huang Yuan. With a slow draw of my sword, I unleashed the thunderous 8 trigrams, a colossal impact sweeping outward. Impel Down trembled once more. As the dust settled, an injured Huang Yuan wore a long, grim expression. Receiving such a blow was no small feat, and I could understand why Mr. Garp would hold you in such high regard. That energy wave was reminiscent of the Golden Lion, while the thunderous 8 trigrams mirrored Kaido's technique. Wasn't it? Huang Yuan remained icy in demeanor. In a swift motion, the crimson glow of my hockey enveloped my arms and sword. I charged once more towards Huang Yuan, and around my body, a battlefield shrouded in red mist materialized. With a resounding crash, as Huang Yuan blocked my strike, he nearly crumbled under the weight of my power. The immense force erupted from within me, rendering him breathless. How could this be? Why do you possess such formidable strength? Huang Yuan, trembling on his legs, was taken aback by the overwhelming might, which was nearly suffocating. Unfazed by the prospect of death, I continued to swing my sword, unleashing a torrent of phantom strikes that cascaded relentlessly upon Huang Yuan. His once upright legs began to buckle, blood seeping from his lips. Though he appeared unscathed, his vital essence had already been compromised. Anger marred his previously languid expression. Indeed, I should not have acquiesced to such a trivial request. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing the long, grim face of the yellow ape. The justice coat behind him had vanished, and his golden-striped suit was showing subtle cracks. Clearly, after taking that Thunderbagua attack, the yellow ape was not in a good state either. Muling remained silent, but the hint of blood red in his crimson eyes became increasingly strange. No wonder Mr. Garp praised you so highly. That slash was imitating the golden lion, and the Thunderbagua was imitating Kaido, right? The yellow ape said coldly. Swish, the crimson flow of Sakura haki instantly enveloped Muling's arms and sword, and he charged towards the yellow ape once more. At the same time, a Shura field filled with red mist erupted around Muling. Humph, you really are persistent. Then I have no choice but to defeat you. Boom! The yellow ape, initially full of disdain, nearly knelt down when he blocked this sword. It was as if a weight as heavy as a mountain exploded from Muling's body, making it hard for him to breathe. How is this possible? Why do you possess such strong power? The trembling yellow ape exclaimed in shock. That overwhelming power was simply suffocating. After refining his body 10 times, not only had his physical strength changed, but his power, speed, and resilience had also significantly increased. Of course, Muling Wu-Ti revealed his secret to the yellow ape. Dead men do not need to know. Clang, clang, clang. 1 sword, 2 swords. Muling continuously swung his sword down, turning it into countless phantoms that surged towards the yellow ape. With the Shura field pressing down on him, the yellow ape could only defend himself. The terrifying aura from their clash spread outwards as they fought. The yellow ape's once upright legs were bending more and more, and his gaze had dimmed considerably. Blood continuously spilled from the corners of his mouth. He appeared unharmed on the surface, but his heart veins were already damaged. His lazy face was filled with anger. This battle was incredibly frustrating for the yellow ape. Not only did the opponent possess extremely strong Sakura haki, but he also had an overpowering Conqueror's Shura field. Even more infuriating was that beneath that seemingly frail body, there was the strength of a giant. His speed was suppressed, his power was suppressed, and the yellow ape was about to go mad. Indeed, he should not have agreed to Akiji's request. Chapter 5. The shock Kizura dare to fight me while being indecisive? A cold voice echoed in Kizaru's ears, causing his heart to shudder as he thought to himself that it was not good. Bang! In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his fingertips, and with a crackling sound of bones, Kizaru was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, his gaze dim and lifeless. Is this the level of a current admiral? Not even as good as the bravery of Vice Admiral Garp back in the day, with the tip of the Yinglong sword pointing downward. Surrounded by a crimson aura of dominance, Muling stepped towards Kizaru one step at a time. If this is all you can do, Kizaru, then today you will meet your end here. The murderous intent surging within Muling would show no mercy to Kizaru. With a single thrust, the sword pierced directly into Kizaru's chest. The tip of the Yinglong sword instantly penetrated Kizaru's chest, but no blood flowed out. Could it be a fake? Muling raised an eyebrow, channeling his sword energy and instantly tearing Kizaru's body into pieces. Without a physical body, without blood, he turned into scattered golden light that dissipated into the air. Is this an illusion of light? A move that has never appeared in anime before? Could it be one of the abilities awakened by the glint fruit? Muling suddenly laughed. Truly worthy of you, Kizaru, fishing in troubled waters, slyly evading combat, and avoiding fighting whenever possible. If I hadn't forced you into a corner, you would probably still be hiding your true strength. Oh, how terrifying. I almost got killed by you. A ridiculously annoying voice emerged from behind, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. Laser beam, by UBU. Without looking back, Muling immediately utilized his movement technique to dodge the laser beam. The graceful movement was already a top-tier flow evasion technique, combined with Muling's body refined 10 times. He could easily dodge the speed of light of the laser beam. You actually managed to dodge it. Then how about this move? Kizaru leaped into the air, his entire body glowing like a small sun. Eight Shaka Chionjade. In an instant, countless terrifying waves of light shot out from Kizaru's crossed arms. Let's see how you dodge this. Bang, bang, bang. Impel Down began to tremble, the ground beneath their feet continuously collapsing, revealing charred, gigantic pits, while the hard platform was shattered into pieces by the waves of light. As the waves of light surged forth with no escape route, Muling was instantly engulfed in the barrage of light. On the other side, is this the captain you want to pledge allegiance to? Too bad, he is already dead. Magellan scoffed, spewing out 3 or 4 poisonous dragon bullets, chasing after Shiryu. Zing, a flash of red sword light appeared, and the 3 poisonous dragon bullets instantly turned into toxic water that fell to the ground. Only a dull-witted person like you would think that. Shiryu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes glowing redder and his breathing quickening. Magellan, known as the strongest warden in the history of Impel Down, was someone he could barely cope with. But if he unleashed his ultimate move, Shiryu was definitely no match. For now, he could only place his hopes on the captain. At the entrance of Impel Down, as the dust gradually settled, a figure emerged. It was Muling. His bare upper body glowed with radiance, as flawless as white jade, but his expression was extremely gloomy, wishing he could swallow Kizaru whole. Kizaru nearly knelt down on the spot. You're actually fine? I went all out, unleashed my big moves, and yet you came out unscathed? Was I just playing a fake big move? Kizaru began to doubt his life. Nonsense. You burn off all my flowing hair. Bastard. Muling was both angry and regretful, wondering why he hadn't thought to refine his hair while refining his body. Now his head was bald and shiny, looking like a monk, utterly ugly. Kizaru was completely at a loss for words, feeling that if he didn't die at Muling's hands, he would be driven to death by frustration. I admit I underestimated you, red-eyed Muling. You are strong, truly, as Mr. Garp said. However, today you will definitely not escape from this Impel Down. Bang! In an instant, countless golden lights surged from within Kizaru's body, coalescing into a giant light sphere that expanded outward. Whoosh, the spreading golden light, centered on Kizaru, transformed into golden light mirrors in the air, surrounding Muling within them. Then Kizaru, located at the center, disappeared, merging into the light mirrors. Muling. Bye. Is that you, Bye? A strong sense of a bloodline limit rushed over him. Of course, Muling would not sit idly by, immediately calling upon the system. Beep. Skill, wave/refined 1. Beep. Skill, thunderous 8 trigrams, refined 1. Wow, this supreme refining system is truly powerful. Even skills can be refined, but that is still not enough. System. Can Conqueror's Haki be refined? Of course. Oh, this can be done. Then let us begin. Muling said excitedly. Evil technique. This is definitely an evil technique. Beep. Conqueror's Haki refined successfully. Refined 1. Note: refining the target has special properties. The next refinement must wait 100 days. 100 days? Muling pondered for a moment, not thinking much of it. After all, it was normal for such a peculiar thing as Conqueror's Haki to have restrictions. Red-eyed Muling. In an instant, Kizaru's body emerged one after another from the countless light mirrors. But Muling knew that only one was real, while the rest were mere reflections. For someone able to develop such a move, Kizaru could be considered a genius. In an instant, numerous Kizaris simultaneously extended their fingers, and countless golden laser beams were aimed at Muling Dai. Boom! The ocean of lasers surged forth, and Muling did not try to block it. Instead, he straightened his body, his red eyes suddenly narrowing, releasing an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's Haki that was several times stronger than before. Like a volcanic eruption, or the roaring of the sea, a heavy rumbling sound instantly erupted in the Conqueror's Haki arena. Kizaru, with a face full of pride, immediately changed color as terrifying cracks appeared before him. Bang, bang, bang. The golden light mirrors collapsed one by one under the powerful suppression of the Conqueror's Haki, turning into scattered golden light. Kizaru vomited blood and fell to the ground. However, when he saw Muling submerged in the ocean of lasers, he laughed again. Ha ha, although you cracked my big move, you still have to die. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not staying in a good prison and running out to cause trouble. Meanwhile, the surrounding navy cheered in unison. Admiral Kizaru is indeed formidable. Red-eyed Muling? He has fallen to Admiral Kizaru's hands. The damn pirates deserve to die. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew past, and amidst the dissipating dust, a tall figure vaguely emerged. Instantly, all laughter came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 6: Fierce Battle at Magellanio. What are you so happy about? Come on, say it louder. Let me share in the joy. A familiar figure appeared before everyone, completely unharmed, without a single scar. No way, this must be a fake. It's impossible. After such a terrifying sea of lasers, how could he have no injuries at all? Could it be that his strength has already surpassed that of an admiral? The psychological defenses of the Navy instantly crumbled. Muling's power was like an invincible sword, cutting through the last shred of their pride. Kizaru no longer wanted to say anything. He had merely used his physical strength to block his strongest attack. Is he even human? This is clearly a freak. However, Kizaru was unaware that due to the enhancement from the Conqueror's Haki Shura field, the power of his laser ocean was instantly weakened by 20 the moment it reached Muling's vicinity. At this moment, Muling appeared unharmed on the outside, but there were subtle internal injuries stirring within his body. He was actually able to hurt me? As expected, one should never underestimate any admiral. Ding! With a 3-foot blue sword in hand, I will slay the admiral today. Kizaru struggled to get up, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth, clearly showing that he was already at the end of his rope, even if he still had the stamina to fight Muling. The enormous gap in strength could not be bridged. Protect Admiral Kizaru. Kill him. Those damn pirates are so arrogant. The Navy seemed to be inspired by Kizaru, charging forward recklessly. A bunch of weaklings. Frowning, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki Shura field instantly enveloped all the Navy. Sizzle, 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 compressing, expanding, exploding. Large amounts of blood mist and shattered limbs. In just a few seconds, anyone who stepped into the Shura field was left with no intact corpses. Kizaru's once nonchalant and lazy face was now filled with rage, golden light erupting from his body, ready to fight Muling to the death. Ha ha ha. Does it hurt? Are you in despair? My companions died one by one at your hands back in the day. As he laughed, Muling's eyes began to redden. The former Rox pirates, countless close companions, and the strict but very good captain, Rox. Muling was a pure person, no matter how vile the pirates were, and how just the Navy might seem. He only knew that when he had just entered the pirate world and was almost starving to death, it was Captain Rox who saved him from the brink of death. And it was his companions on the ship who gave him his first mouthful of food and water. You have your justice, and I have my principles. Moreover, it is justice that has long rotted to the core. Just pirates, not worth mourning, Kizaru said coldly. He was not worth mourning. The law of the sea is that the victor takes all. I have nothing to say. And now, as the meat on the chopping board. What right do you have to say this? Ding! Muling's body instantly elongated into a shadow, rushing toward Kizaru at incredible speed. Sword energy erupted from his entire body, his eyes turning increasingly red. Damn pirates! Boom! A giant arm, as thick as a tree trunk, slammed down in front of Muling, blocking his path. Kizaru, quickly report this to the Navy headquarters. As Magellan's voice fell, a flash of black sword light flickered at the corner of his eye. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. Terrifying thunder surged through the Yinglong sword, instantly slicing through the poisonous arm as if cutting through a sea of fire, heading straight for Kizaru. Oomph! Magellan grunted in anger, and at the moment his arms spread wide, 9 red poisonous dragons erupted from his body, soaring into the sky, aimed at Muling. Bang, bang, bang. Muling immediately retreated to dodge the poisonous dragons, then flipped in the air to avoid the deadly poison. Although the body refined through 10 cycles was already immune to all poisons, Magellan's poison fruit ability was too tyrannical, and Muling did not dare to take too many risks. Clang, clang, clang. Sword light crisscrossed. The dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Wave slash. With both hands gripping the sword, Muling's expression changed, and a giant blue wave slash came crashing down, cutting through 3 dragons. Lion sword dance. Imperial land roll. Rumbling. The ground trembled, and the scorching prison on the 4th level of Impel Down instantly boiled with flames. Flames rose, converging into a giant fire lion the same size as Magellan's giant poisonous soldier. Bang! The fire lion roared at Magellan and charged forward. At this moment, Muling had cut down the 4 poisonous dragons in front of him and used his graceful movement technique to leap continuously, quickly reaching Shiryu, who was lying in the poison. Captain, don't come over. Quickly leave. Get out of here. This is Magellan's super poison. Touching it means death. Seeing Muling wanting to reach out to pull him, Shiryu immediately roared to stop him. Slap. Muling said nothing and directly carried Shiryu on his back, heading for the exit. Shiryu was completely stunned. A slight twitch appeared on his frost-like face, and his eyes seemed a bit red. But he still held back and said nothing, silently remembering this in his heart. As the poison on Shiryu's body touched Muling's skin, it seemed to be isolated, sliding off onto the ground. But with a heart finally at ease, Muling sighed and quickened his pace toward the door. Red-eyed Muling, do you want to escape without a fight? Magellan, enraged after smashing the fire lion, saw his terrifying red poison swelling even more, and once again shot out 9 terrifying poisonous dragons chasing after Muling. Don't worry, someone will fight you. With a light laugh, Muling sprinted out of Impel Down, finally seeing the Navy ship anchored on the surface of the sea. No more delay. Soon Kizaru would summon all the elite forces of the Navy headquarters. By then, the Navy wouldn't even need to act. A single barrage would be enough to wipe out everyone here. Ha, Magellan, I have finally escaped. Everything you have done to me, I will return in full. Desert Diamond Blade. Lion Dance. Thousand Cuts Valley. Momo Tenfold Slash. Sharkwave Fist. Fire Fist. In an instant, all the prisoners in Impel Down escaped, including Crocodile, Barrett Bondi Walt, Fire Fist Ace, and the Sea Knight Jinbei. Muling even saw Buggy's figure. However, none of this mattered to Muling. Jumping onto the Navy ship, Muling prepared to leave. Hey, wait for us. From a distance, some prisoners saw Muling trying to leave and shouted loudly. Bastard, wait for us. He actually ran away alone. Woo, the heavy horn of the Navy ship echoed throughout the sea. Why should I save you? If you want to live, rely on your own abilities, Muling said coldly. Then the Navy ship slowly began to move, sailing toward the distant sea. No one is allowed to escape, Magellan roared. But he was already heavily injured from being besieged by everyone, fighting like a cornered beast. Chapter 7, No Martial Morality. Haha, well said, Mushazi. Let's rely on our own abilities. The Golden Lion on the high platform immediately gave up the siege on Magellan, let out a long howl, and in an instant, his body soared into the air, landing on the warship in just a few breaths. Oomph. With a displeased grunt, Muling turned to look at Shirlu. Hey, you brat. Ignore me again? The Golden Lion said angrily, then stroked his beard and chuckled. The Rain Shirlu was released by me. Who knew this bastard would actually refuse my invitation? It seems he must have been poisoned by Magellan, right? TSK. His days are numbered. The Golden Lion sighed. Shirlu, whose body was covered in large red spots, had an increasingly vacant look in his eyes after hearing the Golden Lion's words. Muling glared at the Golden Lion and patted Shiryu's head. Don't worry, I'll cure you. His voice was full of confidence. He then began to call the system. System, do you have any antidotes here? Beep. Please go to the system mall to purchase. Host. Muling smiled slightly, thinking that the system mall really exists. Since awakening, apart from refining the spirit body, and so on, Muling had never properly understood this Supreme Spirit Refining System. He opened the system panel and clicked on the system all in the upper right corner. Magic antidote. 30 spirit points. Where's spirit points? Muling inquired of the system. Beep. The host will receive spirit points value 1. After successfully refining the spirit. Oh, I see. Muling glanced at his balance. 100 spirit points. Just a glance, and beside the spirit point balance, there were also 10 promotion points. Promotion point? What is that? Beep. The host successfully refined the Yinglong sword to the mortal level spirit sword and received 10 promotion points. O rewards after refining the spirit to a higher level. What are these promotion points used for? Beep. The host can use promotion points to enhance the success rate of refining spirits or participate in a lottery. Success rate of refining spirits? TSK. That term sounded a bit scary. Muling suddenly had the feeling of allocating points to equipment in games from his previous life. Truly a thought can lead to heaven or hell. Click to purchase. Whoosh, a flash of white light flickered, and then a bottle of red liquid appeared in Muling's hand. Cut. You can cure him? I don't believe it. Magellan is a poison fruit user, and only his own antidote is effective for the toxins in his body. The Golden Lion scoffed, constantly mocking Muling. He had never seen eye to eye with Muling since their time in the Rocks Pirates, and this time escaping from Impel Down was also thanks to Muling. So he felt very unconvinced and took every opportunity to belittle him. Want to make a bet? Oh, the Golden Lion was amused. Good. I'll bet with you. Just say what you want to bet on. If I can cure Shirlu, you will pass your lion's sword dance to me. If I can't, you can do whatever you want with me, Muling said firmly. The Golden Lion gasped, looking at Muling with a suspicious gaze. This kid is so confident. Could it really be possible to save the Rain Shirlu? But if I win the bet, he will be at my mercy. And having such a powerful force on board will definitely help my plans immensely. I'm not afraid of losing, after all. This kid has already learned most of the lion's sword dance. The Golden Lion thought for a moment, feeling reassured that this time he would definitely profit. Good. I'll take that bet. As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Lion saw Muling take out a bottle of red liquid from his bosom. Pop the moment the bottle was opened. A refreshing fragrance wafted out. The Golden Lion suddenly had a bad premonition, as the red liquid slowly poured into Shiryu's mouth. A green healing light appeared all over Shiryu's body. The red poisonous spots that were continuously eroding his body became fainter and eventually disappeared without a trace. Golden Lion -00 Am I dreaming? Is this real? I'm actually healed? Shirlu said joyfully, then knelt before Muling. Thank you, Captain. Get up. You're my crew. Saving you is my duty. Muling said lightly, as if he had done something trivial. Where did you get the antidote? Secret. You. The Golden Lion was so angry that he momentarily lost his words and helplessly took something out of his bosom and threw it to Muling. You've already learned my lion sword dance, so it doesn't matter to give it to you. After saying that, the Golden Lion no longer wanted to look at Muling, sitting on the deck and watching Impel Down. At this moment, countless figures were rushing towards the warship, all criminals escaping from Impel Down. The main forces of the Navy headquarters would soon arrive at Impel Down, and it made no sense to continue wasting time with Magellan. Right now, escaping was the only wise choice. Splash, a blue fat man, jumped into the sea, followed by countless criminals who jumped in after him. The sea instantly turned red, as the waters around Impel Down were a windless zone, a paradise for sea kings. The blue fat man was Jinbei, a fishman and a favorite of the sea. In the water, he felt as if he had returned home, and in just a few breaths, he caught up to the warship and jumped aboard. Mr. Muling. Muling nodded, signaling him to sit down. Jinbei was one of the few people Muling admired. Strong and resolute, and he understood gratitude. Fire fist. Bang. Ace, who was standing on the high platform in the distance, suddenly punched the ground, and in an instant, countless fragments flew in the explosion. Aiming for the biggest piece, Ace immediately jumped up, using the explosion's impact to gradually approach the warship. Momo tenfold bomb. Suddenly, an evil voice rang out. It was Bandy Wald. This guy saw that he couldn't escape, and still wanted to harm Ace. Bang, bang, bang. Countless giant stones whistled towards Ace. TSK. Wald is really despicable, Muling praised. Shu Crocodile followed suit, transforming into sand and jumping onto the giant stone, while a storm suddenly arose in his hand, shredding all the giant stones rushing towards Ace. In no time, the warship left the waters near Impel Down. Yo, isn't that the bastard Muling with the red eyes? Muling didn't expect even Buggy to escape, flying all the way to the warship. TSK. His chop fruit is sometimes quite useful. Swish Muling slashed down with a sword, and instantly, Buggy was sliced into pieces. Wahahaha, I can never be killed. Are you disappointed? The sliced Buggy quickly reformed, but he couldn't find his kidneys anywhere. If you keep yapping, I'll throw your kidneys into the sea. Muling pretend. Holding Buggy's kidneys. Buggy, don't hit the face, don't stab the waist. Muling, you brat, no martial morality. Chapter 8 shocking the world back when he was with the Rocks Pirates. Every time there was a battle with the Roger Pirates, Makuro would specifically target Buggy and Shanks, ruthlessly tormenting them. During that time, whenever Buggy saw Makuro, his legs would tremble in fear. He would then shout insult from a distance to salvage his image. Seeing the cold glint in Makuro's eyes, Buggy shrank back, cursing inwardly while forcing a smile. Isn't this Makuro, big brother? Long time no see. I've really missed you. Swish, a kidney flew into Buggy's hands. Miss me? Forget it. You're lucky I'm not cursing you behind your back, Makuro said calmly, then looked out at the sea and stopped talking. The warship had already moved far away from Impel Down, and on the other side of the sea, a dozen Navy warships were approaching. Well, they're coming so quickly, Gold Lion laughed, completely unconcerned about the dozen warships. Next, we might even encounter an ambush. Makuro waved his hand, and the Inglong sword was instantly unsheathed. What are you going to do? Gold Lion asked, puzzled as he saw Makuro draw his weapon. Look, following Makuro's direction, Gold Lion saw a person. Bondywald. At that moment, Bondywald was not only being chased by the dozen Navy warships behind him, but there were also 4 or 5 Sea Kings in the sea, eyeing him hungrily. He, Makuro, and Gold Lion both laughed, their faces full of malice. Kulme, it's a perfect opportunity for me to teach you a lesson. What is the lion's sword dance? Boom. Saying this, Gold Lion immediately soared into the air, his legs gleaming coldly, sword energy surging. Lion dance, Thousand Cuts Valley. Swish, swish, swish in an instant, as Gold Lion continuously spun his body. Countless sharp slashes shot from his dual swords, crashing towards the desperately fleeing Bondywald. Makuro followed suit, slashing out waves of attacks in rhythm with Gold Lion. Makuro, Shiki, you two bastards. Bondywald was almost driven mad. The Navy warships were relentlessly pursuing him, and there were countless Sea Kings in the water ready to bite him at any moment. If it weren't for his Busashoka haki, he would have been devoured long ago. Exhausted, he had finally swum out of the warship's cannon fire zone. But who knew those 2 idiots would attack him? Oh, still dare to curse us? Makuro laughed, tossing out several giant slashes. Boom! The slashes tore through the sea surface like straight arrows, smashing hard into Bondywald. Makuro, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Wald shouted furiously, blood pouring from his body, while the Sea Kings, driven wild by the blood, completely disregarded everything and began to tear at him. Bang, bang, bang. The dozen warships on the opposite side immediately opened fire, and in an instant, Bondywald was completely buried by cannon fire. 3 days later, Marine headquarters. Bang! Sengoku slammed his palm on the table, smashing it to pieces. Impel Down has been destroyed. Magellan is seriously injured, and all the prisoners in Level 6, except for Bondywald, have escaped. What are you all doing? How could a dozen warships let them get away? The Navy personnel looked embarrassed, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. This was unavoidable. After all, there was that old man, Gold Lion, among the enemies. It's normal for the warships to be unable to catch up, Garp said in a low voice. Sengoku slapped his forehead, realizing. Gold Lion is a user of the Fua no Mi, capable of lifting a small island with ease, no matter how powerful or fast the warships are. They can't catch up. If Magellan hadn't stepped in, Kazuru would have likely died at the hands of the red-eyed Makuro. He is an old man from my generation, but according to the news from Kazuru, he looks exactly the same as he did 40 years ago. Moreover, he is much stronger now than he was back then. As soon as Garp said this, Sengoku's face darkened further. Issue a bounty. Report this matter to the world government. Red-eyed Makuro. Bastard. I will definitely catch you. Sengoku's furious roar echoed throughout Marineford. Garp said nothing, instead staring out at the sea, lost in thought. New world. Whole Cake Island. Inside the palace, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness, a massive body lazily lounging on the sofa. Surrounded by a pile of cakes and pastries, the Yonko of the New World, Big Mom, former member of the Rocks Pirates, Charlotte Linlin. Mom, is this man in the newspaper really from your generation? Charlotte Katakuri asked in surprise, holding a newspaper. Red-eyed Makuro. Just a cursed person. But thinking back, I really miss those days. Big Mom laughed, her smile extremely sinister. But why does he look so young? He seems to be in his early 20s. Her eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, asked in confusion. So what if he is young? After sleeping for 40 years, this sea has long abandoned him. Those who stagnate will ultimately be cast aside by this era. Ah ha ha ha. Instantly, the terrifying laughter shook the entire whole Cake Island. Wano Country, Rabbit Bowl, Duong. A massive wine gourd was thrown out of the cave, smashing against the mountain and exploding. Ha ha ha, red-eyed Makuro, you're still alive? A voice full of excitement came from the cave, that of Kaido. Red-eyed Makuro? The newspaper says he was once a member of the Rocks Pirates with Lord Kaido. Could it be that they have a good relationship? The first calamity of the Beast Pirates, Flame Calamity King, asked in shock while holding the newspaper. A good relationship? Ha ha, I'd love to smash his head and use it as a wine cup. Boom! Kaido punched the mountain, his face full of rage. Should we send someone? King asked with a strange smile. Go. No matter how much the captain appreciates you, or how talented you are, after sleeping for 40 years. The current sea is no longer what it used to be. The Beast Pirates will stop at nothing to kill Red-Eyed Makuro. Kaido said in a deep voice. Understood. Lord Kaido. New world. Whoosh, a blue figure flew in from the horizon. It was the user of the Phoenix Fruit, Marco, the first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Old man, Ace has been rescued. He escaped from Impel Down. Marco said happily. I already know. Sitting high up. Whitebeard held a wine bottle in his left hand and the latest newspaper in his right, his face full of satisfaction. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, 40 years have passed. You old bastard. Finally willing to come out. Chapter 9. The City of Water, what are your plans now? Are you really not considering joining my pirate crew? I can reserve the position of vice captain for you. On a small island 1,000 miles away from Impel Down, the Golden Lion frowned. He still wanted to pull Muling into his flying pirate crew. No need. I have my own plans. What plans? Muling said nothing and placed a hand on the Golden Lion's shoulder. A green glow surged from Muling's hand, enveloping the Golden Lion's entire body. What are you going to do? No, this. My body is actually spirit refinement successful, too. From initial confusion and doubt to later shock. The Golden Lion had already closed his eyes, savoring the changes in his body. This feeling was as refreshing as being in heaven. After the light faded, the Golden Lion opened his eyes, feeling the vitality surging within him, only to find that he seemed to have grown taller. Looking down, he was dumbfounded. His legs, which he had severed himself, were now perfectly intact. What is this? Muling, how did you do this? The Golden Lion exclaimed in astonishment. Muling ignored him and turned to leave. Old man, just keep on living. Don't let anyone defeat you so easily again. The Golden Lion was stunned, touching his legs that had been gone for 20 years, then gazing at Muling's gradually receding figure. A smile appeared on his face. Damn kid, don't die too early either. I'm leaving. Bam. The Golden Lion slapped the ground beneath his feet, and then the seawater surged back, causing the huge island to tremble and rise into the air. Muling's lips curled up slightly. He wasn't worried that the Golden Lion would expose what had happened. As for why he helped the Golden Lion, it was simply because he looked pitiful, giving a lonely old man some comfort. Yes, that's it. The Golden Lion took most of the criminals and established a new flying pirate crew, while Shiryu, Jinbe, and Crocodile were requested to stay by Muling. Sure, I have no objections. I'm very willing to join your team. To Muling's surprise, Crocodile agreed readily. What about you, Jinbe? Muling looked at the blue giant. I'm very sorry. You rescued me from prison, but I must refuse your request. Jinbe's attitude was very firm. Oh, refusal? Who gave you the right to refuse me? Muling's expression changed instantly. An overwhelming aura bursting forth from his body. I was the one who rescued you from prison, so your lives no longer belong to you. You only need to remember one thing. I am not seeking your consent, but delivering a command. Either submit to me, or hissed the Linglong's sword slowly unsheathed. Jinbe's face instantly turned ugly. The overwhelming aura bursting from Muling's body was something he could not withstand. Boom! The terrifying conqueror's haki exploded, surrounding Jinbe. A sense of helplessness filled Jinbe's body as he wanted to resist, but his body was desperately holding him back. If he resisted, he would really die. But Jinbe's tone was no longer firm, hesitating. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. That old man Whitebeard will definitely have no objections, and besides, what he can give you, I can too, as long as you sincerely submit to me. Fishman Island. I will protect it, Muling declared with authority. Fine, all right. Jinbe looked aggrieved. He knew that the person in front of him was an old friend of his father, even a former comrade, and under the pressure of intimidation, he nodded in agreement. Let us set off. Where are we going now, Captain? The City of Water. What is the name of our pirate crew? The Evil Spirit Pirates. 2 days later, the City of Water. Ooh, a heavy foghorn sounded from the distant sea, and the people waiting to board looked stunned. A huge Navy warship was slowly approaching the port. Navy warship? Why is a warship here? It must have come from Justice Island. Could it be that there are pirates in the City of Water? No, it's not the Navy. There are no Navy soldiers on the ship. That flag, it's a pirate flag. But why is there a pirate flag on a Navy warship? Amidst the discussions, after 2 days, the Evil Spirit Pirates finally arrived at the City of Water. Oh, is this the City of Water? It's truly magnificent, Shiryu exclaimed. Oomph, country bumpkin. Crocodile scoffed. Do you want to try my sword? Crocodile? Haha, then come try. A storm suddenly erupted from within Crocodile, aimed directly at Shiryu. Everyone shut up. As soon as the captain spoke, the place fell silent. Shiryu shot a glare at Crocodile, but said nothing, silently polishing his sword. By the way, Captain, what are we doing here? Compared to Shiryu, Crocodile was much more polite to Muling, as he knew that if Muling wanted to kill him, it would be just a thought. The unruly Crocodile genuinely respected Muling's strength. The City of Water has the largest shipyard in the world, and the shipwrights here are top-notch. And now that we have formed a pirate crew, how could we continue using this Navy warship? I assume the captain brought us here to transform this warship into a perfect pirate ship. Among the four, aside from Muling, Jinbe was the most composed and quickly guessed Muling's thoughts. Jinbe was right. Of course, in addition to building the perfect pirate ship, we also need a shipwright. A top-tier shipwright. Facing the sea breeze, Muling said coldly. After a while, the ship docked, and Shiryu, Crocodile, and Jinbe went to buy supplies and various necessities for the ship. Muling then arrived at the mayor's office in the City of Water. Creak, the office door was pushed open from the outside, and the guards in the hallway had no idea that Muling had arrived. Meanwhile, the iceberg, busy at work while sitting in a chair, had no idea that someone was standing right in front of him. Oh, Mayor Iceberg is busy, bang. The sudden voice startled Iceberg. His body shook, and the chair let out a harsh creaking sound. Who are you? Iceberg's face was filled with panic as he immediately pulled out a gun from the drawer and pointed it at Muling. I don't like it when someone points a gun at me. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Muling was speaking, Iceberg had already fired. The bullets, spitting flames, all hit Muling's chest, but left not even a mark. Iceberg was speechless in shock, his eyes filled with fear, and he slumped back in his chair. Why won't you let me go? The design of the Pluto has already been destroyed. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Chapter 10. The shocking iceberg. The iceberg revealed despair in his eyes. He never expected that after the Judicial Island incident, the world government would still not spare him. However, the design of the King of Underworld was clearly burned to ashes by Frankie, and everyone saw it. I think Mr. Iceberg must have misunderstood. The black cloak that covered most of his face was slowly taken off, revealing a young and handsome face. You are the red-eyed shepherd? Iceberg immediately recognized Shepherd's identity, and then, as if remembering something, he quickly took out a wanted poster from the drawer. Former member of the Rocks Pirates, Red-Eyed Shepherd. Escaped from Impel Down 7 days ago. Bounty 710 million. It's actually you? A pirate with a bounty of over 100 million can already be called a great pirate. And the red-eyed shepherd in front of him not only had a bounty of 700 million, but was also the legendary ocean overlord, a member of the Rocks Pirates. Looking at Shepherd's young face, Iceberg felt a bit dazed. His heart, which had been hanging, did not settle because, to him, pirates and the world government were no different. That's right. It's me. I'm not here to get the design of the King of Underworld. To be honest, I'm not very interested in the King of Underworld. Shepherd smiled, pulled up a chair, and sat down slowly. He was not lying to Iceberg. He was not pursuing legendary things like the King of Underworld. A massive weapon that could destroy a city with a single shot. Not interested in the King of Underworld? Then what do you want with me? Iceberg asked suspiciously. Of course, I'm here to build a ship. Aren't you the best shipwright in the world? What? Have you forgotten your old profession? Iceberg, I have a Navy warship, a gift from a Navy headquarters for my release. It's just a bit too flashy, and I hope you can completely transform it. Release gift? What the hell is a release gift? Iceberg's expression instantly turned sour. All right, since it's about transforming a ship, then there's no problem. You just need to pay the corresponding reward. Iceberg would not refuse just because the other party was a pirate. In the eyes of Shipwright, there are no evil ships, only evil people. Even the legendary King of Underworld is the same. Used for evil, it is evil. Used for good, it is good. Building a ship is one aspect. And by the way, I came here for one more thing, and that is for you. Shepherd suddenly stood up. His whole demeanor changing dramatically. For me? What do you want to do? I'm not into that. Iceberg took 2 steps back, covering his chest with a terrified expression. Now, it was Shepard's turn to be taken aback. What the hell do you mean you're not into that? Join my crew. I, Captain of the Evil Spirit Pirates, Shepard, officially invite you. Become my partner, Iceberg. Surprise, daze, and various expressions filled Iceberg's face. Become your crew? Are you asking me to be a pirate? Yes. You are the most excellent shipwright in the world. You should have a broader world to fulfill your dreams, rather than staying in Water City as a small mayor. Don't you think that is too much of a waste of talent? Shepard spoke the truth. For Iceberg, the legendary shipwright Tom's eldest disciple, he was a top-tier shipwright, not inferior to Frankie in skill. But Water City was like a chain that locked him here tightly. No. I refuse. This is completely impossible. My dream is in Water City, not on the sea. Being a pirate is absolutely out of the question. Iceberg refused firmly. Dreams in Water City? Oh, I remember now. Right. Your dream is to turn Water City into a giant sea ship, right? Because of Aqua Rage in Water City, there's an annual giant storm tsunami. When the tsunami strikes, countless buildings are destroyed, and many citizens are swept away by the sea, which is a huge obstacle to the economic development of Water City. Since natural disasters are unavoidable, Iceberg planned to turn Water City into a giant ship to fundamentally solve the tsunami crisis. How do you know that? Iceberg was shocked. This was his biggest secret, and he hadn't told anyone except Frankie. That has nothing to do with you. I just want to ask you one question. And then what? Shepard said coldly, his deep eyes seemingly able to penetrate the soul, piercing into Iceberg's heart. What then? Iceberg took a step back, a bit afraid of Shepard's gaze. After you finish building Water City, will you stay here for the rest of your life? Spend your life doing nothing? Continue being your mayor? Kneel before your former enemies and beg for mercy? Boom. Shepard's words struck deep into Iceberg's heart. He had never thought about what he would do after successfully building Water City, because he always believed that the plan for Water City was to dedicate his life to complete. He had devoted his life from the very beginning to this city. Protecting its people and guarding its land was his unwavering belief. Whoosh, a green light burst forth from Shepard's hand, and in an instant, Iceberg's black eyes widened. How is this possible? Gasping for breath, Iceberg snatched the teacup from Shepard's hand, cradling it like a treasure, his entire being going mad, his eyes filled with bloodshot. This is... Iceberg couldn't believe that an ordinary teacup was now emitting a kind of precious aura. Bang! Iceberg threw the teacup against the wall. The teacup did not break or deform, but the wall was dented. Really? This is real. This teacup has turned into a treasure. Whoosh, Shepard's hand rested on Iceberg's shoulder. Refined Spirit 1. Instantly, Iceberg was completely dumbfounded, his eyes glazed over, looking at Shepard as if he were a deity. How did you do that? Iceberg felt as if he had become 10 years younger. This is my ability. You need a lifetime to accomplish things, but I can solve it in an instant, Shepard said confidently, pulling open the office curtains. Suddenly, warm sunlight shone on Iceberg's face, very warm. Think of Teacher Tom, think of your junior brothers, and then think of yourself. Once you were bound by Water City, so you forgot about hatred day and night, forgetting everything the world government did to you, to your teacher, and to your junior brothers. Now, the bonds in your heart can be resolved in an instant. What will you do? Mayor? He continue to serve the world government? Be its dog? Or bravely raise your weapon and make this dirty world tremble because of you? The Iceberg's body fell weakly to the ground. Right before him was a group photo of the 3 of them. The sounds and smiles were still there. But everything had changed. A dog? A dog of the world government? How ironic. But it's quite true. As the mayor of Water City, am I not just a dog for the world government? My teacher died tragically. My junior is dead, neither human nor ghost. And what about me? I am just comfortably being the mayor, completely unaware that a spy has been lurking beside me for 5 whole years. Useless. I am nothing but a waste. The Iceberg cursed himself repeatedly in his heart, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He understood everything. He figured it all out. I want revenge. I can't continue to be muddle-headed. Damn world government. You harm my teacher, destroy my junior. I will destroy you. Bang! With a bend of his legs, the Iceberg suddenly knelt before Muling. I have met the captain. Good. From today onwards, you, Iceberg, will be a member of my evil spirit pirate crew. A smile appeared in Muling's eyes, but his voice remained cold. Slap. As if remembering something, the Iceberg suddenly slammed both hands on the table. Looking seriously at Muling, Captain, Do you really want to take revenge on the world government? Of course I do, Muling said solemnly. Good, since that's the case. I won't hide it from you any longer. Although the design of the Pluto was destroyed, I have already memorized it. 3 months. Give me 3 months. I can create the ancient weapon, Pluto. Boom. Muling was struck like a bolt from the blue. His whole being was stunned. He knew that the design of Pluto was destroyed, but the iceberg had already memorized it. Muling never expected this. Just a second later, he burst into laughter. The ancient weapon Pluto, the ultimate weapon that can destroy a city with one shot. Why not? Good. Go ahead and create it, whatever you need. I will support you. The iceberg finally revealed a smile. Evening. Tavern. It's been a long time since I've tasted such good wine. Shirlu hugged a large barrel of rum, shouting happily. Can drinking cover your mouth? Lao Sha said unkindly, holding a tall red wine glass, looking very elegant, but a hint of excitement could still be seen in his cold eyes. Finally escaped. Finally left that hellhole of Impel Down. Bastard, I will chop you into pieces. Shirlu shouted angrily. Lord Shirlu, you are mistaken. You will only turn him into a pile of sand. Jinbei drooped his head, looking distressed. Evil spirit pirate crew? How did I become a companion of Akihito Muling, so muddle-headed? How does it feel like I'm dreaming? Sigh. It's not that I don't understand. It's that the world changes too fast. In the corner of the bar, after wiping it clean, the Yinglong sword in hand immediately transformed into a stream of light and entered the system warehouse. Muling also closed his eyes, and a golden panel gradually appeared in his mind. Supreme Refining Spirit System. Host. Muling bounty. 710 million weapon. Yinglong sword common level. Body. Common level. Refining Spirit 10. Abilities. Thunder 8 trigrams 1 beginner level. Lion sword dance 1 beginner level. Mutated Conqueror's Haki Azura Field 1. Master level. Armament Haki. Master level. Observation Haki. Beginner level. Fluttering like a phoenix. Beginner level. Spirit points. 70 system points. 10 here. The promotion points are changed to system points. Strength. 500 speed. 410 defense. 600 life. 350 O. I've been wanted again, and the bounty has reached 710 million. TSK, what a long-lost feeling. Beep. Host's armament Haki Refining Spirit 1. The next Refining Spirit time is 100 days later. Beep. Host's observation Haki Refining Spirit 1. The next Refining Spirit time is 70 days later. Indeed, Refining Spirit is determined by the mastery of the 3-color Haki. Master level armament Haki Refining has a longer cooldown, while observation Haki is shorter. Beginner level, master level, I wonder what other rank divisions there will be in the future. Muling is looking forward to it. Right above the golden panel, next to the system warehouse, is the mall, followed by the lottery. Glancing at the 3 people, except for Jinbei, who is still questioning life. The others had already collapsed on the ground. As for Jinbei, Muling would definitely not miss out on him, because in the entire sea, a trustworthy companion whom you can completely rely on is more precious than anything. Having experienced the scattering of the Rock's pirate crew, Muling is very concerned about such matters. Looking at Jinbei's helpless face, Muling's mouth slightly curled up. The car door is welded shut. The brakes have been pulled out. Do you still want to leave? Leave? Not a chance. Closing his eyes, Muling opened the lucky invincible lottery. Price, 10 point for 1 draw. So expensive. Click confirm. Boom, a heavy BGM echoed in his mind, and a golden ceramic jar appeared before him. Surrounded by shining golden light, dense cracks covered the entire jar. Crack, 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 it exploded instantly. Beep. Natural System Extreme Flame, Fruit 1. In an instant, flames erupted from within Muling's body, swirling in his palm. The rich power of flames made the air crackle. The next second, the flames gradually contracted, condensing into a crimson devil fruit covered in strange patterns. Muling was stunned for 2 seconds, then he shouted in his heart, "Wow, is the luck god possessing me? I got a natural system devil fruit on my first lottery draw." But in the next second, Muling's brows furrowed. The thing is good, but eating it will be cursed by the sea. This alone is enough to deter Muling. Beep. This System S product is non-toxic, pollution-free, contains no preservatives, and has no side effects, allowing the host to eat with peace of mind and satisfaction. Oh, so that means if I eat this extreme flame fruit, I want to be cursed by the sea? The host is indeed as smart as this system. TSK, then why wait? Muling took a big bite. Immediately, he petrified in place. Boo-hoo, it's so bad. I want to vomit, just as it said in the anime, just like that. Holding back his discomfort. In just a few seconds, Muling gritted his teeth and finished eating the extreme flame fruit. Boom, in an instant, Warm currents surged all over his body. A wave of scorching energy exploded from his chest, flowing like water into his limbs and blood vessels. Is this the power of the extreme flame fruit? Threads of flames involuntarily burst out from Muling's palms, like fire spirits, dancing and cheering in the air. With a thought, the flames in his palm immediately surged, and Muling transformed into a ball of fire. Instantly, the temperature in the entire bar rose significantly. Why did it suddenly become so hot? Jinbei murmured, then saw Muling wrapped in flames. Shocked. Captain, are you okay? Wow, with a furrowed brow, Jinbei's right palm, hidden at his waist, slowly contracted. Shark fist. In an instant, the moisture in the air suddenly tightened, becoming extremely dry. Meanwhile, a stream of water immediately condensed in Jinbei's palm, carrying a hint of fist power and crashing towards Muling. Hiss, the water flow turned into steam, filling the entire bar. While the flames surrounding Muling not only remained unextinguished, but instead grew even more intense. Jinbei, this is a strike unleashed with 80% of my strength. Just like a mud cow entering the sea, not a single splash. I, the sea hero Jinbei, once a warlord of the seven seas, have no pride? Chapter 12. Undercurrents, I'm fine, Muling said coldly. Roar the dragon's roar echoed in the bar, and Jinbei's eyes instantly widened. As the flames surrounding Muling gradually faded, more than a dozen small fire dragons rose from the flames, continuously exhaling heat and circling around Muling. With a light tap of his fingers, Muling felt these fire dragons were like his own children, closely connected. Their thoughts intertwined. Extreme Flame is the emperor of fire, the purest flame in the world. Even Jinbei's previous strike could not extinguish it. Fire dragons? Is this the same firepower as Ace? Jinbei was taken aback, and then his expression immediately became serious. No, this is not ordinary fire. Having fought against Ace for 10 days and nights, he clearly sensed that the power emanating from these fire dragons far surpassed the Mera Mera no Mi. Fear and panic created an uncomfortable urge to submit. Beep. Extreme Flame Fruit Spirit Refinement 1. The next spirit refinement will occur in 200 days. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Jinbei felt as if he was carrying a great mountain on his shoulders, becoming incredibly heavy. The joints in his legs popped with cracking sounds. And just as he was about to bend down and kneel on the ground, he managed to hold himself up. Good. Muling nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. The power of the extreme flame after one spirit refinement not only became more pure and vast, but the Supreme Emperor aura also became absurdly strong, exuding a sense of overlooking the world. The pressure it brought was naturally something ordinary people could not withstand. For Jinbei to be able to contend with it was already quite impressive in Muling's view. Let's go back in an instant. After the fire dragons entered Muling's body, the pressure disappeared. Jinbei, drenched in sweat, could no longer hold on and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. I'll wait for you guys on the ship. Whoosh, transforming into a gentle breeze, Muling left the bar. Huff, 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 as Jinbei gasped for breath. Just as he was about to say something, his body suddenly shook. A continuous warm current surged into various parts of his body, feeling quite comfortable. Has my strength become stronger again? Could it be that pressure from earlier? Pushing myself further in my limits? Looking out at the empty window, a complex expression appeared in Jinbei's eyes. Come on, you bastard Hilliu. Watch me chop you into pieces. Let go, I'm dizzy, farting just you. I can chop you into bits with a single sword. Jinbei. All right, the captain left, and I still have to deal with 2 drunks. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. General, let me go. I will definitely successfully capture the crimson-eyed Muling. In the office, Akainu, dressed in a red suit with an exquisite rose on his chest, said angrily. He had just returned from a new world and heard that a pirate had escaped from Impel Down. This is a great humiliation. It is simply a disgrace in the history of the Navy. Crimson-eyed Muling is just an old man who has been asleep for 40 years, long abandoned by this era, Akainu said disdainfully. Kizaru curled his lips, saying nothing. He knew very well what kind of strength crimson-eyed Muling possessed. He did not believe Akainu could defeat him. Don't be careless, Sakazuki. That man is not easy to deal with, Sengoku said solemnly. Although very angry, Kizaru, like you, did not take the opponent seriously back then. And what was the result? Kizaru, why am I being dragged into this? According to intelligence, crimson-eyed Muling, Crocodile, Jinbei, and Hilliu have formed a new pirate crew. The evil spirit pirate crew is now in Water City. You, Akiji, and Kizaru should go together. Boom! Suddenly, the whole place was shocked. All the naval generals turned to Sengoku, their faces filled with disbelief. The three admirals going out together? This is a bit. Vice Admiral Fire Fist was astonished. Although the opponent had defeated Kizaru, is it not a bit too much to send all three admirals together? Ghost Spider said in a deep voice. I disagree. The three admirals represent the highest combat power of our naval headquarters, and they're also the face of our navy. Vice Admiral Tsaru said, breaking the norm to oppose. Me too. A mere crimson-eyed Muling. How can the three admirals go together? I disagree. Sakazuki and Kazan can go. Kizaru should rest. Kizaru glanced at the candidate admiral, T-Pig, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Not bad. It's best not to involve myself in such troublesome matters. He did not want to face Muling again. That guy was a monster. Well, Akiji and Akainu can go. But do not forget the other three. Two former warlords of the sea and a warden of Impel Down known for his iron wall. These three are not to be underestimated. Sengoku contemplated. Then I'll go too. The candidate admiral of the naval headquarters, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, stepped forward, her long sword at her waist faintly shining. Since that's the case, I'll go as well. Vice Admiral Tsaru said plainly. Two admirals, two vice admirals. With such a lineup, Sengoku felt much more at ease. Then I will trouble you all. Let's set off. Akainu strode forward, his battle intent soaring. World government. In the darkness. Crimson-eyed Muling? Once a member of the Rocks Pirates? A cold voice echoed in the conference hall. Yes. Sleeping for 40 years, yet still maintaining his youth? Go. Bring him back. But... The man in black hesitated to speak. Never mind. Bringing back his corpse will suffice. Slap. A golden transponder snail was thrown into the arms of the man in black. I understand. Whoosh, the man in black flew out of the window and disappeared into the air within a few breaths. In a large office on the black desk, there lay a wanted poster. It was none other than Crimson-Eyed Muling. Chapter 13. Storm is coming. The warship sliced through the sea, creating waves as it advanced towards the city of water. Due to geographical reasons, the Navy warships departing from Marineford passed directly through the gates of justice. And upon reaching Judicial Island, they were already very close to the city of water. On the leading warship, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit of the Navy headquarters looked at her sister, Vice Admiral Crane, with a face full of questions. Sister? I didn't expect you to participate in this operation. Is it because of me? Yes, but not entirely. Vice Admiral Crane said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Peach Rabbit was a bit confused. Are you speaking in riddles? First, I'm a bit concerned about your safety. And as for the second point, suddenly, Vice Admiral Crane smiled, a hint of amusement in her eyes. I just want to see an old friend I haven't seen in a long time. Old friend? Is it red-eyed? Oh, could it be that you have a good relationship with him? Peach Rabbit's lips curled up, and a mischievous smile appeared on her pretty face. Is the secret of my sister's long-term singlehood about to be uncovered? Haha, good relationship. More like life and death enemies. Vice Admiral Crane burst out laughing, but after a flash of reminiscence in her eyes, her expression gradually became serious. Little rabbit, put away your pride and never underestimate that man. But sister, is he really that strong? Peach Rabbit was a bit skeptical. If it weren't for escaping prison, she would have never heard of this name. Moreover, with 2 admirals, 2 vice admirals, and 5 Navy warships, couldn't they handle him? As a candidate for admiral, with quasi-admiral strength, Peach Rabbit also had her own pride. Although within the entire Rocks Pirates, the name Red-Eyed was not top tier in terms of will and potential. He was recognized as strong by everyone. How terrifying the former ocean overlord, the Rocks Pirates, was, I think I don't need to say much, because even to this day, this name is considered a taboo. Later, at God Valley, he fought 1 against 2, and although he ultimately lost to Garp and Roger, none of his subordinates were weak. Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and many other strong characters. And Red-Eyed single-handedly attacked the Navy headquarters. Although he was subdued and captured and Impel Down, the Navy headquarters also paid an extremely painful price. Huff taking a deep breath. Vice Admiral Crane looked into the distance at the city of water, her expression complex. After being silent for 40 years, have you finally escaped your cage, intending to take revenge on this world? Peach Rabbit said nothing, but her curiosity grew stronger. Red-Eyed, what kind of person is he? I could make my sister remember him so deeply, and also have such deep apprehension. Whoosh, in an instant, the waves surged, and the sky gradually darkened. The storm was coming. City of Water, Huff surrounded by fire dragons. A stream of red flames continuously erupted from palms. His eyes were closed, sitting cross-legged on the deck, and his aura grew stronger like a burning flame. The endless power of fire circulated within his body, surging into various parts, producing terrifying muffled sounds. Complete lion's sword dance recorded. Beep. Loading successful. Ding. In an instant, a sword light shot up into the sky from his long sword, piercing through the clouds and cutting a sword mark several meters wide in the cloud layer. At the same time, the fire dragons swirling around immediately surged up the sword light. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying fire sword energy was formed. The lion sword dance, gifted to by the golden lion, had been fully comprehended and further infused with firepower. Its power instantly surged several times. Sizzle suddenly, two giant fire wings burst forth from its back, unfolding. Then, with a flap, S body slowly floated into the air. Wow, the captain can actually fly, Shiryu exclaimed. Old San, he, truly worthy of being the captain. Jinbei, with his big face, looked incredulous, clearly bewildered by his impressive display. Fire could be played like this? Floating in midair, smiled slightly, obviously delighted. But suddenly, a flash of light caught his eye. What is that? Looked into the distance and saw 5 Navy warships docked along the coast. Oh, 5 warships, quite flattering to me. But I've only been in the City of Water for a few days, and I've already been discovered by the Navy. Their senses are really sharp. The previous text was slightly modified. Iceberg has joined the evil spirit pirates. Get ready, a fierce battle is coming soon, said lightly, looking at the 3 people sunbathing on the deck. Oh, a fierce battle? Against pirates? No, it's the Navy headquarters. The Navy headquarters? TSK. I wonder which admiral is leading the team. I'm really looking forward to it. Old San sneered. Maybe the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters will all come out to deal with the captain. Shiryu grinned, lightly shaking the cursed sword thunderstorm in his hand, emitting a chilling bloodlight. He was clearly already prepared for battle. Impossible. The 3 admirals are the face of the Navy headquarters, and they would never mobilize together for one person. Jinbei retorted. Oh, are you looking down on the captain? Shut up. I'm just stating the facts. Bastard. Jinbei, do you want to fight? Come on. Whoosh in an instant. The fire wings unfolded, and terrifying flames immediately rushed towards Shiryu and Jinbei. Let's go. Flew towards the coast. 2 fools. Looking at the 2 who were covered in ash from the flames, Old San scoffed and followed. At the coast, the Navy that had just disembarked heard a sword cry that shook the heavens and earth explode in the air. Then a ball of fire flew towards them at an extremely fast speed. All Navy prepare to face the enemy, Akiji shouted, and layers of ice mist instantly spread out, resisting the gradually heating surroundings. In an instant, the 5 warships and over 100 Navy personnel became busy. 2 admirals, 2 vice admirals. The Navy headquarters really sees me highly. Boom! Accompanied by his arrogant laughter, the fireball heavily landed, shaking the entire ground. In countless gazes lifted his black cloak, revealing the face that made everyone tremble in fear. Long time no see, little crane. Chapter 14. Tension rising, is he the red-eyed? Everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts. Setting aside his incredibly ruthless aura, just that strikingly handsome face was a bit hard to accept. Once a member of the Rocks Pirates? A pirate from the same era as Captain Garp and Admiral Sengoku? He really is as young as the rumors say. It hasn't been long, after all. I visited you once or twice while you were sleeping in Impel Down, but you really haven't changed at all. Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled and waved her hand, recalling his unchanged appearance over the past 40 years, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. Bang! With those words, nearly everyone felt another shock. Little Tsuru? Visiting? Could these 2 have something going on? Although Vice Admiral Tsuru is old, she holds great prestige within the Navy headquarters. Even Akainu and Akiji have to show enough respect to her, calling her Ms. Tsuru. Instantly, even the usually stern Akainu looked toward Vice Admiral Tsuru, hoping to read some information from her expression. Peach Rabbit's eyes widened, fixated on. Something's about to happen. You even want to see me? Sighed back in the day, the 2 of us. Forget it. No need to mention it. Deliberately sighed. Everyone's expressions changed again. You bastard. Your mouth hasn't changed at all. Vice Admiral Tsuru scolded with a smile, but she didn't take teasing to heart. 40 years ago, Vice Admiral Tsuru was not only beautiful, but also had a great figure, just like Peach Rabbit now. Before every major battle, would always flirt with Vice Admiral Tsuru a bit. I haven't changed, but you have. You're older and uglier now. Vice Admiral Tsuru's face darkened instantly. That guy. All right. Enough reminiscing. You will obediently come with us today. In an instant, Vice Admiral Tsuru's expression changed, and an imposing aura burst forth from her body. Oh, you really think these youngsters can catch me? Whoosh! Countless sword energies accompanied by crimson flames erupted from his body, and behind him, Jinbi, Crocodile, and Shiryu were already preparing for battle. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense, swords drawn and bows taut. Boom! In an instant, Vice Admiral Tsuru's figure flickered, and she turned into a phantom rushing toward. Captain, be careful! Jinbi exclaimed in shock. No one expected Vice Admiral Tsuru would suddenly strike. Whoosh, black armament flowed over her right arm, and the blade of the then swung forward without even looking. The sword energy spread out. Clang! Dust rose, and a terrifying shock wave instantly exploded. TSK, little Tsuru, your strength has regressed a lot. You can barely take my sword. As the dust settled, stood in place, while Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had received the blow, staggered back several steps, her feet carving 2 long trenches on the ground. Oomph! Compared to you monsters, it's normal for my strength to decline as I age. Vice Admiral Tsuru retorted, not in the least bit pleased, as her body turned into a phantom once more. Swish Peach Rabbit drew her long sword from her waist, the dark armament color appearing immediately, and she instantly engaged in combat. Clang, clang, clang. The sword intent surged, and the sound of swords echoed endlessly. Torrential sparks continuously sprayed outward, and countless sword marks covered the ground beneath them. After blocking Vice Admiral Tsuru's sword, immediately turned, and he exploded with a series of whooshing sounds, slicing toward her waist. Clang! The sharp sword light immediately sent Vice Admiral Tsuru retreating, her hand gripping the long sword, starting to tremble uncontrollably. In just a few short exchanges, faced with its overwhelming power, Vice Admiral Tsuru finally showed signs of decline, gradually being pushed back. Extreme Flame, Sky Flame Sword. With its explosive shout, streams of fire shot out from his body, swirling around the sword like a fire dragon. Slash! Boom! The ground trembled as the extreme flames that seemed capable of incinerating all things surged down towards Vice Admiral Tsuru. Sister! Peach Rabbit shouted in alarm and charged forward. Dog Bite Red Lotus. In the next second, a red light erupted behind Vice Admiral Tsuru, and 3 or 4 extremely fast magma bombs, each bearing Akainu's face, shot towards. Boom! The sword energy collided with the magma bombs, and rolling heat waves surged forth like ocean water, spilling outwards. Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Magma Fruit User Sakazuki. He's made his move. Ms. Tsuru, please step back. I'll handle Red-Eyed. Swish! Terrifying magma continuously dripped from Akainu's skin, hitting the ground and burning black pits. Instantly, the air was filled with a charred smell. Oh, Admiral Akainu? Just you? That last Sky Flame sword wasn't even my full strength. It could only be considered a normal attack. Does this guy really think he can defeat me just by blocking a regular attack? Interesting. S lips curled upward, and in the next second, he shot forth like a gust of wind. Boom! The soaring sword light shot up into the sky. Akainu's body was entirely engulfed in magma, and the scorching hot magma filled his body amidst the rolling black smoke. Bang! A fist met the tip of the sword, and a terrifying shockwave exploded between the two. Oomph! Old relics from the old era should have long been buried in the dust. The justice of a navy cannot be tolerated. All pirates must die. Bang, bang, bang. A large amount of magma erupted from his right arm, engulfing the sword and charging towards. Is that so? With a light laugh, instantly withdrew his sword, sheathed it, and then swung it straight out. Roar the Lion's sword energy flashed like a shooting star. In the next second, the sword light cleaved through the giant wave of magma, destroying countless magma bombs before striking fiercely against Akainu's armed right shoulder. Puffed blood erupted, and bright red blood sprayed from Akainu's mouth. Although the sword light did not injure Akainu due to the armament, the overwhelming power continuously shook his internal organs. Don't talk to me about the justice of a navy. I don't want to hear it. I am a pirate. You are the navy. Our lives and deaths are irreconcilable. It's that simple. Clang! While speaking, swung down another sword. The speed of the sword was like light, not giving Akainu any chance to react. Large amounts of blood poured from his mouth as Akainu continued to retreat, his body starting to sway. Though his injuries were not severe, each of those sword lights brought him immense humiliation. Bastard! You dare! No one could defy justice. The old relics of the old era should die. Dark Dog! Whoosh! In an instant, the area within dozens of miles turned into a sea of magma, as if one was in a volcano, burning and uncomfortable. At this moment, Akainu's arms had already transformed into red glass-like magma, and he strode towards Muling. Note, everyone, let's send some free gifts. Those who can afford it, please support with money. And those who can't, just give a nudge for updates. Potato, thanks you very much. Chapter 15. Eterm flame empedo swat bang. 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 The magma broke through the air, erupting with bursts of fire, like a gigantic fist raised high. Oh, you actually want to trade blows with me? TSK, TSK. I must admire your courage. His Muling took a small step back with his right foot, and a rich flame burst forth from within. Whoosh, 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 countless fire dragons were born from the flames, swirling around Muling's right arm. In an instant, extreme flame appeared, and the aura of the Flame Emperor enveloped the entire area. The red dog, who was about to throw a punch, froze for a moment, towering over Muling. Yet that crystal-clear, glass-like magma fist remained suspended, unwilling to descend. Why? Am I feeling a hint of fear? Am I afraid of the red-eyed Muling? No, this is impossible. The red dog, with a face full of shock, repeatedly denied his own feelings. But the magma all over his body was slowly retreating upon encountering extreme flame. The red dog was completely panicked. He didn't understand what was happening. Why did he feel an unparalleled pressure emanating from Muling's body, making his punches seem like an act of rebellion? Bastard, I am the Admiral Red Dog. Justice will never be defeated. Boom. The two punched simultaneously, and extreme flame collided with the magma in an instant. Suddenly, the small island trembled, seawater surged back, and trenches like spider webs continuously cracked open on the ground. A fierce wind arose, lifting countless trees and grass, which were instantly turned to ashes by the splashing flames. Everyone retreated. After a loud shout from Akiji, a cold ice seal burst forth from beneath his feet, intercepting the incoming fire. Crack, crack, crack suddenly. The sound of shattering glass reached everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. Then their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at the scene before them. Cracks. Dense red cracks covered the red dog's right arm. Under the ruthless burning of extreme flame, the glass-like magma not only failed to resist, but instead shattered into pieces scattered all around. Are you kidding me? Taking advantage of your illness to take your life. Muling would not give the red dog a chance to react. With his right arm transformed into extreme flame, Muling punched out, striking hard at the red dog's stomach. Poof, blood gushed out, and the red dog's face turned exceptionally pale. Don't ever mention the word justice in my presence again, because when it comes from your mouth, it makes me sick. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive punch, wrapped in red extreme flame, struck again at the red dog. Ice freeze two spike blades. Suddenly, a cold light shot towards Muling from a distance. It was the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Akiji, who had made his move. Trying to deal with our captain? Do you really think we don't exist? Desert Greatsword. Hiss in an instant. A giant sand blade, moving at incredible speed, erupted from beneath Akiji's feet, slicing through his waist and severing him in half. A chill emanated from Akiji's mouth, and his expression turned unusually cold. Once a warlord of the sea, crocodile. Crack. On the other side, two ice spears aimed at Muling were shattered by Shiryu's sword. Rain Shiryu, I will deal with you. Drawing his long sword from his waist, Peach Rabbit immediately took long strides, reaching Shiryu in just a few breaths. Clang, clang, clang. Holding the cursed blade, Thunderstorm, Shiryu, with an unextinguished cigar in his mouth, fought fiercely with Peach Rabbit. Meanwhile, Jinbei was entangled with Vice Admiral Tsuru, and countless Marines surged forward to attack. Instantly, a great battle was about to erupt. Hiss the Yinglong sword slowly unsheathed, and Muling looked at the red dog, whose chest already showed signs of collapse, and suddenly smiled. Now, no one can save you. The red dog gasped for breath, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes, reddened with rage, fixed angrily on Muling. Why is he so strong? After sleeping for 40 years, his strength has not only not diminished, but has actually become even more powerful. Bastard, you a pirate, are so arrogant, unforgivable. Boom. In an instant, the magma within a radius of several dozen miles centered around the red dog began to boil. The azure sky disappeared, replaced by a sea of red. Magma fury. Bang. The red dog threw punches rapidly, each heavy blow striking the magma. The magma hit by the red dog immediately solidified into hard magma bullets, shooting towards Muling. Bang, bang, bang. The red dog's punches grew faster, the explosions becoming increasingly urgent, and the power in his fists gradually strengthened. In an instant, countless magma bullets mixed with scorching flames rained down like a volcanic eruption. Facing the oncoming magma bullets, Muling's expression remained unchanged. He held the sword with one hand and slowly raised it. Ding! The sword energy spanned 30,000 miles. The sword light cold enough to freeze 19 states. Extreme Flame Emperor's Sword. Boom! Accompanied by Muling's furious shout, fire dragons erupted, and countless flames burst forth from beneath Muling's feet, condensing onto the Yinglong sword. The supreme power of extreme flame, carrying thousands of sword energies, instantly condensed into a flame sword aimed at the heavens. Slash! This sword looked down upon everything. Wherever the sword light passed, it turned to ashes. Rumbling, the sky filled with magma bullets instantly exploded under the Emperor's sword's aura, turning into billows of black smoke that vanished with the wind. Bastard! How is this possible? The red dog was dumbfounded, then flew into a rage just as he was about to charge again. Ding! The sword's cry rang out, and the red dog abruptly stopped, only to see a streak of sword light descending upon him. It was the Emperor's sword's aura that had not yet dissipated after shattering countless magma bullets. The sword light vanished in an instant, splattering blood before disappearing without a trace. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield halted their fighting. The scene fell into a deadly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the red dog's empty arm. Admiral Red Dog, his left arm. It's severed. He was actually cut off by the red-eyed Muling with a single sword. My God, the Admiral has actually lost. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Marines erupted in chaos. The Marine Admiral, representing the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, not only lost thoroughly, but also lost an arm. Red-eyed Muling is actually this strong? He truly worthy of being the captain. Ha ha ha, what of the Admiral? He still fell under the captain's sword. Peach Rabbit's eyes went blank, and a hint of fear rose in her heart. Sister was right. This man is truly terrifying. Bang! Suddenly, the red dog, who had been bowing his head, surged in size. His face, twisted with anger, became increasingly ferocious. Whoosh, 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 countless magma rose from beneath his feet, continuously surging towards the red dog. In the blink of an eye, the red dog merged with the magma. Oh, is the fruit awakening? The shepherd's heart skipped a beat as he curiously looked at the increasingly towering column of magma before him. Once a devil fruit awakens, it begins to affect everything around it. Just like Doflamingo's string fruit, once awakened, it turns all nearby buildings, the ground, plants, and trees into countless thick strings. At this moment, Akainu had turned everything into magma. Chapter 16. Akainu's defeat, damn it. Everyone get out of here. With a kick, Akainu sent Old Sand flying, causing him to spit blood. Then, a wave of frozen air surged as Akiji raised both hands in front of him. Crack, crack. Crack! The incoming magma projectiles all solidified into ice blocks, and beneath his feet, all the magma behind him turned to ice. The Navy began to leave the area, stepping on the ice. Vice Admiral Teru, Peach Rabbit, Old Sand, and Jinbi also exited the magma zone one after another. Swish, swish, swish. With a slash of his sword, countless magma projectiles were shattered. Mukuho slowly raised his sword. Lion's might, wave slash. The crisp sound of the sword echoed through the heavens and earth, and countless fiery sword energies exploded in Mukuho's hands, transforming into 3 or 4 giant waves that rushed toward Akainu. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of breaking air erupted, and the ground was carved with deep trenches by the waves. However, although the sword arcs appeared fierce at the moment they cut through the magma, they were immediately swallowed by it. Mukuho felt a terrifying aura gradually rising in his heart. Ha! Red-eyed Mukuho, die for me. Magma! Rock giant! Akainu's crazy shout came from the magma column, and then a pair of magma arms emerged. With one punch, he shattered all the remaining waves. Gradually, the magma column began to shrink, transforming into a towering figure resembling Akainu. Originally, Akainu's left arm had been severed, but he used the magma to conjure a new arm, with molten lava continuously flowing from it. Crack, crack, crack! In the next moment, the magma stopped flowing and solidified into a layer of dark red glass. The rock giant Akainu took a huge step forward, instantly appearing before Mukuho and stomping down heavily. Lion sword dance, imperial ground roll, ding! The sound of the sword rang out sharply, and countless beams of sword light instantly repelled Akainu, forcing him back and then spreading outwards. Bang, bang, bang! The earth trembled. Seawater rushed back, and the scattered boulders on the ground were drawn together, forming a stone lion several meters tall. At the same time, Water tornadoes flew out from the distant sea, following the sword energy into the stone lion's body. Roar the stone lion roared, its strong paws constantly stomping the ground. Holding the sword in his right hand across his chest, Mukahu gently brushed the blade of the long sword with his glowing right hand. Suddenly, countless fiery sword energies surged into the stone lion's body. The extreme flame stone lion was engulfed in flames, opening its massive jaws and pouncing toward Akainu. Bang! The two collided instantly. The enormous magma glass arm pressed down hard on the stone lion's mouth, and its sharp teeth scraped sparks against the arm. Magma, fury pillar. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted from within Akainu, shaking the heavens and earth. Akainu's aura surged violently, and with each cracking sound, tiny fissures gradually spread across the lion's head. Roar the stone lion became enraged, and jets of extreme flames erupted from its mouth, striking Akainu's chest fiercely. The incredibly hard, glassy magma dimmed slightly. Although it wasn't serious, it was enough to send a shock through Akainu's heart. At the moment when Akainu and the stone lion were locked in a stalemate, Mukoho quickly jumped onto the stone lion's body, and a wisp of extreme flame condensed into a slender flame sword in his hand. Leaping up, Mukoho twisted his body atop Akainu's head, using the brief moment of suspension to spin rapidly at high speed. In an instant, the sword intent reached its peak. Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. Boom! In an instant, countless terrifying giant waves shot out from both swords. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, it was executed seamlessly and at close range, leaving Akainu with no chance to react. Crack, crack, crack. Countless waves smashed down on the rock giant's head, and red cracks resembling a spider web began to shatter. Damn it, how is this possible? Akainu roared incessantly, not expecting his rock giant to be so easily defeated under Mukoho's sword. But as more and more cracks appeared, despair filled him, and he was utterly powerless to turn the tide. Boom! The rock giant vanished, turning into fragments of magma scattered on the ground. Only one arm remained of Akainu, who stood there in a daze, questioning his existence. Akainu, be careful. Suddenly, Akiji, standing at a distance, shouted, Not good. Akainu thought to himself as he immediately turned to defend, but that flash of sword light streaked past his chest like a meteor. Swish in an instant, flesh rolled, blood splattered, and a terrifying sword scar extended from his collarbone to his waist. You have lost, Akainu, but since you wanted to capture me, then you shall remain here today. Mukoho slashed again, aiming directly at Akainu's chest. Ice time capsule. Bang! An extremely cold ice ball exploded from Akiji's hand, moving at high speed. Oh, finally can't wait to make a move? But can you? Akiji exclaimed. Extreme flame, celestial flame sword. The soaring sword energy slashed down, and the ice ball was immediately split in half, then vaporized into steam by the extreme flame. In the next second, Mukoho engaged Akiji in battle. Bang, bang, bang. Mukoho, with his sword raised and falling, shattered the ice blade in Akiji's hand and immediately retreated. In an instant, dozens of sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground. His body transformed into a thin line, and in a breath, Mukoho closed in on Akiji, his left fist ignited with flames, crashing forward. Ice Cold Guard. Duong. An ice shield blocked Mukoho's punch, but within seconds, it melted under the extreme flame. Akiji didn't care, knowing the power of the flames in Mukoho's hand. With ice spikes covering his right foot, he kicked hard at Mukoho's left shoulder, but Mukoho caught it and slammed it into the ground. Ha! Suddenly, with a loud shout, using his own force, Akiji spun in the air, and his other foot instantly turned into hard ice, aiming to kick Mukoho in the head. Just as the tip of his foot was about to touch Mukoho, a sharp pain shot through his right leg. Flames burst forth continuously from Mukoho's hand, fiercely burning Akiji's right leg. Ice Age. Crack, crack, crack in an instant, cold air surged, and Mukoho was immediately transformed into an ice sculpture, maintaining his original posture without moving. Captain, Jinbi shouted, immediately throwing a punch at the ice sculpture, trying to shatter it. Ice Cold Prison. In an instant, terrifying ice peaks shot up from beneath Akiji's feet, forming countless ice cages that imprisoned Jinbi within. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered in the corner of his eye, and Akiji immediately looked down to dodge Shiryu's sword. Just as he conjured an ice spear to stab out Boom, the ice sculpture shattered, and Mukoho, with his eyes turned red, trembled. Blood red sword energy swirled around him, creating a terrifying battlefield. Chapter 17 World Government Agent Boom in an instant. A blood-red conqueror's haki erupted from Muling's body like a mountain pressing down, surging outwards in all directions. Could this be the red eye? Tao Tu's face turned pale as the sword energy, surging around her, continuously resisted the wildly spreading conqueror's haki. Indeed, the red eye has appeared again. Major General, he said with a gloomy expression. At the same time, memories resurfaced. That devil-like blood-red figure. But is this really conqueror's haki? Why is it so terrifying? Tao Tu thought she had seen many conqueror's haki before, and with her strength, she could easily handle them. Yet at this moment, the conqueror's haki erupting from Muling's body increased her pressure exponentially, forcing her to give her all. She had never seen such a powerful conqueror's haki. His conqueror's haki has become even stronger. It seems it has long surpassed the ordinary conqueror's haki. Tao Tu, protect yourself. This battle today is likely to be. Major General, he hesitated, but the meaning in his words was clear. Tao Tu was completely stunned. She never expected her usually strong and unyielding sister would actually have the intention to retreat at this moment. Why is the red eye Muling so strong? Zizi in an instant. Muling transformed into a straight lightning bolt, disappearing from her spot. Boom! The Yulong sword in her hand flashed with lightning and charged towards Akiji at an extremely fast speed. Ice freeze, cold guard, crack, crack, crack. Countless circular ice shields appeared in front of Akiji, blocking Muling like walls. Thunder, bagua, boom! Immediately, countless sword energies mixed with lightning condensed into a ball, instantly breaking through the first ice shield. Bang, bang, bang. Following with the second, the third. In a few seconds, all the ice shields shattered, and Muling finally arrived in front of Akiji. A sword slashed down. Duong. Akiji immediately raised the ice blade to block the Yulong. But his strength had significantly decreased under the effects of the Shura field, and the next moment he was sent flying. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Bastard! Cursing angrily, Akiji wiped the blood from his mouth, and just as he was about to unleash his cold energy, it suddenly stopped. A fist glowing with fire had appeared right in front of him. Bang! The ground shattered, and Akiji, struck by a punch, flew away like a kite with a broken string, rolling for dozens of meters before stopping in front of a large rock. Just as Akiji was about to stand up, that shadow appeared again. Then, a storm of fists began to rain down, each punch hitting hard against Akiji's chest. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled, cracking open countless fissures. And beneath Akiji, a huge pit had already formed, created by Muling's brutal attack. Akiji, spewing blood, endured the pain and slammed his hands against the ground. Ice freeze, 1,000-mile ice seal. Crack, crack, crack in an instant. Waves of cold energy erupted from Akiji's body, transforming into endless ice peaks that swept across the land. In the blink of an eye, the entire world turned into a white ice sculpture world. Bang! As the ice shattered, the moment Muling was about to punch again. Ice freeze, 1,000-mile bee stings. Shoo, sh. Immediately, countless ice spikes surged up from beneath, revealing sharp cold light, shooting straight at Muling. Is this all you've got? With a dismissive tone, Muling did not dodge, allowing the ice spikes to collide with her, but they all shattered uselessly. Do you think my body, refined 10 times, is a joke? Akiji was already stunned. He never expected Muling's defense to be this strong. Bang! Akiji was once again sent flying by Muling's heavy punch. The Yulong was drawn. The sword tip grazed the ground, leaving a deep sword mark. Muling walked step by step towards Akiji. Tao Tu and Major General, he had already been entangled by Lao Sha Shilu, and at this moment, Akiji had no one to save him. Do you have anything else to say? Muling said coldly. I didn't expect the red-eye Muling to be this strong. It's truly infuriating. A bitter smile appeared on Akiji's face as he said helplessly. I feel the same. I didn't expect this generation of admirals to be so weak. Akiji, since there's nothing else to say, then die. The sword raised and fell. The sharp sword light shot straight at Akiji's chest. Duong. In that instant, a flash of cold light came from nowhere, stabbing towards Muling. Who? Muling reacted quickly, sensing the cold light the moment it appeared. Following the sound source, he punched out. Bang! With a muffled grunt, everything went silent. Everything before him was empty. He could see nothing. Clenching his fist, Muling distinctly felt that his punch had landed. Invisibility? Transparent fruit? No. The transparent fruit is clearly in the hands of the terrifying three-masted ship Absalom. But just now, zung suddenly, that cold light that had disappeared earlier reappeared, shining under the sunlight with a hint of coldness. This time I won't let you go. Dodging to the side to avoid the attack, Muling then unleashed his sword like a dragon, the fierce sword energy slashing down towards the air. Ding, ding, ding. The sword energy seemed to strike against iron, producing a series of muffled sounds. Following this sound, Muling punched out again. Poo blood sprayed on the ground, and a tall black shadow gradually emerged from the air. Pale-faced, dressed in a black suit, a chilling, killing intent circulated within him. Muling's heart stirred. He immediately thought of something. World government secret agent? Muling said in surprise. TSK, so smart and also strong, but soon you'll be a dead man. Whoosh, the black-clad man's body gradually became blurry, transparent, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the air. He threatening me. Muling laughed. His blood-red Shura field surged again, and murderous, intense sword. Is invisibility really that impressive? Ding! The sound of the sword rose sharply. Sword energy surged, and countless sword lights shot out from Muling's body. Transforming into small energy, swords scattered all around, instantly raising a massive sword array. Zung, zung, zung. Within the sword array, the sword energy crisscrossed. Tens of thousands of small energy swords slashed through the air, cutting out streaks of red blood light. Suddenly, Muling seemed to sense something. His body immediately turned around, and he fiercely slashed a sword towards the boulder. Bang! The boulder shattered, and a shadow emerged from the air. Damn it! The black-clad man, forced out by the map cannon, was drenched in blood, a terrifying sword scar visible on his right arm. Clap! The phantom-like Muling instantly appeared in front of the black-clad man and grabbed his neck. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the cervical vertebrae shattering echoed in the black-clad man's ears like a voice from hell, and he completely panicked. No, don't kill me. Muling did not respond. His right hand continued to apply pressure. Woo, if you kill me, you'll die too. Bang! The black-clad man's head was smashed by Muling's punch, and blood erupted like a spring, bursting open. Only the shepherd did not notice that a golden phone bug was gently pressed in the pocket of the man in black. Beep! Detected animal type Phantom Bee species, chameleon fruit. Do you want to plunder it? The system, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Note, why is the rating so low? Is this book really that bad? I can't understand. Chapter 18. The Demon Slayer Order is activated. A Zoan-type devil fruit, the chameleon fruit? No wonder the opponent could turn invisible. So, it's a chameleon system, you can do it, even plundering devil fruits? Muling was a bit surprised. He thought this system only refined spirits. The system disdainfully replied, rather proud. Muling. Beep. Whether to plunder, please decide, host. Confirmed. Whoosh, in an instant, a stream of light appeared in Muling's hand, revealing a green, banana-shaped devil fruit covered in strange patterns. Not bad. He stored it in his warehouse, not planning to eat it. Although Zoan-type devil fruits are rare, especially the chameleon fruit, Muling didn't like that sneaky style. He preferred to be bold and adventurous, wielding his sword and traveling far. While Muling was dealing with the man in black, Tao Tu and Vice Admiral Crane had already led countless Navy personnel back to their warship, preparing to escape. Navy headquarters. Marineford. Garp, all you do is eat. You bastard. Are you not worried at all? In the marshal's office, Sengoku said angrily. Crunch, crunch. The sound of Garp chewing on sunbae continued. Sengoku. Smack. Sengoku snatched the sunbae away. What are you doing? I'm not full yet. Bastard. That's mine. Oh, come on, don't be so stingy. It won't help to hurry. Hasn't little Crane already gone? But that's Akagami Muling. That old guy. He's much younger than you. You're the old one here? Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a clear whistle echoed throughout the entire base. Upon hearing this sound, Sengoku's expression changed dramatically, and Garp, who was eating senbei, also turned pale. Garp, the Demon Slayer Order. Someone has activated the Demon Slayer Order. Sengoku, how is that possible? Bang! The office door was pushed open heavily, and Vice Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters walked in. Report, Marshal. The Demon Slayer Order has been activated, coming from Water City. Water City? But Akiji and Akainu. Sengoku's face was filled with confusion. He remembered clearly that neither Akiji nor Akainu had brought the snail to activate the Demon Slayer Order. The Demon Slayer Order is a destructive attack method jointly established by the Navy headquarters and the world government. More than a dozen Navy warships, accompanied by 5 vice admirals, with countless elite Navy officers, a carpet bombing, without any emotion, relentless bombardment. O'Hara, Judicial Island, this is already the 3rd time it has been activated. Garp said solemnly, let us go. Sengoku hesitated, but ultimately said helplessly, "If it's not the Navy, then it must be the world government. Since the Demon Slayer order has been activated, it cannot be changed. Water City is finished, and Akagami Muling will die too." Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly felt a sense of relief. Beep. The host has defeated the Navy headquarters Admiral Akainu for the first time, issuing a reward. Ordinary sword technique. Breaking Army, Rising Dragon Strike 1. Please accept the reward. Defeated a Navy Admiral for the first time? Can this actually give a reward? Muling suddenly felt he had underestimated this spirit refining system. Its business is quite broad. Wait, why didn't you give a reward when I defeated Kizuru in Impel Down? Muling was unhappy. Are you withholding my salary? Beep. At that time, this system had just been activated, and the business was not complete. I feel like you're somewhat useless. Beep. Please accept the reward quickly. Oh, confirmed. Whoosh, a stream of sword light surged in his mind, and brilliant sword lights shot out in Muling's brain. Following that, the sword light transformed into a dragon-shaped sword rainbow, continuously echoing in his mind. Opening his eyes, Muling, who had completely integrated the Rising Dragon Strike, looked at the sea, at the few warships that were gradually fleeing. He had no idea that the Demon Slayer order had already been activated, and danger was closing in step by step. "Captain, sorry, we couldn't stop them." Shiryu lowered his head and said apologetically, "It's nothing. If they ran, they ran." Although Shiryu was strong, he was still a bit lacking compared to Tao, who was at the level of a quasi-admiral. As for Old Sha, he was even worse, having been beaten to the point of spitting blood by Aokiji. It was expected that they would let them escape. Muling didn't blame them. "Let's go. Rest for a few days to recover, and then we will leave here." Waving his hand, Muling retracted the Inglong sword and walked toward the island. He didn't want to wait for the Ice Mountain to finish building the King of the Underworld before leaving, because it takes too much time. The King of the Underworld is different from other ships. It takes a long time to build. According to the Ice Mountain's estimate, it would take at least half a year, and that was under the premise of striving for perfection. Next, Muling planned to go to Sky Island. Since he wanted revenge and to destroy the world government, he needed to gather some powerful companions. And although he is difficult to tame, Muling believes in his own methods. If he fails, then he can kill him and plunder the Rumble fruit. In any case, it's a sure profit. "Oh my!" Captain looked quickly. Suddenly, Jinbei pointed in horror at the sea. On the calm sea, Navy warships were cutting through the giant waves, their dark cannon muzzles gleaming ominously in the sunlight. They were gradually approaching Water City. Navy warships? Why are they back? Oh my. 1, 2, 3. 15 warships. Seeing the 15 warships, even Shiryu began to panic. No way. Did they actually send 15 warships to deal with us? The usually calm Old Sha was also a bit flustered because the firepower of 15 warships was enough to destroy a small island. Boom! Muling, who remained silent, felt his heart sink gradually. The Demon Slayer order. This is definitely the Demon Slayer order. Otherwise, the Navy would never dispatch so many warships at once. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Muling did not expect the Navy headquarters to think so highly of him, even deploying such a deadly weapon. This is the Demon Slayer order. Boom! The three men's minds exploded in an instant, looking at Muling in disbelief. Shiryu, the Demon Slayer order is composed of 5 vice admirals, 10 warships, and Navy elites. Old Sha, what an honor. Jinbei, Captain, let us run. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 15 warships lined up in a row, and hundreds of cannon muzzles shook in unison, raining down a sky of black cannonballs. Boom! Immediately, the entire Water City erupted. The cries of the people, the ruthless sounds of cannon fire, and countless mournful wails filled the air. Remains and severed limbs, buildings crumbled. Raging fires ran rampant in Water City. Bastard. Unforgivable. Jinbei was furious, immediately leaping into the air, punching one cannonball after another into the sea. But it was futile, as the number of cannonballs was simply too many. Boom! In an instant, countless flames erupted within Muling's body, and the terrifying temperature caused the surrounding air to crackle. Extreme Flame Emperor, condensing the flames in his right hand, like Ace's fire punch, an endless stream of ultimate fire pillars erupted from Muling's right arm. Bang, bang, bang. The flames surged, swallowing countless shells and merging them into molten steel. After just one punch, Muling stopped attacking and instead looked at the three. "Let's go. Leave this place, or the City of Water will vanish because of us." Of course, the main concern for Muling was that if the City of Water was destroyed, when would his Underworld King be able to be created? Chapter 19. Heading to Sky Island Bang. With a punch, Jinbe shattered a cannonball and immediately jumped into the sea. Despite his massive physique, he moved with incredible agility, creating ripples in the water. In just a few minutes, he arrived driving a speedboat. Let's go. Muling transformed into a streak of fire and dashed forward. TSK, TSK. This is quite urgent, Old Sand smirked, converting into yellow sand and arriving on the speedboat in seconds. Virum the speedboat sped away, racing out of the coast and heading deep into the ocean. At this moment, the Navy also discovered the evil spirit pirates preparing to escape. Cease fire, change direction. Crack, crack, crack in an instant. Akiji waved his hand, and countless cannonballs instantly turned into ice sculptures, falling powerless into the sea. Akiji, what do you mean by this? The one-armed Akainu stood on the deck, his face filled with anger. He was dissatisfied with Akiji stopping the bombardment on Water City. The evil spirit pirates had already escaped from Water City. What we should do now is pursue them, not continue attacking Water City. Akiji's eyes were cold, a chill circulating around him. He would never allow the painful memories of the O'Hara incident to happen before his eyes again. Moreover, what wrong did the people of Water City do? We will pursue the evil spirit pirates, but once the demon-slaying order is issued, it will never stop. Smash! A massive hand covered in magma slammed down on the warship's railing, and Akainu roared. Continue the attack. Cease fire. All Navy immediately pursue the evil spirit pirates. Akiji was furious. What do you mean? Do you want to defy the orders of the Navy headquarters? Akiji didn't speak, and ice began to spread from under his feet, continually resisting the scorching magma. Crack, crack, crack in an instant. All Navy warships aimed their cannons at the waters towards Water City. A glacier, several meters high, rose from the ground. Akainu's face darkened even more. Pirates deserve to die, but the civilians are innocent. Sizzle the magma pierced through the ice, turning it into steam, but in the next moment, it was frozen by the ice again. Suddenly, the two admirals of the Navy headquarters began to argue. All the Navy fell silent, their expressions complex as they looked at the two admirals, not knowing what to do. Enough! Suddenly, Vice Admiral Tsuru shouted, interrupting their confrontation. What are you two trying to do? Are you going to kill each other? Cease all bombardment on Water City. All Navy soldiers follow orders. And pursue the evil spirit pirates with all your might. But Vice Admiral Tsuru, Akainu hurriedly said, this is an order. Akainu stopped abruptly and said no more. Although he was an admiral and Tsuru was a vice admiral, Tsuru held great authority within the Navy headquarters. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted from Akiji's mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. Send Akiji and Akainu back to the Navy headquarters for treatment. The other 14 Navy ships will continue the pursuit. Extreme flame, heavenly flame, slash. Boom in an instant, red light burst forth, and countless fire dragons converged into a soaring sword beam, shooting straight into the clouds. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the sword energy slashed down, splitting the Navy warship in two. At this moment, seeing that only 3 of the 14 Navy ships remained, Vice Admiral Tsuru had no choice but to issue a retreat order. Without top-tier combat power, ordinary bombardment could not harm Muling at all. Seeing the Navy retreat, the 4 who had already escaped thousands of miles finally let out a long sigh of relief. Oh my God! After 3 days, this crazy woman finally retreated. Shiryu leaned back heavily, drenched in sweat, completely exhausted. It was simply a nightmare. Old Sand shook his head. Jinbe, I feel like I just escaped from the gates of hell. Thanks to the captain. Although they managed to intercept the cannonball attacks after 3 days and 3 nights, they were already worn out. If it weren't for Muling's presence, they would have sunk to the bottom of the sea long ago. Muling shook his head, patting the speedboat that had been refined 3 times. Thank goodness I can refine spirits. Beep. The host destroyed 10 warships for the first time and issued a reward. Supreme Great Blade, 12 crafts, Chashur, common level 1. Oh, Supreme Great Blade? This is the top blade in the pirate world. Confirm receipt. Swish, a black longsword appeared in Muling's hand with a flash of light. The blade was very wide, twice the size of the Ying longsword, and also very thin. Although it felt light in hand, it had a strong quality. 3 standing dark golden sword patterns ran from the hilt to the tip of the blade, looking very imposing. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sword sound, a continuous stream of sword energy surged into Chashur. In an instant, Shiryu, who was lying on the boat, immediately sat up, looking at Chashur with shock. A cursed sword? Huh? What do you mean? Muling looked at Shiryu. The sword in your hand, Captain, is a cursed sword. After a pause, Shiryu said solemnly, his gaze towards Chashur filled with intensity. Sizzle the next moment, thunderstorm unsheathed, and red, demonic energy surged within the crimson blade. Muling was taken aback because he felt that the chashur in his hand had an aura similar to thunderstorm. You felt it, right? That's right. My thunderstorm is also a cursed sword, and I can sense this demonic power from your hand, Captain. Moreover, the two demonic powers are not on the same level. After Shiryu's words, Muling carefully examined it and found that it was indeed the case. The demonic power flowing from chashur was countless times stronger than thunderstorm. A cursed sword. Muling murmured, "TSK, TSK. It said that cursed swords are the most corrupting to the soul, and those who wield cursed swords all meet untimely deaths." But on second thought, so what? What if it's a cursed sword? Isn't Sandai Kitetsu also a cursed sword? Zoro wields it with great skill. Muling certainly didn't think he was worse than Zoro. A week later, Gaia Island. Sky Island? I thought this was just a story found in the books of the great talker Rolando, but it really exists. On the sea, looking at the massive clouds above. Shiryu sighed. But do stories like this really exist? Unlike Shiryu, who obeyed Muling completely, Old Sand questioned. Damn crocodile, don't you believe in the captain? Shiryu looked at Old Sand. Old Sand. Damn, are you stupid? Isn't it normal for me to have doubts about this kind of thing? Let's go. It's already midnight. It's the perfect time for the ascending current to appear. Such a scene cannot be seen in Impel Down, nor in Fishman Island, let alone in the desert-filled Alabasta. With a smile, Muling slammed the ship's helm, steering the stolen black ship towards the heart of the sea. Captain, there's a ship approaching us over there. Suddenly, Jimby shouted. Oh, Muling, Shiryu, and Old Sand turned to look. A large black ship appeared before the three, with a massive sail displaying a pirate flag featuring a flamingo wearing sunglasses. Chapter 20. Enter that flag. It can't be. Shiryu frowned. As far as he knew, the only person who possessed the flamingo pirate flag was that individual. The Don Quixote pirates, Muling said in a deep voice. Old Sand, what? Don Quixote? Doflamingo? But isn't Doflamingo in Dressrosa in the New World? How could he suddenly come to the Grand Line? Jinbei scratched his blue head, very confused. It shouldn't be Doflamingo, but another person. Muling realized that the only one who could possess the Don Quixote flag and appear beneath Skypiea at this time was one. Doflamingo's number one sycophant, the hyena Bellamy, a guy who talks about the new era of pirates all the time, his tone comparable to that of the Yonko. After being beaten half to death by Luffy, he shamelessly came back hoping for another chance from Doflamingo. However, Muling remembered that this guy had indeed been to Skypiea once and had stolen the Golden Bell, offering it to Doflamingo. TSK, what a coincidence. The world is truly small. Let us consider it a pre-meal snack before ascending to Skypiea. Muling chuckled, but didn't intend to take action because he really couldn't be bothered with someone like him. Such a disgusting face with cold eyes looking at Bellamy's arrogant face. A whirlwind of sand appeared in Old Sand's hand. Whoosh the wind, and sand grew stronger, forming a gigantic tornado that tore through the air, sweeping up countless seawater, surging toward the Bellamy pirates. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the storm mixed with seawater surged violently, immediately shattering the ship's hull, and the massive sails were also torn apart by the wind and sand. Boom, following that. The mast was broken off and slammed onto the deck, instantly splitting the ship in two. Various cries and curses came from it. Bastard, who is it? Help, help. I can't swim. Who is it? Bellamy will kill you. Swish, a blood-red sword energy slashed down straight, instantly turning the already shattered ship's body into fragments, scattering across the sea. Bastard Shiryu, are you looking for death? Old Sand was furious. Shiryu actually dared to steal his head. Keek, clearly. You were too slow, Shiryu said disdainfully. Bastard you. Quiet, Muling said coldly. Instantly, Old Sand fell silent. Jinbei shook his head helplessly, while Shiryu was laughing happily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next second, everyone's attention was drawn to the strange phenomenon on the sea. Unbeknownst to Win, countless gigantic whirlpools appeared on the surface of the sea, and the members of the Bellamy pirates were also swept up by the whirlpools, with no place to bury their bodies. Move closer. Got it, Captain. Jinbei firmly grasped the helm and immediately steered the ship into the whirlpool. Large drops of sweat slid down from his forehead. Even as a fisherman, Jinbei felt nervous when facing the underwater whirlpool. Keek, this is really thrilling, crocodile. You're not scared to the point of wetting your pants, are you? Bah, it's just a small underwater whirlpool. How could I possibly be afraid? Roar, a miserable wail, came from the whirlpool, and 3 or 4 sea kings were seen being sucked into the whirlpool and then the entire sea surface turned red. Shiryu, Old Sand, Jinbei. The three of them twitched their mouths, looking at Muling. Keep going, don't stop, Muling said coldly. Half an hour later, bang, the sea surged and countless upward currents erupted from the bottom of the ship, instantly shooting up. Steady your body, Muling shouted. Raise the sails. Got it, Captain. Whoosh, the sails rose, and in an instant, the small ship followed the ascending current upwards. In no time, the four arrived in the White Sea, officially reaching Skypiea. Looking at the vast expanse of the White Sea, everyone except Muling was stunned. The legendary Skypiea actually exists, and now they were here. Kik, what an astonishing scene. Shiryu's expression was calm, but his brows showed a hint of excitement. It's hard to imagine that we really made it to Skypiea, Jinbei said excitedly. Not bad, right? Old Sand still acted proud. Let us go, to find our companions. Hopefully, we can reach a consensus. Otherwise, I'll have to kill him. Muling looked up at the sky, worried that Enel had already gone to the moon. If that is the case, it would be a wasted trip. Half an hour later, Captain, what kind of person is our new partner? A rebellious guy like you. No, he might be even prouder than you. Old Sand. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and flashes of lightning shone above their heads. It's a ship. There's a ship flying in the sky, Jinbei exclaimed. Everyone looked up, only to see a large ship with an ancient style, but very luxurious, slowly sailing by. The bow of the ship was made of gold, and a large character god was emblazoned on the hull. Instantly, a wave of extravagance rushed toward them. The Ark Maxim. Enel must have taken it to the moon. At the bow of the Ark, a white figure was quietly gazing at the four. Is that him? Shiryu said ominously. That's right. But this newcomer doesn't seem easy to get along with. Take him down, and if he doesn't want to join, then kill him. All right. Rumble suddenly. Thunder roared above their heads, and countless bolts of lightning gathered into a ball. A thick and terrifying lightning pillar crashed down. Yes, actually a logia fruit. User Shiryu's expression didn't change, smiling sinisterly. Swish, in an instant, demonic energy erupted, and the thunderstorm was unleashed in an instant. Looking at the crashing lightning pillar, Shiryu immediately raised his sword, and countless sword energies coalesced into a blood-red sword light that slashed toward the sky. Crack, 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 the lightning pillar was actually forcibly split in two. Dong! A heavy feeling sank in his heart. Enel, standing at the bow of the ship, changed his expression drastically, and he was completely stunned. He actually blocked the goddess attack? Who exactly are they? Note, thank you for all the gifts, much appreciated. Potato wishes everyone a happy new year and all the best. Chapter 21. Death or Surrender. Just as Enel was lost in thought, Shiryu raised his sword again. I don't like anyone standing over me. With a flash, a sword light erupted from the storm, much stronger than the previous strike. Crash! The sword light violently struck the Ark, causing the hull to creak and numerous cracks to spread rapidly. In the next moment, the entire Ark was split in two. Boom! The hull crashed onto the White Sea, splashing countless droplets of water. Bastard! You dare to attack a god! Enel was furious, electricity coursing through his body, crackling loudly in the air. Rumble! As if sensing his anger, countless bolts of lightning gathered above everyone, dark clouds releasing pressure continuously. Oh, you dare to call yourself a god? Lao Sha laughed, a chilling, killing intent swirling around him. One arrogant guy. Shiryu shook his head, looking at Enel with the eyes of someone caring for a mentally challenged child. In the next second, Enel wielded his golden staff and struck the thunder drum behind him heavily, causing a thunderous roar in the sky as a fierce lightning dragon burst out from the drum, opening its massive jaws and glaring at everyone. This was one of Enel's ultimate moves, the 60 million volts lightning dragon. Did you see that? This is the power of a god, Enel declared proudly. Jinbei, a natural lightning-type devil fruit? Lao Sha. It should be the extremely rare thunder fruit from Legends. Huh. Lao Sha, you know. Muling was surprised. Lao Sha actually knew about the thunder fruit? I once saw it in the devil fruit encyclopedia. It's very rare, having disappeared for countless years. I didn't expect that this fool would eat it. TSK. Lao Sha, you're impressive. You've even looked at the devil fruit encyclopedia. Enel's face immediately darkened. Fool, are you talking about me? Bastard, I see you're looking for death. Roar. The lightning dragon charged forward, but in the next second, it was shattered by Muling's punch. It's up to you, Shiryu. If you can capture him alive, do so, but killing him is fine too. It's up to you. Muling said nonchalantly. Enel was able to comprehend the heart network, or observation hockey, using the thunder fruit's electric waves without anyone teaching him, making him a genius. However, the evil spirit pirates have never lacked geniuses. They only need companions who obey orders. Whether Enel lives or dies depends on himself. Damn it, to defy the will of a god. Don't think that just because you shattered the god's lightning dragon, you can resist a god. Crackle. In an instant, Enel's entire body was engulfed in lightning, charging towards Muling like a bolt of lightning. It was this guy who shattered the lightning dragon. Damn it. Hee hee. What a hassle. Don't you know who your opponent is? Swish. The armed color spread from Shiryu's right arm to the thunderstorm sword, and in an instant, Shiryu blocked in front of Muling with a single slash. Ridiculous. You humble blue sea dwellers think your attacks can harm a god? Enel did not dodge or evade, swinging his golden staff down at Shiryu. Duong. The golden staff struck Shiryu's shoulder but was blocked by the armed color. Enel was startled, and then a strong sense of crisis flooded his body. Not good. Just as Enel, transformed into lightning, was about to escape, a flash of sword light fell before him. Swish! Blood erupted. A terrifying sword scar 1/2 meter long appeared on his chest, blood and flesh rolling out endlessly. You! How could you harm God? Retreating several meters, Enel was dumbfounded. I'm injured? Bleeding? How is this possible? I am a god. Hee hee. Truly worthy of the thunder fruit. It indeed has the speed of light, like Kizaru. But being able to dodge my sword means you have observation hockey as well. TCH, not bad. At this point, Shiryu grinned ferociously, a look of disdain on his face. Though your talent is strong, you are still a country bumpkin who doesn't understand armed color. Swish! In an instant, Shiryu's body swayed, charging forward like a sharp sword. Duong. The thunderstorm and golden staff collided fiercely. In an instant, sparks flew, and shockwaves spread outwards. Bastard! What the hell is this armed color you're talking about? Enel shouted. He always felt these people seemed to know something. Crackle. Lightning bolts crashed down, striking Shiryu's head fiercely. Child's play. Shiryu slashed his sword towards the sky, the blood-red sword light once again splitting the lightning bolt in two. But in the next second, Shiryu, with a face full of disdain, was stunned. Before him was empty. Enel, transformed into lightning, had already disappeared without a trace. Is this really a god? Running faster than anyone. Bastard. Shiryu was furious. Boom. Suddenly, Muling transformed into a ball of fire, exploding in an instant, with countless sword energies added. In just a few seconds, he caught up to the lightning that Enel had transformed into. Damn it. I'm a god. Enel roared in anger, consumed by fury, having completely forgotten to escape. At this moment, he only wanted to kill this man. Crackle. Endless lightning power surged within him, erupting in thunderous roars. The majesty of the god cannot be lost. The golden staff in his hand transformed into a terrifying lightning bolt, smashing towards Muling. Without changing his expression, Muling's intense heat exploded from his right fist, a terrifying momentum instantly reaching its peak. With one punch, boom! As the fist grew larger, Enel's vision darkened, feeling a tremendous force crashing towards him. This power, bang bang bang, the golden staff shattered instantly, turning into golden dust that scattered before Enel's eyes. UI? Slap. Enel's words were cut off, as Muling's hand had firmly grasped his neck. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of his vertebrae shattering. Die or surrender. Muling's cold voice was like a devil's whisper, piercing to the bone. Note, writing this was quite difficult. Just when I thought of a few ideas, a series of explosions blew them away. Chapter 22. Subduing Enel. Fresh red blood dripped from the corner of Enel's mouth onto the ground. His pale skin was flushed red, even showing hints of purple. Damn blue sea people. Whoa, I am a god. You all must die. Die under the will of the god. Crack. Muling's grip tightened, his cold gaze fixed on Enel, saying nothing. Shiryu. Keek, still so arrogant when death is imminent. Old Shah. Kill him, Captain. Jinbei. It seems he won to surrender even in death. All right, then kill him. Muling nodded, feeling a bit regretful. If Enel were to submit, he would definitely become one of the main forces of the evil spirit pirates. But it doesn't matter. After killing him, let the system plunder the rumble fruit. Either I eat it, or I can give it to Shiryu or Jinbei. Looking at the four of them casually deciding his fate, Enel felt completely unwell. Am I going to die? Thud. His heart sank to the bottom, and Enel was on the verge of going mad. Aren't you going to ask a few more questions? Isn't this the kind of thing that requires me to be asked several times before I would submit? Although the will of the god cannot be defied, what's the point of defying it if I'm dead? Despite being arrogant and calling himself a god, Enel feared death more than anyone. As a child, he was lonely and bullied, fighting wild dogs for scraps, and only after gaining immense power did he ascend. Now to die like this? How could he accept it? Oh, I will submit. Muling, what is he saying? Shiryu. It seems he is cursing again. Old Shah. Let me bury him with sand. Enel. What the hell is cursing? I surrender, all right. Woo no, I submit woo. Enel trembled violently. Bastard. Still cursing. His Shiryu drew his sword, ready to strike down. Jinbei, wait. I think I heard him begging for mercy. Really? Muling was momentarily stunned and loosened his grip on Enel's hand a bit. Cough, 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 I submit, please don't kill me. I'm willing to join you, don't kill me. Enel said urgently. Slap. With a loosened grip, Enel fell to the ground, gasping for air. Looking at Muling's indifferent face, Enel's body shivered involuntarily. Just now, in that instant, he felt the arrival of death. This person is terrifying. If you want to kill him, it would probably only take a breath. Good. Since you have chosen to submit, join our evil spirit pirates. Welcome. From now on, we are companions. But if you have any bad thoughts, hee boom in an instant. A terrifying conqueror's haki erupted, countless blood rays swirling around Enel. Crack, 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 as if carrying a huge mountain. Enel nearly fell to the ground, his leg bones cracking under the pressure. You should understand what the consequences will be. Muling said coldly. I understand. Captain. Instantly, all of Enel's dissatisfaction and grievances vanished into thin air with this pressure. A rebellious person can only be suppressed with absolute power. He was made to feel breathless, fearing you from deep within his heart. Fearing you. This is how Muling did it. Beep. The host fought for the first time in Skypiea. Rewards issued. Common level sword skill Lingxi, sword 1. Whoosh, a warm current surged into Muling's mind, making his breathing quicken. Suddenly, waves rose on the plain, instantly spreading like the surface of water, transforming into giant, mysterious water screens. At this moment, a meteor-like sword light pierced through the water screen. Opening his eyes, Muling, who had completely integrated Lingxi's sword, couldn't help but smile. TSK. What is called the Supreme Spirit Refinement. From now on, I'll just call it the first system gain. Beep. A system that doesn't want to expand its business isn't a good system. Alright, you have ambition, you have reason, that's enough. After subduing Enel, Muling's task was complete. As for the golden bell, or whatever, forget it. Gripped by a balloon-like octopus, the evil spirit pirates soon returned to land. A week later, open a control panel. Whoosh, a flash of golden light flickered in his mind. Supreme Spirit Refinement System. Host, Muling Bounty 2. 3 billion weapon. Ing long sword common level. Cho, common level. Body, common level. Spirit Refinement 10. Abilities, Thunder 8 Trigrams 2, proficient level. Lion Sword Dance 2, proficient level. Mutated Conqueror's Haki Shura, Field 1, beginner level. Armament Haki, proficient level. Breakthrough Dragon Strike 1, proficient level. Observation Haki, entry level. Fluttering like a startled swan, entry level. Spirit points, 120 system points. 10 strength, 500 speed, 410. Defense, 600 life, 350 Not bad. My bounty has indeed increased too. 3 billion. TSK. Almost catching up to the bounties of the 4 emperors. Beep. Evil Spirit Ship Spirit Refinement 1. Beep. Evil Spirit Ship Spirit Refinement 1. The iceberg is still developing the Pluto in Water City. Probably needs another 6 months. So for the evil spirit ship seized beneath my feet, Muling decided to refine it 5 times, which should last this group of people for half a year. Bastard Shiryu. Do you want to fight? Keek. Enel, have you forgotten the sword wound on your chest? Oh, I'm going to kill you. Enel roared in anger. Not long after Enel, drenched in blood, walked over, looking like he had been defeated. However, Shiryu was not in much better shape, his entire body charred, presumably struck by lightning. Muling did not stop them. Competition brings motivation. The evil spirit pirates absolutely do not allow anyone to take advantage of the chaos. Looking up, he saw a colorful straight line dividing the entire sky at the horizon. On one side was the azure sea and warm sunshine. On the other side was shrouded in black mist with thunder and lightning. Finally arrived. Note, Happy New Year, everyone. I'm going to make dumplings. Chapter 23. The terrifying 3-masted ship. Is this the so-called graveyard of pirate crews? The legendary Devil's Triangle? Jinbei said solemnly as he looked at the sky, shrouded in mist in the distance. Gecko Moria, the user of the Shadow Fruit, is lazy and proud. After leaving Sky Island, Muling discovered that their landing point was very close to this place. So they decided to pay a visit to the terrifying 3-masted ship to recruit Moria. If he refuses, they would take the Shadow Fruit by force. At the same time, Muling also wanted to verify some things by coming here. I'm really looking forward to it. I heard that Gecko Moria is right here, Shilyu said ominously. Those lost in the mist cannot find their way forward and will eventually be guided by a mysterious force to become his puppets, never seeing the sunlight again. In fact, it's just that their shadows are taken away by his fruit ability. TSK. What a delightful bastard as fellow warlords of the sea and old pirates. Everyone was already very familiar with Gecko Moria's matters. Is Gecko Moria strong? Are we going to recruit him? Enel asked with confusion. This guy has great potential, but he is extremely lazy and always likes to rely on external things. But I believe that under my hands, he will rise again. After Muling gave a cold smile, he looked at everyone. Of course, if we can't reach a consensus, is there anyone interested in the shadow fruit? Whoosh, in an instant, a chill swept over everyone. Has Moria already been sentenced to death? Do we have to be so decisive, Captain? But I like it. Before long, the ghost ship sailed into the Devil's Triangle. Under the terrifying mist, no sunlight could be seen, and the gloomy sky created an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Many believe that the formation of the Devil's Triangle was due to Moria, but Muling knew it wasn't. This place is strange. In the anime, that creature resembling 3 giant mountains with blood-red eyes sends chills down one's spine at just a glance. But Muling was very curious about it. 5 hours later, at the entrance of the terrifying 3-masted ship. Oh, it seems this place has been damaged? Looking at the broken hull and the corpses of zombies all over the ground, Jinbei questioned. There must have been a fierce battle. That bastard Moria can't be dead, right? Old Sand said with a sinister smile. Muling continued walking, passing through the misty forest, and arrived at the ruins of the castle. A cold wind swept by, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then everyone saw the gigantic body of the monster Oz, lying motionless on the ground, and beside it, a black figure lay unconscious in the ruins. It was none other than the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. It seems the Straw Hat crew has already been here. It really is this guy? This must be the corpse of the monster Oz that Moria stole. Poor waste. What an intense battle it must have been, but to defeat Moria. The opponent must be quite strong. Old Sand said solemnly. You know him? All right, Enel knows too. A gleam flashed in Muling's eyes as he said coldly. Do I know this big-eared freak? Could it be that Straw Hat kid? Old Sand immediately thought of the one who defeated him, Monkey D. Luffy. Bastard. It's that guy. Enel was furious at the thought of Luffy, even forgetting to be angry at Old Sand, calling him a big-eared freak. Seeing the angry too, Muling said nothing. Although in the pirate world, Luffy is the protagonist. In his previous life, Muling was also excited about him. But after several decades, that excitement had faded considerably. Just a junior. ZZZZ in an instant. As if he had discovered something, Enel immediately turned around, and his golden staff transformed into lightning, hurling it fiercely into the distance. Boom, accompanied by a heavy muffled sound. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. A distant tree trunk shook violently, as if something had struck it, followed by the appearance of a figure with a lion's face slowly coming into view. The user of the transparent fruit, the captain of the terrifying 3-masted ship's zombie army, Absalom. How dare you sneak around under the will of a god? You don't know how to die. Enel scoffed. What do you want to do to Lord Moria? Bastard. Don't come near Lord Moria. The expressions of the crowd changed slightly, but Muling waved his hand and said softly, Kill him. Boom, thunder roared, and countless bolts of lightning coiled in the sky. Then they crashed down, heavily striking Absalom. His lion mouth opened in rage, but he couldn't utter a word. The poor Absalom could only watch helplessly as the thunder consumed his body. Absalom was very loyal to Moria, but Muling just couldn't bring himself to like him. Cough, cough. Of course, it might also be because this guy peeped at Nami while she was bathing. Beep. Would you like to plunder the superhuman transparent fruit? Confirm plunder. Whoosh. A white devil fruit covered in strange patterns appeared in Muling's hand. TSK. This is the fruit Sanji dreams of. But Muling didn't show it to everyone. Instead, he stored it back in the warehouse. The transparent fruit wasn't very useful to Muling and could be given to others on the ship. However, it still needed to be observed a little longer. Meanwhile, Moria, lying in the ruins, was also awakened by the thunder and witnessed the scene of Absalom being killed. Note, sorry, I've been incredibly busy these past few days. Drunk every day. Starting from today, I'll resume updates. Apologies. Chapter 24, Moonlight Moria, Death to Absalom. Bastards, you actually killed Absalom? I will slaughter you. Boom, in an instant, the ruins trembled as Moria's towering body shakily stood up, shadows swirling beneath his feet. Who will kill? I'll kill you. At this moment, Moria was completely unaware of anyone else, his furious gaze fixed on Enel. It was him, this big-eared freak who killed Absalom. Zing! In an instant, the shadow beneath Moria's feet suddenly quaked and shot out at high speed, transforming in mid-air into a sharp spear several dozen meters long, slicing through the air and stabbing fiercely towards Enel. TSK, daring to attack a god? I see you really want to die. Enel laughed, recalling what the pastoral spirit had said earlier, his eyes flashing with fierce light. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast roared with a swing of his golden staff, striking the thunder drum. A monster bathed in lightning leaped out from the drum. The Thunder Beast was fast, slightly tilting its body to dodge the spear's tip, then biting down on the spear shaft. Crack, crack, crack. The shadow horn spear, crazily infused with lightning, erupted with a series of cracking sounds, and then shattered into pieces under Moria's incredulous gaze. No, impossible. It actually easily neutralized my attack. You woke up, huh? Suddenly, a voice full of disdain entered Moria's ears. His heart skipped a beat, feeling that this voice was somewhat familiar, and Moria turned to look. You? Crocodile? It's you. The familiar earth-colored coat, a cigar in his mouth, and a visible scar on his face. It was none other than Crocodile, who was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You bastard, how could you? Aren't you? Boom! Moria's heart trembled violently, his liver and gallbladder splitting in shock, and he finally remembered. That guy Crocodile had just escaped from Impel Down not long ago, and had joined an extremely powerful pirate crew, the Phantom Pirates, and their captain. Moria's head tilted slightly, and he saw the young, handsome face that appeared harmless, but whose eyes were terrifying as if from hell. Crimson-eyed pastoral spirit. Why? Why is such a being appearing on the terrifying 3-masted ship? However, as his trembling body swayed, when his gaze fell upon the scorched earth in the distant woods, fear vanished entirely, replaced by boundless rage filling his heart. Absalom is dead. My comrades are all dead. Bastards. What the Phantom Pirates? What the crimson-eyed pastoral spirit? You killed Absalom, killed my good partner. Today you all will die. Shadow, shadow, shadow gathering. Bang! In an instant, the entire terrifying 3-masted ship trembled, and from the vast land, countless wounded zombies erupted from the ground. In the next second, countless shadows shot out from the ruins of the castle beneath Moria's feet, flying into his mouth. Got it. The big move is out. Looks like there's no negotiation. At this moment, Moria in Pastoral Spirit's eyes was undoubtedly a dead man. However, he admired Moria's actions greatly. To risk his life for his subordinates, fighting to the death against an enemy he could not possibly contend with. Just for this, it was enough to earn Pastoral Spirit's respect. But still, he had to die. Enel, transformed into lightning, easily dodged Moria's attack, flashing through the air before immediately arriving at Moria's feet. Whoosh, 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 the golden staff in his hand surged with lightning, striking Moria's lower abdomen in one blow. Wounded and unhealed, Moria was already forcing this move, and coupled with his lack of familiarity with it, dozens of shadows burst forth from his mouth in the blink of an eye. Bastard, I will kill you. Enveloped by the negative emotions contained in 1,000 shadows, Moria was already in a frenzy. Bang! Enel's figure flickered slightly, dodging the giant palm, a hint of disdain on his lips. Is this all you've got? Another blow struck fiercely at his lower abdomen. Bastard! Whoosh, the shadows beneath Moria's feet flickered, transforming into a giant shadow horn spear, engaging in combat with Enel. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as Enel, agile and quick, showed no fear of Moria's attacks, effortlessly weaving between punches and kicks. Bang! Moria's palm struck empty, crashing heavily onto the ground. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon roar. The Thunder Dragon emerged, instantly rushing into Moria's body, and the terrifying electricity rampaged wildly, destroying Moria's physique. Shadows continuously spewed forth from his mouth, and Moria, massive yet incredibly heavy, was no match for Enel. With extremely strong lightning destructive power and lightning speed, Moria was nearly driven mad. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, Moria had already been struck dozens of times by Enel and spat out blood, the shadows inside him scattering away. His body gradually shrank, panting heavily as he collapsed to the ground, his demonic eyes filled with resentment. Bastard. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Just a second later, Enel, standing opposite him, suddenly raised his left hand, lightning surging all over his body. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a pillar of lightning crashed down. Beep. Detected the paramecia, shadow fruit. Do you want to plunder? The ground trembled for several seconds before the lightning began to dissipate, and the system's voice echoed in Pastoral Spirit's ears. It seems Moria is really dead. Confirm plunder. Whoosh, a flash of light in his hand. A black fruit covered in bizarre patterns appeared in Pastoral Spirit's grasp. Chapter 25. The transparent fruit. Is this the shadow fruit? It has no side effects and can plunder others' shadows, binding them in darkness for a lifetime. After some thought, Muling decided not to give the shadow fruit to anyone else, but instead stored it back in the warehouse. He was contemplating whether he should eat this shadow fruit himself or give it to the weakest on the ship, Akiji. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, Moria's figure had vanished, leaving only the charred earth scorched by lightning. After witnessing this, the rest of the crew, except for Muling, slightly changed their expressions. TSK. That bastard Enel seems to have gotten stronger again. Shiryu's lips twitched. Enel's rapid advancement was entirely due to his efforts. It seemed he also needed to work harder. Under the will of the god, any defiant ones will be obliterated in divine punishment. The warlord of the sea, Moonlight Moria, is nothing more than that. Seeing the surprise in everyone's eyes, Enel was immensely proud, his face full of disdain. Oh, is that so? Muling said coldly. You killed a prospective ally without my permission. This act is no different for betrayal. Enel, have you forgotten what I said? Boom, in an instant, a terrifying flame erupted from Muling's body, and immediately, an overwhelming heat surged toward Enel. Boom! Enel's face turned pale as he felt an unstoppable momentum crashing down on him like a mountain. It was a supreme authority that made Enel's breathing quicken, and his bones creaked under the pressure. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his defiance vanished, leaving only deep apprehension toward Muling. I was too proud. Enel thought silently. He was a smart person and would never think that killing Moria was wrong. The captain's sudden attack was probably a warning to him. I know I was wrong. Captain, I'm sorry. Enel said in a deep voice. If you continue to act on your own, next time, I won't hold back. Whoosh, instantly, the pressure dissipated, and Enel's face dripped with cold sweat as he lowered his head and stopped speaking. Muling then glanced around at the others, his intent clear. The king of the entire sea, the strongest pirate crew in the world. This was Muling's thought. However, if the crew did not follow orders and acted independently, what would be the difference from the Rocks pirates he was previously part of? Even the later independently operating Blackbeard pirates would likely follow the same fate as Rocks. Muling would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen on his ship. Shiryu was fine, Jinbei was not worried, and Akiji was even less so. Only Old Sand and Enel posed issues, one being deep-minded and scheming, while the other was defiant and arrogant. They must be reminded. 3 days later, morning, on the sea. Yo, Captain, come have a drink. As soon as Muling stepped out of the cabin, he heard Shiryu's slightly drunken voice. These guys, drinking so early in the morning. No, this is clearly a hangover. Muling said nothing, and a streak of light flashed in his hand, thrown toward Shiryu. Slap! Shiryu hurriedly caught it, but the next second, upon seeing what was in his hand, he froze. Pure white, naturally formed, and uniquely patterned. Is this a devil fruit? Shiryu exclaimed. That's right. It's a paramecia-type, transparent fruit. You should understand its use. Muling said, lifting a jug of wine and looking at the sea coldly. He had thought long about the ownership of the transparent fruit. Giving it to Jinbei? Absolutely not. Although the system-produced fruit had no side effects, he would never eat it, because a fisherman who couldn't swim was terrifying to think about. As for Shiryu, he had been saved from poison by himself and was extremely loyal. Furthermore, in the anime, it was Shiryu who consumed the transparent fruit. For both emotional and logical reasons, it should be given to him. So this is what a devil fruit is? Enel stared blankly, recalling the blue fruit he had eaten in his childhood. The source of his power was actually such a small fruit. A paramecia-type, transparent fruit? I'm really envious of you, Shiryu. TSK. Another dry duck like myself is about to emerge. How wonderful. Old Sand laughed heartily. Captain, this is too precious, isn't it? No problem. I don't have any use for it anyway. Of course, if you're worried that eating this fruit will curse you by the sea, you can rest assured, because that will never happen. Muling said confidently. Everyone was stunned. Not cursed by the sea? How is that possible? Captain. Shiryu suddenly looked troubled. The transparent fruit is indeed good. He is skilled with the sword. And if he could conceal his form, it would be like adding wings to a tiger in battle. But then he would become a dry duck? Just a touch of seawater would render him weak, and he would be vulnerable to sea prism stone and other fatal things. Shiryu felt it was not worth the risk. Trust me, just eat it. Muling extended his hand, and another meaning was already clear. If he didn't trust, it would mean he was not discerning, and the transparent fruit would be entirely unrelated to Shiryu. I will listen to the captain. After some hesitation, Shiryu gritted his teeth and expressed complete obedience to Muling. Crunch, crunch. In just a moment, Shiryu finished the transparent fruit completely. Whoosh! Suddenly, after finishing the fruit, Shiryu's whole body trembled as a continuous stream of power surged from his chest, flowing to various parts of his body. Watching his body gradually become transparent and disappear into the air, Muling nodded, thinking he had indeed not misjudged him. Wow, amazing! He really disappeared. My heart network can't even sense him. Is this the power of the transparent fruit? Just as everyone was astonished, Muling expanded his sword energy, and in an instant, countless small sword chi surrounded the entire deck. Suddenly, Muling's eyes widened, and he shot forward like a sharp sword, instantly leaping 5 meters away. Slap! A large hand fiercely grasped at the air, and a muffled sound exploded. Then, Muling exerted force with his right arm and swung hard toward the sea. Splash waves 4 to 5 meters high immediately splashed up. Chapter 26. 5 consecutive draws. Silence. A long silence lasting several seconds. The people present stared at the suddenly acting Muling, and after a few seconds of shock, finally reacted. Didn't the captain just throw something down? I feel like it's Shiryu, right? Oh my god, that bastard Shiryu was thrown into the sea by the captain. I need to go save him. Lao Sha and Enel are both ability users and can't go into the sea, while Jinbi, although not understanding why Muling did this, jumped in without a second thought. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the water. It was indeed Shiryu. Help, help. I ate a devil fruit. I can't swim. Jinbi, you blue fat guy. Hurry and save me. Shiryu, who was flailing about on the surface of the sea like a 3-year-old child, was almost going crazy. Does the captain want to kill me? But if he wanted to kill me, he could just do it directly. Why make me eat a devil fruit first? Are you an idiot? Suddenly, Jinbi's cold voice reached Shiryu's ears. Hearing this made Shiryu pause, and he saw Jinbi looking at him as if he were a fool. Looking at the others on the ship, their expressions were filled with shock, confusion, and concern, like they were looking at a mentally challenged child. His body trembled, and Shiryu finally realized something was off. Haven T sunk into the sea, but am floating on the surface. Me? I'm not cursed by the sea. The captain's words are true. This. Shiryu was so shocked, he couldn't even speak properly. Since ancient times, devil fruits have existed in the world for countless years. Numerous histories, legends, and records prove that anyone who consumes a devil fruit will be abandoned by the sea and will lose the ability to swim. In an instant, Shiryu's worldview was shattered. 1 month later, on the surface of the sea, a massive black ship broke through the waves, speeding toward the Sabeti archipelago. Muling had his eyes closed, and on the deck, Enel was fighting Shiryu. After a month of time, Shiryu, who had the transparent fruit, gradually learned to conceal his own presence. This not only enhanced himself, but also significantly improved Enel's observation hockey during this short month. Lao Sha was fighting with Jinbi, comprehending armament hockey. After the terrifying 3-masted ship, the Straw Hat crew would gather at the Sabeti archipelago. Not only them, but many other world-famous supernovas would also arrive here. A few figures flashed through Mukuling's mind, and he already had plans. Beep. Would you like to start the lucky invincible draw? Confirm. Whoosh! In an instant, a heavy BGM sounded in his mind, and a golden ceramic pot appeared before him, surrounded by streams of golden light, with dense cracks covering the pot. Crack, crack, crack! Countless streams of light flew out from the broken pot, flashing before him. Beep. Thank you for your patronage. 1. Beep. Spirit level sword technique. Demon sword art 1. Beep. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique 1. Beep. Natural system storm fruit 1. Beep. Thank you for your patronage. 5 streams of light surged into Mukuling's mind. After spending 50 system points, he drew 5 times, which was pretty good. Sitting cross-legged on the deck, Muling clicked on the spirit level sword technique, demon sword art. Whoosh! In an instant, an eerie power exploded in his mind. Evil, resentment, seduction, cruelty, and slaughter filled his head with numerous negative emotions. Bang! The Conqueror's Haki Shura field opened automatically, and the blood-red sword aura surrounding Muling became increasingly strange, whispering eerie tales like various malevolent spirits. Joy and sorrow, crying and laughing, roaring and cursing, countless demons whispered in his ears. The 4 fighting immediately stopped, looking at their captain in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Ding! Suddenly, a clear sword sound exploded, and the demon's sword Chachi flew out from the warehouse. Held in Mukuling's hand, blood began to flow, and countless evil thoughts seemed to find their favorite delicacy, surging into Chachi. Following that, a terrifying and chaotic evil intent surged within Mukuling, growing stronger and stronger. Finally, after reaching a peak, it subsided. Opening his eyes, the blood color gradually faded, and the Shura field dissipated. Mukuling was relieved to have Chachi, a vessel capable of containing evil thoughts. The demon sword art was indeed a spirit-level sword technique, powerful and domineering. He almost fell into chaos due to the invasion of evil thoughts, retracting the sword aura and putting Chachi back into the warehouse. Mukuling continued to click on the next reward. Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Not bad, a B-level ninjutsu, although not as powerful as Flame Release. It has its own extreme flame combination, and its power is definitely not inferior to Flame Release. Whoosh, a flash of light in his hand. A white devil fruit with a hint of yellow appeared. Natural System Storm Fruit. Without hesitation, Mukuling took a bite. After finishing, a warm current surged in his mind, and a powerful storm energy filled his body. Mukuling found that his body became very light, as if he could leap into the clouds with a gentle jump. Whoosh, in an instant, extreme flames surged, and a fierce wind arose. Combined with the storm power, the extreme flame instantly soared, and its power increased by countless levels. The flames broke through the cloud layer, painting the sky above, and the terrifying heat waves erupted from Mukuling's body like ripples. Sure enough, just as he expected, these two fruits really complemented each other. Opening the system panel. Supreme Refining Spirit System. Host, Mukuling Bounty, 2,300,000,000 Weapon. Ing Long Sword, Common Level. Chachi, Spirit Level. Fruit, Extreme Flame 1. Storm 1 Body, Common Level. Refining Spirit 10. Ability, Thunder 8 Trigrams 2, Master Level. Lion Sword Dance 2, Master Level. Mutated Conqueror's Haki Shura Field 1, Master Level. Armament Haki, Master Level. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike 1, Master Level. Observation Haki, Entry Level. Fluttering Like a Scaring Swan, Entry Level. Divine Ability. Demon Sword Art. Spirit Level. Spirit Points. 200 System Points. 50 Strength. 510 Speed. 420 Defense. 630 Life. 370 O. The Demon Sword Art is actually considered a divine ability. However, the Supreme Great Fast Blade Chachi unexpectedly advanced to Spirit Level in one go. Also, because of the promotion, he received 50 points as a reward. Nice, I can draw 5 times again. Bang! Suddenly, the waves splashed, and a heavy explosion sounded in Mukuling's ears. Enemy Attack. Chapter 27. The Big Eater Girl, Jewelry Bonnie Bang. A dark cannonball shot out of the cannon, striking the ship's Spirit of Evil, sending waves crashing up. Damn it, why is it so slow? Hurry up and bring the cannonballs. Crack. Accompanied by an angry shout, a large piece of roasted lamb was bitten down by that heart-shaped mouth. Chewed vigorously. Beneath her pink hair was a stunningly beautiful face. Her tall figure not only devilish but also voluptuous, and her heart-shaped lips were captivating. One of the 11 supernovas, the Big Eater Girl, Jewelry Bonnie. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of cannonballs were fired from Bonnie's hands towards the Spirit of Evil. In no time, the entire ship was engulfed in waves and cannon fire. Ha ha ha. Watch me smash your ship. Bonnie laughed heartily while holding the roasted meat. Truly worthy of being the captain. Impressive, Captain. However, don't you think that pirate flag looks familiar? The crowd paused, their gazes shifting to the pirate flag fluttering in the smoke. The terrifying skull was no different from those of other pirate crews, quite generic. But those blood-red eyes were deeply etched in everyone's hearts. TCH, playing tricks. You should know our captain is one of the worst generations, with a bounty of 140 million berries. Exactly. I've never seen such a pirate flag. It must belong to some insignificant pirate crew. The crowd mocked, and hearing this, Bonnie felt good, finishing off a large lamb leg in no time. Damn it. Do you all want to starve me? Hurry up and bring me meat. But the next second, Bonnie, who was chewing, froze. As the smoke cleared, the Spirit of Evil was not destroyed, but completely unharmed. How is this possible? Swish! In an instant, a blood-red sword light cut through the air, slashing towards her. Get down! Bonnie shouted in anger, and then felt her body tremble as the large ship beneath her split in two and began to sink rapidly. Crack, crack, crack! The seawater rushed in, the mast toppled, and the ship's body broke apart, creating a massive whirlpool. Shark Wave Fist. Boom! A resounding voice exploded from the seabed, followed by fierce currents transforming into fist force, continuously bombarding the remaining ship parts with tremendous destructive power. "Help! Captain! Save me! Ah, damn it! Who are you?" Watching her crew perish one after another, Bonnie was almost driven mad. Who is the opponent? Suddenly, the wind howled. A fierce storm rose like a whirlwind on the sea, producing a heavy, tearing roar. Bang! The massive ship was instantly lifted and shattered into pieces. At the same time, the ocean water, tossed by the gale, surged in with countless pirates, and the next second, they were enveloped in crimson. On the spirit of evil, Old Sand stared blankly at the figure of Muling, who was lifting his hand upwards, shocked. When did the captain gain such power? 1 minute later, the Bonnie pirates were completely wiped out, and the big eater girl, Bonnie, was heavily slammed onto the deck of the spirit of evil, unconscious. 1 day later, Sabaody Archipelago. What a nuisance, then let's destroy it. Divine punishment. Boom. Thick lightning struck down, shattering all the ships docked beside the small island. Damn it, who are you? Damn it, my ship. That's my ship. Stop. Clapping his hands. Enel, having done all this, swiftly turned the helm, docking the spirit of evil at the now cleared port. The many pirates at the port, seeing their ships destroyed by lightning, instantly erupted in rage. "Oh, still dare to resist?" Shiryu snorted coldly, drawing his sword, and with a single swing, killed countless people. Immediately, blood surged, and a strong stench enveloped the entire port. That pirate flag. Yes, it's the spirit of evil pirates, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 2.03 billion berries. Crimson-eyed Muling. What? It's this guy. Run. Ignoring the fleeing pirates, Muling carried the still unconscious Bonnie on his shoulder and walked deeper into the island. TSK finally arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Looking up at the beautiful scenery in front of him, those gigantic trees and the bubbles floating in the forest, Muling felt a small sense of emotion. The beauty of reality is always much greater than that of anime. After a while, in a bar. Ugh, where's this? Half opening her eyes, Bonnie finally woke up, looking around the unfamiliar surroundings in a daze. This is Sabaody Archipelago. Boom. A cold voice exploded in Bonnie's mind like thunder. Who are you? Bonnie immediately got up, trying to see Muling's face while enduring the pain all over her body. But the next second, she froze completely. Her limbs were cold, her legs were weak, and her eyes revealed despair. The handsome face in front of her, seemingly harmless, brought her an extremely creepy feeling. Looking at Muling, Bonnie felt as if she were looking at a ruler. The authority emanating from him made her feel an urge to submit. Crimson-eyed Muling. My God, why did I provoke such a being? Her gaze scanned around, and the more Bonnie looked, the more uneasy she became. The former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, the fishman Jinbei, Shiryu, the chief jailer of Impel Down. These infamous characters were all present, and that big-eared freak, Bonnie felt danger from him. The bar was empty, even the owner had fled. Word had spread quickly about the spirit of evil pirates arriving on the island. Cough, cough suddenly. Muling coughed twice, his enchanting eyes fixed on Bonnie. One of the supernovas. The big-eater girl, Jewelry Bonnie, right? I can temporarily overlook your prior attack on me, but of course, your pirate crew has been completely wiped out. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Join the spirit of evil pirates. Zweite D. Note, Bonnie is not the main character. Chapter 28 Auction House. What? Bonnie's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Muku. You want me to join the evil spirit pirates? Not kill me? But in the next second, Bonnie's entire face scrunched up because she thought of some unpleasant things. For example, using her abilities to do some rather disgusting and twisted things. She would never agree to that, even if it meant death. Bastard, don't even think about it. I will never let you succeed, even if I die. Bonnie said angrily. Muku, I think you misunderstood my meaning. If you join the evil spirit pirates, you will be our companion, treated the same as them. You will never suffer humiliation or experience anything unpleasant. I can guarantee you that. Of course, the premise is that you want to betray us. Muku rarely had such a good temper, only because the other party was Jewelry Bonnie. Of course, it was not because of her beauty, but because Bonnie was a woman full of mysteries. She had the ability to change her own or others' edges at will. But whether it was a natural ability or a devil fruit power had always been a mystery. However, Muku suspected that she was likely an extremely rare time-type ability user. If that were the case, her potential would be absolutely astounding. Moreover, her relationship with the tyrant was also unusual. In the anime, during the World Conference, she transformed into an older version of herself disguising as the queen of the Sorbet kingdom to infiltrate Mariehua, and no one questioned her. And the tyrant, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was originally the king of the Sorbet kingdom. When Bonnie saw the tyrant being ridden by a celestial dragon, she appeared very angry, even shedding tears. Combining all these points, Muku was filled with interest in this woman full of secrets. Are you serious? Bonnie looked at Muku cautiously. If what Muku said was true, Bonnie would never refuse. Because who would want to die if they could live? Really? You're not lying to me? If you say one more useless word, I'll kill you. All right, I agree, Bonnie said cheerfully. After a brief self-introduction, Muku instructed the others to gather supplies on the island while he himself headed deeper into the island. Knock knock bar. Creak pushing the door open, Muku strode in. Welcome. What can I get for you, dear guest? Bang. The wine glass in his hand slammed on the table, and Shaki's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Muku. You're the red-eyed Muku? Muku nodded but didn't he answer, instead glancing around. The Straw Hat crew wasn't he here, and Rayleigh wasn't he around either. Did he go to the auction house? That guy Rayleigh isn't here then, I'll just wait. Please bring me a glass of Dragon Dew. Thank you, Miss Shaki. Sitting at the bar, a hint of a smile flashed in Muku's eyes. I wonder what kind of expression that old guy Rayleigh will have when he sees me. Shaki silently polished the wine glasses, also remaining silent. She had seen Muku, but that was 40 years ago. And at that moment, in a crowded auction house of Sabeti Archipelago. Bastard, who are these guys? They just walked in so brazenly, I really want to kill them. Especially that big-eared freak. That pretty girl seems to be the famous Big-Eater Bonnie. In a corner, a red-haired kid was looking sideways at Shiryu and the others. TSK. A group of arrogant guys has arrived. Put away those dangerous thoughts, kid. That's the Big-Eater Bonnie, one of the supernovas with a bounty of 140 million berries. And the guy in the brown robe, along with that blue fat guy, were once warlords of the sea. Crocodile, with a bounty of 230 million berries. The pirate Jinbei, with a bounty of 580 million berries. Kid's companion Killer said in a low voice, then looked at Enel. As for that big-eared freak, I can't make sense of him, but that man with the sword should be Shiryu of the Rain, the former chief guard of Impel Down, with a bounty of 610 million berries. Boom! In an instant, the expressions of all the members of the Kid Pirates changed dramatically. Evil Spirit Pirates. These people are members of the Evil Spirit Pirates, and they are also under that man. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in their minds. Kid shrank his neck, hiding his body in the shadows. With only a bounty of 300 million, even though he wanted to kill these people, it was really impossible right now. And on the other side of the auction house, the Straw Hat crew was also stunned. This the big-eared freak we met on Sky Island? How did he? Luffy said, confused. You guys looked at that as Crocodile, right? The one you defeated in Alabasta, Luffy. Oh my god, why are these two people here? Nami was already too scared to speak. Crocodile, the man of nightmares, and that Enel, who almost wiped them out on Sky Island. In an instant, Nami's psychological shadow area was infinitely expanded. I always thought this was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true, Robin said in a low voice, her gaze slowly sweeping over Shiryu and the others. Evil Spirit Pirates. Captain Red-Eyed Muku. This man can recruit these people. Then he must be. For a moment, all the pirates in the auction house who recognized Shiryu and the others fell silent. Bastard, what are you looking at? I really want to gouge out their eyes. Bonnie shouted angrily. Jinbei, hold on. Captain 1T let you do such a thing. He didn't the captain tell us to gather supplies? Why do we have to come to a place like this? Old Sand looked at Enel. It was this guy who insisted on coming in. He in such a lively place, of course, we should have a good look around. Enel smiled and waved his hand, his gaze scanning the seats around, getting closer and closer to the front. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he discovered a good spot. It was the front row, closest to the auction stage, which was usually reserved for nobles. But it was already cleared out, as there were 3 world nobles, celestial dragons, sitting there. How dare you sit in front of the god? Unforgivable. Zizi the next second, Enel appeared in front of the 3 celestial dragons. His cold lightning eyes looked down on the 3. This is the seat of God. Get lost. Chapter 29 Rayleigh Thunder, rumbling. Enel hasn't released his thunder yet. But everyone present is already scorched on the outside and tender on the inside by his presence. The seat of God? Making the celestial dragons roll? My god, this big-eared freak. He actually told the celestial dragons to roll? What's wrong with my ears? Did I hear that right? These are the world nobles. Is this guy looking for death? TSK. Interesting, what a reckless fellow. Kid sneered continuously, looking like he was watching a show. just missing a plate of sunflower seeds. However, his companion killer's expression changed drastically, and he stood up to leave. More interesting? Let's run. Huh? What do you mean by that? Kid was taken aback. Once the world nobles, the celestial dragons, are attacked, the nearest Marine Admiral will come here. At that time, none of us will be able to escape. Kid's face changed instantly, realizing what killer meant. Look at that big-eared freak. He is not someone who will just wait to die. He will definitely do something bad to the celestial dragons. By the time the Marine Admiral arrives in Sabati Archipelago, damn it, we might end up being collateral damage. Bastard, crazy fool. Cursing, the kid pirates quickly left. Let's go. We need to leave this island. Staying here any longer will be dangerous. One of the supernovas, the surgeon of death, Trafalgar Law. At this moment, his expression also changed suddenly, and he thought of the same thing as killer. Yay, beat him, big-eared freak, beat him. Luffy excitedly danced around, continuously cheering for Enel. Nami. Robin. Why do we have such an idiot captain? The Admiral is coming. We need to go save Cammy. Quick battle. We must leave before the Admiral arrives. Robin, being the most rational, decisively said, if something happens to the celestial dragons now, the auction will definitely be interrupted and all attention is here. So the auction house will definitely be undefended. All right, let's go save Cammy. Go for it, big-eared freak. With electricity surging all over him, Enel was about to make a move when he suddenly froze because he heard a familiar voice. It sounded a bit like that rubber kid who defeated him in Skypiea. Crack bang. But before he could react, a violent explosion accompanied by bullets instantly fired, penetrating his body and shooting into the wall behind him. St. Charlo swore that since he was born, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. He must make this bastard wish he was never born. Looking down at Enel, who had bullet holes flickering with lightning, he suddenly smiled. Daring to attack a god? I see you really want to die. You stupid pig. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless bullets exploded out, striking Enel's chest. Bastard. Daring to insult us. Calling himself a god? The dignity of the celestial dragons must not be tarnished. Thunder rumbling, the thunder roared, and dark thunderclouds loomed over the auction house, instantly enveloping everyone in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, the auction house was already empty, and Jinbei rushed forward, grabbing Enel's arm. They're the world nobles. The celestial dragons. If you kill them, it will make things very difficult for the captain. World nobles? What does that matter? I'm a god. Enel arrogantly replied. Jinbei, you being a god is impressive enough. Bang. In an instant, a pillar of lightning surged down, crashing through the roof of the auction house, violently pouring down on the 3 celestial dragons. However, because of Jinbei's words, Enel, recalling the aftermath, still held back and did not kill the 3. In the charred pit, the 3 celestial dragons had already fainted. What a good show to watch old sand pirate laughed. This is the celestial dragons? I really don't understand what use the world government has in raising such a bunch of pigs. Shiryu said disdainfully. Let's go. I heard the Marine Admiral will be here soon. When that happens, we could. However, after Bonnie finished speaking, she noticed that Shiryu, Jinbei, and Old San were not panicking at all, but rather looking at her with teasing eyes. Marine Admiral? Are they strong? Just the captain's underlings. Bonnie. Oh, the Marine Admiral you mentioned? Are they strong? How do they compare to Shiryu? Enel suddenly became interested. Shiryu, although he has the transparent fruit, he still feels a bit intimidated facing the Marine Admiral. The highest combat power of the Marine headquarters, as the transparent fruit doesn't directly enhance his combat power. Forget it. This auction is not going to happen. Let us find a captain. Shiryu shrugged. What about these pigs? Let me handle it. Enel excitedly called out, finding a big bag and stuffing the 3 celestial dragons inside all at once. Then he slung it over his shoulder, happily saying, let's go. I'm going to deliver them to the captain. Everyone. At the bar, Creek Rayleigh, as usual, pushed open the familiar door. But the next second, his smile froze and became stiff. A face that was too familiar. Red-eyed Muling? What are you doing here? Rayleigh exclaimed in surprise. TSK, of course. I came to see you. Old man Muling grabbed a bottle of wine from the bar and threw it at Rayleigh. Thanks. Catching the bottle, Rayleigh drank it in one go. It's been many years since we last met. I've aged, but you still haven't changed. Rayleigh sighed, reminiscing about when he was young, just like Muling. But time has passed, and everyone has aged, yet this guy still looks so young. Haha, that is why they say time is a butcher's knife, Rayleigh. You are the pig. By the way, there was a guy who claimed to be a god, causing a ruckus at the auction house, and seemed to have attacked the celestial dragons. He must be your man, right? Muling was taken aback, then showed a helpless expression. It must be that guy and all. But they're just celestial dragons. If they get killed, so be it. After some small talk, Muling gradually put away his smile, and a terrifying aura burst from within him, directing at Rayleigh. Come on, back in the God Valley battle. My Rock's pirates were defeated. I have nothing to say. But today's battle is inevitable. This is the main purpose of his visit to Rayleigh today. Sigh. Rayleigh sighed heavily, looking helpless. After so many years, why are you still so stubborn? Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, both moved at the same time, rushing out of the bar and into an open area, engaging in battle. I'm just filled with anger. Duong. The dragon's sword smashed heavily against the long knife. Suddenly, waves of shockwaves spread out like ripples, expanding in all directions. Note, brothers, you are too polite, so many gifts. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chapter 30. The Great Battle with Rayleigh Bang. A tremor shook the tiger's mouth, and a powerful force instantly surged from the Yinglong's sword, hitting Rayleigh's entire body. This kid is so strong. Rayleigh's internal energy surged, and a bitter expression appeared on his face as he immediately switched to holding the sword with both hands. Using a strong level of armament hockey to push back Muling, Muling retreated a few steps, and as he withdrew the force of the strike, his feet left 2 long trenches in the ground. Then he stomped down hard, and the ground shattered as his body shot up like a flash of lightning. Whoosh, originally quick, his graceful movement was now enhanced by the power of the storm, causing his speed to multiply several times in an instant. In the next second, he disappeared from Rayleigh's sight. Huh, his speed is also this fast. A smile crept onto Rayleigh's lips. Although Muling was fast, he remained calm, slowly closing his eyes. In the darkness, he could see even more clearly, carefully discerning Muling's position. Clap in the darkness, a pair of shimmering eyes slowly opened. Then, as if rippling on the water's surface, subtle waves quietly spread out. And with each nearly imperceptible footstep, the waves drew closer to those eyes. Rayleigh's smile grew wider. With a powerful observation hockey dominating the scene, those subtle waves were Muling's landing points. At this moment, he had completely captured Muling's movement. Here, in an instant, Rayleigh's eyes widened in fury, and he swung his long knife back in a sweeping arc duong. The long knife collided violently with the Yinglong's sword. A terrifying shockwave immediately pushed both of them back. Good observation hockey. Just from this exchange, Muling realized that Rayleigh's observation and armament hockey were both above his own. No wonder he is Roger's right-hand man. It seems this old guy hasn't been idle for the past 40 years, certainly not as portrayed in the anime. Ting! A clear sword cry erupted from the Yinglong's sword, until the sword tip began to slowly rise horizontally. The next second, Muling's aura changed dramatically, with countless sword energies swirling around him. Then, the sword surged forward like a dragon, as if a sharp sword was charging ahead, slashing out a beautiful sword flower, causing the entire space to start trembling. Whoosh, 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 the sword slashed through the waves, and countless circular ripples appeared at the tip of the Yinglong's sword, while the air it pointed to seemed to split open like a lake. Lingxi one sword, Muling shouted explosively. Sizzle, 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 the mysterious water curtain formed by the sword energy blocked the sword tip, and once the Yinglong's sword pierced through the water curtain, the sword energy instantly surged by more than double. This is the unique feature of the mysterious water curtain. The power of the sword energy increases with the number of water curtains. However, now it was only the intra-level Lingxi one sword, and could only produce one water curtain. Ha, good swordsmanship. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying conqueror's hockey erupted from within him, and a rolling shockwave broke through the ground, rushing towards Muling. Hee, I may not match you in observation or armament hockey, but I want to lose in conqueror's hockey. The blood-red Shura field immediately opened, and countless blood-colored sword energies ruthlessly tore through the shockwave. At this moment, Lingxi one sword was also within striking distance of Rayleigh. Sure enough, your conqueror's hockey is still so strong. Calm and unhurried, Rayleigh tightly gripped the knife handle, and rich sword energy burst forth from the long knife, forming a massive slashing wave. Boom! In an instant, it collided with Lingxi one sword. Rumble, rumble, the earth shattered. Countless trees were uprooted, and layers of earth were lifted, exposing Baudisseau. And Muling, who was blasted away, immediately stabilized his form in midair, with fire wings unfurling behind him. He held the Yinglong sword level with his chest. Extreme flame, heavenly flame slash. As his left hand brushed against the sword body, flames surged violently, shooting up into the sky. An overwhelming, emperor-like presence of flames filled the entire area. Storm, thousand feathers. Sizzle, 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 piercing wind blades shot out from his right hand, swirling up countless flames, ultimately merging into the heavenly flame slash. This old guy is really strong. Rayleigh, who had retreated several steps and finally steadied himself against a massive rock, was about to catch his breath when suddenly cold sweat broke out, and an unstoppable sense of heat-inducing crisis swept over him. Not good. Rayleigh's body instantly turned into an illusion and vanished from the spot. Boom! In an instant, a towering pillar of fire descended straight down, incinerating everything. In an instant, thick smoke rose, and terrifying flames spread across the ground, starting to crumble in layers, while the fearsome sword energy of the heavenly flame slash carved a deep, charred trench into the earth. Puff from the thick smoke, a shadow burst out. It was Rayleigh, his clothes tattered and his right arm burned. This was my favorite piece of clothing. Muling, you little brat, have angered me. Rayleigh, who was usually easygoing, finally felt anger rise within him and immediately raised his knife to slash at Muling. Not fighting anymore. In a flash of light, the Inglong sword disappeared from Muling's hand, and he sat down on the ground, looking into the distance, because he sensed someone was coming. You, Rayleigh, momentarily speechless with anger, wanted to curse but couldn't find the words. This bastard, just when he said he wouldn't fight, his temper was still as stubborn as before. Hey, Captain, Kikik, I finally found you. Captain, I brought you good stuff, Inaru said excitedly, carrying a big bag on his back. Rayleigh, well, I guess this fight isn't going to happen. My clothes are wasted for nothing. No, I need to make that little brat Muling pay me. After a while, what? This is the gift you brought me? Looking at the 3 celestial dragons in the sack, Muling felt a bit confused. Chapter 31. The Hand of Greed Naval Headquarters. Marineford. Bang. Report to Admiral Sengoku. Something happened at Sabati Archipelago. The Navy shouted. Is it another pirate crew trying to enter the New World, causing trouble? But why are they asking me about this? Sengoku frowned, clearly displeased while handling various official duties. No, it's not that, Admiral. It's 3 celestial dragons from the Sabati Archipelago that are in trouble. Sengoku's pen suddenly stopped, and his whole face wrinkled up. It's those idle rich folks again. What happened to them? His tone was filled with helplessness. They were beaten up and then kidnapped. The Navy trembled as they spoke. Those are the descendants who established the world government, the supreme rulers of the entire pirate world. How dare someone lay a hand on them? What? Bang. Sengoku slammed the table, causing all the documents on it to shake. Kidnapped? Who did it? Have you found out yet? He was almost going crazy. The world government had been putting pressure on the naval headquarters recently. The continuous failures of the Demon Slaughter Order. The Marine headquarters' top combat power, Admiral Akainu, losing his left arm, and the confirmed death of Warlord Don Quixote Moria. All of this was because of the Phantom Pirates. The Navy had been suffering continuous defeats at the hands of the Phantom Pirates, leading even the world government to doubt the Navy's strength. Sengoku had been overwhelmed because of this. Report, Admiral, we have found out. Who? It's the Phantom Pirates. After 3 seconds of silence, who taking a deep breath, Sengoku finally suppressed his anger and waved his hand. All right, I got it. Notify Admiral Kizaru to come over. Understood, Admiral. In a short while, Kizaru walked in. What a hassle. Why do I have to fight that guy again? He grimaced, recalling those blood-red eyes, and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This is unavoidable. The safety of the Celestial Dragons is crucial. Kazan is in the New World, and Akainu is busy with that matter. Rubbing his temples, Sengoku helplessly said, Now it's just you left. Kizaru nodded, resigned. Don't worry, this time heading to Sabati Archipelago, you will likely just be going through the motions, perhaps not even getting a chance to strike. Why do you say that? Kizaru asked in surprise. Going through the motions? Slacking off? That's my favorite thing to do. Clap. Sengoku relaxed his body, comfortably lying back in his chair, with a smile on his face that hinted at mystery. Because this mission is destined to fail. I don't believe that those guys with eyes on their foreheads can survive in the hands of Akihito, with a gentle wave of the sword of the Linglong. The next second, the head of Saint Rotsword was sent flying, splattering a large amount of blood. Saint Charlos and his sister Charlie were completely stunned. Looking at the gleaming sword and feeling the hot blood rolling down their faces, both were momentarily paralyzed with fear. Charlie buried her head in her chest, trembling all over. Meanwhile, Saint Charlos was shaking with fat quivering. My father is dead? How is that possible? We're the most noble people in this world, the Celestial Dragons, the rulers of the world. How could someone really dare to kill us? This old man, is truly a stupid pig, daring to scold the captain. Who can argue with that? Let's just kill these two as well. Old Sans said ominously. Ah, father. You, bastard, lowly human, you actually dared to kill my father. Lowly scum, I will kill you. Where's the Navy? Where are the world government agents? I will make you experience the most brutal death penalty in the world. Hiss, 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 2 more sword lights struck, and the heads of St. Charlos and Charlie flew up simultaneously. Gurgle, gurgle, rolling on the ground like soccer balls. Their eyes wide open, unable to close. Using sword energy to shake off the blood remaining on the blade, Muling turned and walked towards the bar. Boring gift. Beep. The host has killed a celestial dragon for the first time. Task reward issued. Beep. Hand of Greed 1. Clatter. The sound of coins scattering echoed in Muling's mind, and then Muling's right hand instantly turned into a jade white color. Hand of Greed. Can randomly steal one ability from the opponent, and the opponent will be unable to use that ability for 10 minutes after stealing it. Note, once per day. Looking at the description of the Hand of Greed, Muling understood roughly. Immediately, stealing, turning one of the opponent's abilities into his own. With a duration of 10 minutes, of course, could only be used once a day. Not bad. Killing this pig man wasn't pointless. It turned out to have some use. Let's find someone to try it out. A sly smile appeared at the corner of Muling's mouth, and his right hand immediately turned jade white, then gently grasped towards Rayleigh. Whoosh! A red light shot out from Rayleigh's body, darting into Muling's hand. Naturally, no one except Muling could see the light. Acquired Cooking Mastery 1. Duration, 10 minutes. Muling. Cooking Mastery? This. Seems a bit off. The legendary right-hand man of the Pirate King, who has killed countless and is known as the Dark King. Rayleigh, actually? TSK. Miss Shockey really knows how to train her husband. Muling smirked, looking at Rayleigh with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Rayleigh? Feeling somewhat offended? Boom! In an instant, explosions erupted, and the entire island was filled with the sounds of shouting and killing. The Navy has arrived. Chapter 32. The Navy arrives. Boom. Golden laser beams shot out from the eyes of the pacifista, exploding in the air. Damn it! Why is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Kuma, here? Kid roared in anger as he watched his subordinates die miserably, but he had no way to deal with the pacifista. Super strong defenses and terrifying laser beams. This is very troublesome. At this moment, the Navy Admiral Kizuru, the captain of the Navy Science Unit, Frankie, and more than a dozen pacifista had all arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. By UBU, 2 more laser beams shot out. Crack, 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 with both hands raised. In an instant, all the metal objects around trembled and then attached themselves to Kid's arms, forming 2 gigantic mechanical steel arms. Don't get entangled with them. Let us run, Kid. The first mate, Killer, shouted while dodging bullets. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light appeared behind Killer. Have you ever been kicked by light? A voice, as terrifying as a demon's whisper, made Killer shudder. The next second, his head was sent flying as if he had crashed into a mountain. Hey, Admiral Kizaru? Kid stammered. Why did the Navy Admiral come so quickly? Oh, this is really troublesome. Kizaru scratched his head, smirking as he looked around. A bounty of 315 million berries for the Pirate Kid. The Magician Hawkins, bounty of 249 million berries. The Navy Trader Drake, bounty of 222 million berries. The DJ Afi, bounty of 190 million berries. The Monk Urki, bounty of 108 million berries. The Killer, bounty of 162 million berries. 06 supernovas, how terrifying. Although he said it was terrifying, Kizaru had a smirk on his face, showing no signs of fear. Everyone. Lightspeed kick. Boom. The Monk Urki didn't even have a chance to react before being kicked by Kizaru, spitting blood. Damn it. Why? The ones who killed the celestial dragons are the Phantom Pirates. Why are you looking for us? Kid roared. However, saying this now seemed a bit childish. Just the next second, Kizaru's eyes glimmered with golden light, and a smile instantly appeared on his lips. Oh, have they already been killed? That's truly, cough cough. Too sad, everyone. Frankie looked at Kizaru with disdain. Although the old man hid it well, the hint of happiness was still caught by him. But that's fine, they are just celestial dragons. If they're killed, so be it. As long as we don't have to fight that pervert red-eyed pastor. Everything can be discussed. Damn it, go die. Roar Hawkins instantly transformed into a straw monster, shooting dark nails toward Kizaru. On the other side, DJ Afi's arm turned into a flute, unleashing a series of sound blasts toward Kizaru. What does it matter if he's an admiral? Drake transformed into a dragon, roaring as he charged forward. At this moment, Kid was secretly pulling Killer to escape. What the hell are we doing fighting? With just us. We can't even withstand one kick from an admiral. In the face of life and death, Kid suddenly felt his mind became much clearer. But just as they had escaped a short distance, bang, Kid suddenly stopped, his eyes dull and filled with despair, his whole body slumping to the ground, staring blankly at the people in front of him. Red-eyed pastor. The phantom pirates. God, why did I have to run into these people? Kid regretted it deeply. If caught by the admiral, he would just be imprisoned in Impel Down. But in the hands of Red-eyed pastor, it was a dead end. Oh, Kid, pastor exclaimed in surprise. After noticing that the Navy had arrived at the Sabadi archipelago, pastor brought everyone over to join the fun. 1. To find a rival for Enel. To take down this guy's arrogance. Ever since leaving Skypiea, apart from a few of his own, he hadn't encountered any strong opponents. So Admiral Kizaru was the best match. 2. Because the Straw Hat crew was about to arrive, enemies meeting is particularly eye-catching. However, Pastor didn't want to clash with the Straw Hats just yet. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid of Monkey D, Luffy, but he never expected to run into this guy Kid here. But it's just right. Why not give him a bit of fate, you were Kid? Bonnie exclaimed. Shiryu. Oh, so this is the number 1 ranked Supernova Kid? Jinbei, he looks pretty weak. Enel, die under the will of God. Crocodile. Kikik, let me kill him. Hissed the sword of the flaming dragon was instantly unsheathed, the cold blade pressed against Kid's neck. Join the Phantom Pirates, or die. Bang. Kid felt as if his heart was smashed by a giant hammer, and he was completely dumbfounded. Join the Phantom Pirates? Invite me? Kid stood up and threw a punch at Pastor. Damn it. Are you insulting me? Join your pirate crew? Absolutely impossible. You can forget it. I'm going to become the king of the... His blood gushed out, and suddenly, Kid felt his body become very light, spinning around. Then he saw his neck, the decapitated neck spurting blood like a fountain. Another flash of the sword. The first mate killer followed in Kid's footsteps. Shaking his head, Pastor seemed very speechless. Because Kid possesses Conqueror's hockey and immense potential, Pastor had planned to recruit him. But if he kills him, so be it. He.S. just a junior. Let us go. Enel, your opponent has arrived. Who? The Navy Admiral. Is he strong? You'll find out if you try. Bang. At this moment on the battlefield, the magician Hawkins, DJ Afy, and Monk Urki were all knocked down to the ground by Kizaru, even with Hawkinstroman as a substitute. He had long run out of substitutes and was spitting blood. Capture them all. With a command from Frankie, Navy soldiers rushed to put sea stone handcuffs on the 3. As for the Navy traitor Drake, he had long since disappeared. Chapter 33, Great War, Hee 3, Supernova Pirates. Old man, now we can report back, right? Jean Tamaru smiled as he looked at the 3 handcuffed individuals. Although he felt that Kizaru had intentionally let Drake go, he didn't ask further. He may look foolish, but he was really stupid. After all, the betrayal of former Navy Captain Drake happened very suddenly, without any signs. The Navy only issued a bounty afterward, without launching any effective pursuit. The depths of the situation were not something Jean Tamaru needed to worry about. Let us go. The evil spirits pirates killed 3 celestial dragons and have fled to the New World. We were stopped by these pirates, and despite our best efforts, we couldn't catch up. Kizaru had already prepared his explanation. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Kizaru. The smile on his face instantly froze. Ah, how troublesome. It's you again, old man. With a familiar voice, Kizaru didn't even need to look to know who was behind him. Who else would dare stand behind him except that old fellow, Akihito Muling? If you deceive the Navy headquarters like this, I will definitely snitch on you, Muling teased. TSK, a pirate wanted by the entire world, actually dares to speak so boldly. Truly shameless. Turning around, Kizaru looked at Muling with disdain. Jean Tamaru, you go ahead and wait for me with the prisoners at the port. Understood, old man. Jean Tamaru glanced at Kizaru with concern, but he knew this wasn't the time to hesitate. Pacifists target the evil spirits pirates. With a wave of his hand, dozens of pacifists suddenly brightened. Countless golden lights aimed at Muling and the others. Then Jean Tamaru left the scene. Muling didn't stop him. Among the 3, only the monk Urki caught his eye. But since they were already captured, it was whatever. A gentle breeze stirred up a bit of sand, and the atmosphere on the battlefield immediately grew tense. Tension filled the air. BU in an instant, 10 pacifists' eyes flashed with golden light, and 20 terrifying laser beams erupted instantly. The scorching beams pierced through the air, producing a series of whooshing sounds, and the smell of burning began to fill the air. Kikik, what terrifying guys. Old Shah's body flickered and immediately transformed into a cloud of yellow sand, dodging the laser beams, then appeared beneath the pacifists. Bang! His right hand slammed heavily on the ground, and immediately, an endless flow of sand power surged into the earth. Corrosive rebirth. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the ground trembled, flying sand and stones erupted as countless cracked boulders exploded amidst the wind and sand. The unsteady pacifists immediately fell to the ground, their lasers veering off course and shooting into the sky. Large amounts of yellow sand sliced through the pacifist skin, revealing the glimmering mechanical parts beneath. It seems that guy, the violent bear, really has been modified. With a cigar in his mouth, Shiryu slowly drew out Reijiki, leaping to dodge the laser attack. He immediately turned back and slashed. Ding! The blood-red sword arc soared into the air, cutting through the air, and instantly struck the pacifist on the head. But the next second, sensing danger from behind, Shiryu quickly twisted his body, spinning in the air to avoid the laser. Zung! Another blade of light slashed toward him from behind. Merman skin. Zung with an intense layer of armament haki covering Jinbei's arms. He crossed them in front of him just as the laser was almost upon him. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying explosion resounded against Jinbei's arms. But he never took a step back, actually blocking the laser attack with sheer force. Lowering his body, Jinbei concealed his right palm at his waist and shouted angrily. Fishman karate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a torrent of water gathered swiftly in Jinbei's right hand, and then he changed his body, appearing beneath the pacifist in just a few breaths. Ultimate technique, ocean flow. Bang! The water sphere in his palm smashed into the pacifist's chest like a cannonball. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering metal erupted, and the water sphere that struck the pacifist's chest exploded, directly piercing through. In the blink of an eye, for pacifists were reduced to scrap metal. Sigh. What a hassle. Kizuru looked helpless, but the next second his expression turned serious, his aura surging. Countless golden lights gathering at his fingertips. Come on. Today, I absolutely won't let you escape. Bayubu, the golden light exploded, a true laser, countless times more powerful than that of the pacifists, instantly shot toward Muling. Muling stood quietly in place, expression unchanged, but he didn't take any defensive posture. You're not dodging? Kizaru exclaimed. Zizi at the critical moment, a bolt of lightning blocked in front of Muling. It was Eneru. Dong! The thunder drum behind him struck heavily, immediately shaking the ground, and the sound of thunder boomed. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Roar. The Thunder Beast formed from lightning exploded from the thunder drum, swallowing 2 laser beams. It then exploded, dissipating into the air. A humble mortal. Your opponent is me. Eneru's cold lightning eyes stared at Kizu. Who are you? Kizaru asked in surprise. I am a god. The Supreme God. In an instant, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Kizaru looked at Eneru with an expression full of weirdness. This big-eared freak must be crazy. Whoosh. In an instant, Kizaru moved, appearing above Eneru's head. His right foot, glowing with golden light, kicked down hard. You dare to fight with a god? Confident, Eneru gripped the gold staff. Armament haki covering the staff and his arms, bracing himself. Bang! Just as the words fell, Eneru was kicked away as if struck hard, rolling on the ground several times. Bastard! I will kill you. Eneru, rising from the rubble, was furious, raising his right hand above his head. In an instant, terrifying lightning power surged within him. Divine punishment. Rumble Chapter 34. Violent Bear. The sky was filled with dark thunderclouds. Silver snakes danced wildly, and countless bolts of lightning coiled within the clouds. Soon after, the silver snakes gathered into a thunder pool, forming a terrifying lightning pillar that struck down towards Kizuru in an instant. Oh, a lightning user. Huh? Yaya, how terrifying. Kizuru shrugged, seemingly indifferent, but the golden light around him grew even stronger. Bastard. D. The mockery on Kizuru's face deeply provoked Enel. Boom! The lightning pillar descended, and Kizuru, engulfed within it, instantly vanished without a trace. Ha ha ha, this is the fate of defying the gods. Enel laughed arrogantly, but inwardly he was secretly using his mind network to probe Kizuru's location. Although he was arrogant, he had heard of the Marine Admiral's reputation and naturally did not believe Kizuru would die under divine punishment. Then a soft chime sounded in his mind, and Enel's mind network detected Kizuru. Behind him, bang! The golden staff immediately spun around, generating waves of thunder, as swift as a lightning dragon, and smashed backwards. Oh, good reaction, but too slow. Bayubiu. Golden light flickered at his fingertips, and 2 laser beams instantly pierced through Enel's right shoulder, causing countless sprays of blood. Bastard! Boom! The golden staff struck heavily against the thunder drum, and a thunderous dragon roar reverberated across the battlefield. 6,000 volts, Thunder Dragon. Roar the thunder transformed into a thunder dragon that burst forth from the thunder drum, opening its massive jaws and clawing at Kizaru. Oh, not bad, Kizaru smiled, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Swish in an instant, countless golden threads shot out from his body, converging between his hands. Ama no Murakumo no Tsuruhi. Immediately, golden light erupted, and a golden longsword was grasped in Kizaru's hand. He swung downwards at the oncoming thunder dragon. Sizzle the thunder was split in 2 by the golden light, and the thunder dragon was also cleaved from its head to its tail. Bastard! How can he be this strong? Enel miscalculated. He had thought Kizaru was on the same level as Shiryu, but who would have thought he was this powerful? However, there was no time for him to think too much. The golden sword energy was already hovering above him, exuding a chilling aura. Clang! The golden staff collided with the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Enel felt as if he had crashed into a small mountain, crashing heavily to the ground. Incredible speed, and the power is terrifying too. Is this the Marine Admiral? Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew, and shockwaves radiated outward like ripples. Instantly, under Kizaru's overwhelming power, Enel found himself in a tough battle. On the other side, having eliminated several pacifist members, the evil spirit pirate crew watched the spectacle with their arms crossed. TSK, TSK, that bastard Enel still can't handle it. How can he retreat? He should be attacking. The gap in strength is astonishing. Why can't his speed keep up? Hee hee hee. Enel is such a fool. Lightning is also at the speed of light, right? Sigh. He really lacks training. While Enel was engaged in battle, he overheard the whispers of the crew and nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. These bastards, they're the ones standing there without feeling any pain. Suddenly, the space rippled, and a tall shadow appeared on the battlefield. Another pacifist? Shiryu exclaimed in surprise. Hee hee. Let me take care of him. Old San said excitedly. No, look at his hands. Hearing Jinbe's exclamation, everyone finally noticed the Bible in Violent Bear's hand and the gloves on both of his hands. Ordinary pacifists don't have such decorations. It's him, the real bear. Bastard, Bonnie said tremblingly, her eyes revealing a mix of hatred and complexity. But in the next moment, it all transformed into a raging fury. Why did you do that? Answer me. Swish Bonnie's hands suddenly glowed brightly, and countless dazzling beams shot towards Violent Bear. Bonnie, how come you? Violent Bear murmured, clearly a bit surprised. However, it was just a moment of distraction. He immediately took off his gloves and swatted the beams away with a single palm. Why? Bastard. Woo. Tears streamed down Bonnie's face as she kept asking why. As expected, her guess was correct. Bonnie's relationship with Violent Bear was not ordinary. But why had this guy come here now? Muling frowned, looking at Violent Bear, unable to understand his intentions. A hint of tenderness flashed in Violent Bear's eyes as he shifted his gaze from Bonnie to Muling. Crimson-eyed Muling. Whoosh in an instant. The flesh balls in Violent Bear's palms squeezed against each other, compressing the air, and he instantly appeared in front of Muling. Arrest. Boom. The huge paw shockwave immediately slammed down towards Muling. TSK, TSK, really starting a fight over a disagreement. Looking at the red shockwave above, Muling remained calm, quickly gathering flames in his right fist, and in an instant, a scorching aura enveloped the entire area. Extreme Flame Fire Fist. Boom, and the fire fist collided with the shockwave. Countless bursts of fire erupted. Thick smoke engulfed the two, and the sound of air being cut through echoed within the dust. Slightly tilting his body, Muling dodged another paw strike from Violent Bear and threw a punch at his chest. But in the next moment, a flesh paw blocked his fist. Puff in an instant. Muling felt as if his fist had hit a mass of cotton, and the next second, an immense force surged through his entire body. The flesh ball fruit that can deflect all attacks is truly monstrous. You all retreat first. In the smoke, Muling and Violent Bear both stepped back. Then the two transformed into phantoms and fiercely engaged in battle in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Firelight burst forth and fists clashed. From a distance, Kizaru let out a slight sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. The world government had always been skeptical about Violent Bear's allegiance, but now it seemed not bad. No, brothers, please support. Over 1,000 requests for updates every day, yet only a few dozen people have clicked on the update videos. If everyone could just send a wave of free gifts and click on the update videos, I'd be very satisfied. Thank you all. Given that I've been updating diligently these past few days, please click a bit. Let's encourage each other. Chapter 35. Space Thunder Metallurgy. ZZ the surging thunder flowed within Enel's body, and then the golden rod in his hand immediately transformed into a sharp golden trident under the influence of the electric current. Duong. In an instant, it clashed with the Tenzin sword. After a brief exchange, the yellow ape's long sword swept forward, knocking the trident away. And another straight sword light slashed towards Enel. The sword light was fast. Knowing he was outmatched, Enel instantly flashed dozens of meters away. Yo, you're still so slow, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shining sword light came rushing at him with his right foot. Crack, the trident shattered into 2 pieces, and Enel was sent flying. Hui spewed mouthfuls of blood, scattering in the air. Bastard, I'm a god. While furious, Enel also felt quite aggrieved. The speed was comparable to his own, and it even seemed to exceed his. The strength was terrifyingly strong. How could such a being be a subordinate of the captain? For a moment, Enel felt he still had a long way to go, and his pride diminished significantly. Oh, dare to be distracted while fighting me? The mocking voice echoed in his ears again. Enraged, Enel spat blood on the spot. Bastard, I will kill you. Rumble. In an instant, thunder surged, and countless thick silver snakes slithered through the clouds. 200 million volts, thunder god. Boom. A massive thunderbolt poured down on Enel's head, drenching him from head to toe. Gradually, a pillar of thunder slowly rose, getting taller and taller. TSK, curling his lips, the yellow ape immediately retreated 100 meters. The terrifying thunder around Enel forced him to temporarily avoid the edge. The next second, a thunder god made of pure electricity, towering several feet high, descended upon the world. Bang, bang, bang. The wrath of the thunder god left corpses for miles. A path of lightning with sparks, accompanied by a massive thunder palm, crashed towards the yellow ape. The yellow ape remained unfazed. A hint of surprise briefly flickered in his lazy eyes, but it was very faint. With a leap, the yellow ape crossed his arms in front of his chest, his whole body shining with golden light, resembling a small sun gazing at the entire scene. 8-foot Xiong Hook Jade. By Ubu. In an instant, countless golden light points shot towards the thunder god like bullets. Enel showed disdain, and his lightning surged again. How could the body of a god be breached by a mere mortal like you? Poo-poo, but Enel never expected the slap in the face to come so quickly. That terrifying thunder palm, upon encountering the light points, immediately shattered and dissipated into electric currents in the air. How is this possible? Enel was horrified. His thunder god body was effortlessly destroyed by these light points? Too weak, the yellow ape said coldly. The next moment, as the light points did not disperse, they crashed into the sea like cannonballs, instantly causing Enel's thunder god body, transformed by lightning, to shatter. Bastard, you dare say I'm weak? Enel's face twisted with rage, his teeth grinding. The yellow ape not only defeated him, but completely crushed his self-esteem. I will kill you. Zung, the sky-splitting sword light, sliced down straight, splitting the bear's shockwave in 2 as it fell into the violent bear's palm. Hiss, 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 the normally placid violent bear instantly changed color. He realized that his meatball ability could not repel this sword light. Want to help the Navy? Do you think you're qualified? Zung, another blood-colored sword light, slashed down directly. The violent bear's expression tightened, knowing he had completely underestimated the strength of this crimson-eyed shepherd. Space transfer. Bang. The meatball in his hand quickly compressed the air, and a series of explosive sounds erupted from between his palms, and the next moment, the violent bear's body disappeared from the spot. 2 blood-red sword energies, having lost their targets, fiercely slashed into the ground, leaving 2 deep grooves. The violent bear's eyelids twitched, feeling a lingering fear. He should consider how to leave here. He just didn't want to raise suspicions with the world government by helping the yellow ape. But seeing the situation, staying any longer might get him in trouble. Oh, what are you thinking? Are you thinking of running away? Whoosh, in an instant, a blood shadow appeared in front of the violent bear. It was the shepherd. How could this be? When? Shocked, the violent bear didn't even notice the shepherd's arrival. Could it be that his speed is faster than mine? Hiss, the blood-colored long sword was slowly drawn out by the shepherd, and a violent aura instantly filled the violent bear's body. Countless voices, like the whispers of demons, echoed in his ears, disturbing his mind, controlling his thoughts one by one. Voices full of temptation imprinted themselves in his heart. What is this thing? Get out! Get out of my head! The violent bear, with his eyes faintly eroded by blood, gritted his teeth and roared like a madman. Oh! The shepherd looked at the sword in his hand, surprised to find that this demon sword also had a mental attack effect. You are a relative of Bonnie. I will not kill you. On the contrary, I will only pity you. A soulless person can only walk the world in this skin. Live on an agony. Ding. The earth-shattering sword cry instantly erupted into Shepard's hand. Whoosh, 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 countless blood-red sword energies formed a vast blood-red sword formation. Demon sword technique. Night parade of 100 demons. In an instant, countless blood-red, ghostly figures erupted from the body of the sword. 100 thin and blurry bodies formed a blood-red tide of ghosts, surging towards the violent bear like a river. Whoa, save me, kill me, I want to eat you, he, kill, I want to eat, I want to kill, he, the ghostly sounds echoed in his ears. And the violent bear's eyes instantly turned blood-red, blankly gazing around, clearly unaware of the impending danger. Zung, zung, zung. The next second, the blood-red ghost tide changed again. From the bodies of the 100 ghosts, strange sword energies erupted, rushing towards the violent bear. Bang! At the critical moment, for some unknown reason, a loud bang erupted from within the violent bear, as if some program had been activated. His blood-red eyes gradually became clear, but it was already too late, because the blood-red sword tide was already within reach. Suddenly, the shepherd frowned, his eyes fixed on behind the violent bear. He had a premonition that something was about to appear. Crack in an instant, dense spatial cracks covered the area behind the violent bear. Then, a pair of huge mechanical arms stretched out from the cracks, grabbing the violent bear's body and dragging him inside. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-red sword tide missed, then dissipated into the air. Note, is it fast enough? Chapter 36. The end. What the hell? Who is this? Punching through the void. Is it really that impressive? Muling was momentarily stunned, looking at the intact space with some confusion. He recalled the scene just now. That mechanical arm that shattered the void. Could it be the Navy scientist, Vegapunk? That guy with a mind that surpasses human intelligence by 500 years. But is he really that strong? Muling couldn't figure out, so he decided not to think too much about it. TSK, TSK. But this pirate world is getting more and more interesting, he retracted Chachi, and the first time using it felt pretty good, quite powerful. Boom. Suddenly, a golden light flashed before Muling's eyes, and then he saw Enel heavily crashing to the ground, covered in blood, looking like a madman. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kizaru, upon seeing the violent bear being rescued, instantly transformed into golden light and disappeared in a few breaths. Muling didn't chase after him. After all, Kizaru's speed was comparable to his own, and he couldn't keep him. Old sand. Hee, isn't it the supreme god? Shilyu. He got beaten up so badly. Jinbei, how pitiful. Muling, I can't imagine that our god could be beaten up this badly. TSK, TSK, TSK. The last sentence was said by Bonnie, feeling that she had to fit in. Enel, damn it, I will definitely kill him. Enel struggled to stand up, shouting angrily. Then work hard to train. Muling said coldly, turning to walk towards the port. Rayleigh should have already coded the Phantom ship. And today, since he had taken the Straw Hats bounty, there would be no 2-year training period. But all of this had nothing to do with Muling. Perhaps his past self would feel regret upon seeing this. But in this life, he only lives for himself. No matter who you are, whether a protagonist or a side character. One day later, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. All right, I understand. Let's leave it at that. Slap. Hanging up the phone, Sengoku slumped weakly in his chair, with a hint of anger on his face. TSK, TSK. A call from the world government? Garp chuckled to himself. Get lost. Don't think about stealing my sunbae. Sengoku looked quite unhappy, snatching the snacks from Garp's hands and finishing them in a few bites. Garp. This time Garp really didn't steal anything. The snacks were his own, but upon recalling the cold sarcasm Sengoku had just received, Garp was not so angry anymore. I told you long ago, if you want to gain freedom, never be in a high position. You didn't listen, and now look at the situation. Sengoku suppressed the impulse to punch Garp and helplessly sat back in his chair. It's fine. The person is already dead, even if it was a celestial dragon. It's just that this guy, the red-eyed Muling, is becoming more and more troublesome. And I've noticed that his phantom pirates are just like back then. Sengoku didn't finish his sentence, as that man's name was considered a taboo in the entire Navy. No way. After experiencing something like that, the red-eyed Muling would never make the same mistake again. Therefore, the hidden danger of the Rocks pirates will never happen again. Garp's voice was initially low, but then he burst into laughter. But even if the Rocks pirates were to reappear, I would crush them with my fists, let alone just as small phantom pirates. Ahaha. Sengoku, I really don't know where this guy gets his confidence. By the way, how's the Akainu situation? Suddenly, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was sitting next to him, asked. Sengoku, it's been successful. It will be announced to the world in a week and publicly executed in half a month. Good. If we can kill the devil's offspring, it will deter countless pirates and strengthen the Navy's credibility among civilians. Akainu has done well this time. Holy Land Mary Ahua. Failed again? Failed. It's so annoying. I really don't want to face that crying old man again. This is unavoidable. His only son and 2 grandsons are dead. Red-eyed Muling, what a pesky little bug. He will die eventually, right? That's right. But let's put him aside for now. Devil's offspring? The new warlords of the sea. That's right. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Dracula Mihawk, Marshal D. Teach, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma. There's actually someone from the D clan? It doesn't matter. Time will pass and take care of everything. That's true. There's a guy in the New World who claims to be Whitebeard too. But will Zephyr do that? It doesn't matter. That's true. Let it be. Boom, instantly. The large conference hall fell into a dead silence again. 1 week later, on the surface of the sea in a certain part of the New World, a seagull delivering newspapers landed on Jinbei's shoulder, flew away with a fish in its beak. Swish, the latest issue of the World Economic Times. Jinbei skillfully shook it, and sure enough, a few brand new bounty notices fell out. Red-eyed Muling, captain of the Phantom Pirates, killed 3 celestial dragons, St. Roswald, St. Charlos, and St. Shalulia, on Sabadi Archipelago a week ago, then escaped the Navy's pursuit. Bounty, 3,200,000,000 berries. Sir Crocodile, member of the Phantom Pirates, formerly one of the warlords of the sea, betrayed the world government, escaped from Impel Down. Bounty, 540,000,000 berries. Sea Hero Jinbei, member of the Phantom Pirates, formerly one of the warlords of the sea, betrayed the world government, escaped from Impel Down. Bounty, 710,000,000 berries. Shilyu of the Rain, member of the Phantom Pirates, former chief warden of Impel Down. Bounty, 920,000,000 berries. Enel, member of the Phantom Pirates. Bounty, 310,000,000 berries. This time, there was no bounty on the bounty notice, so it seems the Navy still doesn't know about her joining. Smiling, Jinbei realized that ever since he joined the Phantom Pirates, his bounty had indeed been rising higher and higher. Setting the bounty notices aside, Jinbei opened the newspaper. In an instant, he was stunned. Oh my god, what is this? A terrified voice echoed from the deck. Note, Ace did escape, but he was recaptured by a certain guy with a filial sword who teamed up with Akainu. So don't question it. Chapter 37. Undercurrents. What's wrong, Jinbei? Are you scared by my high bounty? Ha ha. Shiryu laughed loudly, but stopped after just a couple of chuckles. This is because Jinbei's expression was very grim at that moment. The newspaper said that he's gonna die? Jinbei exclaimed in shock. Boom! Upon hearing this news, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Fire Fist Ace? The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Didn't he escape with us that day? Shiryu questioned. He remembered clearly that day when Captain Muling shattered the prison and fought against Kizaru and Magellan. The Golden Lion took the opportunity to release all the criminals, including Fire Fist Ace who had been captured. That's right. I saw him leave with my own eyes. Old Shaz nodded, looking equally bewildered. Is Fire Fist Ace a Magneto? How would he be captured again? The newspaper didn't say, only mentioning that Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, would be publicly executed at the Navy headquarters Marineford in a week. Jinbei said with sorrow. Before joining the evil Spirit Pirates, he was a close friend of Ace, and they were both captured together. But right now, public execution? That old bastard Whitebeard will never let this go. Old Ches said in a deep voice. TSK, TSK. Looks like there will be a show to watch, Captain. Should we? Jinbei looked at Muling, his tone filled with a hint of expectation. He hoped Muling would nod, and that the evil Spirit Pirates would also go to Marineford to rescue Fire Fist Ace. However, this was undoubtedly putting pressure on Muling. Jinbei felt uncomfortable. Muling remained silent, staring at Ace's face on the newspaper, lost in thought. Damn it, how could he be captured again? Butterfly effect? Is the Marineford War inevitable? The wheels of history roll on, unstoppable? Nonsense. I don't believe in this crap. Otherwise, what use is there for me as a traveler? Ace's life or death has nothing to do with me. The last time I saved him was for the sake of that old man Whitebeard. A cold tone slowly erupted from Muling's mouth. Sure enough, Jinbei's gaze dimmed a little. But, for such a grand event, we must definitely join in the fun set sail. We're going to Whitebeard's base, and we'll sneak into Marineford with them. The target, Decamus Island. Jinbei knew Whitebeard's base. Ace's life or death has nothing to do with Muling. But Muling, already knowing the outcome of the Marineford War, would not just watch Whitebeard die in front of him. Whitebeard, you old bastard, You protected me before, and now it's finally my turn to save your life. TSK, TSK. I really want to see your expression then. A smile crept up the corner of Muling's mouth. Decamus Island, the base of the Whitebeard pirates. This kid is doing pretty well. His bounty is almost catching up to mine. Inside a huge building, Whitebeard sat in a reclining chair, holding Muling's bounty notice. However, when he opened the World Economic Times, the smile vanished from his face, gradually turning into a gloomy expression. Boom! A massive fist slammed into the wall beside him, causing the entire island to tremble. Old man, 1st Division Commander Marco the Phoenix, looked at Whitebeard. We have to save Ace. I will never let those bastards in the Navy get away with this. Damn it, how dare they think about publicly executing Ace? Instantly, upon learning about Ace's situation, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was furious. The Navy? With a cold sneer, Whitebeard's expression was icy enough to drip water. Set sail. Marineford. Save Ace. Bang. A punch shattered the round table in front of him. Whitebeard roared. All right, save Ace. Set sail. Destroy Marineford. Kill all those damn Marines. Bastards. I will never let them go. Krika Island. A black mist enveloped the entire forest, where countless tall figures of the Boiling were fiercely battling, holding swords. At first glance, it seemed nothing unusual, but upon closer inspection, one would find that the swordsmanship of these Boiling was more exquisite than the last. Outside the forest stood a black castle. While opening the newspaper, looking at the cold man in black, his sharp eyes suddenly burst with brilliance. The warlord recruitment notice? Fire Fist, Ace's public execution? Will you come? Whitebeard, I really look forward to fighting you. On a small island in the New World. Mama, a guy in black clothes came to find me. Outside a thatched cottage, a plump man with a long, curved mustache exclaimed. Who? Who is looking for my Weeble? A short, extremely ugly woman came out. Ahem. Are you Edward Weeble? The government agent said in a deep voice. That's right. It's me. Who are you? Weeble looked incredibly honest and spoke very foolishly, but he was a ruthless man with terrifying combat power. The right hand of former Admiral Zifa was cut off by him. I represent the world government to extend an invitation to you as one of the warlords of the sea. What? Warlord of the sea? Weeble's mother, Bakken, exclaimed. Then she started to laugh. After a while, Mama, am I really going to be a warlord of the sea? Bastard, have you forgotten how your mama educated you? You are the descendant of the strongest man in this world. You carry the bloodline of Edward, and no one can be your opponent. But the person to be executed this time is my father's subordinate. No problem. This time you will get to see your father. Do I look a lot like him? We are practically cut from the same mold. I'm really looking forward to it. Agent, although he is an enemy, he still felt that this woman was insulting Whitebeard. It was a bit hard to watch. I better slip away. A week later, at the Navy headquarters Marineford. After saying that, the agent turned into a shadow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Note, thank you very much. And thanks to the brothers for their gifts and for the big healthcare yesterday. Potato is very grateful. Chapter 38, Arrival at Nine Snake Island. Granny Jia. Something big has happened. Something big. Bang. Just as she rushed into the palace, Granny Jia was immediately sent flying out. What is that old hag shouting about? It's so noisy. That despicable snake princess. Not at all respectful to the elderly. After a while, inside the palace, Granny Jia held a newspaper. Her old face clouded with worry. Fire Fist Ace? What does that have to do with me? On the throne, Boa Hancock said lightly. Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Commander Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed in a week. Can't you see this is just a pretext? A name to intimidate all pirates. Moreover, what the Navy really wants to deal with is that man. Who? Boa Sandersonia asked anxiously. The strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate. Granny Jia said in a deep voice. At the same time, I suspect that man will also appear in Marineford. Who is he again? Hancock frowned and glanced at Granny Jia. The red-eyed shepherd, once a member of the Rock's Pirates, now the captain of the evil Spirit Pirates, has been sleeping in Impel Down for 40 years, a man with a bounty of 3,200,000,000 berries. Why? Because he was once the closest companion of Whitebeard, Granny Jia said solemnly, then looked at the woman sitting on the throne. Now that it has come to this, what do you think, Snake Princess? The warlords of the sea summons have already been issued, and the warships heading to the Navy headquarters have been waiting outside the island for a long time. Are you sure you want to go? On the throne, with long black hair down to her waist, dressed in a red snake-patterned cheongsam that wrapped around her hot figure. This woman is one of the warlords of the sea, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. She did not answer Granny Jia's question, but was lost in thought. In her jewel-like, clean eyes, ripples of blue flowed, and on her exquisitely beautiful face, a hint of redness suddenly appeared, her slender willow-like brows slightly furrowed. The Whitebeard pirates are strong, I know that, but the red-eyed shepherd? Is he really that strong? Boa Marigold asked with confusion. Because Nine Snake Island is remote and almost isolated from the outside world, news about the shepherd has not spread here. Very strong, extremely strong. In the Water City incident, 2 Navy admirals were defeated by him, and Admiral Akainu even had an arm chopped off. Even the strongest demon-slaying order created by the world government and the Navy headquarters was utterly defeated. He subdued Crocodile, who was on par with Snake Princess, and easily killed Gecko Moria, also one of the warlords of the sea. And you already know about that incident. 3 world nobles, celestial dragons, died at his hands. Moreover, I speculate that this man did not even use all his power in these battles. Boom! The entire place was shocked. The Boa sisters stared blankly at Granny Jia, unable to believe it. He is that powerful. So what are you thinking, Snake Princess? Hancock said nothing, her willow brows arched, her cherry lips curling up into a beautiful arc, clearly in a good mood. Of course I want to go. He is a benefactor to me and my 2 sisters. I must repay him, while Hancock said gently. After the news of the deaths of the 3 St. Charlos reached 9 Snake Island, although it was a bit late, the Boa sisters still recognized these 3 as one of the celestial dragons who had imprisoned them back then. The Boa sisters have 2 benefactors. One is the Fishman Tiger, who single-handedly climbed the Red Soil continent to the Holy Land Mariehua and released countless civilians imprisoned by the celestial dragons. The second is the Red-Eyed Shepherd. Regardless of the other party's motives, kindness is kindness. It will never just disappear. But if that is the case, what about the world government? Granny Jia's face was filled with worry. Repaying kindness is a good thing, but it also means putting 9 Snake Island against the world government. I don't care about that. I just want to repay kindness. Yes, sister is right. The Red-Eyed Shepherd is our benefactor. We must help him. Exactly. Looking at the stubborn Boa sisters, Granny Jia said nothing more. Being grateful and repaying kindness is not a bad thing. However, since the Great War has not yet come, whether the Red-Eyed Shepherd will appear is still just her speculation. If she estimates incorrectly, Hancock will save herself a lot of trouble. Beep. Does the host wish to start a 5 draw? Confirm. Beep. The host has paid 50 points. Balance is 0. Whoosh, a heavy BGM sounded, and a golden clay pot began to shake violently, gradually covered with cracks. Crack. Spirit level sword technique breaking army, rising dragon strike. Minor achievement 1. Thank you for your patronage 1. Thank you for your patronage 1. Resurrection coin 1. Common level sword technique drawing blade /1. In an instant, 2 streams of warmth surged from his mind, converging in various parts of his body. Suddenly, countless sword lights occupied the shepherd's sea of consciousness. Breaking army, rising dragon strike actually leveled up. Beep. Drawing blade /refinement 1. Beep. Drawing blade /refinement. Beep. Drawing blade /refinement 4. Has been upgraded to void breaking drawing blade / spirit level sword technique. The next refinement time is in 100 days. TSK with refinement. I don't have to worry about points. Resurrection coin. 50 chance of resurrection. Can also lead to death. This thing needs to be used carefully. Open control panel. Supreme Refinement System. Host. Shepherd Bounty. 3,200,000,000 weapon. Ing Long Sword common level. Chea spirit level. Fruit. Extreme Flame 1. Storm 1 body. Common level. Refinement 10. Abilities. Thunderous 8 trigrams 3. Proficient. Lion Sword Dance 2. Proficient. Mutated Conqueror as Hakishura Field 1. Beginner. Armament Hockey. Proficient. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike 1. Minor achievement. Observation Hockey. Beginner. Graceful as a Swallow. Beginner. Void Breaking Drawing Blade / Proficient. Divine Ability. Demon Sword Technique. Spirit Level. Ninjutsu. Fire Release Great Fire Dragon Technique. Spirit Points. 260 System Points. 10 Power. 510 Speed. 420 Defense. 630 Life. 370 Beep. The host purchased Revitalization Pills 5, costing 100 Spirit Points. Looking at the 5 vibrant pills in his hand, the shepherd smiled and shared them with Shiryu and the others. After all, with the Great War approaching, this is also a means of self-preservation. 3 days remain until Fire Fist Ace's public execution, and the members of the evil spirit pirates, under Jinbe's guidance, arrived at Daikamis Island. Bang! Suddenly, a cannonball exploded beside the evil spirit ship. Instantly, it stirred up towering waves. Oh, is that old guy Whitebeard planning something? The shepherd smiled. Chop the bamutin, beats patet bang, bang, bang. As Muling's voice fell, dozens of cannonballs exploded from the opposite sea area and flew towards them. Hey, this old man is serious. Muling was displeased, and with a swift motion, his long sword was drawn, horizontally cutting through the air and intercepting most of the cannonballs mid-flight. The rest were dealt with by Shiryu and Enel. Yet, the sound of cannon fire did not cease. Captain, something feels off. Those guys opposite don't seem to be from the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei squinted, sensing something strange. Not the Whitebeard pirates? Then who could it be? Muling asked in surprise. But soon, he realized who was attacking them. It was the Beast Pirates, led by Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Jia. So, it's Kaido of the Beast? This is getting more interesting, that guy, with the 2 horns, must be Kaido. Just looking at him makes me furious. But why is the Beast Pirates here? Are we late? Has the Whitebeard Pirates already headed to Marineford? The group was discussing among themselves, but Muling suddenly had a realization. He recalled that in the original anime, during the Marineford War, the Red Hair Pirates tried to stop the war, but arrived late, just as it was nearing its end. The reason for that was explained. While the Whitebeard Pirates mobilized to Marineford to save Ace, the Beast Pirates secretly came out to stir trouble. They ambushed the Decamus, which was Whitebeard's stronghold. The reason the Red Hair Pirates were late was precisely to stop Kaido of the Beasts. So now, am I taking on the role of the Red-Haired? TSK. But that's fine. I can meet old friends. In an instant, countless flames swirled with sword energy around the Yinglong's sword, and Muling, with his fiery wings spread behind him, hovered in the air, looking down at the many ships in the distance. Swish with his left hand, lightly brushing against the sword body. The sword energy surged violently, and a blazing fire shot up into the sky. Extreme flame, Emperor's sword. Boom! The sword light fell straight down. In an instant, it split the nearest ship in half, cutting through the sea in the process. The ship's hull shattered, and seawater gushed in. Countless pirates were swept up in it. Who is it? Help! Oh my god! Captain, save me! I'm going to kill you! Who is it? Instantly, many members of the Beast Pirates fell into the water from the shattered ship. Because of Kaido's ideology, he wanted to form a pirate crew entirely composed of devil fruit users. Thus, most of the pirates were artificial devil fruit users. And once they touched the seawater, they became powerless and sank to the bottom. Therefore, Muling's sword resulted in countless casualties. Bastard! Red-eyed Muling, I will slaughter you. Thunderous 8 trigrams ZZ, a bolt of lightning exploded on the deck. Then a massive spike club shattered the remaining sword energy. Though furious, Kaido's mind remained clear, and he immediately ordered his subordinates to steer the ship towards the nearby island. He kill me? It's been 40 years, Kaido. You've not only gotten cocky, but also grown a lot of guts, although we were both part of the Rocks Pirates back then, as a secondary combat force. Muling was not something a mere intern like Kaido could compare to. The reason Kaido later became strong and rose to become one of the 4 emperors was due to Big Mom giving him a Zoan-type fish fruit when they parted. Of course, this also relates to Kaido's talent and diligent training. He managed to cultivate the fish fruit to its current level. All of the above has been confirmed, thanks to the strong survival instinct of a potato. It must have been some mythical beast type, like a dragon carp, but now he dares to find trouble with me. He bring the ship closer. Enel, what are you waiting for? Muling shouted coldly at Enel. Got it, Captain. Boom! In an instant, countless thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and tens of thousands of silver serpents coiled together, continuously releasing lightning. ZZ bathed in lightning. Enel raised one hand to the sky, embodying the essence of a second-rate hero. Boom! The next moment, 3 or 4 thick pillars of lightning struck down, instantly destroying 5 giant ships. Immediately, screams, cries, and calls for help mixed with Kaido's furious roars filled the air. Bastards! Damn spirit pirates! I will kill you! Roar! A flash of fire erupted from the opposing ship, and the first disaster brother, Jin, engulfed in flames, instantly transformed into a toothless wyvern and flew toward Muling and the others. Oh, is this the flame disaster Jin, second only to Kaido in the Beast Pirates? Let me have a go at you. Swish the demon's sword thunderstorm slowly unsheathed, a flash of blood color flickering in Shiryu's eyes. As the saying goes, king against king, general against general. As a vice-level figure of the Beast Pirates, Jin could only be dealt with by Shiryu, even if Old Sand and Enel were dissatisfied. There was no doubt that beneath Muling, Shiryu was the strongest. Bang! The sword light slashed across, but was dodged by Jin with a swift roll in midair. Then, a ball of flame formed in Jin's mouth, which, when spat out, immediately transformed into dozens of fireballs. Though small in size, their power was not diminished at all. Interesting, Shiryu chuckled, and, in an instant, the thunderstorm in his hand transformed into an illusion, flashing countless sword shadows. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of his sword strikes increased, and the sword lights grew more intense. Bang, bang, bang. The sky erupted with loud bangs as the fireballs exploded upon contact with the sword lights. Swish's left hand brushed across the thunderstorm, and fresh red blood corroded the sword body. Instantly, Shiryu's entire presence became eerie, his momentum rising to its peak. Clap, 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 and a few leaps up the mast. At the moment of his leap, blood-red sword energy erupted from his hand, moving at extreme speed. Roar Jin sensed the danger of the sword light and tried to dodge. But he realized it was too late. Damn guy. Boom. Thick flames immediately engulfed his body, resembling a burning sun. The next moment, Jin actually charged toward the sword light with his own body. Boom. A terrifying shockwave instantly spread out, radiating like ripples in all directions. At this moment, most of the beast pirate ships and the spirit ship had already reached the coast. In an instant, tensions rose, and a great battle was imminent. Chapter 40, The Great War Erupts, Red-Eyed Muling. You bastard, you're still alive? Ha ha, just right. Old grudges and new enmities. You will die at my hands today. Bang. A terrifying aura burst forth from Kaido, spreading outward like shockwaves. Then, he stomped heavily on the ground, and his towering body shot toward Muling like a flash of light. Obviously, the previous attack from the evil spirit pirates had already ignited Kaido's rage. TSK, an old friend eager to deliver his own death upon our first meeting? Sigh. Why bother? Don't you know to exchange a few pleasantries? Bang. Dense flames instantly enveloped Muling's right arm, and then dark red flowery hockey spread like fiery patterns. Today will be your end, Kaido. Boom. The two instantly met fist to fist, colliding fiercely. In an instant, the small island trembled, the sea surged, and the ground was covered with cracks like a spider web, bursting open beneath their feet. What est there to say to the dead? Kaido immediately withdrew his fist, then pulled out a spike club from his waist and smashed it down. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying sound of breaking air exploded in Muling's ears, and he saw a flash of light in his hand as a blood-red longsword slowly emerged from its sheath. Demon Sword Chachi. Duong. The sword's blade firmly resisted the spike club, sending sparks flying and causing continuous explosions. After failing his strike, Kaido steadied himself and raised the spike club high over his head, preparing for another heavy blow. Meanwhile, Muling held the Chachi sword with the blade pointing down, gripping the hilt tightly, hiding the sword against his body. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless golden sword energies tainted with blood burst forth from within him. Roar, a massive golden dragon's head appeared above Muling, opening its bloody maw and glaring fiercely at Kaido. Breaking Army Ascendant Dragon Strike, transforming into a golden sword energy rainbow. Muling instantly drew a fine line, and countless sharp sword lights sprayed from the dragon's mouth, piercing directly at Kaido. Bastard. D. Thunderous Bagua. At the same time, the spike club shimmering with thousands of lightning bolts finally came crashing down. In the next second, the two instantly collided. Crack, crack, crack. The terrifying black void fractures instantly shattered, and seawater rushed in from the cracks, the two immense forces causing the small island to begin crumbling along with the void. Breaking Army Ascendant Dragon Strike. Force Charge and Body Enhancement Effect. Forced Uppercut Effect. In the face of rules, all power is a joke. Ha ha. What if you're one of the four emperors? I'm not afraid of you. Amidst the explosion, Muling's roar echoed throughout the entire small island. Kaido's expression changed. He realized the spike club in his hand was slowly rising. He was actually losing in strength to Muling. How is this possible? Swish, the upward thrust of the sword energy mixed with blood instantly slashed upward, leaving a terrifying sword mark across Kaido's chest. Boom! Following the explosion, both Muling and Kaido staggered back. Drip, 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 bright red blood dripped onto the ground, and Kaido stared incredulously at the sword mark. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since he was injured or bled? Bastard. Red-eyed Muling. You've really angered me. Swish, the blood-colored sword energy slashed horizontally, forcing Yin Zai Jin back. At this moment, Lu was bathed in blood energy, looking like a devil, his blood-red eyes fiercely glaring at Yin Zai Jin in the sky. Roar Jin opened his mouth, and instantly, another huge ball of flame shot down. Shirlu neither dodged nor evaded. A giant slash wave erupted from the thunderstorm, splitting the flames in two. But the next moment, as the flames parted, a flaming winged dragon burst forth, its sharp beak piercing toward Shirlu like a blade. Crafty Fetlo. Shirlu smiled, tightening his grip on the sword hilt. Just as the thunderstorm sword was crossing over, boom, the two instantly collided, with a dive down and the winged dragon's overwhelming power in the blink of an eye. Shirlu was sent retreating, his legs carving deep grooves into the ground. Ding! The earth-shattering sound of the sword echoed, and finally, Shirlu stabilized himself with a heavy stomp, locking in a stalemate with Yin Zai Jin. Yin, Zai Jin, is this all you've got? A sinister smile spread across Shirlu's face, causing Yin Zai Jin's heart to tremble. Boom! In an instant, countless blood-colored sword energies exploded from the thunderstorm, drawing out trails of bloodlight, as if a great sword energy formation was enveloping Jin. Yin Zai Jin's expression changed instantly. Swish, 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 the sword light penetrated the flames, leaving bloody marks on the winged dragon's tough skin. Bastard, I'm going to smash your skull to use as a night pot. Looking at the sky, full of sword energy, the winged dragon, enduring the intense pain, flapped its wings, trying to fly into the sky. But Shirlu was unwilling to let him go. Amidst the chaotic sword light, blood spurted out. By the time Yin Zai Jin escaped the sword energy's encirclement and flew into the air, he had already become a blood dragon. The evil spirit pirates, Shirlu of Rain. Good, very good. I'm going to slaughter you. Roar the next moment, accompanied by Jin's furious roar, terrifying flames began to spread from his body, engulfing him completely. Zzz, a bolt of lightning appeared on the battlefield, followed by a lazy voice entering Jack's ears. You are one of the three calamities of the beast pirates, Drought Jack. Bang! The ancient Zoan-type mammoth fruit user Jack, without a second thought, drew two blades and slashed down at the big-eared monster before him. You lowly creature, how dare you attack a god? Damn it! Boom! A thick pillar of lightning instantly descended, crashing down heavily on Jack's head. Chapter 41 Stalemate. Zzz, the dazzling lightning continuously stimulated Jack's body, engulfing him in the lightning. With a golden rod in his hand, transformed into a golden trident under the influence of the lightning, covered in a dark armed color hockey. Bastard! How dare you steal my opponent? A storm suddenly rose, and countless pirates were instantly swept up by the swirling yellow sand. Help! Who will save me? Damn crocodile! That pathetic guy! I will definitely kill you. The merciless sand swept through every pirate's body, and in the next second, that person turned into a dry corpse. Old Sand had a gloomy expression. Although he had killed many people, he was not happy. This time, the beast pirates only had Kaido and the two disasters, Drought and Flame, while the rest were just small fry. Shiryu faced off against Flame Disaster, and Old Sand had nothing to say. But Enel came for Jack. If that's the case, wouldn't it make me look weaker than Enel? Bastard! Enjoy the sensation of sand sweeping across your body. Hoo-hoo, another massive dust storm erupted in Old Sand's palm, stirring up a towering storm, causing another group of pirates to die tragically in the air. TCH, I'm a god. Sneering at Old Sand. In the next second, Enel's expression changed drastically. As the lightning dissipated on the scorched earth, Jack was completely unharmed, looking as if nothing had happened. Is this guy's skin that thick? Enel was completely thrown off. He not painful or itchy, really comfortable. Boom! Damn it! Enel instantly erupted in anger, swinging the golden trident down at Jack. Duong! But Jack firmly blocked it with his dual swords. In an instant, an overwhelming force poured down, and Enel, who was originally on the offensive, immediately fell apart, bending over in a desperate defense. As a mammoth Zoan user, even without transforming, Jack's immense power and impeccable defense were not something ordinary people could withstand. Bang! Lightning burst forth, and Enel immediately retreated, then vanished in a flash of lightning. Bang, bang, bang! Waves of thunder exploded in the air, flashes of lightning flickering around Jack. With an unchanged expression, Jack fixed his gaze on his surroundings, his whole person resembling a human fortress that was easy to defend but hard to attack, always on guard against Enel's assault. Boom! With the first impact, the attack began. Clang, clang, clang. Dual swords slashed out phantoms, violently colliding with the golden trident rushing from all directions. Sparks flew, and the sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the area. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, 100 hits, 1,000 hits. In just half an hour, Enel transformed into lightning, completely went berserk, his eyes cold and ruthless. The sharp trident hammered down on Jack's dual swords repeatedly. Facing such a rapid assault, Jack naturally couldn't fend it all off, but he relied on his brute defense to withstand Enel's storm-like attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spreading beneath Jack's feet. Gradually, a huge pit formed, getting deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, as Enel's frenzied assault continued, white marks appeared on Jack's body. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Finally, Enel was about to break through Jack's defense. A flash of lightning in his eyes. Enel, noticing the abnormality in Jack's body, knew his opportunity had come. Rumble, thunderclouds gathered, transforming into countless thick silver snakes, and in the next second, tens of thousands of silver snakes coalesced in a thunder, crashing down. Gripping the golden trident tightly, Enel leaped into the air, merging with the descending thunder in an instant. Thunderclap explosion. The terrifying roar shook the entire island. The golden trident vanished, completely melted by the frantically infused thunder. Dare to defy the gods. Looking at Enel, who wielded the towering thunder, Drought Jack's expression finally changed. Boom, a thick aura instantly erupted from within him. Gradually, his hair grew longer, and 2 tusks like silver crescent hooks became robust at the corners of his mouth. Bastard, do you think I am who I am? Roared dense fur spread across his body. Powerful limbs stomped heavily on the ground, causing a rumble. Drought Jack's final form, the ancient species mammoth, had appeared. Boom! The blood-colored Shura field exploded instantly, countless blood-red sword auras swirling around Muling, forming a blood-colored sword array. Demon sword technique, 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Suddenly, countless black demons burst forth from the sword aura, coalescing into a tide of blood sword energy, rushing towards Kaido. Thunder. Black-purple thunder erupted from Kaido's mouth, striking against the tide of blood sword energy. But in the next second, a look of disbelief appeared on Kaido's face. The sword energy tide that was shattered by the thunder not only did not dissipate, but transformed into countless beams of blood light, rushing into his body. I've eaten you. Die sink. How could weak you be my opponent? Zung coiling in the air. The dragon-shaped Kaido's eyes instantly turned crimson. The seductive whispers in his ears surged into his mind like a demonic temptation. What is this thing? Who is speaking? Bastard. Crimson-eyed Muling. Do you only have this little trick? Bang, bang, bang. Enduring the discomfort in his heart, Kaido's massive dragon body immediately dove into the thunderclouds, and in an instant, a rich golden flame gathered in his mouth. Burning sea heat breath, roar the next second, accompanied by a dragon's roar. It crashed down like a volcanic eruption from sky, smashing towards Muling. Oh, angry from shame? Zung, zung, zung. The sword energy surged, and in an instant, countless fire dragons erupted from the sword body, swirling around Muling. Waves of flames rippled like the surface of water, suddenly expanding, growing larger until they reached a width of a kilometer. Storm sudden rise. Through the power of the storm instantly unleashed its full firepower. The furious wind that seemed capable of tearing everything apart swept the flames, and the momentum surged to its peak. A flash of light in his hand. The Yinglong sword was gripped in Muling's left hand. Then, as Muling spread his fire wings, flying into the air, he slowly opened his arms to face the cascading flames. Lion's Might Extreme, Flame, Thousand Cuts Valley. Note, brothers, let's go for the free gifts. Chapter 42, Spirits and Monsters Boom. In an instant, the moment the flames and sword energy intersected, a deafening explosion echoed. Then, Muling's body swayed gently and began to spin violently in the air. Whoosh! Countless massive, slashing waves, intent on cleaving the heavens, seemed to split the entire sky apart, rushing towards the clouds. Meanwhile, the dense flames spewed by Kaido had been completely divided by the incoming sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy had already approached 100 Beast Kaido. His pupils suddenly constricted, and Kaido, who was perched in the clouds, was nearly driven mad. Sizzle the giant slashing waves mixed with terrifying flames immediately carved a sword mark on the dragon's body. In an instant, blood gushed forth, flesh rolled. Damn it, is this the old man's ultimate move? No, that is not right. This sword energy? It's even stronger than his. That damn old thing. Does he really think I'm afraid of him? With a fierce sweep of his dragon tail, Kaido shattered dozens of sword lights. Then, as Kaido's form shifted, He smashed through countless slashing waves again. Boom! A dense mass of thunder suddenly condensed, and dark clouds gathered above Kaido's head. Black and purple lightning bolts erupted from the thunderclouds, slicing through the air and darting into Kaido's mouth. Thunderbolt, bagua, like the sound of the apocalypse. A roar shook the heavens and the earth. Zzz, more bolts of lightning rained down, being absorbed into Kaido's mouth. Whoosh, the spherical lightning instantly swelled, growing larger and more imposing. Enel, who was battling Jack, glanced at the sky above. How can this guy also generate electricity? Finally, as the Azure Dragon raised its head, it dove into the clouds, crashing down like a torrential storm. Crack! Accompanied by the dragon's jaws snapping shut, countless cracks spread across the spherical lightning. And in the blink of an eye, it shattered. It transformed into tens of thousands of black lightning bolts, descending upon the world. Ha, crimson-eyed Muling. Now I wonder if he can still survive? Bang, bang, bang. What responded to him were still the endless slashing waves, violently colliding with the falling thunder. In an instant, the entire sky seemed like the surface of a lake, countless rippling shock waves bursting forth, stirring up towering waves. Boom! After releasing the final slashing wave, Muling stopped spinning and looked up at the torrential thunder. A smile crept onto his lips. Interesting. In a flash, he stored the Yinglong sword back in his warehouse. Then, placing his left hand on the Chachi sword, he wiped it fiercely, and the blood color on the Chachi sword's body became even more intense. Ding! As if sensing its master's blood, the Chachi sword happily emitted a series of sword cries. The sword body turned lightly, tracing a long arc in the air. Following that, the blood energy surged, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted from Muling's body. Demon sword technique, spirits, and monsters. Crack, 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 the tip of the sword pointed. Blood energy surged, and the void shattered. The night gradually receded, and the thunder in the clouds dissipated, revealing a blood-red hue, painting the entire world. You, what have you done? Looking at the blood light reflecting above his body, an inexplicable sense of fear filled Kaido's entire being. What is this? Why has this world turned blood-red? Bang! Just as Kaido was filled with suspicion, a blood-colored sword energy erupted from the ground, shattering a bolt of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of blood-colored sword energies shot out together, soaring into the sky, shattering countless bolts of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the ground seemed to boil like a pot of water, with countless blood-colored sword energies breaking through the surface, shooting into the sky. Sizzle, 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 the thunder in the sky vanished without a trace under the impact of the sword energy, as if swept away by a violent wind. Damn it! This sword energy, actually. After trying to see if he could shatter the sword energy, Kaido immediately fled in all directions. However, under the dense sword energy, he still couldn't evade, only trying to avoid vital spots. Whoosh! The sword energy sliced through dragon scales, tearing flesh, and spurting out countless blood. Damn it! That damn crimson-eyed Muling. I will kill you. Kaido was nearly driven mad with rage, but he had no way to counter the blood-colored sword energy. He, who had always considered himself to have super strong defenses, had completely miscalculated today. Below, Muling was already dumbfounded. Wow, this demon sword technique is so powerful. No, this is not swordsmanship. It's clearly a divine power. Hey, where are you running to? Seeing Kaido trying to escape, Muling flapped his fiery wings and instantly transformed into a streak of fire, chasing after him. Extreme Flame, Emperor Sword. The flames surged again, shooting toward the sky. Slice! Sizzle, a small section of the dragon's tail was split in two by the fiery sword energy, falling to the ground. Keek, are you angry? Hilyu grinned maliciously, watching the Inferno Calamity, now transformed into a mass of red flames in the sky, and struck down with another sword light. Sizzle, the sword light sliced into the red flames, but the next second disappeared without a trace. Hilyu frowned, feeling that this mass of flames was somewhat unusual. But so what? Whoosh! Countless sword lights erupted from the thunderstorm, all slicing into the flames, but none were spared, all swallowed by the fire. After a period of silence, the Inferno Calamity within the flames finally ceased its silence. You forced me to do this. Reign of Hilyu, today is your day to die. Ha ha ha! Within the flames, the Inferno Calamity's arrogant laughter echoed. Pretentious, Hilyu said dismissively, but the next second his expression slightly changed. Boom! A pair of wings bathed in flames suddenly flapped, growing countless times larger than before. Then the flames gradually dissipated, revealing the dragon body of the Inferno Calamity, its claws, and its coldly gleaming sharp mouth, all exposed. At this moment, the Inferno Calamity was not only much larger in size, but also had an aura that was countless times stronger than before. The flames burning on its body gave Hilliu an extreme sense of oppression. Roar die. The Inferno Calamity soared through the clouds, instantly diving down like a sharp sword, directly aimed at Hilliu. Note, thank you to all brothers for the gifts. 2 certifications from the great gods are truly appreciated. Additional updates tonight. Chapter 43. The Fearful Kaido Boom. The moment the flame disaster ash fell, the ground trembled, and the entire island shook. Thick smoke and dust immediately rose, engulfing Shiryu and ash. Amidst the smoke, Shiryu lay on the spiderweb-like cracked ground, holding his sword tightly, with 2 giant claws engulfed in flames hovering above him. At the critical moment, the quick-reacting Shiryu did not dodge, but braced himself against the attack of the flame disaster ash with his body. Of course, with that kind of speed, he couldn't have dodged even if he wanted to. Sizzle the burning flames above him continuously stimulated Shiryu's skin, and the smell of burnt hair wafted around. The thunderstorm in his hand felt like a red-hot iron, almost too hot to hold. Crack! Crack! Ash's claws exerted force, and the sharp claws pierced Shiryu's neck, leaving 5 shallow blood marks. Oomph! A trapped beast still fights. Your death is just a matter of time. Ash sneered. His current strength was vastly different from before. With his power having surged several times, he was no longer something Shiryu could deal with. Oh, is that so? Shiryu's voice sounded somewhat strange, but Ash didn't think much of it and continued to apply pressure. Crack! Crack! Instantly, the 2 were locked in a stalemate. A few minutes later, as the dust settled, Ash finally saw Shiryu's face clearly, and his whole body shook as countless impossibilities flashed through his dragon-like eyes. Dark red stripes, like ghostly symbols, were etched on Shiryu's face. His originally blood-red eyes now appeared hazy and eerie. What a bother. I didn't plan for it to be like this. Shiryu's voice revealed a sense of helplessness. Bastard, what are you talking about? Boom! Ash's body shook, and the flames instantly became even more turbulent. However, the claws that were firmly pinning Shiryu down could no longer move down by even a fraction. Moreover, Ash faintly felt that he was starting to float upward. Do you know why I was imprisoned and impelled down? Bastard, are you underestimating me? Ash yelled frantically, as he discovered that facing Shiryu at this moment filled him with a trace of fear. No, this is impossible. He is just a small fry with decent sword skills. Because I killed prisoners, I was locked up in the 6th level of the Infinite Prison by Magellan. Shiryu ignored Ash's furious roar and continued speaking. The dark red blood stripes on his face became increasingly pronounced. Actually, I didn't want to kill those prisoners, but I can't control the killing intent within me. Boom! In an instant, a large amount of blood-red, demonic aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly pushing Ash away. Bastard, you vile creature, are you seeking death? Ash, propelled into the air by the demonic aura, couldn't help but roar, while a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Sizzle in an instant, as Ash's words fell, he felt a flash of red in front of his eyes, and he didn't even see how Shiryu struck. Then, his right arm began to throb with excruciating pain. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the blood-colored thunderstorm continuously sliced through Ash's right wing bones, creating a deep blood groove. Ash cried out in agony. This sword was no different from having his right wing severed. Without the support of his right wing, he immediately fell to the ground. Now you can't fly, can you? The devilish Shiryu walked toward Ash with a sinister smile. Extreme flame, heavenly flame slash. Swish! Another sword light fell, shattering countless dragon scales. Bastard red-eyed Muling, you've really angered me. I will kill you, do you believe it? Kaido shouted while fleeing. What a disgrace. When have I, as one of the 4 emperors, ever been treated like this? Believe it. 1,000 times believe it. But why are you running away? Come here and let me kill you. Muling teased, following closely behind Kaido. Oomph. Today I'm not feeling well. Otherwise, you would have been a corpse by now. Kaido was so angry he almost spat blood. But he had no choice. After a few simple exchanges, he realized he was definitely no match for Muling. If he continued to fight, he would truly die. TSK, it's been so many years, and your skin has gotten quite thick. Nonsense. I call this assessing the situation. Zing, zing. Muling maintained his speed, and countless sword energies instantly burst forth from the Shachi's sword, bombarding Kaido. Since you want to fight, then die. Boom. The sword light fell, and a large amount of blood erupted from Kaido's body. At this moment, Muling extended his right hand, which had already turned to jade white, and lightly swept it toward Kaido. Beep. Host Visual Plunder 1. Whoosh in an instant. A stream of light flew out from Kaido's body, tightly grasped in Muling's hand. Buffed Muling almost laughed out loud. Vision? Does this mean that Kaido is blind now? I can't see. Bastard. What happened to my eyes? Muling, did you do this? Despite the shock of losing his vision, Kaido's speed did not decrease at all. Not bad. Your mind is quite clear. A cold smile appeared on Muling's lips. Although Kaido reacted quickly, that moment of distraction was enough. In a battle of experts, even the slightest opportunity counts. Demon Sword Technique, Blood Sea Fury. Rumble holding Shachi, Muling swung heavily. In an instant, a blood-colored river was forcefully unleashed. Above the blood river, countless ghostly figures were trapped and unable to escape. The sounds of crying, screams, and confessions echoed continuously. Bastard, what did you do? What sound? Who's speaking? What happened to my ears? The eerie sounds echoed in Kaido's ears, leaving him in a panic, not knowing what was happening. He just rest easy and go. On this day next year, it will be your death anniversary. Oh, sorry, but I doubt anyone would come to your grave. Boom. Just as the blood river was about to reach Kaido's body, a towering sword light shot up, splitting the blood sea in two. Please, everyone, give me some face. Can we stop? Chapter 44. Why don't you join the Navy with all this management? Rain Shiryu, I will kill you. Enraged like a blood dragon, the blaze of calamity, surrounded by dripping sword marks, was completely furious. Within just half an hour, hundreds and thousands of sword lights erupted from the thunderstorm, all striking him. Yet Shiryu did not kill him, only to enjoy the thrill of destruction. An utter humiliation. When has he, the eldest of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates, ever suffered such abuse? Today, even if I die, I will take you down with me. Bang, bang, bang. Huge claws continuously stomped on the ground, charging towards Shiryu. Crack. The sound of bullets being chambered. In an instant, a wave of suffocating fear washed over Blaze. Don't move, Blaze. A cold voice made Blaze realize that he didn't know when Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, had appeared behind him. The dart gun barrel gleamed with a cold light, aimed directly at him. Ben Beckman, red-haired pirates, even you want to deal with me? Damn you. I will kill all of you. Blaze completely went mad. How could he be threatened by two people in one day? Who do you think I am? Bang. Just as Blaze took his first step, the bullet wrapped in flowing cherry blossom haki shot out instantly. Blood sprayed, and the bullet pierced through his chest. Blaze also came to a halt. The world before him grew darker, and Blaze weakly glanced at Beckman before heavily falling to the ground. But he did not die. Oh, New World Yonko. Ben Beckman of the Red Hair Pirates? You. Why are you here? Shiryu asked strangely. Just to stop the war, Beckman said coldly. But the gun in his hand never relaxed its vigilance against Shiryu. Although he appeared calm on the surface, a storm had already risen in his heart. The eldest of the three calamities, Blaze, was actually defeated by Rain Shiryu, a terrifying power. It seems that the strength of the Phantom Pirates needs to be reassessed. Do as you please. Shiryu waved his hand. Although he had defeated Blaze in the recent battle, it was extremely difficult. He needed a rest now. The sword energy of the blood sea and rage was instantly split in two and then gradually dissipated. Oh, isn't this Shanks? You've grown up. Looking at the man on the ground, Muling teased. The person was none other than Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, one of the Yonko in the New World, and a former intern of the Pirate King Roger's crew. Grown up? Shanks looked at Muling's face, which was much younger than his, and twitched his mouth. Memories of being ruthlessly beaten by Muling began to resurface in his mind. This old guy, how can he still be so strong at this age? It's been a long time, Akihito Muling. Shanks smiled. Whoosh, a flash of light in his hand. The 10-minute effect had passed, and Kaido's vision returned. I can see again. You are. Red-haired Shanks? Why are you here? Kaido exclaimed. Oh, is this how you talk to your lifesaver? Bastard. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm here not for anything else, just to stop you two from continuing this endless battle. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying sword energy erupted from Shanks' body, soaring into the sky. Suddenly, everyone understood the red-haired pirate's intention for coming here, but Muling was not pleased. Stop this war? Who are you? Is the ability of the face fruit so impressive? It's been years since we last met. Shanks, you've become quite bold. Muling mocked. Not to mention bold, but the situation is critical. the Whitebeard pirates have already gone to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. If you two continue fighting and cause unnecessary internal strife, it will definitely affect the current situation, giving the Navy an opportunity, plunging the entire sea into crisis. At that time, the balance of the entire world will be completely disrupted. Shanks remained expressionless and calmly said. At this moment, everyone on the island also stopped fighting, dividing into 3 opposing factions. Inaru also arrived. Having fought with Jack the Drought, he looked slightly pale and somewhat exhausted, but otherwise unharmed. Muling chuckled inwardly. Inaru fighting Jack was undoubtedly one of them, putting in effort while the other desperately held on. You can't hurt me, and I can't hit you. Just a peaceful development without lines. Hee the balance of the world? Muling sneered. But how does that concern me? Why should I maintain the world balance? Why should I give you, Shanks, any face? Just because your face is big? Boom. Muling's words were like a heavy hammer, striking hard in everyone's hearts. Shanks' expression tightened, staring intently at Muling. Although he had long anticipated that Akihito Muling would not compromise, he had not expected it to be so intense. Crack! The moment Beckman chambered the bullet, Inaru's golden rod flashed with lightning. Want me the nice guy? Then why don't you join the Navy? The Revolutionary Army? Why be a pirate? But then again, since you were already a pirate, why meddle so much? Moreover, can you even manage this? Boom! The next moment, blood energy surged, and a terrifying conqueror's hockey battlefield instantly erupted from Muling's body. In an instant, everyone present felt a tremendous pressure crashing down on their shoulders. So you want to fight? Shanks slowly drew his famous sword griffin, his gaze fixed on Muling. Chapter 45. The Great Battle with Shanks. Actually, in his previous life, Muling had a pretty good impression of the character red-haired Shanks while watching the anime. He instilled belief in Luffy and paid the price of an arm to let the seed of piracy take root in Luffy's heart. As Luffy's guide, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, and a former intern of the Roger Pirates, these undoubtedly made him very popular. However, as time went on, Muling became somewhat confused by a series of Shanks' flamboyant actions. He made a grand meeting with Whitebeard, stopped Ace from contacting Blackbeard, and then, during the Marineford War, prevented the Navy from continuing to pursue the dying Whitebeard pirates. In the later stages, he even secretly met with the 5 elders, the highest rulers of the world government. At Mary Geos all by himself? No other pirate would go this far. A tool? A busybody? Why is he everywhere? So much nonsense. If you want to fight, just fight. I'm leaving first. Roar Kaido transformed into a dragon and swept up the injured Jin, soaring into the sky in an instant. As for the other members of the Beast Pirates, upon seeing their captain flee, they immediately turned and left. Neither the evil spirit pirates nor the red-haired pirates stopped them. A single move could trigger a chain reaction, and perhaps just as they made their move, a backstab would come flying in. Ignoring Kaido, Muling had already lost interest in him. If he wants to run, let him. He could be killed another day. Then let's fight. Swoosh the demon's sword Chachi slowly unsheathed, and a strange aura began to spread within Muling instantly. Everyone's expressions tightened. The atmosphere on the battlefield turned icy to the extreme. I hope that after today's battle, you can change this meddlesome habit of yours. Bang! The ground trembled as Muling, holding Chachi, charged toward Shanks like a sword. Don't intervene! Shanks shouted loudly, his entire body brimming with sword energy. The sound of swords ringing out shook the heavens. He came to stop the war, not to be enemies with the evil spirit pirates. Duong. In an instant, the 2 swords clashed, and a wave of terrifying shock waves instantly spread out. Sparks flew as the 2 powerful sword energies continued to collide and tear apart. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing erupted repeatedly. After unleashing a sword energy, Shanks immediately retreated, and then his entire being transformed into an illusion. Just as he was about to approach, Muling whoosh, the dark red flowing cherry aura enveloped his right arm, and in an instant, his momentum changed drastically. Zing! The soaring sword light shot toward the sky, piercing through the clouds. With a leap, he slashed at Muling Extreme Flame. Emperor! Boom! Flames erupted. Countless fire dragons coiled around the sword body, and at the same time, an aura of blood and slaughter surged around, an invisible oppressive force crashing down on Shanks' head. Instantly, the sword light in Shanks' hand weakened slightly. In the next second, the 2 swords crossed, their energies colliding, and black ripples exploded from around them. Are you really insisting on doing this? There is no need for us to battle. Amidst the roaring sounds, Shanks' furious shout echoed. I really don't understand you. Ace is about to be executed, and you still have time to meddle? Others may not know Fire Fist Ace's identity, but I think you should know. TSK, what a heartless person. Boom! In an instant, Muling, holding the sword with one hand, trembled, unleashing the full power of his body strengthened through 10 times of spirit refining. I will absolutely not give up on Captain Roger's bloodline. As for you, no. This power? Shank's expression changed drastically. Crack, crack, crack. The famous sword griffin let out mournful cries, and under Muling's overwhelming strength, Shanks was gradually forced back. 1 step, 2 steps, bang. After unleashing the final sword energy, Shanks was immediately sent flying, rolling several dozen times before crashing into a mountainside, finally coming to a stop. Captain, someone from the red-haired pirates exclaimed. Don't worry, don't underestimate him, Ben Beckman said solemnly. But this red-eyed Muling is truly absurdly strong. Beckman observed clearly that in that last attack, Shanks not only lost to Muling in strength, but also fell slightly short in swordsmanship. Moreover, Beckman's expression darkened. He felt that Muling hadn't even used his full strength. Furthermore, the aura of his Conqueror's Haki was quite strange. Shanks' Conqueror's Haki was the strongest he had ever seen. But at this moment, Muling's Conqueror's Haki in the slaughter field was not weaker than Shanks. Your Conqueror's Haki has become stronger, Shanks said, dusting himself off. It's still not too late to admit defeat now. I can spare your life. Oomph. You're being too arrogant. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying might exploded from Shanks' body. Whoosh, the black aura of Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire area, and immediately, everyone present felt a weight on their hearts, as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. However, when this aura of Conqueror's Haki rushed toward Muling, the blood-red slaughter field immediately launched the most violent counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions, roars, and tearing filled the air with the sounds of the strongest collisions. Everyone covered their ears, not daring to look directly. Bang! After a violent explosion, the two auras of Conqueror's Haki dissipated simultaneously. Then the two engaged in close combat once again. Clang, clang, clang. The sword lights crisscrossed, sword energy filled the air, and dense sword marks covered the ground. Countless trees were destroyed, the earth shattered, and the entire island was completely split in two by the battle between the two. Puff after withstanding Muling's downward slash. Shanks spat out blood, gradually showing signs of physical exhaustion. Whoosh, with fiery wings unfurled, Muling soared into the sky, his blood-red eyes coldly gazing at the red-haired pirates. I still have to hurry to Marineford to save an old guy. If you can take this sword from me, today, I will let you go. Ting, ting, ting. In an instant, the sound of swords ringing out echoed through the heavens, and then within 100 miles, a terrifying blood aura began to spread. The Chachi sword was raised high above Muling's head, and his aura gradually reached its peak. Demon sword technique, blood rain, devouring soul. Note, thank you for the gifts. Brothers. Chapter 46. Heading to Marineford. Boom. The blood river stretches across the 9 heavens, waterfalls hanging from cliffs. With a swing of the sword, a streak formed from countless evil thoughts converges into a blood river, slashed into the air by Muling. Bang, bang, bang. The intense explosion reverberates, breaking open the clouds and creating a huge hole in the sky. Then, the blood river ascends to a peak before it suddenly cascades down like a waterfall. Immediately after, Muling flicks his fingers, sending a sword energy into the blood river. Boom! In an instant, the blood river explodes and countless evil beings fly out, transforming into a sky full of blood-red sword energy. Suddenly, the night vanishes, replaced by a sea of blood red. Eat them. Kill them all, wipe them out. The scent of blood is driving me wild. Let me take a bite, just a bite. Let me drain your blood. Swish, swish, swish. The evil thoughts pour down like rain, sharp beaks and blood-red claws tearing at the members of the red-hair pirates. Is it raining? Jesus looks at the sword energy like raindrops and reaches out to touch them. Sizzle, a blood light tears through his arm, causing blood flowers to bloom. Heavens! What? What is this? Jesus bu'ikaims. This rain is gnawing at my flesh and blood. A demon. The red-eyed Muling is a demon. Monsters. A sky full of monsters. What on earth is this? Sword energy. This is actually sword energy? Armament Haki. Everyone quickly use armament Haki to defend. In an instant, the red-hair pirates are in chaos. Screams, roars, and Shanks' tense howls fill the air. Let us go. Muling turns his body and heads towards the ghost ship. What about the red-haired pirates? Jinbi asks in confusion. Don't worry about them. If they can't withstand this move, they'll die. If they hold on, as promised, I will let them go. Muling says solemnly. So what are we doing now? Bonnie speaks timidly, still frightened by Muling's previous sword strike. She had known her captain was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. The four emperors of the New World, the immortal beast Kaido, is being hunted at will. Shanks, also a fellow emperor, is struggling under his sword. Looking out at the distant sea, Muling smiles. Marineford. Marine headquarters. Marineford. At this moment, there are only 2 days left until Port Gasti, Ace's public execution. Bang! Report to the Admiral. Something big has happened. A hurried Marine bursts in loudly. Wow, in an instant, countless sharp gazes turn towards a Marine. Suddenly, the Marine feels an overwhelming pressure crushing down on his shoulders. His legs go weak and cold sweat pours down. In the conference room, the highest-ranking leaders of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku, Admirals Akainu, Akiji Kazuru, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Admiral Candidate Momonosuke, and many other rear admirals like Fire Fist, Ghost Spider, and Mole are gathered. All the senior officers of the Marine headquarters are sitting around a round table, their expressions heavy as if discussing something. What is going on in such a panic? Sengoku says with dissatisfaction. There have been too many recent events, and the public execution of Port Gasti, Ace, is approaching, at which point the eyes of the entire world will be on the Marines. When all the pirates learn that Ace is the only bloodline of the pirate king Gold, Roger, it will definitely have a significant deterrent effect. However, news from the New World indicates that one of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, has already left Deimos. What their intentions are, it goes without saying. Moreover, in the past 2 days, several warlords of the sea have been causing a ruckus. All of them are unruly characters, especially that guy named Edward Weevil, who keeps shouting about finding his father. This has been giving Sengoku a headache. He really doesn't want to hear any more bad news. In the New World, Deimos Island, the Ghost Pirates and the Beast Pirates are at war. The Red Hair Pirates have also joined in. Boom! Everyone's hearts tremble in unison. 2 four Emperor pirate crews, plus a character who is no less than the 4 emperors. How did these 3 get into a fight? After a moment. So, Kaido of the Beast Pirates wants to take advantage of Whitebeard leaving Deimos Island to launch a surprise attack on the Whitebeard Pirates base. Ghost Spider says solemnly. Mole, however, he never expected that the red-eyed Muling would have the same idea. Vice Admiral Fire Fist. The 2 of them clashed and got into a big fight. Momonosuke, but neither of them anticipated that the red-haired pirates would come out to stop them. Vice Admiral Tsuru. It's hard to say. According to previous data, the relationship between Muling and Whitebeard should be quite good. Then what is he doing on Deimos Island? Perhaps he intends to rescue Port Gasti, Ace together with Whitebeard, who in an instant, the scene falls silent. 1 Whitebeard pirates is already enough to give the Marines a headache. And now there's an incredibly powerful Ghost Pirates added to the mix. By the way, what's the situation of the battle? Garp suddenly speaks up. Report to Vice Admiral Garp. The Beast Pirates suffered heavy casualties. One of the calamities, the Flame Calamity, is on the verge of death. And Kaido has been injured by the red-eyed Muling. As for the red-haired pirates, there were no casualties, but everyone suffered minor injuries. As for the Ghost Pirates, it has been observed that there were no casualties, and they have now left Deimos Island. Based on the course of their route, their destination is Marineford. Alright, this is solid evidence. Everyone's expressions remain unchanged, clearly already mentally prepared. Everyone, in 2 days, the Marine headquarters will face an unprecedented war. We must not let our guard down, and also, pay attention to patrols in the surrounding seas. We must not let any pirates take advantage of the chaos. This task will be left to Momonosuke. Sengoku says solemnly. Momonosuke nods, but her mind is recalling the last battle with the red-eyed Muling. Are we going to meet again? This time, I will not let you go. By the way, has Zephyr already left? A trace of sadness flashes in Sengoku's eyes, and his voice is low. Yes, old Zephyr. He is now in the New World, and the intelligence just came in yesterday. Akiji says quietly. Former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Because of Edward Weevil, who has just become the new warlord of the sea. Zephyr has defected from the Marine headquarters. Well, perhaps many of you present have received his guidance, as you are all his students. But what I want to say is, the current Zephyr is no longer a Marine. He is the enemy of justice, the enemy of the Marines. We must not show any mercy. In the vast conference room, Sengoku's voice echoes far and wide. Chapter 47. Black Arm Zephyr. One day later, in a certain sea area of the New World, the ghost ship, rapidly heading towards Marineford, was cutting through the heavy waves, sailing into the distance. Beep. The host has defeated one of the 4 emperors of the New World for the first time. Task reward issued. Mastery level observation, Haki 1. Boom. In an instant, Muling's body shook, and a continuous stream of warmth surged into his mind. A flash of golden light appeared before his eyes, and Muling felt as if he could clearly see everyone on the ghost ship. It was as if he had a monitoring system installed in his head. At that moment, every person's actions were imprinted in front of him. Meanwhile, a series of blurry images unexpectedly surged into his mind. With a smirk, Muling realized that these sudden images were actually a form of foresight about the future granted by his powerful observation Haki. Intra-level observation Haki was similar to Enel's heart network, allowing one to sense surrounding things. However, Enel geniusly expanded it using radio waves. Mastery-level observation Haki, like Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates, could predict a portion of the short-term future. That's right. I really appreciate this reward. Keep up the good work, system. TCH. The system indicated that it did not want to respond to Muling. After a simple lunch, everyone sat together. Captain, in a day and a half, we should be able to reach Marineford. The helmsman Jinbei pondered for a moment and spoke solemnly. Keek, we're almost there. My demon sword is getting impatient. Oomph. Finally, I can kill to my heart's content. I really want to see the expressions on their faces when they see us, Old Sand sneered. During the previous battle with the Beast Pirates, he felt like he was just a spectator, dealing only with some small fry. He, who was always arrogant, could no longer endure it. Bonnie looked at everyone and said nothing, sobbing, I'm the weakest and have no right to speak. Get ready. A fierce battle is coming soon, Muling said coldly. According to the anime, the strong characters that appeared during Marineford War were only those few. However, Muling was worried that his appearance might cause a butterfly effect, leading to some unknown outcomes. Although he was not afraid, it would be troublesome. Don't worry, Captain. I've been prepared for a long time. Enel said confidently. Did you not notice your own problems during the previous battle with Drought Jack? Muling chided. In an instant, Enel lowered his head and fell silent. Shiryu. Keek, that was simply like scratching an itch, Old Sand. It's not just scratching an itch. Enel is a god. It's more like a massage. Enel, you 2 bastards. The pills I sent you must be kept safe. They're truly life-saving things. Also, after we arrive, Bonnie, you need to be careful. Although you have many secrets, I don't want to ask too much. But since you are the weakest, just pay attention to your safety. Bonnie nodded and then grabbed a rough leg of lamb nearby and began to eat heartily. Sob. Don't worry, Captain. I know, I'll just hide far away and watch you fight. Muling, from what you're saying, do you want to just eat and wait to die? After this battle, Shiryu, you will train Bonnie, and as for Enel, I will personally train you. Bonnie and Enel's faces instantly darkened. Night. After everyone had fallen asleep, only Jinbei sat alone on the lookout, staring intently at the sea surface. Although he appeared calm, Jinbei was still very nervous. No other reason, Ace and Whitebeard held very important places in his heart. Ace and Dad will definitely be fine, Jinbei murmured. Whoosh, suddenly, a white light swept over Jinbei's head. An enemy? The moment he saw the white light, Jinbei knew that there was definitely an enemy ship patrolling the opposite sea area. Bang! The next second, a dark cannonball exploded beside the ghost ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh immediately. The sea surged, and the ship shook. A few breaths later, Muling and the others had already appeared on the deck. Who on the dark sea surface? A giant Navy warship was swaying and stopping in the sea. You 2, having betrayed the decaying Navy, do you ever regret following me? A cold voice spoke, belonging to a tall old man with purple hair. It was none other than the former Navy Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. At this moment, he was gazing at the distant ghost ship, his expression complex, with a single-minded willingness to follow my teacher. I feel the same way, Teacher Z, is my lifelong goal to follow. A man and a woman beside, Zephyr spoke firmly. They were the former Navy officers and also Zephyr's disciples, Ein and Binz. He with a light chuckle. Looking at the Navy warship beneath him, a bitter smile appeared on Zephyr's resolute face. Navy? Pirates? Just 2 sides of the same coin. The brutal pirates rampaged across the sea, and the last words of Pirate King Roger caused countless civilians to lose their families and become displaced. But what have the incompetent Navy and the corrupt world government done? Aside from turning a blind eye, they have done nothing effective. The 7 warlords of the sea? A pirate is still a pirate. Even if they have a government flag plastered on their face, it doesn't change their inherently brutal nature. Ignoring the heavy cries of the civilians and the rampant tyranny of the pirates, the name of the Navy, they are unworthy. The world government, the highest ruler of the entire world, maintaining world stability and peace. Nonsense. Bang. The hard metallic mechanical right arm slammed heavily against the railing, producing a series of muffled sounds. Teacher, take care of your health. Ein said worriedly. Yes, teacher. Zephyr did not speak. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his eyes fixed on the sky ahead. Whoosh, a ball of fire illuminated the night, and like a small sun, Muling instantly flew above the Navy warship, looking down at the three beneath him. Yo, I was wondering who had the guts to attack my ship. So it's you, Zephyr. TSK. Long time no see, boom. In an instant, Ein and Binge trembled all over. Under the black robe, that handsome face looked so familiar. A pair of flaming wings behind him emitted endless heat, and even the air carried a hint of a burnt smell. The two recognized Muling. Recognizing the face they had only seen on the wanted poster. You are that. Captain of the Ghost Pirates. Red-eyed Muling with a bounty of 3,020,000,000 berries? Chapter 48. Massacre with his own strength. He escaped from the infamous underwater prison known for its impenetrable defenses, then fought against a Marine admiral, destroyed the Demon Slayer Order, and killed Moonlight Moria. Although he has not received the title of Emperor, he is truly deserving of it. Why would such a person appear here? Suddenly, Ein's body trembled, and fear flickered in her eyes. It was a deep-seated fear that was beyond her will. So it's you. Long time no see. The moment Zephyr saw Muling, he was slightly surprised. But soon, his expression turned neutral. An old acquaintance. Back in the day, as the Marine admiral known as Blackarm, he had fought this guy many times. Although he had heard of him for a long time, seeing Muling's young and handsome face, Zephyr couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Time waits for no one. This old fool hasn't changed at all. So, how is it? Have you betrayed the Marines? Want to join my evil spirit pirates? Muling teased. Upon seeing the inverted Marine emblem on the gigantic sail behind Zephyr, along with a golden sword piercing through the pirate skull symbol, Muling understood everything. The Inyo Marines. After Zephyr's defection from Marine headquarters, a new powerful organization was formed. They had destroyed countless pirate crews and had once driven the Straw Hats to the brink of despair. Moreover, Zephyr, although not a devil fruit user, was like Garp, relying solely on his fists to dominate the world. He instilled fear with his overwhelming haki. As Zephyr sneered and shot Muling a disdainful glance. There's no need for such nonsense. You don't even believe it yourself. TSK. As expected, you are still the same. Since we can't come to an agreement, I'm sorry, but I can only kill you. Shrugging, Muling had long anticipated this outcome. Zephyr, whose entire family, including dozens of students, had been brutally killed by pirates, already harbored a deep-seated hatred for all pirates. Bastard. Red-eyed Muling, don't be too arrogant. Yes, you despicable pirates will pay the price. Ein and Bin chimed in, glaring at Muling as if performing a comedy act. Boom! In an instant, Muling's figure shifted. He was standing in the air one moment. In the next second, he appeared on the warship. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Yinglong sword was instantly unsheathed, and countless exquisite sword lights erupted on the deck like sharp blades. Flourish! The flourishing fruit user Bin shouted, and the tree behind Muling suddenly burst forth with streams of green light. The leaves became dense, as if injected with steroids, and the originally small branches gradually thickened. Swoosh, 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 the thick branches, like pythons, quickly wrapped around Muling's body, climbing upwards and constricting his neck tighter and tighter, trying to strangle him to death. Haha, you can't escape now. Just die under my power. Binz laughed as he looked at Muling, who was immobilized. Boom! A strong flame erupted from within Muling's body, and then a streak of sword light shattered countless trees. Binz, be careful, Zephyr shouted and rushed toward Muling. Meanwhile, Muling quickly closed the distance and appeared in front of Binz in the blink of an eye. Looking at the retreating Binz, Muling shook his head. Too slow, too weak. It's time for you to die. Swish, a straight line of fiery sword light blossomed in front of Binz's chest, splitting him in two as he fell to the ground. Beep. Host has killed Binz and acquired the flourishing fruit. Wow, a stream of light appeared in Muling's hand and was instantly sent to the warehouse. The animal type chameleon fruit, magnetic fruit, shadow fruit, and now the flourishing fruit. TSK. I'm almost becoming a supplier of devil fruits. Boom. All the Inyo Marines were stunned. staring at the bloody scene, unable to speak for a moment. Binns, who had vowed to follow his teacher to the death, was gone just like that. Binns, you actually kill Binns? Oh, I will slaughter you, red-eyed Muling. Looking at Binns' corpse on the ground, Zifa instantly exploded in rage, an overwhelming fury swelling in his chest. At the same time, the images of the students brutally killed by Whitebeard too echoed in Zifa's mind. I will kill you. Swish's speed instantly increased, and in the blink of an eye, he swung his massive metallic mechanical arm toward Muling. With a cold sneer, Muling blocked the heavy strike with his sword, then quickly withdrew his sword. Flames erupted from his left fist. Extreme flame, fire fist. The scorching heat approached Zifa, baking his skin, but in his fury, he paid no mind to it. Kill Muling. Avenge Binns. Crush blaster. Crack, crack. The mechanical hand immediately shrank, transforming into a pitch-black cannon muzzle. In an instant, the mechanical arm trembled, and a golden beam shot out from the cannon, aiming directly at Muling. Boom! Muling did not dodge or evade, allowing the cannon fire to strike him. His body, comparable to a treasure of the mortal realm, remained unscathed from the blast. Zifa, is that all you've got? Muling's disdainful gaze deeply pierced Zifa. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Roar. The lightning-formed Thunder Dragon charged from a distance, smashing down onto the deck of the warship. ZZZ instantly, terrifying currents spread out, reaching under the feet of every new Marine. GGG, is that former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zifa? Swish Shiryu swung his thunderstorm, and beams of sword light sliced forth from his blade. In an instant, dozens more fell victim to the sword light. Desert Diamond Saber. Swish, swish, swish. The sand, resembling a pair of fan-shaped blades, swept through the bodies of the Enyo Marines, splitting them in two while draining all moisture from their bodies. In just a few minutes, with the arrival of the evil spirit pirates, the Enyo Marines, except for Zifa and Ein, were completely annihilated. At this time, Zifa had just defected from the Marines, with very few subordinates, and there was only one warship. Unlike in the movie version. Chapter 49, The Strongest Enemy, Z-Boom. The terrifying explosion erupted on the warship, spreading out like ripples. Zifa, with blood-red eyes, had completely gone mad. The Neo Navy was annihilated, leaving only himself and Ein. With a punch, he knocked back Muling, but suddenly Zifa's whole body began to twitch and spasm. Teacher, Ein exclaimed, knowing that his teacher's illness had flared up again. His trembling right hand pulled out a syringe from his waist and injected it into his body, stabilizing himself significantly. Who, damn it? Bastard. Who, red-eyed Muling? I will kill you. Bang. As soon as Zifa's words fell, a fist surrounded by flames came rushing towards him and slammed into his face. Zifa felt the darkness in front of him, and his whole body was sent flying. In the next moment, Zifa's body flipped in midair, charging back like a sword. Bang, bang, bang. The two instantly entangled in combat. You throw a punch, I kick, each hit landing hard, sparks flying, and explosions ringing. As his body flipped, Muling's right hand condensed flames and swung hard, smashing into the mechanical arm. Crack, crack, crack. Dense cracks covered the entire metallic mechanical arm. Zifa's expression remained unchanged, ignoring the cracks on the mechanical arm as he continued to swing his fists wildly. After taking a heavy punch to the chest, as Zifa's next punch came, Muling slightly tilted his body to dodge and immediately clawed down on the mechanical arm. Crack! In an instant, the metal shattered, revealing half of Zifa's arm. Then, another punch struck Zifa in the abdomen, and as Zifa bent down, Muling's right foot ignited with flames and kicked hard at his head. Bang! Zifa flew out, rolling dozens of times before finally stopping against the ship's mast. Through taking a long breath, Muling looked at Zifa with a complex expression. After a while, let's go. Suddenly, Muling lost interest. Zifa on the ground was now at the end of his rope, his trembling body no longer resembling the former heroic figure, just an old man nearing death. Seeing his former opponent reduced to such a state, Muling felt an indescribable emotion. Of course, it wasn't pity, and Zifa didn't need anyone's sympathy, because sympathy was undoubtedly an insult to Zifa. Is it sad to see a rabbit die and a fox grieve? Maybe. Will I also be so weak one day in the future? Probably. At this moment, Muling thought of many things. Although Shiryu and the others were puzzled, they had no doubts about Muling's order. Muling was the last to leave, but just as he was about to jump onto the Phantom ship, bang, Zifa's large hand slammed hard on the deck, causing the entire warship to tremble. Stop! Red-eyed Muling. Ah! Zifa, standing up again, roared like thunder, his feet constantly stamping on the deck, creating one dent after another. He seemed to be mad, his eyes bloodshot, roaring to the heavens. Bang, the two fists collided, and then they both retreated. I don't need anyone's sympathy, although I have betrayed the Navy. The justice in my chest cannot be tarnished by anyone. To be pitted by a pirate and let go? You are insulting me. Boom! Zifa threw another punch, but was easily blocked by Muling. I am Z. You can kill me. Throw me into the sea. Let the chaotic swords kill me, blood flowing like a river. But you must not pity me. Boom! Zifa was sent flying again. Fall, stand up, attack, fall again. His trembling body swayed precariously, his vision blurred, shrouded in blood. Yet the unparalleled momentum he exuded still stood proud. Ah, don't hurt the teacher. I charged at Muling like a madman, but was kicked to Zifa's side. Let her go, Zifa said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Zifa looked like a kind teacher, gently stroking Ain's head, his eyes filled with reluctance. Muling said nothing but nodded, although he really wanted the retaliation fruit. Out of respect for Zifa, he decided to let Ain go. Perhaps, seeing this former opponent about to die, a feeling of pity arose in his heart that shouldn't have been there. Come on. Throwing Ain aside, Zifa dragged his heavy body towards Muling. Perhaps. At the moment Whitebeard too killed all the students on the ship, Zifa had already died. The Z who inherited Zifa's name vowed to kill all pirates and establish a new navy. But now it was like a bubble in a dream, shattered. Wake up. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion. Teacher. Watching Zifa gradually fall into flames, Ain was in tears. Phantom ship. Everyone looked at Zifa with solemn expressions and bowed deeply. This was a tribute to the deceased, and also a respect for the strong. Half a day later. Beep. The host has killed Black Arm Zifa. Reward issued. Host strength 10, speed 10, defense 10, life 10. Huh. Feeling a refreshing sensation throughout his body, Muling was a bit surprised. The task rewards can still be like this? Beep. The system is working hard to optimize and transform itself. Alright, keep it up. Open the control panel. Supreme Refining Spirit System. Host. Muling bounty. 3,200,000,000 weapon. Ing long sword, common level. Chea, spirit level. Fruit. Extreme flame 1. Storm 1 body. Common level. Refining spirit 10. Abilities. Thunderous 8 trigrams 3. Master level. Lion sword dance 2. Master level. Mutated Conqueror's Haki Shura Field 1. Master level. Armament Haki. Master level. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike 1. Minor success level. Observation Haki. Master level. Fluttering like a phoenix. Entry level. Sky-splitting draw slash. Master level. Divine Arts. Demon Sword Technique. Spirit level. Grasping Hand. Ninjutsu. Fire Release. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Spirit points. 200 system points. 10 strength. 520 speed. 430 defense. 640 life. 380 beep. Lion Sword Dance Refining Spirit 1 has been upgraded to common level sword technique. Next refining time, 100 days later. Beep. System points 10. Purchasing a rejuvenation pill cost 100 spirit points, now remaining 200. System points are 20. Not bad. With some free time, Muling opened the system store and searched for the float fruit. The Golden Lion's fruit he had always wanted to obtain. It can freely change the gravity of objects, allowing them to float in the air. And with the fluffy fruit, the Lion Sword Dance can unleash its full power. Ding dong, a voice echoed in my mind, and Muling saw the fluffy fruit on the shelf. Wow, there really is one. But the next moment, Muling's expression turned sour. Superhuman fluffy fruit, 500 spirit points. No side effects. Has no relation to the fluffy fruit in reality. Great, just 300 short. Take it slow. Shiru, how's the thunderstorm working out for you lately? Come on, let me take a look. What are you running away for? Lao Sha, do you need to maintain your scorpion tail needle? Don't worry. Don't look at me so fearfully. I'm not charging you. Bonnie you. Chapter 50. Float Fruit Beep. Demon Sword Thunderstorm Refinement 1. Beep. Demon Sword Thunderstorm Refinement 1. Beep. Demon Sword Thunderstorm Refinement 10. Beep. Demon Sword Thunderstorm has been upgraded to mortal rank. Captain, oh my god. This is impossible. Holding the thunderstorm with both hands, Shilio was almost going crazy. A famous sword? No. The current thunderstorm is several times stronger than an ordinary famous sword. Go. With a wave of his hand, Muling didn't care. Shilio was his first recruited crew member, loyal to him, so he naturally received this treatment. Moreover, he also needed refining items to gain spiritual points. Beep. Golden Staff Refinement 1. Beep. Golden Staff Refinement 5. Although it didn't have the same treasure glow as the thunderstorm, Enelu was already very satisfied. Thank you, Captain, Enelu said gratefully. It's nothing. Next, Muling then turned his attention to Jinbei. Jinbei, with no weapons. Clap. Muling grabbed Jinbei's 2 fish palms and began the refinement. Beep. Jinbei Fish Palm, Refinement 1. Beep. Jinbei Fish Palm, Refinement 1. Beep. Jinbei Fish Palm, Refinement 10. Unlike Enelu, Jinbei was relaxed from the beginning, so he also received the same treatment as Shilio. This is, looking at the faint treasure glow appearing on his palms. Jinbei's mouth fell open and couldn't close again. In an instant, Muling raised his sword and struck hard on Jinbei's right hand. However, there was no sword energy, otherwise, Jinbei would be like Zifa. Duong. The sword seemed to hit steel, producing a muffled sound. Oh my god, this is simply unbelievable. Captain, I wanted to. Everyone was stunned, looking at Jinbei's ordinary fish palms, instantly filled with envy. Come on, Lao Sha, bring your scorpion tail needle. Beep. Scorpion tail needle refinement 5. Bon ear. That lamb leg bone in your hand, give it to me. Beep. Lamb leg bone, refinement 5. Holding the now sharpened lamb leg bone, Bonnie was in disarray. If I had eaten fish earlier, the fish bones would at least be sharper. After a while, beep. Ordinary shoes, refinement 5. Beep. Ghost ship mast, refinement 5. Beep. Ghost ship deck, refinement 5. In order to gain spiritual points, Muling was almost going crazy. Almost everything that could be refined on the ship had been refined. Beep. Host purchases the Paramecia float fruit, spending 500 spiritual points. TSK. Finally bought it. Whoosh, a gray-white devil fruit covered in strange patterns appeared before Muling's eyes. 1 minute later, whoosh, a warm current surged throughout his body. A light and floating sensation filled Muling's body. With a thought, in an instant, Muling's body seemed to lose all gravity and slowly rose into the sky. Cough, cough. Fire wings, you can retire now. Captain, what are you? Shilio looked at Muling flying into the sky in confusion, at a loss. So amazing. The captain can fly? Hasn't the captain always been able to fly? No, look at the captain's back. There are no fire wings. So magical. Clap. Just as everyone was puzzled, Muling immediately rushed to the deck, then slammed his right hand hard onto the deck. Rumble in an instant, the ship creaked, and the sound of surging seawater was incessant. Amidst the muffled explosions, the ghost ship slowly rose, getting higher and higher off the sea. Everyone's curiosity was completely turned upside down. Isn't this the old man's trick? Captain, how can you do it too? Shut up, Shilio scolded. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Muling glanced at Shilio appreciatively. Not bad. Understanding the situation, quite perceptive. The others also reacted. Fire, storm, the transparent fruit that Shilio ate. And now the exact same ability as the golden lion. The captain has a secret, but they all knew that this was not something they could know. Let's go. Whoosh, the ghost ship soaring in the sky accelerated rapidly, cutting through the clouds, breaking the waves, heading towards Marineford. Night. Muling looked at the endless sea of clouds before him and suddenly thought of something. Since the system store sells devil fruits, can they also be recycled? Beep. Can be recycled, but the system will take a portion as a platform fee. What the hell is a platform fee? Paramecia prosperity fruit, Zoan chameleon fruit. The shadow fruit is kept for the iceberg. Muling had decided that long ago. The magnetic fruit is not bad. Only a fool like kid would use it that way. However, Muling did not intend to use it himself. Beep. Paramecia prosperity fruit. 200 spiritual points. Beep. Zoan chameleon fruit. 300 spiritual points. Host, do you want to recycle? Not bad. The prices are quite satisfactory to Muling. Confirm recycling. Beep. 450 spiritual points have been credited. Huh? Wasn't it 500 points? Platform fee. Alright. I hate middlemen making a profit. Morning. At the current speed, we should reach Marineford in an hour, Jinbei said solemnly. Nodding, Muling looked at the blue sea beneath his feet, but was thinking about the current timeline. Luffy should have already broken into Impel Down by now. But because of his own reasons, he didn't trigger Hancock's quest. But I believe Rayleigh will definitely help him. After all, he is the old captain's son, and Rayleigh wouldn't want Ace to die. Since Luffy has gone in, then Blackbeard should be close too, right? However, the criminals inside Impel Down have all been released by me. Although I heard that Akainu caught quite a few later, there shouldn't be many strong ones left. The Marineford War should have already broken out by now. I wonder if that guy, named Doflamingo, has given Whitebeard a filial sword? Thinking about this, Muling became a bit dazed. Bang! Suddenly, a thick cannon sound exploded beneath him. Enemies! It's the Navy patrol from the waters around Marineford. It's that woman again. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Peach Rabbit. Note, who do you want to give the magnetic fruit to? Chapter 51, The Eve on the Surface of the Sea. The Navy officer holding the telescope seemed to see something. His body trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Is it the flying pirate crew, led by the Golden Lion? Tao Tu said coldly, looking across the entire world. The only one who can make ships fly through the air is. Tao Tu's first thought was the Golden Lion Shiki. Report to Vice Admiral Tao Tu. No, it's not the flying pirate crew. This pirate flag? Yes, it's the Phantom Pirate crew. Their course is Marineford. Boom. All the Navy patrol teams present felt a jolt in their hearts. The Phantom Pirate crew? What? That bastard Akagami Mukahu again? Tao Tu frowned, looking at the huge pirate ship in the sky. They were right. The Phantom Pirate crew really is involved. Those damn guys. The public execution of Fire Fist Ace has already begun. We cannot let anyone interfere with the Navy's actions. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Tao Tu finished speaking, dozens of dark cannonballs erupted from the warship, heading towards the Phantom. Ignore that woman. Getting to Marineford is the priority. Mukuhu snorted coldly, and then used the float fruit to raise the Phantom to a height that cannonballs couldn't reach. It's important to get the job done. I don't have time to waste with a crazy woman like you. Boom. The cannonballs exploded in the air, and the massive shockwaves spread out instantly. But they were of no use against the Phantom. Damn it. The cannonball range is too low. We can't hit the pirate ship. What should we do? Vice Admiral Tao Tu? Are we just going to watch them fly into Marineford? Bastard. Bang. Stomping her foot hard, Tao Tu immediately stepped into the moonwalk, pushing off the air, and within seconds, she was approaching the Phantom in the sky. Whoosh, 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 the wind held in the air as Tao Tu slowly drew her long sword. Zung, the black-armed Haki, covered her right arm, and waves of sword intent continuously surged within her body. I will not let you step into Marineford even a single inch. The sword energy spread, and a giant sword arc instantly erupted, slashing towards the Phantom. However, just as the sword arc was about to approach the ship's hull, boom, a massive fire fist suddenly collided with the sword energy, crackling and shattering the sword energy. Then, a flash of fire rushed towards Tao Tu at an incredible speed, grabbing her by the neck. Why bother? I didn't even want to fight you, Mukahu said coldly. Bastard. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The grip on Tao Tu's neck gradually tightened. Bastard, you damn pirate. Akagami Mukahu, I will never let you go. Still so stubborn at this point. TSK. A dead duck is the one who talks tough, right? But in consideration of your sister, I want to kill you today. Because they're sisters. The younger Shiro is very similar to Tao Tu at this moment. Looking at Tao Tu, Mukaho felt as if she had returned to decades ago. TSK. Am I getting old? Started to reminisce about my youth. Bastard. If you have the guts then. As she loosened her grip, Tao Tu fell towards the endless sea below. Splash Vice Admiral Tao Tu. Quickly save the Vice Admiral. Someone, ignoring the chaotic navy below, Mukuhu returned to the Phantom, continuing towards Marineford. Underwater prison, Impel Down. At this time, the Straw Hat crew had already come to the Infinite Prison, discovering that Ace had been taken away, and were attempting to leave Impel Down to head to Marineford. But no one expected that a group had stealthily arrived at the 6th level underground during the battle between the two sides. It is rumored that Akagami Mukahu released all the criminals in Impel Down 6 months ago. But no one expected the Navy was so powerful that most of the escaped criminals were actually recaptured. Standing in the corridor of the 6th level of Impel Down, Blackbeard, holding the prison keys, sneered. Ha, but this just works in our favor, doesn't it? That Straw Hat guy will probably be beaten to death by Magellan, right? No way. Didn't you notice that man is also here? TSK. That Straw Hat bastard is really impressive. Actually has the legendary Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh, providing protection. But the Straw Hat kid never thought that by doing this, he actually helped me, his enemy. Ha. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates burst into laughter. Bastard. Who are you? Let's go. You damn bastard. Don't be so arrogant. Let me out. I want to kill you. At this time, although the Infinite Prison was not as it was at its peak, there were still a few terrifying pirates that had been recaptured. You were Bonnie Wald? Ignoring the shouting crowd, Blackbeard walked to the end of the prison, looking at the person quietly sitting in the cell, and sneered. Crack the sea prism, stone handcuffs slid open. Bondywald shook his neck and coldly stared at Blackbeard without saying a word. He really wanted to kill this bastard whose teeth were all crooked. TSK, quite proud. In an instant, waves of black mist erupted from Blackbeard's hands, rushing into the cell and attacking Bondywald's body. Me pudding, Soon, Bondywald's screams echoed throughout Impel Down. After a while, have you considered it? Do you want to join my pirate crew? With his eyes blood-red and his body covered in wounds, Bondywald glared fiercely at Blackbeard. Just as he was about to curse, he abruptly stopped upon seeing the black mist. Damn it! In the end, he helplessly lowered his head. Ha, I am the king of the sea. I'm a pirate king. I am Marshal D. Teach. Let us go, my friends. Let's cause a ruckus. Crack. The World Destroyer, a man who once made the Navy feel uneasy, has emerged. A hint of humiliation flashed in Bondywald's eyes, followed by a surge of rage and extreme resentment. Akagami Mokoho, Golden Lion Shiki, you two bastards, I will definitely kill you. Note, due to changes in the plot, I'll let Rayleigh escort the Straw Hat crew into Impel Down, and the Blackbeard pirates sneaked into the 6th level while the Straw Hat crew was battling Magellan. Of course, Rayleigh only helped to this point and will not head to Marineford. Chapter 52. The storm is coming. The wind fills the building in the sky. Thousands of miles away from Marineford, a pirate flag with a huge golden lion head is standing firm against the raging wind. The flying pirates report to Captain Shiki. At our current speed, we should arrive at Marineford in about 2 hours. On the deck, Shiki faces the fierce wind, his golden hair standing on end like bristles, making him look as fierce as a lion with its fur ruffled. Good. Although it's a bit slow, it's not bad. Shiki laughed heartily. But Captain, do we really have to get involved in this mess? Poor Gasti. Ace has nothing to do with us. One of the pirates brought up from 6 floors underground asked with confusion. Don't ask such questions again, Shiki replied coldly. In an instant, the notorious pirate trembled all over and gradually lowered his head. Although Shiki usually has a cheerful and silly demeanor, those who know him are aware of how terrifying he can be when enraged. With such a grand scene, how could there be no Golden Lion Shiki? Whitebeard, Sengoku, Garp. And you, that stinky kid, Muling. I really look forward to seeing the surprise on your faces when you see me. As he spoke, Shiki touched his head. Where the ship's wheel used to be, now it was completely bare. He had pulled out the ship's wheel himself. Due to the wheel being directly connected to his nerves, it prevented the Golden Lion from using hockey. Remembering the scene of being defeated by Luffy, Shiki made a silent decision that he could not continue like this, and resolutely pulled out the wheel. Fortunately, he survived. Really, I have to thank you, kid. An hour earlier, the Marines publicly executed Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Port Gasti Ace, at Marineford. Boom, the heavy rumble echoed throughout Marineford. Countless Marines stood straight, weapons pointed at the coast, their faces filled with the determination of soldiers. Port Gasti, Ace was to be executed, and Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, could not possibly ignore all of this. Today, a great battle was about to unfold. Bring in the criminal. Bang! On the towering execution platform, the heavy sea prism stone shackles dragged Ace down, his weary body being escorted by the Marines, step by step towards the high platform. Why won't you listen to me? Suddenly, a heavy and sorrowful voice rang in Ace's ears. Ace turned his head, and in an instant he froze. It was an old man, a man he was once most familiar with. At this moment, he was quietly sitting on the execution platform, silently watching Ace, with a glimmer in his eyes that made Ace's heart tremble violently. Old man, with a hint of tears, Ace looked at the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, who had raised him, and exclaimed, "Why won't you listen to your grandfather, Ace? Why did you choose to be a pirate instead of becoming a Marine? Why?" Garp shook his head, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Ace, whom he had raised like a grandson. For a moment, he was heartbroken. Ace was about to be executed by the Marines, yet he was powerless to do anything. A Navy hero? Full man. Grandpa. Tears welled in Ace's eyes as memories of Garp's past advice flooded his mind. "I'm sorry, Grandpa." Under the city wall. What a touching scene, a cold voice said. Dressed in a pink plush coat, like the wings of a flamingo, the proud eyes were concealed behind dark red sunglasses. It was Don Quixote da Flamingo, the ruler of Dressrosa, a former celestial dragon, and one of the warlords of the sea. Beside him stood the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Whitebeard II Edward Weevil, and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, all silently watching the coast with rapt attention. How exciting! I will finally meet my father. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Weevil excitedly grabbed Doflamingo's hand, tugging at it. You're happy too, right? Be happy for me, because I will soon see my father. Doflamingo frowned, about to explode. Ha ha ha. Mom said I look just like father. It's like looking in a mirror. Everyone. This might be the worst case of Whitebeard being blackened. Swish in an instant. A sharp thread burst out from Weevil's palm. Doflamingo finally couldn't hold back and made a move. But the next moment, Doflamingo's pupils shrank as he looked at the shallow blood mark on Weevil's palm, stunned. His thread was completely blocked? What strong physical defense! The tyrant marveled. Even the usually silent Mihawk cast an unexpected glance at Weevil. As for Boa Hancock, she paid no attention to this side, her beautiful eyes fixed on the coast. I wonder if my benefactor will come here today? You bastard! You hit me? Weevil shouted angrily. Saying that, he raised his long knife and slashed at Doflamingo. Bang! Instantly, it collided with the thread Doflamingo shot out. Bastard! Do you want to die? Doflamingo said darkly. Everyone stop! Sengoku, standing on the city wall, shouted. Immediately, Weevil and Doflamingo retracted their attacks, as if nothing had happened. Just you wait, Weevil said angrily. Doflamingo was immediately infuriated. He hadn't even spoken, and this fool had already started making threats. Be quiet. A great battle will soon commence. Boom! As soon as the tyrant's words fell, a layer of waves suddenly rose on the distant sea. The next second, a huge pirate ship burst forth from the sea. On its towering sails, a crescent moon-shaped pirate flag was deeply engraved in the hearts of every pirate. Ace, we are here to save you. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, officially appeared before everyone. The mere name Whitebeard was enough to make most people's hearts tremble. Yes, it's Whitebeard. Oh my god, it's that man. He really came. Quick, prepare for battle, everyone. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire Marineford battlefield became extremely tense. Boom, the great battle has begun. Bang! The Ice Age. Marine Admiral Akiji gathered frost in both hands, instantly freezing the entire sea surface. Then Whitebeard's 1st Division commander, Marco the Phoenix, engaged in battle with Akiji. After a brief clash, both sides immediately retreated, glaring at each other. An hour later, just before the evil spirit pirates are about to reach Marineford. At that moment, "Old man, sorry about this." The giant whirlpool spider, Squard, sneaked up behind Whitebeard, and a cold glint flashed in his hand. Chapter 53. The evil spirit pirates arrive in an instant. No one expected it, not even the 4 emperors of the New World, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. They did not anticipate that Squard, who had always been loyal to him, would suddenly strike. A cold glint flashed as Squard aimed his sword at Whitebeard's back and fiercely thrust it down. Bang! 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 At that moment, the explosive sound of breaking air shook the entire area, and just as everyone heard this sound, crack, the sound of metal shattering immediately rang out behind Whitebeard. What is that? A sword? Huh? Why is there a broken piece on the ground? Oh my god! Score you! Bastard! What do you want to do to Dad? Whitebeard said nothing, silently looking at Squard, his brows furrowed. Clearly, even he could not understand why his son would do such a thing. Crack! Crack! Crack in the gradually collapsing ground. A blood-red long sword was quietly embedded in place. It was the demon sword Chachi. Beside Chachi was a small segment of a short sword, while the other segment was currently in Squard's hand. At a critical moment, as the evil spirit was about to land, Muling saw this scene. Thus, he used a flying sword to save Whitebeard's life. TSK, TSK, I save your life, remember that. Whitebeard, whoosh accompanied by the words. A flash of fire suddenly appeared, followed by a young and handsome face appearing in front of everyone. You, who are you? Red-eyed Muling. Rumbling the next second, the massive evil spirit slowly descended from the sky, stirring up clouds of dust. At the same time, it stirred up towering waves in the hearts of all the Navy. Yes, it's the evil spirit pirates. Oh my god, Red-eyed Muling, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 3.02 billion berries. They actually came to. Execution platform. Yes, it's Mr. Muling, Ace exclaimed. He then lowered his head in shame. Mr. Muling had saved him once during the Impel Down incident, and now he was here to save him again. He felt so useless. Ace felt very embarrassed. Garp, sitting beside him, said nothing, a smile on his lips, staring intently at Muling. That old man, he really came, on the high platform. As expected, the evil spirit pirates have arrived, Sengoku said in a deep voice. 1 Whitebeard pirates was enough to give the Navy a hard time. And now another equally powerful red-eyed Muling had come. Damn pirates. Oh, why is it him again? What a troublesome guy, Akiji groaned. Oomph. Akainu's face was cold. Hot magma dripping onto the floor, clearly furious. Touching his left arm, transformed by magma, Akainu's eyes revealed a fierce light. Bastard. Today, I will definitely kill you. Kizaru said nothing, his lazy gaze blankly staring ahead, as if he didn't care about anything. Maybe he hasn't been paid this month. Under the city wall. Hey, that idiot. Do you see? The one in black clothes. That's your dad. Brother Ming grinned. Hurry up and acknowledge your dad. Oh, is that person really my dad? Oh my god. We look so much alike. It's like looking in a mirror. Whitebeard too exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Muling. Everyone. All right, this is an idiot. He can't even tell who his dad is. Just for laughs. He is red-eyed, Muling? Mihawk murmured. The sword light that just descended from above, the sword intent contained within. He, as a swordsman, could feel it the most clearly. That overwhelming sword aura. That invincible sword intent. Ha ha, what a great opponent. Initially, he only wanted to have a sword duel with Vista from the Whitebeard Pirates, but now he truly felt that he had come to the right place. He is my benefactor? Hancock's pretty face turned red as she secretly observed the straight figure in the distance through her fingers. So handsome. Slap. Whitebeard, who had just awakened from his daze, suddenly brightened up, rushing forward and hugging Muling tightly. Ha bastard. I knew you would come. That's great, really great. Ha ha ha. Instantly, Whitebeard's excited laughter echoed throughout Marineford. Muling was also filled with emotions, looking at Whitebeard's gradually aging face. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Captain Rox saved his life, but his entire journey of growth had been under Whitebeard's protection. A mentor and a friend, a reliable big brother. This is how Muling viewed Whitebeard. Slap. His right hand heavily patted Whitebeard's back, and then streams of green light rippled in Muling's palm. Beep. Whitebeard's body refinement 1. Beep. Whitebeard's body refinement 5. In an instant, Whitebeard felt a wave of comfort throughout his body, and the long-accumulated ailments within him disappeared in an instant. He felt as if he had become dozens of years younger. What is this? Whitebeard couldn't believe it. But he also knew that this was not his illusion. You did this? Seeing the smile in Muling's eyes, he immediately understood. Instantly, he became even more excited. No. Stop it. If you want to say thank you, there's no need. Just send me a few big jars of fine wine another day. Of course. If you want to cry tears of joy, then please continue. Muling teased. Whitebeard. This bastard, his mouth is still as sharp as ever. Even Muling didn't realize that the originally quiet and reserved him had become more talkative after meeting Whitebeard. All right, after the pleasantries, it's time to get down to business. Whoosh, a chilling aura suddenly erupted from Muling's body, directly pointing at Squard, who was surrounded by everyone behind. I said it. Ace was rescued by me. How did he be caught again? TSK. So it's you, Squard. You colluded with Admiral Akainu to get Ace imprisoned. Am I right? Whoosh, raising his sword. Countless sword auras surrounded Muling's body as he charged toward Squard. Chapter 54. Outbreak betraying his comrades and offering Ace to the Navy is unforgivable. Boom! In an instant, countless sword energies fiercely slashed down toward Squard. Closing his eyes, Squard, who had already resolved himself to death, offered no resistance and silently endured everything. The many members of the Whitebeard pirates around him did not intervene, merely watching Squard with sorrow. Betraying the pirate crew is undoubtedly a death sentence. Duong. In an instant, a heavy sound exploded in front of Muling. The next moment, everyone was stunned. The supreme great blade Kanjianki? Is it? Old man. Whoosh, the strong wind blew away the dust, revealing a silver crescent moon-like figure in front of Muling. The massive Kanjianki intercepted the strike just as it was about to hit Squard. Why? Muling asked in confusion. Perhaps the you from before would have made the same choice as me. Whitebeard looked at Muling, a flicker of sadness suddenly flashing in his eyes. That once sunny, cheerful boy. You. Muling understood Whitebeard's feelings, but there was nothing to be done. He had indeed changed a lot. Shaking his head helplessly, he retracted the shachi. This old man. Why? Why do you want to? Marco asked in confusion. He didn't understand why the old man would save a traitor. Bang! The Kanjianki slammed heavily on the ground, instantly creating a thunderous sound. Ha, there is no reason. I don't kill him simply because. He is my son. Boom. Squard. The great dread spider instantly fell to his knees, lying on the ground like a maggot, weeping bitterly. Why? Why did you save me, old man? Why did you do this? Whoa, old man, tell me. Ace is not the son of Pirate King Roger, and you didn't risk all our lives to save Ace. Tell me, woo, this isn't true. Boom. In that moment, everyone from the Whitebeard pirates felt a shock in their hearts, looking at Whitebeard in disbelief. Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger? The old man is going to risk our lives to save Ace? No. Squard, you bastard. Do you know what you're saying? How could the old man do such a thing? Bastard. How dare you question the old man? Ace is our brother. Even if I have to use my life to save him, I am willing. I believe in the old man. Sigh. Muling silently sighed, even as an enemy. He couldn't help but look up to Akainu at this moment. This move of sowing discord was indeed well played. No wonder he would later elevate the Navy's strength to an unprecedented height. Ha ha ha, I finally understand. Looking at the tearful Squard, Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. Then he embraced Squard tightly. Bastard, how dare you question the old man? Ace is indeed that bastard Roger's son, but to make me trade your lives for Ace? Ha ha, that is simply absurd. In my eyes, you are all the same. There's no distinction. If any one of you were standing on the execution platform today, I would unhesitatingly risk my life to save you, because you are all my family. Old man. The great dread spider Squard immediately hugged Whitebeard and cried out loud. He regretted it. Regretted believing that bastard Akainu's words and turning against his own father. Bang. The next moment, Squard heavily knelt in front of Muling. Thank you, Mr. Muling. Thank you for stopping me in time. Otherwise, I really can't imagine. Tears fell to the ground, creating large water stains. It was clear that Squard, the traitor, truly regretted it. Muling waved his hand, not saying anything. After all, just a moment ago he had almost killed this guy. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, next, it's our time. Bang! Whitebeard, holding the kanji-unki, instantly transformed into an illusion and arrived on the battlefield. Filled with furious rage, a tremendous momentum began to spread. Duong. His left hand heavily smashed into the void, instantly creating countless fissures that filled the entire battlefield. The mountains shook, the earth trembled, and countless deep trenches erupted beneath his feet. Akainu, you dare to mock my son? Unforgivable. Boom. The enraged Whitebeard swung the kanji-unki violently towards the city wall. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds of space shattering echoed continuously, rushing towards the three admirals on the city wall. Damn pirates. Don't be too arrogant. Magma, great eruption. Boom. Towering magma erupted violently from Akainu's right arm like a volcanic explosion. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, a heavy collision sound erupted as the scorching magma and the spatial slashes toward each other, creating shockwaves that burst like ripples. Although he blocked this slash, the overwhelming force caused Akainu to continuously retreat. 1 step, 2 steps. Then his feet carved long grooves into the ground, crashing into the city wall behind him and sinking into it. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. Amazing. He actually repelled an admiral with one move? Truly the strongest man in the world. Akainu, crack. Pulling himself out from the city wall, Akainu looked completely dumbfounded. He thought that even if he couldn't defeat Whitebeard, he wouldn't be far off. But now, Muling felt everything was normal. In the anime, Akainu was not Whitebeard's opponent at all. It was a complete crushing defeat. Moreover, he hadn't been hit by the filial sword and had been enhanced by his own spirit refining 5, with all ailments removed. He was just like in his youthful prime. Dealing with an Akainu was surely a piece of cake, right? Note, big scenes are hard to write, especially battle scenes. So it might be a bit slow. Also, today is a recommendation day. Brothers, let us spam the free gifts. Thank you. A huge thank you from the potato. Chapter 55, Who the Hell is Your Dad? Bang. Suddenly, a tall, chubby man with rolls of fat charged forward. Dad, is that you, Dad? The newcomer was none other than Whitebeard too, Edward Weevil. He was crying and sniffling, his golden braids swinging behind him, looking like a moving cannon as he rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Weevil, who just a second later, everyone was taken aback. Weevil didn't stop in front of Whitebeard. Instead, like a gust of wind, he instantly dashed past Whitebeard. Thud! He knelt down in front of Marco. Dad, I finally found you. We look so much alike. Looking at you, it's like looking in a mirror. When others are not embarrassed, it's embarrassing for you. Marco, who originally intended to watch a touching father-son reunion, was instantly frozen in place. Dad, I'm Weevil. I'm your son. Look how much we resemble each other. Whitebeard was completely bewildered, while Marco looked as if he had seen a ghost. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were nearly laughing themselves to death. Ha ha ha. The captain actually has such a big son? This is hilarious. Could this be the young shipmaster? I've never seen a captain make this kind of expression. It's unbelievable. Bastard. This bastard. Sengoku in the stands was nearly driven mad, cursing some people in the world government in his heart. Is this the warlord of the sea you were looking for? A man comparable to an admiral? Recognizing his father on the spot, I can't. Ace was already stunned, while Carp suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, I didn't expect this guy, Marco, to have such a big son. Ha! Immediately, Sengoku's face darkened a few shades. Ah, this fool, he actually believed it. I'm dying of laughter, ha! Hancock, Myhawk, and Bartholomew glanced silently at Doflamingo, who was laughing uncontrollably. It's all you're doing. What the hell? Who the hell are you? Who's your dad? In an instant, under countless gazes, Marco's defenses crumbled. He spewed curses. You're not my dad? Weevil was taken aback, and then a hint of anger gradually appeared on his face. Bastard, how dare you trick me? And that pink-clad sissy. I'm going to kill you. Doflamingo, that pink-clad sissy? Duong. Weevil's long knife instantly clashed with Marco's weapon. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the ground shattered, and countless black trenches crisscrossed beneath their feet. The clash of weapons and the explosive roar shook the heavens and the earth. Though he knew this fool was strong, having defeated 16 teams of the Whitebeard Pirates by himself, but after truly engaging, Marco discovered that this guy already possessed the strength of an admiral. Not but. He should be slightly stronger than Shiryu. Boom. Sword energy surged, and countless blood chi erupted around Marco, slicing Weevil away with a single strike. Extreme flame, sky flame slash. Swish, swish, swish. The soaring sword light shot straight up into the clouds. Slash. Seeing this, Weevil immediately raised his long knife to block, but a rich red light instantly engulfed him. Whoosh, the sword energy sliced through the smoke, and then more than 10 fire dragons exploded from Marco's body, swirling around his left arm. At the moment he saw Weevil's body, he unleashed a punch. Extreme flame, fire dragon. Rumble, rumble, the scorching flames instantly transformed into a gigantic fire dragon, opening its massive jaws and biting down hard on Weevil's arm. Bastard, you dare hit Weevil. Mom said that whoever dares to hit Weevil will be killed. Bang! The long knife turned, and the armed color hockey instantly covered it, aiming to slash at the dragon's head. At the same time, Marco immediately retreated, forming seals with both hands, and in just a breath's time. Bang, bang, bang. Flames surged from his mouth, and the scorching breath instantly filled the surroundings. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Puff a fire dragon, countless times larger than the previous one, erupted from Marco's mouth, instantly raising the temperature in the entire battlefield. Damn it, Weevil is going to kill you. Bang. The long knife slashed fiercely at the fire dragon. Whoosh, 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 the raging great fire dragon was instantly split in two, just as Weevil was about to taunt a few words. Roar, the two flames split in half, reformed into a fire dragon, completely engulfing Weevil. It's so hot, so hot. Bastard, you burn me alive. Storm, sudden rise. Instantly, as Marco swung his hand fiercely, a violent wind began to howl, and the roaring storm surged into the flames. Whoosh, 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 the flames, originally dozens of meters high, surged to towering heights. And the hundreds of Navy soldiers near Weevil were also caught up in this inferno. Help! My body, my hands are burning. Someone save me. Soon, as the storm continued to howl, the flames surged again, sweeping through the sky like a tornado. Freezing time capsule. Suddenly, a chilling ice surge erupted from beneath the city walls. Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters leaped down, tossing an ice ball into the firestorm. Crack, crack, crack in the blink of an eye. A lifelike flame ice sculpture stood tall on the battlefield. Hissed the thunderstorm, slowly unsheathed. Seeing Akiji make a move, Shiryu naturally couldn't hold back. He, your opponent, is me, swish, swish, swish. The blood-red sword energy traced a beautiful parabola in the air and instantly slashed down fiercely at Akiji. Oh, what a hassle. Shaking his head helplessly, Akiji immediately exhaled a breath of cold air, transforming it into an ice blade to counter. The next second, everyone moved. Akainu had just landed when the already furious Whitebeard locked onto him, slashing down with a single blow. Hey, that old man, yes, I'm talking about you, come down. If you have the guts, fight me. The yellow monkey, sitting steadily on his high platform. Old man, why is it this big-eared freak again? You want to fight again? TSK, TSK, really scary whoosh, the yellow monkey, transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly arrived on the battlefield, charging towards Enel. No, brothers, let's get the free gifts rolling. Those with money, support with cash, and those without money, support with videos. Thank you. Many thanks. Chapter 56. Each their own battle, hee this time I won't lose. The golden rod in hand whistled as it cut through the air, watching the approaching Kizaru. Enel's confidence soared. He had been training hard during this time. He would never let himself be beaten up like last time. Whoosh, in an instant, the golden light in front of him vanished, and a twitch of his eyelid made Enel realize something was wrong. He quickly raised the golden rod behind his head to block. Bang! The familiar feeling hit him, as if he had been struck by a small mountain. And Enel was immediately sent flying. Bang, bang, bang! Rolling along the ground. He finally came to a stop, only to see a pair of golden shoes in front of him. Ziz feeling a surge of danger. Enel instantly transformed into lightning and retreated. Oh how! Even a god can run away. Enel, Duong. The rod and foot collided fiercely. Boom, 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 lightning and golden light clashed wildly, tearing into each other and creating a series of violent impacts. Tengoku no Tachi. The golden light between his hands blazed, and a dazzling golden sword slowly appeared in Kizaru's hands. Raihin Nokin. Come forth, golden trident. Enel shouted, channeling the flowing electricity throughout his body into the golden rod, trying to transform it into a golden trident. Ziz in an instant, lightning flashed, but the golden rod showed no change. Stunned, Enel stared at the unyielding golden rod in the lightning. After a brief moment of thought, he finally understood. Fine, this rod is no longer the same rod as before. Due to the effects of being refined by Muling, it could never turn back into a trident. Oh, where's your trident? Can't turn back, huh? The golden light flickered, and Kizaru, wielding the Tenjin Tapa, appeared before Enel, swinging his sword down. What does that have to do with you? Enel fumed with anger. Clang, clang, clang. The two continued to clash, with lightning surging and golden light splashing, creating numerous small pits on the hard ground. Dodging the incoming golden rod, Kizaru immediately shifted his body and moved several meters away. Whoosh, 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 a golden light flickered at his fingertips. Laser. Bayubi, Enel instantly transformed into lightning to dodge. But unfortunately, the laser's speed was too fast, and a spray of blood blossomed on his right arm. Divine punishment. Raising his left hand, surrounded by countless thunderclouds, a pillar of lightning crashed down, engulfing Kizaru. Immediately after, the thunder in Enel's hand surged, and countless rushing silver serpents transformed into thunderbolts, rolling down and merging into the golden rod. Although divine punishment was incredibly powerful, Enel would never believe Kizaru would fall for it. Boom, 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 gripping the thunder. Enel's body instantly elongated into a thin streak of lightning, and his observation haki reached its peak. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, he saw it. He successfully sensed Kizaru's position. Sound of thunder explosion. At that moment, Enel, holding the immense thunder, struck down like a thunder god. Duong. As Kizaru swung down his sword, Weibel quickly stepped back, the long knife in his hand firmly embedded in the ground, stabilizing his stance. Damn it! I'll kill you for daring to attack Weibel. Bastard! Bang! Stomping his foot, Weibel leaped into the air, a terrifying aura exploding from within his body. I'll kill you. Ting! Suddenly, a flash of sword light accompanied by a crisp sword sound echoed across the battlefield, with both hands gripping the sword. Muling's sword energy surged, breaking the void draw sword slash. In an instant, a massive sword arc erupted from blade. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the sword arc went, it was unstoppable, and nothing could withstand it. Centered on Muling, all nearby Navy soldiers were slaughtered. Damn red-eyed Muling. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters gripped 8 long knives, fighting with all his might to withstand the impact of the sword arc. But it didn't last long, and he was sent flying in an instant. Yet he did not die. After all, he was a well-known Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Weibel, who had also swung his sword, desperately resisted the sword light, his body suspended in mid-air, with sparks erupting from the blade. Crack, crack, crack. In the next second, cracks appeared, and the blade began to shatter piece by piece. Once it shattered into pieces, Weibel was also sent flying by the sword arc. Damn guy. Although the tough-skinned Weibel was struck by the sword light, his body didn't have many injuries. With a swift motion, he flipped up and then dashed forward, swinging the half-broken long knife at Muling. TSK, this guy's defense is quite strong. His skin is really thick. Pouting, a layer of water curtain suddenly rippled around Muling, and then the sword shot out like a dragon, piercing into the void. Ting, the sword rang lightly, and waves like ripples spread from the sword tip. Sword slash ripples. In an instant, the sword light struck, and then over 10 fire dragons circled around. Linksy one sword. The dazzling sword light suddenly burst forth, slashing towards Weibel. At the same time, a massive, mysterious water curtain slowly appeared in the void. And just as the sword light pierced through the water curtain, the sword energy instantly doubled. Slash! Bang! The hilt shattered, splitting in two, and a diagonal spray of blood blossomed on Weibel's chest. Immediately, blood gushed forth, and flesh rolled. Seeing Weibel heavily fall into a pool of blood, Muling would not give him a chance to linger. His body instantly transformed into flames and charged forward. I didn't expect you to join the evil spirit pirates too, Jinbei. Looking at Jinbei, who was originally one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo laughed sinisterly. Cut the crap. Does it have anything to do with you? Jinbei noticed that ever since he joined the evil spirit pirates, his tone had become much tougher. Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback, clearly realizing that Jinbei was somewhat different from before. It indeed has nothing to do with me. But I really don't want to kill you. Whoosh, 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 in an instant, 5 extremely thin threads, filled with infinite killing intent, shot out from Doflamingo's hands. Tilting his body slightly, Jinbei dodged the threads, and with a heavy stomp of his foot, he charged at Doflamingo like a sharp sword. Plum blossom skin, armament hockey covered his arms, and then a dense stream of water immediately condensed in his palms. Shark wave fist. Boom! The roaring seawater instantly blasted towards Doflamingo. With a cold snort, Doflamingo suddenly made an extremely awkward gesture with his right hand and thrust it upward. Fallen rogue line. SSHH 5 white threads instantly burst forth from the ground, sharp as swords, exuding chilling intent, aimed at Jinbei's heart. Note, the battle scenes are hard to write. Please forgive me. Chapter 57 Edward Weevil, Death Boom. Jinbei's heart shook as he sensed the crisis from the ground. His right palm, originally aimed at Doflamingo, immediately changed direction. Bang, bang, bang. The intense fist intent immediately shattered 3 strands of silk, but he couldn't stop the other 2 strands in time. Hey, Doflamingo sneered. Clang, clang, clang. 2 needle-like sharp strands of silk instantly collided with Jinbei's palm. But the next moment, the smile on Doflamingo's face froze. He looked in disbelief at the shattered strands of silk. His parasite line was actually blocked by the opponent's flesh palm. Impossible. The parasite line would only bounce off if it touched ordinary Busashoka haki. It would never shatter. Could be. Jinbei's Busashoka haki has advanced to a higher stage? Doflamingo couldn't understand, but Jinbei was smiling happily, knowing it was the effect after refining his spirit. A surge of ocean current gathered in his palm and roared forward. Line saw. Doflamingo's right foot burst with a cold light. A thick, giant line erupted from the tip of his foot like a saw. Bang! A fist and a foot collided instantly. In an instant, a surge of Red Conqueror's haki erupted from Doflamingo's body, continuously impacting Jinbei. His legs trembled at this moment. Jinbei felt as if a small mountain was pressing down on him. Jinbei, become my subordinate. I can spare your life. Doflamingo sneered. Delusional. With a shake of his palm, Jinbei endured the impact of the Conqueror's haki, and his fist intent surged again. Foot skimming line. His body turned lightly, and Doflamingo, who was in a stalemate with Jinbei, immediately raised his left foot, 8 sharp silk lines tearing through the air, slashing down fiercely at Jinbei. 7,000 roof-shattering kick. The spinning kick capable of shattering 7,000 tiles exploded from Jinbei's right foot, colliding fiercely with Doflamingo's left foot. Boom, the ground cracked. Fissures spreading like a spider web under their feet. After the collision, the shock wave grew stronger, and finally, after reaching its peak, it exploded in the smoke and dust. Both retreated simultaneously and slid on the ground for a while before stopping. I really don't understand why you follow such an old fool. Isn't it better to be my man? I remember I invited you before. Doflamingo said with a smile. What you did is already known to everyone. So, we have different paths. Don't waste your efforts. Jinbei shouted angrily, already tired of Doflamingo's persuasion. Whoosh, his body turned into a phantom, instantly appearing in front of Doflamingo. Water heart. Ocean current shoulder throw. Jinbei's body shook, and he hugged his right shoulder fiercely with both hands. Whoosh, a large surge of ocean current erupted from his right shoulder, roaring like a raging water dragon. He truly ruthless. Zing, zing, zing. The strands at his fingertips exploded, instantly transforming into a web in midair. Spider's nest. The roaring water dragon was instantly torn apart by the sharp silk lines. turning into large drops of water that fell to the ground. Then with a flick of his fingertips, a tiny yet extremely sharp silk line was shot out by Doflamingo like a bullet. Bullet line. Bayou seeing the incoming bullet line, knowing he couldn't dodge, Jinbei stepped forward, gathering ocean currents in his palm, while also summoning a glow of treasure. Puff, blood blossomed on his right shoulder, and at that moment, Jinbei arrived in front of Doflamingo. Fishman karate ultimate technique. Martial law. Boom. A palm struck Doflamingo's chest. Bang. A fiery punch sent Weevil flying to the ground. And then Muling leaped into the air. His right fist ignited with flames, descending like a fire god, crashing down on Weevil. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattered ribs echoed. Weevil, spitting blood and with a sunken chest, had a dim expression, clearly on the verge of collapse. Bastard. Weevil wanted to say something, but the blood continuously overflowing from his mouth prevented him from forming a complete sentence. You can say it in hell. Shing. The scarlet sword energy flashed by, slicing through Weevil's neck. In an instant, a bloody head flew into the air and rolled to the ground. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Edward Weevil, has died. Damn, that despicable red-eyed Muling. Bang. Seeing Weevil's miserable death, Sengoku smashed the armrest of the chair beside him. Although he didn't have a good impression of Weevil, he still represented the Navy headquarters and the face of the world government. To be so easily killed by red-eyed Muling? Well done. Duong. Song Yun Xie slashed forward fiercely, instantly shattering space, with cracks in the void rapidly spreading to Akainu's feet. Great fire. Akainu, whose power shattered with a punch, had a fierce expression, glaring at the Whitebeard pirates and Muling's group. Remnants of the old era. All who defy justice should die. Boom. Akainu slammed the ground, and the vast ground began to crack, countless boulders being violently sent flying into the air. In the next moment, they were covered by scorching magma. His fists turned into phantoms. Heavy punches exploded from Akainu's hands. Meteor volcano. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless magma bombs rained down towards Whitebeard's side. Ting. The crisp sound of swords reverberated through the heavens and earth, and countless blood-red, ghostly figures erupted from the Shachi sword. Demon sword technique. Night parade of 100 demons. He eat this. I will kill you. He become my food. A wave of sword energy surged like a giant sword arc, blocking countless magma bombs in mid-air. Jinjin, shatter. Bang, bang, bang. Whitebeard's left fist struck fiercely into the sky, and in an instant, the space behind him trembled, stopping all the magma bombs above his head. Crack, crack, crack. They turned into chunks of magma debris, falling weakly to the ground. Ace. Boom, boom, boom at that moment. A massive fist shattered the thick ice on the sea surface. Then, with a roar that shook the battlefield, Luffy descended from the sky. I'm here to save you. The Straw Hat Pirates have officially arrived at Marineford. Chapter 58. Chaos at the Execution Platform. Luffy. Ace. Ace exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Damn it. What are you doing here? Get out. Get out of here now. Ace, with a face full of tears, regretted it immensely. Why? Why did he fall into Scourge Trap? Why was he so foolish? However, despite desperately shouting for Luffy to go back, Ace knew that Luffy would never listen to him. Just like himself. If Luffy were in danger, he would risk his life to save him. Garp remained silent, his expression somber, completely ignoring Sengoku's furious gaze beside him. Perhaps, this iron-fisted naval hero, now an old man with white hair, also felt a hint of regret in his heart at this moment. Family justice. A difficult choice. He is Ace's brother? Monkey D. Luffy? Whitebeard's eyes revealed a hint of a smile as he looked kindly at Luffy, who was rushing towards the execution platform. He is Ace's brother. He is our family. Protect him well, Marco. Got it, Dad. Bang, bang, bang. Rubber punches. The shadows of fists shook the heavens as countless rubber punches exploded among the Navy ranks. Don't stop me. Damn it. I must save Ace. Boom. A flash of gold, with lightning radiating from him. Enel was kicked away by Kizaru, rolling to Luffy's feet. Huh? Who are you? Luffy was taken aback, scratching his head as he clearly couldn't remember Enel's name. Oh right, you're that big-eared guy from Skypiea. Enel. Can't get past this hurdle, huh? Damn it. I didn't expect to run into you here. The next moment, as Enel was about to say something fierce, he froze, because Luffy had already run far away, disappearing from sight. Damn guy. Don't run. Bang. A sword light slashed down vertically, grazing Enel's body, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. You want to escape? The tattered Kizaru looked extremely disheveled at this moment. Clearly, although he had the upper hand in the battle with Enel, he had also paid a price. Escape. I'm here with the determination to kill you today. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, golden light and lightning collided like two beams, raging in the air. Continuous impacts, continuous collisions. With a flick of his hand, the golden rod mixed with lightning heavily struck Kizaru's shoulder. But in the next second, Kizaru transformed into specks of golden light, scattering instantly. Damn it, another clone, Enel grumbled. Then he activated his mind network, capturing Kizaru's position at that moment, and the golden rod fell. Boom! It violently collided with the Amatsukami sword. Just a second later, Enel's expression changed, revealing a cunning look. Crack, crack, crack. Dense electric energy surrounded them like a protective sphere, wrapping both of them tightly, impenetrable. Thunder echoed. Ha! You've fallen into my trap. In my lightning prison, you can never win against me. Thunder punishment. Thunder welcome. Boom! In an instant, the suspended lightning prison shook violently, then erupted with countless bolts of lightning, soaring into the sky. Rumble, the clear sky instantly faded, shrouded by dense thunderclouds. 10,000 thunder roar. Originally, the 10,000 thunder and thunder welcome could only be released by the Arc Maxim, but now, Enel could do it all by himself. Of course, the power was much weaker. Wow, what a scary guy, Kizaru smirked, no longer speaking. As the Amatsukami sword immediately transformed into a mass of golden light and merged into his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh the next second. A continuous stream of golden light erupted from Kizaru's body, shining like a dazzling little sun. Immediately after, the golden light radiated out, blooming the most brilliant golden flower amidst the dense thunder. Flashing thousand reflecting mirror. Crack, 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 accompanied by Kizaru's deep voice. The golden light surrounding him instantly changed. The light no longer scattered, forming a wall-like barrier of giant light screens, completely surrounding Enel, impenetrable. Damn it, what are you trying to do? ZZZ with a vague sense of ominousness. Enel grasped the golden rod and struck the light screen. But it was futile. The light screen was penetrated, causing no harm at all. TSK, truly worthy of a Marine Admiral. Impressive. Enel chuckled, looking at the golden light that filled the entire lightning prison, slowly extending his hand. Divine punishment, thunder welcome, rumble. In an instant, thick thunder pillars crashed down 1, 2. Bang, bang, bang. 10 struck down in succession, like a map bombardment covering the golden light. Meanwhile, the light screen hit by the thunder pillars not only did not dissipate, but instead separated into numerous golden light mirrors about the height of a person. Enel, give it up. Whoosh, in an instant, countless voices of Kizaru exploded around, making Enel's hair stand on end. Each voice represented a Kizaru, and each light mirror contained a silhouette. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh with a slight lift of his fingertips. Explosive laser arcs shot out from all directions towards Enel within the light barrier. In the ocean of lasers, a maddening pain and burning sensation overwhelmed Enel's entire body. Enel's eyes were bloodshot, drenched in blood. He was like a madman. Ah, damn it. I'm a god. No one can stop me. 200 million volts. Thunder god. Clang. Sword energy surged. Countless dazzling sword lights illuminated the entire battlefield. Bang. The supreme great knife, Black Blade Knight, fiercely struck against Shichibukai. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sword lights erupted from their clash, continuously radiated outward. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy spread, crashing down onto the ground, instantly slicing nearby, unprepared Marines in half. One sword, two swords. Countless swords slashed down with the flowing sword intent of the pastor. Looking at the cold-faced Mihawk in front of him, suddenly smiled. World's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Want to join my evil spirit pirate crew? Boom! Without a word, Mihawk unleashed a massive slash, his fighting spirit rising. Yes, this is the kind of opponent, this kind of swordsmanship that can make me stronger. If you want me to join your pirate crew, then defeat me in swordsmanship. Bang! Sword energy sword, piercing a big hole in the thundercloud-filled sky. Instantly, a ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, shining down on the heads of the two. Note, Happy Lantern Festival, brothers. Can we get a wave of free gifts? Oh, the potatoes are almost out of food. Yee, funny. Chapter 59. Akainu being pounded into the ground bang. With a single punch, Luffy knocked down the Marine in front of him. He stretched his arm forward, instantly extending it long enough to press down on the corner of the city wall. Ace, I'm here to save you. Whoosh, in an instant, Luffy shot up toward the city wall like a rocket. Stop. A cold yet gentle voice rang in his ears. and then a pair of large black hands intercepted Luffy from midair, slamming him down. Boom! The next second, a magma bullet exploded at the very spot where Luffy had just been. Bastard! Bartholomew Kuma, do you know what you're doing? Akainu roared in anger. He was highly suspicious that Kuma was deliberately saving the Straw Hat Kid. I'm just doing what I should do, Kuma replied flatly, turning to leave. Damn Shichibukai. Damn pirates. Bang bang bang. Just as Akainu was cursing in rage, sections of space exploded instantly, and a crescent-shaped, long sword slashed through the void, shooting towards him. It was Whitebeard wielding the Tremor sword. Akainu immediately raised his right arm to block. Crack, crack, crack. The magma-coated arm shattered instantly, revealing a bare arm. Hellhound. Taking advantage of the moment when Whitebeard held the sword with both hands, Akainu's left arm, wrapped in magma, aimed at Whitebeard's chest and punched out. But Whitebeard was not the same as he was in the anime. His haki instantly enveloped his entire body, bracing against the punch from Hellhound. His left fist condensed a ball of spatial power and smashed down heavily. Puff blood gushed forth as Akainu's head twisted grotesquely under the influence of the spatial power. You treacherous bastard, making my sons kill each other. Today, I will definitely kill you. Bang! The spatial power on Whitebeard's left fist exploded again, driving Akainu's head directly into the ground. Then, the blade glimmered as the tip of the Tremor sword shattered the space around it. Oblivion! Boom! The cold gleam vanished in an instant, slashing down towards Akainu's head on the ground. Stop! Duong! In that moment, a golden Buddha palm descended from the sky, blocking the Tremor. Bastard! I will kill you, Whitebeard. Because of this block, Akainu, who was being pounded into the ground by Whitebeard, finally had a moment to breathe. His right fist gathered countless streams of magma and exploded instantly. Canine Red Lotus. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen magma bullets imprinted with Akainu's face shot towards Whitebeard like armor-piercing shells. At such a close distance, Akainu was fully confident he could break through Whitebeard's defenses. Lion's Might, Yosugai. Ting ting ting. In an instant, countless crisp sword sounds echoed across the battlefield. Then the ground cracked, and countless fragments of rock quickly condensed into a massive lion's head. Roar pushing back Whitebeard and shaking off the Buddha palm launched by Sengoku. The lion's massive maw opened wide, swallowing all the magma bullets. Ha ha, Whitebeard, you old man. This time I save your life. The clear sky suddenly turned dark, as if something was covering the entire sky. Oomph, who could it be? It's you bastard. Upon hearing this voice, Whitebeard immediately understood. But the next second, Whitebeard's expression became strange. Saved twice in one day. Bastard. Rumble, rumble, the sky thundered, booming like thunder. Suddenly, everyone's gaze was drawn to the sky. But when they looked up to see the two islands blocking the sun, they froze instantly. Oh my god, this can't be real. That flag, this is the flying pirate crew. And that person is the legendary Shiki the Golden Lion, who is on par with Pirate King Roger. Oh my god, the Whitebeard pirates, the Phantom pirates, and now even the flying pirates have come. Is this the end of the world? TSK. Sure enough, this old guy is here too. With a pout, after a brief clash with Mihawk, the retreating Muling looked up at the sky and said helplessly, that bastard Shiki is not someone who can develop in peace. Damn, how could he come to? Transforming into a giant Buddha, Sengoku's face was filled with anger, his golden chest heaving, clearly enraged to the extreme. The Whitebeard pirates and the Phantom pirates were already enough for the Navy to handle. Now this old man is here too. 3 bastards. What does this mean? Are you all reuniting the Rocks pirates? This is a bit too much. At this moment, even the usually cheerful Garp had a grim expression. Looking at another massive island, Garp had a faint, ominous premonition. Oh, this is really a headache, Akiji grimaced, helplessly glancing at the 2 islands above. Jia, what? Are you thinking of surrendering? Swish. A blood-red sword energy suddenly erupted from Raijin, slashing towards Akiji. Crack, 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 an extremely fast, freezing force exploded from beneath Akiji's feet, surging toward Shiryu. Again, with this move, it's the same old trick. Leaping to avoid the freezing, Shiryu swung his sword downward, quickly intercepting the freeze. Frozen Ghost Dragon. Roar. The 2 frozen forms were instantly cut apart, transforming into 2 ice dragons, intertwining and diving toward Shiryu. With a flash of his body, Shiryu dodged one ice dragon's attack, holding Raijin, and without looking back, slashed out. Bang! The sword energy struck the ice dragon, sending ice shards flying, but the ice dragon was not killed. hissed the ice dragon that withstood the sword bite down on Shiryu's waist, its sharp teeth piercing through the skin, instantly causing blood to flow. Bastard. Boom. A strange blood energy surged from the wound on Shiryu's waist, and in an instant, the ice dragon stained with blood turned its eyes red, charging madly towards the ground. Puff, it transformed into bursts of ice shards, disappearing in place. The next second, under Akiji's incredulous gaze, Shiryu also mysteriously vanished. Completely disappeared, not a trace in sight. Where is he? Akiji was instantly dumbfounded. Not far behind a massive rock, a translucent Shiryu secretly took out a rejuvenation pill given by Muling. He swallowed it down. Whoosh, 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 in an instant. A continuous stream of green healing light surrounded him, slowly healing the multiple blood holes in his waist. Seeing that the rejuvenation pill had such an effect, Shiryu immediately regretted deeply. I was careless. If I had known, I would have acted so recklessly and wasted such a precious elixir. Rumble, rumble suddenly, a booming sound came from above, as countless piercing sounds seemed to tear the entire sky apart, exploding. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, this is a great gift from me to you. Got in an instant. Under the gaze of the crowd, the small island on the left side of the sky was crashing down towards the massive fortress of the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Boom. Note, it's so noisy. The sound of cannons is everywhere. But this is to be expected. It's the new year. Happy Lantern Festival to everyone. Chapter 60. The Old General, Iron Fist Carpoom. Sengoku raised his head in confusion, staring at the rapidly descending island. He was completely stunned. The greatest strength of Gold Lion Shiki was not his swordsmanship, nor was it his haki, but his terrifying fruit abilities. Casually tossing an island at you was nothing short of a devastating blow in a war. Crazy. Shiki, you're a madman. This old man. I'm gonna beat you to death. Sengoku roared in anger. Oh no. Is it over? Are we going to die? Gold Lion Shiki is actually this terrifying? It's over, we lost. We're all going to die. Countless Marines stared blankly at the island above, sinking into deep despair. Damn it, Akiji shouted. In the next moment, the ground within a radius of several dozen miles around him instantly froze solid. Crack, crack. 5 thick, hard ice pillars shot up like mountains, rising from the ground and firmly propping up the giant island. Boom. The giant island stopped falling. 1 second, 2 seconds. Ha, good. Then let us try this again. Boom. Amidst the booming sound, Gold Lion's arrogant laughter echoed as he waved his fingers, causing the giant island under his feet to rise again, then heavily pressed down onto the island that was being propped up. TSK, this guy is truly a madman. The agile Mink, who dodged the sword light from Hawkeye, chuckled. You'd better focus your attention over here. Seeing Mink's distraction, Hawkeye's anger surged. A black mist rose from the black sword Yoru, and with a leap, Hawkeye slashed down. Clang! The two clashed fiercely again. In the midst of the surging sword energy, Mink suddenly laughed. The Marine headquarters is in grave danger. Aren't you going to help? But with an island of this magnitude, even Hawkeye probably couldn't cut in half with a single sword strike. Mink felt he could, and of course, he had to use his ultimate Imperial Slash infused with the power of storms. I only care about the fight in front of me. The rest has nothing to do with me. It's not easy to encounter someone whose swordsmanship is on par with mine, even slightly stronger. Hawkeye wouldn't care about anyone else. Boom! Accompanied by a heavy shattering sound, the 5 ice pillars exploded one after another, turning into helpless ice chunks that fell down. A pale Akiji remained undeterred, and with a renewed burst of icy light, another 10 ice pillars rose again. Ha! Sengoku, transformed into a giant Buddha, roared in anger, instantly manifesting over a dozen Buddha palms from behind him. Bang! Each Buddha palm radiated a terrifying white shockwave. They slammed into the bottom of the island. Under the hopeful gazes of countless Marines, the island came to a halt once again. But everyone knew this was only a temporary stop. Sengoku and Akiji would soon be exhausted, and when that happened, what was meant to come would still come. 2 giant islands of this scale could not be turned by human strength alone. Let me handle this. Bang! In an instant, a heavy explosive sound erupted from within Garp's body. Garp stood up, his gaze heavy as he looked at the island. Cracking sounds erupted from his bones. And in that moment, Garp's aura changed. Like a mighty river, endless and unyielding, or like rolling waves, constantly surging forth. A terrifying aura spread outward from Garp's body like a shockwave, impacting everything around him. Instantly, Everyone on the battlefield felt the unparalleled hockey that shook the heavens. It's Vice Admiral Garp, Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. Great! Vice Admiral Garp is going to take action. All the Marines cheered with excitement upon seeing this. Boom! Garp slowly extended his iron fist, terrifying white beams of light coalescing in his fist. As if shaking the heavens with his power, Garp launched himself like a cannonball. With a single punch, bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the entire Marine fort was enveloped by the thunderous sound that resonated through the heavens. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The island stopped sinking, and the dozen ice pillars supporting it shattered under the shock. Sengoku's dozens of Buddha palms also retracted. At this moment, a single man, with a single punch, had blocked the giant island all by himself. I'm just a Garp fan. When I looked up, I really wished Garp would smash Akainu with a punch. Crack, crack, crack. Dense black fissures erupted from Garp's fist, then spread across the entire giant island. Bang! A large chunk of debris fell from the sky, smashed to bits by Akainu's punch. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, countless rays of sunlight streamed through the cracks in the giant rocks, illuminating the ground. The giant island crumbled, transforming into a sky full of debris, raining down like cannonballs. Everyone be careful! Ice Age! Crack! Crack! As the freezing wave came, Akiji quickly froze the falling debris into ice, halting it in midair. Sengoku's Buddha palm struck out one after another, smashing one giant rock after another. The other Marine commanders also reacted quickly. They had strong strength and hockey to withstand the attacks of the falling rocks. But those ordinary Marines would face death. Garp, who shattered the giant island with a punch, jumped back to the execution platform, his expression normal, appearing as if nothing had happened. But Ace sitting beside him knew that the old man was already somewhat exhausted. At that moment, a red figure darted among the debris, climbing up to the high execution platform, constantly scaling upward. With a twitch of his brow, Sengoku spotted Luffy, who was bouncing around like a rat, and immediately felt enraged. Straw Hat Kid, you want tea, get away. Boom! A giant Buddha palm smashed down towards Luffy. Suddenly, a greenish beam of light appeared in front of Luffy, transforming into the Phoenix Marco. Luffy, hurry and save Ace. All right, Luffy replied excitedly. Bang! Marco blocked the Buddha palm with his wings, and then countless rays of fiery light exploded from his body, shattering the Buddha palm and rushing towards Sengoku. Whitebeard's 1st Division commander, the Phoenix Marco? Damn pirates. None of you are getting away today. With a leap, Sengoku punched through the flames and engaged Marco in battle. Note, I remember it seems to be the latest chapter, Marco single-handedly facing off against the calamities of fire and plague. So his strength is definitely not as it appears in the top battle. And at the top, Garp defeated Marco with a punch. So I've always thought Garp had strength surpassing that of the 4 emperors. Of course, there might also be personal feelings involved. Please understand. Chapter 61. Heated battle, boom, 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 thunder rumbled, and the massive figure of Enel surged with electricity, his golden staff transformed into a bolt of lightning, as if he was wielding a giant lightning rod. The towering body of the thunder god spread open the thunderstorm, gradually swelling in the laser ocean. However, the lasers surging from all directions did not dissipate. Instead, they grew even stronger. Enel's body was pierced, revealing numerous identical lightning wounds all over him, making him look like a sieve. Meanwhile, the 1,000 mirrors technique displayed by Kizaru continuously expanded, tightly wrapping around Enel's body. Damn it, I'm a god. Don't underestimate me. Whoosh in an instant, a dark golden ripple surged through Enel's body. His originally blue form now appeared as if bathed in a layer of black-purple lightning. The Busashoku haki instantly enveloping the thunder god's entire body. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of thunderous explosions echoed across the land, and a raging fury climbed within Enel's chest. He cared not for the battlefield, nor for life or death. He only wanted to kill the man before him. Clang! The lightning rod clashed violently with the Amatsu no Kimo sword, and the sound of clashing weapons erupted. Kizaru took the blow, immediately sliding 100 meters away. However, amidst the rolling thunder, the light screens were not shattered by the lightning. Light, it is indestructible. No longer lazy as before, a grave expression appeared on Kizaru's face, making him look very serious. Thunder, 10,000 thunders. Boom! The earth and sky roared, as if the entire realm would explode, with countless thick pillars of lightning crashing toward Kizaru. Instantly, the whole battlefield took notice of this thunderous power. This kid, is impressive. Shiryu chuckled softly, his transparent body weaving through the crowd, the red lightning like a meat grinder slaughtering the Navy soldiers one by one. What is that? An invisible enemy. Help me. My God, what kind of monster is this? The crowd immediately stirred, and Akiji became furious, activating his Kinbunchika haki to carefully survey his surroundings. Clang! Sword energy crisscrossed. After forcing back Hawkeye with a flash of sword light, Luffy's left hand glimmered as the Regine Jacka sword was drawn. Lion's Might, Extreme Flame, Thousand Cuts Valley. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, massive slashing waves mixed with extreme flames exploded from the spinning dual swords. Suddenly, a fierce wind appeared in the center of the battlefield, causing the extreme flames to surge again. Bang! Shattering a fire-slash-wave, Hawkeye immediately retreated, rolling several times to dodge 4 or 5 slashing waves. But in the next second, the slashing waves surged, the scorching breath of flames slashing toward Hawkeye like a fiery blade. There was no escaping. Then I'll take it head-on. Clang, clang, clang. Sword shadows thickened, and dense sword light erupted from the black blade. Night. Hawkeye stood still, raising his sword, swinging it, and slashing. His hands became mere phantoms. 6 ellipses count as one character. Ho ho ho, this kid is pretty good. On the giant island, the Golden Lion Shiki saw the underground Luffy using the Thousand Cuts Valley and immediately wore a satisfied expression, like a father seeing his son finally grow up. Let's go. We're going down too. Bang. The Golden Lion leaped down, moving through the air like a nimble fish, charging towards Sengoku. Garp, Sengoku. Ha ha ha. I'm here for revenge. Swish the famous sword, Sakura 10, and the Withered would instantly drew, sending a massive slashing wave towards Sengoku on the execution platform. After all, he was imprisoned in Impel Down because Sengoku and Garp teamed up to capture him. For someone like Shiki, revenge and hatred are non-negotiable. Just you? Buddha's palm gathered waves of white shock waves, and Sengoku fought against 2 opponents. The 3 of them tangled in battle. Boom, 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 thunder surged, and thousands of thick pillars of lightning crashed down. Kizaru, flashing and dodging the lightning, remained unfazed, even smiling slightly. Shining light feather, standing beneath the thunder. Kizaru extended his hands, golden light erupting from his body, transforming into countless golden points of light rushing into the light screens. Whoosh in an instant, the light screens began to change. Sharp and dazzling golden spikes shot out from the light screens. Swish, 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 the light spikes shattered the thunder, and dense golden light mixed with lightning, shining brilliantly, impossible for ordinary people to look at directly. Thunder, light spikes, and the sound of explosions erupted in the sky. Ding, 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 the light spikes shattered the thunder, violently striking NL's body. You bastard! The majesty of a god cannot be tarnished. Burning with rage, Enel endured the pain of the light spikes piercing his body, swinging his lightning rod and smashing it against the light screen. Whoosh in the next moment. The lightning rod suddenly trembled as if blocked by something hard. The towering light screen began to shrink, transforming into a humanoid figure, Kizaru. In his hand, the Amatsu no Kimo sword began to swell, morphing into a towering golden sword. After repelling the lightning rod, he swung it down toward Enel. Boom! 1 sword and 1 rod clashed, the shockwaves constantly erupting from the 2 weapons and spreading outward. The earth cracked, and the ice on the sea shattered, each collision causing the entire marine fort to tremble. In a corner of the battlefield, Bonnie quietly hid in place. Occasionally a couple of Navy soldiers would rush over. However, they were all knocked out by the lamb leg bone in her hand or turned into crying children. While the battle outside was intense, Bonnie kept the captain's advice in mind. Stay far away. You're weak. Don't put yourself in danger. Of course, even without Luffy's warning, Bonnie wouldn't dare to fight at this moment. Wow, Enel is so strong. The captain is really amazing. Haha, Shiryu got discovered by Akiji. What is Old Sand doing? Oh, teaming up with Jinbei to deal with Doflamingo. Sigh, I'm so hungry, I really want to eat meat. Rubbing her stomach. Bonnie was extremely hungry, her beautiful eyes gradually misting over, unable to help but glance at the lamb leg bone in her hand. Crunch. She took a big bite. Then Bonnie covered her mouth and began to whimper. This bite felt no different from biting into steel. One of the members of the evil spirit pirates, Jewelry Bonnie? Suddenly, a sword light slashed toward her. It was the Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral, Gecko Moria. Whoosh, 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 the long blade danced like an arm, grabbing 8 long knives, howling as it lunged toward Bonnie. Bang! Surprised by the sudden attack, Bonnie swung the lamb leg bone and smashed it back. Stop! Who in an instant? A red figure shot out from behind the ghost spider. Before the ghost spider could react, he was immediately kicked away. Bastard! What the hell? But upon seeing who it was, the ghost spider became even angrier. Pirachi impris boa Hancock. Why? Do you know what you were doing? As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, why are you helping pirates? Whoosh Hancock swung her long, white leg forward, looking down at the ghost spider with disdain. Her face full of contempt. I hate your eyes. Is that a problem? Ghost Spider. Chapter 62. Have you ever been slashed by a sword? My gaze. Facing the world's most beautiful pirate, that charming and lovely, unparalleled face, Guizhou suddenly froze, feeling a bit dazed. Is my gaze too wicked? Did I scare her? Oh, that really shouldn't be, I should. What the hell? This is clearly her excuse to cover up her crimes. Guizhou finally regained his senses, his body shook. And the momentum of an elite rear admiral from the Navy once again enveloped the entire scene, betraying the world government, attacking a rear admiral of the Navy, protecting pirates. Pirachi impris boa Hancock. This is a death sentence. I can arrest you right now on this charge. Guizhou's face was serious, a hint of murderous intent spreading from within. You lowly man, I just find you displeasing. What's wrong? Whoosh, a flash of blade light. Guizhou's body instantly vanished from the spot and rushed towards Hancock at an extremely fast speed. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. A pirate is a pirate, and will never change the ferocity in their bones. Bang! 8 long knives slammed down hard onto the ground, but missed as Hancock had already jumped into the air. Fragrant foot. Guizhou was fast, but Hancock was even faster. Those long legs as white as jade now appeared to Guizhou like a nightmare. Crack! The 2 long knives that intercepted Hancock's kick immediately petrified, rapidly spreading towards Guizhou's arm. Without saying a word, Guizhou discarded the long knives and charged again. Bang, bang, bang. Blade light and sword shadows clashed, and instantly, Hancock and Guizhou were fighting fiercely. Meanwhile, Bonnie, who was watching from the side, was already dumbfounded. The warlord of the sea saved me, and then fought against a rear admiral of the Navy for me. What the hell is going on? Bonnie's little head was filled with confusion, and she couldn't quite understand the scene before her. Bastard. Damn Navy. The next second, when Bonnie saw Hancock in a tight spot due to lack of weapons, she immediately threw a lamb leg bone at Hancock. Hancock, who caught the lamb leg bone, was momentarily stunned. Isn't this for eating? But there was no time for Hancock to think more, as Guizhou's 6 long knives were already closing in. Crack! The lamb leg bone fiercely blocked in front, and suddenly a sound of metal shattering reached Hancock's ears. How is this possible? Guizhou was filled with horror, as if he had seen a ghost. His 6 long knives had all shattered? He can't possibly have covered his hair with hockey, right? Damn man, how dare you be disrespectful to me? Seeking death. Whoosh, a stunning beauty, wielding a huge lamb leg bone. Instantly, Hancock's image completely collapsed. Bang, bang, bang. Without the long knives, Guizhou could only wield 6 short blades to counter Hancock's attacks. But the seemingly ordinary lamb leg bone felt like it was crashing down with 1,000 pounds when it hit him. Guizhou was on the verge of collapse. Boom! A flash of golden light. Kizaru raised the light sword in his hand and cut Enel, who had transformed into the Thunder God, in half with a single strike. Rumble, the lightning that had condensed into the Thunder God's body, instantly dissipated. Finally, in the decisive battle against Kizaru, Enel was outclassed in terms of skill and was defeated. However, Kizaru was not in a good state either, his clothes tattered and blood spurting from his mouth. Whoosh, letting out a long breath. Kizaru glanced helplessly at Enel lying on the ground, and his figure immediately transformed into golden light, rushing towards Guizhou. A mouthful of blood spurted from Enel's mouth as he looked at the numerous Navy soldiers rushing towards him. Cough, cough, bastard. Damn guy. Trembling. He took out a rejuvenation pill from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, and closed his eyes. I hope the captain isn't lying to me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a continuous stream of green healing light began to flow within Enel's body. The next moment, under the ferocious gazes of countless pirates, Enel raised his right hand. Divine punishment. By Ubu, while Hancock was fighting Guizhou, she suddenly felt a crisis approaching from behind. She extended the lamb leg bone to block. Bang! The laser beam was deflected, and the lamb leg bone fell to the ground. Yo-ho-ho, there's really no helping it. After all, pirates are pirates. Whoosh, golden light transformed into Kizaru, standing on a nearby boulder, looking down at Hancock. Rear Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru. Bonnie's heart trembled, shocked. Bastard! Hancock shouted angrily. I don't understand, as the pirate empress. Why are you opposing the Navy for someone like Jewelry Bonnie? Guizhou asked in confusion. Why should I explain my actions to you? You. Guizhou momentarily lost his words, so angry that he couldn't speak. Kizaru, however, paid no heed to this. His body transformed, and his foot, glowing with golden light, kicked towards Hancock's head. Have you ever been kicked by light? Light speed kick. Not good. Just as Hancock was about to dodge, she realized it was already too late. The opponent's speed was simply too fast. Bang! In an instant, a golden light erupted, and a blood-red long sword flew in from nowhere, blocking in front of Hancock and intercepting Kizaru's light speed kick. Whoosh whoosh. The sword's spirit erupted from the blade in a flash, protecting Hancock. Kizaru, have you ever been slashed by a sword? Extreme flame, imperial slash. Boom! The soaring sword light mixed with flame shot straight up, piercing a large hole in the cloudy sky, slashing toward Kizaru. On the other side, this guy just left without warning. I wasn't done having fun yet. Bastard. Touching the sword scar on his chest, Mihawk shook his head helplessly, although the two seemed evenly matched. This scar on his chest said it all. With the captain absent, I'll accompany you in this fight. Zizizi lightning flashed, and stood in front of Mihawk. Glancing at the golden staff in his hand, Mihawk's expression instantly turned icy. Not interested. Fight with you? I might as well go find Vista from the Whitebeard pirates. Enel. Note. Everyone must take good care of their health. Smoke less, drink less, and if you feel unwell, go to the hospital quickly. Health is the capital. Keep it up. Chapter 63. String String Fruit Boom. The soaring sword aura shattered the flowing clouds and came crashing down with an unstoppable force. Clang! Kizaru immediately summoned the Amatsukami sword to block this beam of sword light. However, having just fought a battle against Enel, Kizaru was no match for Muling at this moment. Crack, crack, crack! The Amatsukami sword instantly shattered, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated in Kizaru's hand. Muling's body transformed into a phantom and vanished from the spot. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds generated by bodies moving through the air gradually approached Kizaru. A bitter expression appeared on Kizaru's lazy face. He felt that today he must be a fool. Why did he have to fight these people to the death? So troublesome. Whoosh, just as Kizaru bent down, a beam of sword light swept past his head. Immediately after, Kizaru's body flipped, the sharp golden light flashing on his right foot, delivering a beautiful inverted kick toward Shachi. Bang! As the golden light approached, Muling quickly retreated a few steps. After Shachi elegantly released a sword flourish in the air, the sword aura surged like a dragon, and Muling's body immediately ducked down. Breaking army. Rising dragon strike. Roar. Countless golden sword auras converged into a golden dragon head, its roar shaking the heavens. Accompanied by Muling, who transformed into a sword aura rainbow, the golden dragon opened its massive mouth and bit down towards Kizaru. Shimmering light shield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, more than 10 light shields immediately protected Kizaru's body, blocking the approaching breaking army rising dragon strike. 1 shield, 2 shields. After breaking through 5 light shields, the rising dragon strike finally lost its momentum, and then a forced upward sword light instantly shattered the remaining 5 light shields, striking Kizaru. Duong. But it was blocked by Haki. I really don't want to fight you, but there is no other choice. Bang! Kizaru dashed forward with a light speed kick aimed at Muling. As his body flipped, Muling withdrew his sword with his right hand while gathering a ball of fire in his left fist and slammed it forward. Bang! In an instant, the golden light and flames merged, neither yielding to the other, producing intense shockwaves. Immediately after, Muling's body swayed, gripping the hilt of Shachi, and waves of lightning began to surge throughout him. Thunder roar. 8 trigrams. Zzz, the sword aura mixed with terrifying lightning fleetingly passed by Kizaru's body and arrived behind him. Whoosh, a spray of blood burst forth, and a fine sword mark appeared at Kizaru's waist. Desert Diamond Blade. Shark Fist. Boom. The ground trembled violently as a surge of condensed fist intent rushed towards Doflamingo. Whoosh, a sharp pain struck Kizaru's waist, and just as he was about to rise and evade, a giant sand blade split him in two. But in the next moment, Doflamingo's body instantly transformed into countless threads that exploded in the air. Thread clone puppet. Laosha exclaimed, looking around. 2 people are bullying me alone. How ruthless, crocodile. Doflamingo's laughter was low, and a chilling aura instantly erupted from within him. This is what you forced me to do. Bang! In an instant, the ground centered around Doflamingo turned white, composed of countless thick threads. The paramecia type, string fruit awakened, capable of turning everything around into threads. D. Raging wave, white thread. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the ground shattered, and 2C wave-like thick white threads immediately rolled up, shattering the space and charging towards the two, continuously rolling and intertwining, the tips sharp, emanating a chilling gleam. What is this? Jinbei exclaimed in horror. The paramecia type, string fruit, has awakened, exhaling a puff of smoke. Even in such a critical moment, Lao Sha remained composed. The loud explosions accompanied by the raging wave, white thread, continuously erupted, and the sharp threads intertwined, crazily stabbing towards the two. Doflamingo spread his arms, controlling the trajectory of the raging wave, white threads left and right. Bang! A punch shattered dozens of threads in front of him, and Jinbei leaped, but countless threads came attacking again. Bang! 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 The fist intense surged, and large waves crashed down on the white threads. However, just as he landed and was about to counterattack, the ground beneath him shattered, and countless white threads quickly wrapped around Jinbei's body, tightening like twisted dough. Not giving Jinbei a chance to react, it rolled over him like the sea, quickly enveloping him. Bastard! Lao Sha shouted as he slapped the ground. Erosion cycle. Boom! In an instant, the ground shattered and countless winds and sands suddenly erupted. Sharp sand blades filling the air, continuously tearing through the white threads. But the next second, countless threads surged in endlessly. Jinbei's heart-wrenching screams came from within the white threads. Jinbei. Although Lao Sha had a mediocre relationship with Jinbei, he was still a companion on the ship, and he panicked immediately. Bang! Another raging wave, white thread attacked, and taking advantage of Lao Sha's momentary distraction, it wrapped around his body, with dense threads immediately entangling him. Damn it! Bang! After a fierce collision with Akiji, Shiryu naturally saw Lao Sha and Jinbei on the other side, his heart filled with anxiety. Are you worried about your companions? I want to let you leave here. Exhaling cold air, Akiji transformed into 3 long spears and waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the sharp tips shot straight at Shiryu. Divine punishment. Boom. Thunder descended, engulfing the 3 long spears completely. Go save them. I'll deal with him. At a critical moment, Enel arrived. Good. Shiryu laughed heartily. But just as Shiryu was about to go save Lao Sha and Jinbei, his body suddenly stopped. Ting! The clear sound of a sword echoed throughout the arena, and a giant blue slash erupted from the black blade Yoru, shattering the 2 raging wave white threads. The one who struck was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Bastard! What are you doing, Mihawk? Doflamingo roared in fury. I'm just fulfilling my promise. Touching the scar on his chest, Mihawk said coldly. Fulfilling a promise to become a member of the Phantom Pirate crew. Having simulated countless battles in his mind after fighting with Mihawk, he finally admitted that red-eyed Muling completely outclassed him in swordsmanship. Zoro was too weak, waiting too long, and Vista wasn't as strong as he had imagined. Mihawk couldn't imagine how he could remain calm after witnessing such swordsmanship. Note, it feels like the stakes are getting a bit high. Brothers, let us get the free gifts rolling. Chapter Saumwitu, Gun Shotbang. Damn it. Hawkeye Mihawk. Pirachi Impris Boa Hancock. Damn Shichibukai. Sengoku shouted angrily after being knocked away by a sword aura from the Golden Lion. At this moment, Luffy had climbed all the way up to the execution platform. Ace trembled all over. Looking at Luffy's battered appearance, his eyes instantly turned red. Luffy, you actually made it here. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy laughed loudly. Whoosh, a tall figure blocked Luffy's way, his face full of anger. What a deep brotherly bond. But as a Marine Vice Admiral, I won't let you pass. Grandpa? Luffy was stunned, looking at Garp who was blocking him. Momentarily a loss. But in the next second, he punched forward with determination. No one can stop me from saving Ace. Not even you, Grandpa. Bang. In an instant, Luffy's body was filled with heat, smoke swirling around him, and he immediately became much more spirited, his aura increasing several times. You won't. Garp swung a punch towards Luffy. Rubber jet pistol. Luffy's fist, moving as fast as a bullet, instantly strengthened and hit Garp's face hard. Bang! Garp was sent flying, sliding several meters on the platform, then fell down and couldn't get up for a long time. In an instant, the whole place fell silent. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. No way. Is this real? Vice Admiral Garp? He lost? No, it can't be. Impossible. This is impossible. Did Vice Admiral Garp get injured while blocking the giant island earlier? Sengoku. TSK, weaker than a potato. Boom! A punch sent Marco flying, and then his body flashed, conjuring a white shockwave in his palm. Sengoku instantly became furious. Damn, Garp, you're just a bastard. Others might not see it, but Sengoku understood perfectly. Garp was clearly holding back. Grandpa? Luffy looked at Garp in surprise. A bit taken aback, but there was no time to think about that now. Saving Ace was the priority. Oomph. Straw Hat Kid, you won't save Fire Fist Ace. Akiji, who was battling Enel, gathered frost in his palm and threw it towards Luffy. Zing, a red light flashed, and the frozen time capsule was split in two by a blood-colored sword aura. Akiji was stunned for a moment. Then a trace of anger appeared on his face. Although saving Fire Fist Ace has nothing to do with me. Seeing you so flustered makes me happy, Shiryu, said ominously. Seeing Luffy getting closer to Fire Fist Ace, the blood-stained Kizaru immediately transformed into golden light and disappeared from the spot, just as Sengoku was about to pursue. He felt someone tugging at his sleeve. I have seen my benefactor, Hancock said shyly, looking down. Originally beautiful, with a face that could cause the fish to sink and the birds to fall, Hancock's face was now flushed, her watery eyes shyly looking at Sengoku. And those two jade-like white fingers were tightly gripping the hem of Sengoku's clothes. In an instant, Sengoku was stunned. What the hell? Such powerful killing intent with just a smile. Calm down, I need to stay calm. Women are just distractions. They only slow down my sword speed. But what about this benefactor? What is going on? The 3 celestial dragons killed by my benefactor are my enemies. Noticing Sengoku's confusion, Hancock whispered. Oh, Sengoku understood. It turned out that he had taken Luffy's monster and received Hancock's side quest reward. And this reward was none other than the favorability of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. No wonder she helped Bonnie deal with Admiral Spider. Why doesn't my benefactor say anything? Does he dislike me? Hancock said nervously. Just call me Sengoku. You and Bonnie stay here. Be careful. Sengoku nodded, forcibly suppressing his discomfort, and pulled his sleeve back. Take this pill. It has the effect of reviving the dead. After all, she betrayed the world government for me, even giving up her title as a Shichibukai. Sengoku naturally wouldn't speak coldly. I understand. Hancock nodded, acting like a well-behaved little wife, her face flushed, holding the rejuvenation pill, too shy to look at Sengoku. However, Sengoku had already disappeared, heading towards the execution platform. Bonnie, with a smile on her face, pulled Hancock's hand, her brows full of teasing. Just now, she discovered secret. The captain, who usually kills without blinking and is cold-hearted, was so awkward in front of Hancock. How strange. Click the sound of a key turning, with the sea prism stone handcuffs crashing to the ground. Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain Fire Fist Ace was finally rescued. Luffy, you little brat. How dangerous, you really. With tears streaming down his face, Ace hugged Luffy tightly, feeling both happy and angry. Garp, lying on the ground, had a slight smile on his face. None of you are getting away today. Boom, in an instant, a heavy and deep bell rang through the world. Countless golden lights erupted from behind Luffy. It was the furious Buddha Sengoku. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying sound of breaking air accompanied by shockwaves from the Buddha's palm grew stronger and more urgent. Haha, I won't let you hurt my brother. Fire Fist, laughing loudly. Ace punched out, protecting Luffy behind him. Instantly, rolling flames like the sea covered the sky, forming a towering wall of fire that swallowed the Buddha's palm. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the other side of the battlefield. Whitebeard, who was fiercely beating Akainu, felt a shock in his body, looking in disbelief at the small blood hole in his chest. In an instant, the scene froze. Everyone looked at the tall figure on the battlefield, and under his fist was the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Akainu. Dad, Marco exclaimed. Bastard, who? Sneaking up on Dad, you bastard, I will kill you. The Whitebeard pirates went crazy. If you weren't fighting fiercely with Akainu, I wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Wouldn't you say so, Dad? Chapter 65. The furious shepherd, an ugly face, a bloated body, and uneven teeth. The gun in his hand still smoking. The traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. Now, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard. It's you? Teach. Bastard. How would you do this? I'm going to kill you. You despicable guy. How dare you show your face in front of us? Instantly, the already furious members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted with rage upon seeing Blackbeard, killing his comrades, and then capturing Ace to hand over to the world government in exchange for the position of warlord. How could such a guy still dare to appear? Ho ho ho, it's quite lively today. A strange voice entered everyone's ears, and then, under everyone's gaze, a tall man stepped out from behind Blackbeard, dressed in a black and white prison uniform, wearing a horned hat, with a rebellious face. It was none other than the world destroyer, Bondi Wald. Following him, 4 or 5 other similarly dressed prisoners appeared before everyone. They were notorious pirates from Impel Down. Everyone was taken aback, with a hint of suspicion in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's face darkened completely. Something happened in Impel Down. Bastard! Teach, what have you done? Where's Magellan? What have you done to him? Sengoku cried out in anguish. In an instant, the faces of all the Marine headquarters commanders turned black. Everyone knew what kind of person the Impel Down Director Magellan was. Even if he died in battle, he would never let a single criminal escape. And now that Blackbeard's gang had come to Marineford, it was likely that Magellan. Ha ha ha, isn't that Admiral Sengoku? Have you gotten too old and your mind has become dull? Since we're here, doesn't that already explain everything? Blackbeard laughed twice, then looked at Whitebeard in the distance, leaning on his long sword, panting heavily. Oh Dad, what is wrong with you? Why do you look like you're about to die? TSK, your marksmanship is failing. You couldn't even shoot me dead with one shot? This is truly an exciting thing. Suddenly, the battlefield echoed with Blackbeard's arrogant laughter. Whitebeard said nothing, but blood continuously oozed from the hand covering his chest. Bastard! I'm going to kill you. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, as Ace, surrounded by countless flames, was furious to the extreme. Fire fist. Oh, isn't that Ace? You're still alive? Waving his hand, Blackbeard's left hand immediately conjured a cloud of black mist, swallowing all the incoming flames. How did you see my ability? From today on, Marshal Liet will be the future pirate king. The sound of a sword piercing the sky suddenly erupted. In an instant, Blackbeard, who had been cut off mid-sentence, felt an ominous crisis fill his body. Boom! At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the world lost its color. The hockey of the furious shepherd unleashed its full power, and he appeared like a blood-red shadow right in front of Blackbeard. Bastard! In his rage, the shepherd unleashed a scorching blast and punched Blackbeard right in the face. It felt like being hit by a mountain. Blackbeard felt darkness envelop him, and he didn't even see who had attacked before he was sent flying. Bang! 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 The ground shattered as Blackbeard's body bounced like a ball, each impact creating a huge pit. Everyone was stunned, staring in horror at the shepherd. That single strike, not even those far away, including Bondi Wald, could see how the shepherd had thrown the punch. Cough cough tooey. Blood gushed from Blackbeard, who struggled out from the rubble, enveloped in black mist. His ugly face twisted in a grimace. Bastard! Who dares to hit me? I'm going to kill you. Whoosh! The next moment, just as Blackbeard finished speaking, a blood-red figure appeared behind him. Swish! Dark red flowing cherry hockey covered the shepherd's arms, not using any devil fruit abilities. Countless sword energies swirled around his fists as he smashed down toward Blackbeard's head. Boom! The entire Marineford began to tremble. Dense spider web-like cracks spread across the ground. Bang! 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 His fists struck like phantoms against Blackbeard's head. Blackbeard's head continuously smashed into the ground. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Everyone. Is this the true strength of the red-eyed shepherd? So terrifying. Blackbeard doesn't even have the slightest ability to fight back. I can't even see his figure. I don't even know when he appeared behind Blackbeard. The members of the evil spirit pirates were already dumbfounded. Their captain is truly strong. It's simply horrifying. TSK, that damn kid. The Golden Lion shook his head, silently mourning for Blackbeard. Whitebeard held a significant position in the shepherd's heart. He was well aware, but this guy named Blackbeard actually got the dark fruit? Frowning, Shiki's expression turned grim. Quick, save the captain. Damn it. Didn't he say he would take us to dominate the seas? How could he be? The Blackbeard pirates were nearly going mad. They had constantly boasted about realizing their dreams, becoming the pirate king, the overlord of the sea. But just after saying this, they were pressed to the ground and beaten. What the hell? The outside world is so terrifying. Maybe I should just go back to Impel Down? Bang! 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 The shepherd, with a face of frost, was oblivious to the outside world, his crimson eyes fixed on the pit below. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. But he still hadn't received the system notification that Blackbeard was dead. Bastard. I came all the way to Marineford to try to save that old man Whitebeard from dying, and you're Even a powerhouse like Whitebeard would be powerless after having his heart pierced. However, there was still a resurrection coin in the warehouse, but it had only a 50-50 chance of reviving. Thinking of this, the shepherd became even angrier. Bang, bang, bang. His fists turned into phantoms, continuously smashing into Blackbeard. But as he kept hitting, the shepherd felt as if his fists were being burned by some terrifying force, causing unbearable pain. Boom! In an instant, danger struck, and a surge of black mist exploded from pit. Chapter 66. The Mysterious Dark Fruit Boom. In an instant, a towering black smoke erupted, like a black pillar shooting straight into the sky. Not good. A voice whispered in his heart, and Muling immediately retreated, his arms feeling as if countless small bugs were desperately biting him, causing unbearable pain. Hiss, 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 the terrifying sound of devouring echoed in his ears, as large plumes of black smoke surged from the pit, like a merciless hand reaching out toward Muling extreme flame. Emperor's Slash. Swish, swish, swish. Countless fiery, sword energies surrounded Muling, as over a dozen fire dragons opened their massive mouths, merging into the Chachi sword. With one sword strike, bang, 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 the sword energy spread, tearing apart the black mist, and the pit where Blackbeard was located also collapsed. In an instant, a figure shrouded in black mist, with only a terrifyingly fierce face exposed, was revealed to everyone. Bastard, I'm gonna kill you. Boom. A rich flame erupted from Ace's body. In circular flame, patterns blossomed beneath his feet. Great flame ring. Bang. Countless fiery circular patterns instantly erupted, wrapping around Ace, growing larger and more intense. A terrifying aura spreading across the entire battlefield. In the next second, Ace raised his right hand, holding a fireball that blocked out the sun. Flame Emperor. With the fireball in hand, Ace dashed toward Blackbeard. Boom! The fireball crashed into the pit where Blackbeard was located. Whoosh! Instantly, a fierce wind surged, and the scorching flame breath rampaged inside the pit, wildly devouring Blackbeard's body. Ace's mouth curled into a smile. However, Muling, standing not far from Blackbeard, frowned, feeling an ominous premonition. After his punches, he could crush even a small island. But this guy, Blackbeard, sure enough, is it still the ability of the dark fruit? But why has this situation never appeared in the anime? Or is it that no one in the anime has ever pushed Blackbeard to this extent? Muling was unclear. The pirate world held many secrets, with sea kings that did not belong to this world possessing extremely high technology, yet some aspects were quite backward. It felt like a fragmented world. This place is both the pirate world of the anime and cannot be treated entirely based on the understanding from watching the anime. Boom! Ha Ace. You underestimate me too much. Suddenly, Blackbeard's arrogant laughter came from the flames. Immediately, a torrent of black mist surged from the flames, like a giant mouth that had been torn apart, devouring all the flames. Then, a shadow darted out, rushing toward Ace at an incredible speed. With a flash of his body, Ace dodged Blackbeard's punch, but just as he was about to counterattack, the scene from that day resurfaced in his mind. He couldn't let that black mist touch his body. Ace immediately transformed into firelight and retreated, simultaneously gathering a solid flame in each hand. Divine Flame, Unknown Life. Bang! Two fiery long spears were instantly thrown out, piercing Blackbeard's arms. Bastard! Dark Gravity. Snap! A powerful suction force struck, and Blackbeard's furious grip tightened around Ace's neck. I spared your life back then, but since you're seeking death now, don't blame me. Hiss, 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 bound by the ability of the dark fruit. Ace was rendered powerless and could only watch helplessly as the black mist approached his face. A pain like needles pierced through his entire body. Bastard. Blackbeard, dare you? Let go of Ace. Seeing Ace being captured, Luffy immediately swung his fist at Blackbeard. But in the next moment, Blackbeard used dark gravity to pull Luffy in front of him, sealing his powers and stepping on him. I was ready to kill you last time, but your brother saved you. This time, I won't let you go. Crack. Taking out a pistol from his waist, Blackbeard aimed at Ace's head. Just let you die under my gun like your deadbeat father. Ding! A clear sound of a sword rang out from behind, and a wave of cold air surged into Blackbeard's mind, abruptly stopping. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. A cold voice slowly emerged from Muling, as the blood-red Chachi sword pierced through the black mist and pressed against Blackbeard's neck. Ah ha ha ha. So you're the red-eyed Muling? You think you can stop me? Blackbeard scoffed. Muling sneered inwardly. The fruit's ability may be ineffective against you, But what about divine powers? Demon sword technique. Night parade of 100 demons. Boom. In an instant, the blood-colored sword energy exploded, and countless tiny, sinister laughter echoed in Blackbeard's mind. I'll eat you. Let me eat your flesh. The scent of blood be obedient and don't move. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, the sword energy blood tide broke through the black mist, and numerous evil spirits surged into Blackbeard's head. Caught off guard, Blackbeard, who was utterly confident in his dark fruit ability, was immediately affected. His eyes turned crimson, and Blackbeard clutched his head in agony. What? What voice? Get out of my head. Damn it, who is speaking? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Large amounts of black mist involuntarily surged out from Blackbeard's body, and dark golden patterns crisscrossed across his ugly face, looking quite terrifying. Seeing the scene, Muling's heart trembled because when facing those dark golden patterns, a strong sense of discomfort filled his body. Sure enough, the most mysterious dark fruit among the natural types is peculiar. With his right hand turning a jade white, Muling silently prayed in his heart and waved his hand fiercely at Blackbeard Beep. Host successfully plundered the dark fruit. Duration 10 minutes. Oh, Muling was delighted. Watching the black mist retreating like a tide from Blackbeard, the sword energy in his hand surged like a dragon, slashing down. Note, first day on the job and working overtime, managed to finish this during break, feeling a bit guilty, so please bear with me. It'll be better tomorrow. Thank you. Chapter 67 Marshall D. Teach, Death Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, a strong arm blocked the attack from shepherding. Bundy Vite? Shepherding exclaimed in surprise. This guy actually saved Blackbeard? Are you kidding me? Roar, roar, roar. Although, I really don't want to save this bastard, but as long as it can make you. The red-eyed shepherding, unhappy, that is my greatest joy. Walled, with a grin that revealed his teeth, had a face full of malice. His resentful eyes seemed to be spewing fire. What you did to me back when you were with the Golden Lion, I will never forget. Today is your death day. Boom. With a punch that shook off the attack, Wald's tall body suddenly erupted with an incredibly strong aura. Momo, 10 times strength. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of breaking the air accompanied the sudden strikes of his fists. Momo, 10 times speed. Boom. Wald, who possessed the Momo fruit, capable of enhancing any object, even his own body, instantly became like a black hurricane, surging towards shepherding. Since you want to offer the Momo fruit so much, I will not be polite. With a light chuckle, the sword in shepherding's hand turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Then, a storm gathered around shepherding, and scorching flames erupted into more than 10 fire dragons. With a punch, boom, 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 the collision of fists sent explosions ringing, and the rippling shockwave tore through the ground, lifting the soil. The surrounding crowd immediately retreated, unwilling to participate in the battle between the two. With my 10 times strength, killing you is as easy as pie. Huh. With a roar, Wald's muscles bulged, and he seemed to go mad, retracting his fist and swinging it. Shepherding's expression remained unchanged, still calm and steady as he faced it head-on. But this punch had an earth-shattering momentum. Crack! In an instant, Wald's hand bones shattered. The stark white bones pierced through his skin, and blood gushed forth. Even wrapped in hockey, under Shepherding's punch, he was reduced to dust. Whoosh, the terrifying flames immediately surged up, engulfing his drooping right arm. How is this possible? A piercing pain swept through Wald's entire body, and he roared in madness, his body continuously retreating. The scorching flames had already climbed up to his shoulder along his right arm. With no time to think, Wald decisively transformed his left hand into a blade and actually severed his own right arm. Red-eyed shepherding. I will kill you. Momo, 20 times speed. Bang. Wald's body, retreating, immediately stopped in midair in a very awkward posture. Then a gust of wind surged from beneath his feet as he charged forward. Whoosh, shepherding, standing still, disappeared and forcefully interrupted Wald as he charged. His left hand was as fast as the wind, effortlessly catching Wald's 20 times strength punch without even swaying. Then, under Wald's horrified gaze, his right hand transformed into a blade, and the sword aura surged. Swish, Wald's arms were completely severed. Dad, are you okay? Marco looked at Whitebeard in disbelief, nearly stunned. His heart had been pierced by a bullet, and the old man, who was about to die, surprisingly healed after eating that green pill. What is this? Suddenly, Marco's face was filled with question marks. However, despite his confusion, Marco immediately turned around and expressed his sincerest gratitude to Hancock, who had brought the green pill. Thank you so much, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. From now on, You're the best friend of my Whitebeard pirates." The other pirates of the Whitebeard crew, seeing the miraculous recovery of their father, all teared up and thanked Hancock. Whitebeard silently nodded. He naturally knew why Hancock, who usually showed no kindness to men, would save him. This brat. Good luck with the ladies. However, at that moment, looking at the kneeling Teach in the distance, Whitebeard's expression gradually darkened. Killing comrades, betraying the crew, now even turning against me. He good. Very good. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, white void fissures erupted from Whitebeard's fists, and the terrifying spatial power surged forth. Bang! Like a sharp sword, Whitebeard punched down in front of Teach. Protect the captain. Everyone charge. Kill Whitebeard. Immediately, shouts arose, and all the Blackbeard pirates moved. But ironically, they did not choose to fight Whitebeard. Instead, one by one, they fled at high speed. Bastards, do you want us to fight Whitebeard? Do you think we're stupid? That idiot Wald is about to die. Damn it. He said he would take us to dominate the seas? Nonsense. I want to go back to Impel Down. It's safe there. Boom. Caught off guard and having lost the yummy yummy fruit, Teach, with madness in his mind, had no power to resist. The ground shattered, forming a giant pit. Inside the pit was Blackbeard, covered in blood and on the brink of death. "Dad, spare me. I am your son." Blackbeard gasped for breath. His crew had all fled, and he didn't understand why all his powers had vanished. At this moment, apart from begging Whitebeard, he couldn't think of any other way to survive. "Bastard. You dare call me Dad? Damn traitor, let me kill you." The Whitebeard crew exploded in anger, glaring at Teach. Without saying a word, Whitebeard, with a calm expression, looked deeply at Teach, as if he had seen through this person long ago. Crack, crack, crack. Dense spatial fissures instantly erupted, and an endless stream of white shock waves gathered around Whitebeard's right fist. The terrifying aura gradually surged, growing stronger and stronger until it reached its peak. "You are not worthy to be my son." Boom! A punch came crashing down. "Spare him." Shepherding, who had just twisted Wald's neck, saw the scene and suddenly panicked. "That head is mine. I want a yummy yummy fruit." Boom! The heavy explosion shook the heavens and the earth, and Teach, who was struck in the chest by Whitebeard's punch, opened his eyes wide in anger and used his last breath to say a word. Marshal, do not regret. Having said that, the legendary figure of the pirate world, Marshal D. Teach, died. Chapter 68. The Fury of the Golden Lion. No. Bang! The mournful cry of the shepherd echoed across the battlefield as he stared blankly at Blackbeard's corpse, lost in thought. He never expected that this old man, Whitebeard, would steal the kill. Everyone. What is wrong with the red-eyed shepherd? Is he feeling sympathy for that bastard Blackbeard? No way. That's impossible. Then what is he? I don't know, but he looks quite dejected. Beep. The host has successfully killed Bondi Wald and plundered his Momo fruit. A deep blue devil fruit with strange patterns appeared in the shepherd's hand, shimmering with light. He glanced at the Momo fruit with vacant eyes and then stored it away. It's good, very strong, but compared to the dark fruit, it still pales in comparison. "Hey, are you okay?" Whitebeard asked, puzzled, looking at the shepherd, who seemed to be in a daze. The shepherd showed that he didn't want to bother with him and rolled his eyes. Of course, he quickly adjusted his mood. If it's gone, it's gone. What S mine is mine, and what S lost is lost. Stahlhat Keat. Do you know who I am? Suddenly, the golden lion roared angrily at Luffy. Huh, you are. Luffy exclaimed in surprise, scratching his head in confusion. Originally already blind to the situation, Luffy couldn't recognize the golden lion now that the helm was missing from his head. Bastard. Stahlhat Keat. The golden lion was even angrier. He was being ignored. Lion's roar. Swish. In an instant, countless sword energies erupted from the twin swords of Sakura Shikomo. Roar the next moment. Amidst the thunderous roar, 1, 2. A dozen lion faces rose from the ground, towering over the battlefield. Then, with a wave of his sword, the seawater drawn by the sword energy rushed into the lion faces, becoming even thicker. Today, I will definitely avenge my humiliation. Boom! In the explosion, all the lion faces surged up, surrounding Luffy and lunging at him. TSK, TSK. It seems the golden lion has finally noticed Luffy. The shepherd smirked, suddenly realizing that Enel was also looking at Luffy with piercing eyes. Enemies everywhere. However, old Sandy seemed unperturbed, calmly watching Luffy as if he were a stranger. The shepherd couldn't help but regard old Sandy with newfound respect. Look, this guy is truly broad-minded. Shiki, you old bastard, what are you going crazy for? Whitebeard was displeased. Luffy is Ace's brother, which means he is family to me. Whitebeard, How do you make a move on him? Luffy, be careful. Fire fist. Boom. Flames erupted from Ace's hands, instantly breaking through one of the lion faces. Then Ace's body sank, as if gathering strength, and he suddenly spread his arms wide. Flame up. In an instant, a towering wall of flames erupted from Ace's body, blocking all the lion faces. On the high platform, Marshall, are we really not going to intervene? Why bother with them? Isn't it better for pirates to fight among themselves? Sengoku said with a gloomy expression. But, no buts. Are you all ready? All right, let us begin. Crack, crack, crack. In the darkness, tall humanoid weapons with golden eyes were poised and ready. I didn't expect this kid to be your crew member's brother, but I must kill this kid today, Shiki said angrily. Every time he saw Luffy, he would remember that day when a thunder axe fell from the sky. The day Luffy defeated Shiki with the third gear, giant foot combined with a thunder strike. Bastard. Boom. The golden lion twirled in anger, swinging his twin swords, unleashing two massive slashes that tore through the flames and charged towards Luffy and Ace. Do you dare, Golden Lion? In an instant, a piercing scream erupted from Marco as he was enveloped in blue flames. Then, Marco's arms transformed into blue fire wings as he flapped them. Phoenix Strike, used by Marco and Wano. Boom! Instantly, the entire battlefield was engulfed in blue flames. Phoenix Strike, Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rang out, and the slashes that collided with the Phoenix Strike were immediately obliterated. Oomph. The Golden Lion snorted coldly, swinging another beam of sword light that cut through the flying phoenix. Whitebeard, you old fool. Are you trying to go against me? Don't force me to kill you. Duong. A huge cloud cleave slammed down onto the ground as Whitebeard glared at Shiki. Luffy is Ace's brother. I will never allow you to harm him. Bastard. Then come. Instantly, the previously separated flying pirate crew and Whitebeard pirates were on the brink of confrontation. Nine-tailed fox Cater Dapeng, tyrannical king Abelo Pizarro, giant warship Saint Andrew the Wolf, Drunken Joe. These were all the notorious pirates Shiki found in the 6th level of Impel Down. Simply put, they were the ruthless remnants of the dead Don Quixote da Flamingo. Crack, crack, crack. Dense spatial rifts erupted from Whitebeard's fists, growing increasingly dense, clearly reaching a peak. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion in the air was also unyielding, with sword energies swirling around him, staring at Whitebeard. Kid, who are you going to help? Suddenly, Shiki looked at the shepherd, who was enjoying the show. Fight. I was just getting ready to watch the show, and Whitebeard also looked over. Oomph. You two old fools should take a look at where this is. But if you want to fight, then fight. Since Ace has been rescued, it's time for me to leave. Waving his hand, the shepherd said helplessly. Ace has been rescued. Whitebeard is fine, and Blackbeard is dead. This top war has lost its meaning. Time to go. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were both stunned, just about to say something when, boom! In an instant, countless terrifying laser beams erupted from the city walls, pouring down on all the pirates like a torrential rain. Bang, bang, bang. Then, dozens of cannons fired in unison, raining down cannonballs like meteorites. Leave? You who destroyed the entire marine fort? Where do you think you can go? Whoosh, space shattered, and a circular black-purple gate instantly opened. Chapter 69. The Void, who is it? The Golden Lion shouted angrily. At the same time, Muling's gaze turned toward the void door. A spatial rift? Shattered void? Spatial reverse flow. Suddenly, an elderly voice came from within the void door. Immediately after, 3 black-purple spatial gates appeared behind the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Muling. Whoosh! In an instant, the void trembled, and a terrifying tearing sound, like a wind tunnel, continuously pulled at the bodies of the 3. Bastard! The Golden Lion instantly erupted in rage, and with his swords crossed, countless sword energies slashed toward the void gate behind them. However, the seemingly fierce sword energy was swallowed by the void without a trace the next second. Crack! Black cracks erupted beneath the Golden Lion's feet, merging with the void gate and completely engulfing Shiki's body. Damn it! Shiki tried to escape, to break free from the binding of the void gate. But no matter how he struggled, even using the full extent of the float fruit's ability, he was still far slower than the collapsing void. A few breaths later, Shiki disappeared, and the void returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. The Golden Lion just disappeared like that? This is too. Watch out, Dad. Suddenly, Marco exclaimed. Crack, crack, crack. 2 black spatial blades appeared in front of Whitebeard, shattering the space and pushing Whitebeard step by step toward the void gate. Not a chance. Whitebeard's right fist gathered spatial power, his muscles bulging as a terrifying aura erupted around him like a shockwave. Shatter! Boom! The two spatial blades instantly exploded, shattered by Whitebeard's punch. Then, with a powerful thrust of his fists, Whitebeard smashed the void gate behind him into pieces. Damn you, Whitebeard! The elderly voice was filled with anger. Muling, Captain, let him go. With sword lights, crisscrossing, flames, and storms, Muling used all his means but still couldn't escape the pulling of the void gate. Amidst the crowd's shouts, Muling's body was gradually enveloped in black, sinking into the void. Damn! System, think of a way. Beep. Analyzing the void gate. Needs time. Damn it, bastard! Whitebeard roared, grabbing the Tsong Yun cut and fiercely slashing toward Muling's direction. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the surging blade light, dense white cracks erupted along with the blade light. Boom! The space trembled, then shattered into fragments that fell to the ground, revealing the hollow void before everyone. But Muling had followed in the footsteps of the Golden Lion and had long since vanished. Captain, has he disappeared? Shiryu said in confusion. Muling, you. Hancock looked at the empty space before her, exclaiming. Space shattered? The void gate? Could it be the legendary Paramecia space fruit? Old Sand's eyes showed a hint of shock as he spoke solemnly. Enel, I don't know, but I believe the captain won't die. Bastard. Damn you. Whitebeard was furious. Just a second away from saving Muling. Boom. Suddenly, a massive void rift appeared above the heads of the pirates, followed by a torrential rain of cannonballs and laser beams. Spatial dislocation. Attacks that were originally far away were now right on top of them. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless cannonballs rained down, exploding among the crowd. Everyone be careful. Ah, help me. Someone save me. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Terrifying laser beams pierced through the bodies of the pirates, and under the overwhelming barrage of cannon fire, countless casualties occurred. Continue firing. Don't stop. You damn pirates. Not a single one of you will escape today. Sengoku waved his hand, ordering the pacifists and cannon fire to keep attacking. Fire fist. Ace covered in flames. Smashed cannonballs one after another. Phoenix Mark. The blue fire phoenix erupted from Marco's body again, spreading its massive wings to intercept countless cannonballs and laser beams mid-air. Suddenly, the sounds of battle cries, screams, and explosions echoed throughout the battlefield. Just as Hawkeye had just awakened from Muling's strange disappearance, he immediately rushed toward the platform. If you only focus on defense, you will always be on the receiving end. The priority now is to destroy those pacifists and cannons. In an instant, his body moved like a fish, skillfully darting through the cannon fire. Within a few breaths, Hawkeye reached the base of the city wall. Haha, Hawkeye, my hawk. Traitor. I won't let you succeed. Scorching magma dripped continuously from Akainu, forming a massive magma stone wall to block Hawkeye. Boom! The next moment, the magma stone wall shattered and was destroyed by Hawkeye's sword. Oomph. The title of Warlord of the Sea is not worth keeping. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the overlapping sword shadows, countless sword lights intertwined with Akainu's arms, creating explosive sounds. Bastard! With a single strike shattering dozens of cannonballs, Whitebeard shouted angrily, slashing at the void gate in the sky. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Zzz, lightning filled the air, and a silver snake danced wildly as a surging thunder dragon burst out from Enel's Thunderdrum, charging toward the void gate. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the space trembled. Thunder roared, shattering countless cannonballs, and the void gate began to shake. On the other side, just as Hawkeye was battling Akainu, a streak of red sword energy erupted from the thunderstorm. Slash! Swish, swish, swish. The soaring sword light condensed into a giant sword arc, shattering all the cannons on the platform. But just as Shiryu turned his gaze toward a dozen pacifists, whoosh golden light suddenly appeared, and Kizuru, wielding the aim no Murakumo, blocked him. Boom! After Tsong Yun cut unleashed its final spatial power, the void gate in the sky also shattered. This is really a headache. I originally planned to deal with all three of you at once, but who knew one would slip through? The elderly voice, though faint, carried a strange charm, clearly reaching everyone's ears. But it doesn't matter. The remnants of the old era, Edward Newgate, you will meet your end here today. Whoosh! The void shook, and a tall man in a black suit stepped out. With long hair, a long beard, and a tall physique, he appeared very imposing. Instantly, everyone present tensed up, because they recognized the person before them. It was none other than the highest ruler of the world government, the Five Elders. Chapter 70, The Power of Space Black. Endless Black. In front of me, there is nothing but a hollow void. All is confusion. I can't see the golden lion, and I don't know where he has gone. Maybe we're not even in the same space. A superhuman space fruit? The one who came must be one of the 5 elders. Is he that strong? Or is it that the space attribute is unique, and I just haven't found a way to deal with it? The image of Whitebeard smashing those 2 space blades with a punch flashed in Muling's mind. It didn't look that tough. It shattered with 1 punch. Damn system, is it not ready yet? The system remained silent, not responding to Muling fine. Waving his hand, Muling appeared a bit helpless. This should be the strongest enemy he has encountered since entering the pirate world, right? Well, maybe not the strongest, but definitely the most bizarre and troublesome one. An attack-proof spatial method, an unpredictable spatial door. TSK. Interesting with a slight smile. Muling didn't seem too anxious. With Whitebeard outside, along with the Flying Sky Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Evil Spirits Pirates, and others, Muling felt reassured. After a brief calm, he had already awakened from the initial shock. He and the Golden Lion had simply underestimated their opponent, and he had never encountered a space-type ability user before. That's why he was successfully ambushed. If the other party was really that strong, they would have dealt with both him and the Golden Lion in one move. Haha, then where would the 4 emperors exist? The sea would have been much calmer. After coming to this realization, Muling felt much more relaxed and continued to move forward. Outside, oh my, it's actually the 5 elders? Both Chi Tong Muling and the Golden Lion have been dealt with? This is impossible. What should we do? Should we run? Damn it. Cursing loudly, the massive warship Holy Land who Wolf turned around and began to flee towards Marineford. The other pirates of the Flying Sky Pirates followed suit, just like the Blackbeard Pirates. Once the Golden Lion, who had been suppressing everyone with his strength, was gone, the entire Flying Sky Pirates would crumble and cease to exist. A bunch of useless trash. Eneru scoffed, transforming into lightning and charging towards the pacifistas. Divine judgment. Boom, thunder descended, and a thick column of lightning instantly shattered 2 pacifistas. God of thunder, Eneru? A cold voice rang in his ear, and a series of ice seals instantly turned Eneru into an ice sculpture. But the next moment, lightning fell from the sky, shattering the ice. Marine Admiral Akiji? Interesting, Eneru laughed. At this moment, Shiryu was entangled with Kizaru. 1 red and 1 gold. 2 sword lights continuously intertwined and collided. Oh, what a pity. It seems your captain has died, Kizaru teased with a smirk. Kiki, can I take that to mean you can't defeat my captain, which is why you're resorting to such naive thoughts to plead? Shiryu retorted defiantly. Oh, how arrogant, Clang. In an instant, the thunderstorm and Amitsukami sword clashed once again. Boom! A punch shattered the void blade in front of him, and upon seeing who had arrived, Whitebeard scoffed. Haha, want me to explain myself here? Just based on you? After saying that, with a tremor of his body, Whitebeard, holding the Amitsukami sword, charged forward like a cannonball. Space fold. The 5 elders snorted coldly, forming a ball of white spatial power with both hands, then, in an instant of crossing left and right, crack 2 black circular folded spaces erupted on either side of Whitebeard, resembling 2 sharp long knives, slashing down. Duong. The next second, they were shattered by Whitebeard's punch. How is that possible? You shouldn't be this. The 5 elders looked horrified as they watched Whitebeard approach, leaning back and immediately disappearing into the spatial door behind him. According to the intelligence from the world government, Whitebeard was sick and his strength had long diminished. But how could it be now? Haha, want to escape? Bang! With a twist of the blade, a dense spatial power covered the sword, and it slashed down. Crack, crack, crack. The void shattered, yet the figure of the 5 elders was nowhere to be seen. Whitebeard stopped, closed his eyes, and an immense observation hockey enveloped the entire battlefield like a vast net. 1 second, 2 seconds. Here, suddenly, with Whitebeard's roar, he swung a heavy punch behind him. Poof, the 5 elders, who had just appeared behind him, were completely unprepared. They didn't expect Whitebeard's reaction to be so sharp. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the 5 elders disappeared back into the void. After repelling the 5 elders, Whitebeard's face showed no signs of joy. Instead, he looked strangely at the distance. Haha, so weak. Indeed, possessing the tremor fruit makes me your greatest nemesis. The Golden Lion and Muling must not be dead, right? After all, you are not very strong. You just have a rather unique fruit ability. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Whitebeard's body sank. As if he was accumulating something, waves of spatial power rippled around him. Veins bulged, teeth gritted, and suddenly, the entire battlefield felt this earth-shattering momentum. The The five elders are nothing more than this. Boom! Whitebeard's hand spread wide, and in that instant, the entire space shook, countless cracks erupted around him, then began to fragment, falling to the ground. With a flash of insight in his eyes, as if discovering something, Whitebeard immediately punched through the void in front of him. Reaching in, it was the five elders who had been secretly hiding in the void. Space shatter. Poof, 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 the falling void fragments instantly turned their points towards Whitebeard, glowing with an eerie black-purple hue, stabbing down at him. A mere trick. With his right hand firmly gripping the opponent's neck, his left hand wielded the Amitsukami sword, slashing all the fragments to ashes. Let them out. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and the five elders, with wide-open eyes and a flushed face, were held up in the air by Whitebeard like a chick, struggling desperately. Chapter 71, The Five Elders, Death in the Void. Muling was still wandering aimlessly, not knowing where the end was, and even the place he had just landed had disappeared. The surroundings, unchanged and sealed in dust, the distorted space. Aside from the series of explosions earlier, there was nothing else worth noting. Damn it, at least give me something. Don't these scenes in novels always have some monster or enemy appear? System, are you there? System, did you die? System, is your house on fire? The Supreme Spirit Refining System of Class 1 in Year 3, your mom is waiting for you with 2 cans of Wangzai milk at the school gate. Great. No one to talk to? Even Banner would be nice. Boom, suddenly, the entire space began to shake, and the surrounding distorted space shattered, revealing large black-purple voids. Whoosh, in an instant, a fierce wind arose, as if a powerful air pressure had been released, and the suction force continuously tore at Muling's body, pulling him step by step into the void. Damn, here we go again. After one lesson, Muling dared not be careless this time. Who knows what this void contains? Another distorted space? Or perhaps a place in the pirate world? TSK, TSK. It might even be Raftel. The flowing light flickered in his hand, and Muling gripped his dual swords and thrust them fiercely downward. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp blades cut through the distorted substance beneath him, sliding little by little toward the void. Although the speed had decreased significantly, the fundamental change had not occurred. Muling was anxious, and the ability of the float fruit within him was pushed to the limit, constantly resisting the powerful suction. Storm binding. Boom accompanied by Muling's roar. Countless gusts of wind exploded within him, and he was enveloped by an extremely rapid cyclone. Bang, bang, bang. The cyclone and the suction intertwined, with 2 strong gusts of wind tearing at each other, the sounds of collision and explosions ringing incessantly. Meanwhile, Muling finally stopped sliding, remaining still in place. Whoosh, this is simply maddening. After taking a long breath, Muling, having gained experience, was evidently much more adept this time. He almost vanished for good. Beep. Host, please leave the distorted space, quickly. Countdown 5. Muling. What the hell? You're alive? Did you create this? Beep. Yes. This system has cracked the distorted space, and now the host can leave. Why didn't you say so earlier? Whoosh, in the next moment, Muling turned into flowing light and rushed into the void. Crack, crack, crack. The space shattered, and countless void cracks erupted from Whitebeard's hand, gradually spreading towards the 5 elders. Even if you kill me, I won't let those 2 guys go. Damn Whitebeard, a remnant of the old era, you will eventually die at the hands of the world government. Choked by the grip on his neck, his face reddening and blood flowing from his 7 orifices, one of the 5 elders gasped for breath. Having had his entire skeleton shattered by Whitebeard, he was already resigned to death. However, being able to trap the golden lion and red-eyed Muling forever in the void would be worth dying for. Do you really think I want to kill you? Crack, crack, crack. Whitebeard was enraged, his right hand gripping harder, and immediately, a series of cracking sounds of bones shattering echoed again. Kill me. Hurry. One of the 5 elders would rather be killed by Whitebeard's fist than continue to linger on the edge of death. Bastard. Go save him. Sengoku shouted, immediately transforming into a giant Buddha and preparing to rush over to save the 5 elders. But when he turned back to look, he found Garp sitting cross-legged like a mountain, completely unperturbed. Garp, what are you doing? TCH, if you want to go ahead, I'm not going. Garp scoffed, picking at his nose. These bastards, the 5 elders, had preached to him a lot to get him promoted to admiral. It was so annoying. Garp would rather Whitebeard punch this guy to death. You. Sengoku was instantly speechless. Crack. Suddenly, beside Sengoku on the high platform, a void door exploded open. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Muling walked out from within. Red-eyed Muling? You? How could you? Gasps of astonishment filled the air as Muling turned to see Sengoku looking at him as if he had seen a ghost. Oh, Sengoku, don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble. Whoosh's body turned into a whirlwind, and in the next moment, Muling appeared beside Whitebeard. Captain, this is truly wonderful, Shiryu said excitedly. Ha ha ha. I told you that as the captain. Even Enel, who was fighting Akiji, couldn't help but show joy, his face glowing. No, this is impossible. How could you escape from the void? One of the 5 elders was dumbfounded. Looking at Muling, who was unharmed and smiling, his worldview collapsed. Could it be that my space fruit is fake? This is unbelievable. Ha ha, since Muling is fine, then you can die. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his muscular arm starting to exert force, trying to choke the 5 elder to death. Wait, leave the head for me. Zing, a sword light shot up into the sky. Although Whitebeard didn't know why, he remembered Muling's actions after Blackbeard's death. When did this kid start liking to collect heads? What the heck? Whoosh, the sword light vanished in an instant, and a surging flame instantly turned the 5 elder to ashes. Thus, one of the rulers of the world government, one of the 5 elders, dead. Muling, I'm so glad you're okay. But a fragrant breeze hit, and Hancock instantly leaped into Muling's arms, then began to cry like a rain of pear blossoms. A beauty in his embrace, Muling instantly stiffened. No, no, women will only affect my sword-drawing speed. I am Mu, Iron Straight Manling. I am a swordsman without emotions. It's okay, don't worry. Rubbing the little head in his arms, Muling smiled. Beep. Host has killed one of the 5 elders, Haynard Mo, plundered his superhuman space fruit. Whoosh, a flash of light appeared in Muling's hand, revealing a dark white fruit covered in strange patterns. An extremely rare space fruit in the pirate world. Planning to eat it himself, Muling decided that such a good thing should not be given to others. Beep. Host has killed one of the 5 elders for the first time. Mission reward issued. Celestial soit technique/godin. Whoosh, 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 a warm current surged in his mind, and countless dazzling sword lights echoed in Muling's brain. Immediately, a vast and deep voice shook the heavens and the earth. The righteousness of heaven and earth persists, not seeking to slay immortals, but to cut down demons and gods. Note, in fact, the 5 old stars are not weak. Among the 5, there is a man holding a long sword and wearing a warrior's robe. The sword in his hand is one of the supreme great knives, the original Ghost Che. Without absolute strength, it is absolutely impossible to subdue this knife. Chapter 72. The End Boom. The sword light shot straight down, and Muling woke up. A glimmer of sword light flashed in Muling's eyes, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Is it the celestial level sword technique to slay gods and demons? Wow, impressive. After briefly comforting Hancock in his arms, Muling looked at Whitebeard. Is it over? Whitebeard nodded, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. This time, it should be the closest they've come to destroying the entire Marine headquarters. However, he didn't dare to take risks, and neither did Muling. Because of the Marine headquarters and because of the world government. Thousands of Marines, countless rear admirals and vice admirals, not to mention. No one knew if the Marines had any more hidden tactics yet to be revealed. If they continued the attack, there would likely be very few survivors. At this time, the battle in the battlefield had also come to an end. The members of the evil spirit pirate crew gathered around Muling, smiling as they looked at their captain. Doflamingo had already escaped. Although he had awakened the string fruit, he hadn't let it go to his head. He chose to retreat. Hawkeye was also there. Now he was a member of the evil spirit pirate crew, constantly thinking about having a sword duel with Muling again. Let us go, Luffy. Zoro sheathed his sword. As he had been merely a bystander throughout the war, and was extremely frustrated. It was indeed time to go. At the same time, we should also train hard. Sanji said solemnly. This war was nothing short of a resounding slap in the face for all the Straw Hats. Too weak. What about Ace? We're leaving. At this moment, Luffy seemed to have grown a little, his eyes revealing a complexity he had never shown before. Red-eyed Muling, Whitebeard, the 3 Marine Admirals, the Gorosei, etc. These were all powerful enemies Luffy had never encountered before. Weak, they were really too weak. Go ahead. But what are your plans for the future? Are you going to the New World? Ace asked seriously. Not for now. I plan to take my friends to find Uncle Rayleigh and have him train us. Otherwise, with our current strength, there's simply no place for us in the New World. Clenching his fists, Luffy said solemnly. All right, after dealing with things in the crew, I will come to see you. Then it's settled. Goodbye. Waving his hand, Luffy and the others jumped onto the Thousand Sunny and soon disappeared from the surface of the sea. Let us go. Whitebeard waved his hand and issued the order to retreat. Neither pirate crew had objections, as everyone present had varying degrees of injuries. Continuing the fight would be unwise. Kopu, you old bastard, clean your neck and wait for me. Next time I see you, I want to hold back. Waving his hand, Muling bid farewell to Kapu on the platform. Haha, you bastard. Hurry and get out of here. Kapu laughed heartily. Sengoku. Although he was reluctant to let these pirates leave, Sengoku looked at the ruins of Marineford and sighed deeply. Marshal, are we really going to let them go? Akiji said solemnly. Akainu, who was already covered in blood and half collapsed on the ground, had fought fiercely against Whitebeard and then against Hawkeye. He was truly the hardest worker on the battlefield. Yes, although I really don't want to, this is also a helpless move. This time, the casualties at Marine headquarters are severe. If we continue to fight and reach a point of no return, Sengoku was confident he could keep all the pirates here. But if that were the case, Marine headquarters would be finished. In an instant, Sengoku, with a grim expression, thought of many things. The antagonistic relationship between the Marines and pirates, as well as their contrasting roles that elevated each other. Akainu snorted coldly, looking at the departing pirates, his body reigniting with fervor. Akiji remained silent, his gaze wandering, uncertain of his thoughts. As for Kizaru, he had long been sitting in a chair, casually trimming his nails. Among the three admirals, his injuries were the lightest. Let us go, Ace is fine, Dad is fine, that's the best ending. Ha. We must have a party when we get back. You should treat your injuries first. Boom. Suddenly, just when everyone was about to leave, a gigantic pirate ship rose from the seabed, and the terrifying pirate flag made every Marine tremble. Is it the red-haired pirates? God, why would one of the 4 emperors of the New World, red-haired Shanks, come to Marineford? This is bad. Now it's completely over. The originally disheartened Marines were now truly in despair. Damn, the red-haired pirates actually appeared. Akainu shouted angrily, trembling as he stood up, clearly preparing to fight. Whose streams of icy mist erupted from Akiji's mouth, covering his wounds, and his fighting spirit surged. Yo-ho-ho, what a timely arrival. Sengoku's expression darkened, clearly surprised at Shank's arrival. Did you see? The meddler is here again, Muling said with a smile to everyone. Shiryu, they really are everywhere. Enel, he doesn't want us to give him face again, does he? Crocodile, hard to say, it's very possible. From what I know about Shanks, he shouldn't be here to fight. Hawkeye said solemnly. Muling then remembered that Hawkeye and Shanks were good friends. However, ever since Shanks lost his left arm, Hawkeye had lost interest in comparing swordsmanship with him. Red-haired Shanks? What are you doing here? Whitebeard asked in surprise. Smack! Shanks jumped off the ship, looking at everyone, his aura instantly rising. Everyone, I'm here today not to fight. On the contrary, I'm here to stop this endless war. So I ask everyone to give me. No. Enough. Suddenly, a helpless voice interrupted Shank's words. It was Muling. We were just about to leave. We're not going to fight anymore. So there's no need to talk about face. Goodbye. Boom. As soon as Muling finished speaking, the next second, the evil spirit and the Modibic instantly soared into the sky, flying up in front of countless eyes. Shanks. Everyone. Smack. A series of crisp slapping sounds rang in Shank's ears. Captain Jesus Burgess instantly became furious, loading his bullets and glaring at Muling. What are you going to do, Jesus Burgess? Don't forget our purpose for coming here. Beckman said solemnly. But that bastard red-eyed Muling actually spoke disrespectfully to the captain. Shut up. Shanks got angry and turned to leave. No, the summit has finally come to an end. Shanks was embarrassed, and the Straw Hat crew also realized their lack of strength because of this war. Ace is not dead. Whitebeard is not dead. Chapter 73. The 5th Emperor of the Sea after flying out of the waters near Marineford. Muling put the Moby Dick into the sea. Old man, let's say goodbye here. Take care of yourself, and don't kick the bucket too early. You little brat. Hurry up and leave. Whitebeard waved his hand and laughed. Thank you, Mr. Muling. Ace said respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Muling. Everyone from the Whitebeard crew thanked him in unison. Ha. See you. With a long laugh, the evil spirit sailed through the heavy waves and flew away into the distance. Captain, where are we going next? The helmsman Jean Bay asked curiously. Let's go to Water City. By now, Iceberg should have completed Pluton. And by the way, he should be back in position, Muling said, gazing at the sea of clouds. TSK. The legendary ancient weapon Pluton? I really look forward to it. Shiryu sighed. Old sand. It's said to be able to destroy an island with a single shot, making the world government tremble. Oomph. Is your arc more powerful than this divine weapon? Enel said disdainfully. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions showing a hint of concern as they looked at Enel. After all, caring for the mentally challenged is everyone's responsibility. You haven't seen the world. It's not your fault. Country bumpkin. What kind of look is that? Enel was unhappy. He was too familiar with that look. It's nothing. You performed well this time. And Old Sand, do you have anything to say after this war? As soon as Muling said this, Old Sand's originally cheerful expression suddenly fell. Although Muling was asking him, everyone understood the implication. Enel shone in this battle. While he could only deal with ordinary naval officers and small fry. Too weak. Now, he couldn't even be considered top tier in the entire pirate crew. At most. He was just a second rate. How could the proud crocodile accept this? I understand, Captain. If necessary, I will leave. What? Leave? No, Captain. Shiryu, who usually had a bad relationship with Old Sand, was the first to object. Me too. This crocodile can't leave the pirate crew. Enel said nervously. Although they were all a bunch of bad guys and couldn't be considered good people, after such a long time, how could they just say goodbye and leave? Jinbei tilted his head, looking at Muling in confusion. In his mind, the captain shouldn't be this kind of person, right? Although he was cold and ruthless. Having killed countless people, everyone could feel that deep down, Muling still had a hint of warmth. A Muling was taken aback. These self-indulgent guys. Then, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a black magnet fruit shot into Old Sand's arms. This is a devil fruit? For me? Old Sand exclaimed immediately. Jinbei, another devil fruit? The captain is amazing. It looks like it should be a paramecia-type devil fruit. Shiryu said solemnly. Enel, since it's given by the captain, it should be like Shiryu's transparent fruit, with no side effects. This is Kid's magnet fruit. It's yours now, Old Sand. And, without my permission, if anyone dares to talk about leaving the pirate crew again, it will be considered betrayal. With that, Muling turned into a breeze and disappeared from the spot. Holding the magnet fruit, Old Sand looked at Muling's disappearing back, his eyes showing a hint of emotion. He must become stronger. 7 days later, while the seagull delivering the newspaper swerved and threw the newspaper at Jinbei, then flew away with a fish in its beak. Oh, the latest newspaper? It should report on the recent Marine Ford War, right? Shiryu, wiping rain, asked curiously. It should be. I wonder if my bounty will break 1 billion this time. Enel said with a smile. Even if it's higher, it 1T surpass mine. Stop dreaming. Bastard. Want to fight? Oomph. I don't have time for that. Are you scared? Too lazy to deal with you. Shiryu waved his hand, looking helpless. It's all the captain's fault. He's been holed up in his room for 7 days. Not telling anyone what he's doing. That guy Mihawk comes every day to challenge me to a sword fight. It's driving me crazy. The captain killed the world government's 5 elders during the Marineford War. His bounty should definitely increase significantly. Bonnie, biting on a lamb bone, said enviously. Everyone froze, involuntarily looking at the newspaper in Jinbei's hands. Originally, a bounty of 3.02 billion. This time, it might be close to 4 billion. While Jinbei opened the newspaper. The end of an era, the strong rise of the new emperor. The moment he saw the headline, Jinbei's whole body trembled, and he stood there in shock. 7 days ago, Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and the son of Pirate King Roger, was publicly executed at the Marine Headquarters Marineford. A heavily fortified battle, mobilizing the entire Marine Headquarters, known as the Marineford War. During the Marineford War, the Whitebeard Pirates, Evil Spirit Pirates, and Skypiea Pirates. 3 major forces came together and launched a frenzied attack. Among them, the new emperor was born. He turned the tide, saved the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, killed one of the world government's 5 elders, Hina Dorimo, and defeated the 3 admirals, utterly destroying Marineford. A devil-like figure. As one of the remnants of the old era, he showed no signs of decline, but instead surged forward, ascending to the throne. He, coming from the old era, reaching the peak of the new era, now the 5th Emperor of the Sea, red-eyed Muling. Boom! Everyone was stunned. The 5th Emperor of the Sea? My God, the captain is so amazing. From now on, we will all be an Emperor-level pirate crew. Hurry, I want to see the bounty. Quickly. Enel said excitedly. Wow, Jinbei shook the newspaper, and instantly, several brand new bounty notices fell onto the deck. Red-eyed Muling, 5th Emperor of the Sea, captain of the Evil Spirit Pirates. Killed 3 Celestial Dragon World nobles. And 1 week ago, during the Marine-Ford War, killed one of the 5 elders, Hina Demo. Bounty 302 billion berries. Sir Crocodile, member of the evil spirit pirates, formerly one of the warlords of the sea, betrayed the world government, escaped from Impel Down, participated in the Marine-Ford War. Bounty 970 million berries. Sea hero Jinbei, member of the evil spirit pirates, formerly one of the warlords of the sea, betrayed the world government, escaped from Impel Down, participated in the Marine-Ford War. Bounty 101 billion berries. Shiryu of Arain, member of the evil spirit pirates, formerly the chief warden of Impel Down, escaped from Impel Down, participated in the Marine-Ford War. Bounty 52 billion berries. God of Thunder Enel, member of the evil spirit pirates, participated in the Marine-Ford War. Bounty 101 billion berries. Jewelry Bonnie, one of the original supernovas, now a member of the worst generation pirates, participated in the Marine-Ford War. Bounty 310 million berries. Dracul Mihawk, formerly one of the 7 warlords of the sea, later betrayed the world government to join the worst generation pirates. Bounty 203 billion berries. There are too many controversies surrounding Mihawk's bounty. It seems to have appeared once during a frenzy. I think this price is quite appropriate. Chapter 74. The Turmoil of the World. New World Cake Island. In the Dark Palace, the Navy actually lost the Marine-Ford War. The Whitebeard pirates won a complete victory. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Akatsuki Muling. The bounty is as high as 402 billion berries. What? Mom, what should we do now? The eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, said anxiously while holding a newspaper. Akatsuki Muling. Whitebeard. Haha bastards, die already. Bang. With a furious sweep of her hand, Big Mom knocked all the desserts off the table. Her terrifying eyes emitted a chilling light, and instantly, everyone in the palace felt a powerful pressure crashing down on them. Mom, Perispero shouted in panic. The Navy is a bunch of useless fools. That old man Whitebeard didn't die, and that bastard Muling became the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Temporarily halt all external activities. Do not seek trouble with them. Besides, Akatsuki Muling has an unusually good relationship with that old man Whitebeard. Now, it's time to take some measures. Immediately contact that bastard Kaido. Big Mom shouted angrily. Understood, Mom. But, Perispero hesitated. What's wrong? Katakuri, my brother. He's already set off. Big Mom was taken aback, and only then remembered that Katakuri had set off half a year ago to bring back Akatsuki Muling's head. Hurry. Contact Katakuri and tell him to come back. Big Mom panicked. This is like sending a meat bun to a dog. There's no coming back. Understood, Mom. Instantly, the palace fell into darkness once again. Wano Country, Rabbit Bowl, Duong. A huge wine bottle smashed against the rock wall. And soon a furious roar from Kaido came from inside the cave. Where's the wine? Bastard. Hurry up and bring the wine. Gulp gulp. After downing a large barrel of fine wine, Kaido slumped in a chair with the latest World Economic Times beside him. Next to it was Muling's wanted poster. Bastard, that old man Whitebeard didn't die. The 5th Emperor of the Sea? That damn guy. Kaido's chest heaved with anger. Just seeing this wanted poster reminded him of that earth-shattering sword strike. He lost, defeated by Muling, and his capable subordinate, Yamato, still hasn't recovered. Damn it. Bang. The more Kaido thought about it, the angrier he got, and the wine jar in his hand shattered again. Lord Kaido, what should we do now? Quinn asked quietly. Let's stabilize for a while. Don't provoke that guy for the time being. And also, contact that old woman, Big Mom. Whitebeard, Muling. Just wait and see. The Revolutionary Army headquarters, Baltaigo, besides the 4 major army leaders, all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were gathered together. Each person held a newspaper in their hands, their faces filled with disbelief. Fire Fist Ace was successfully rescued, Marine-Ford was destroyed, and Admiral Sengoku resigned in disgrace. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, Akatsuki Muling, rose strongly. The evil spirit pirates. Incredible, the Navy actually lost? The noisy discussions echoed in the conference room. Looking at these news, they felt as if the new era of the pirate world was about to arrive. Yo, I saw your son, Dragon. Luffy boy is a very nice young man. The Phantom King laughed heartily. This time Luffy was able to infiltrate Impel Down, and aside from Rayleigh's help, he paid a great price. Dragon snorted coldly, looking at Luffy in the newspaper, not knowing what he was thinking. But do we need to do something, Dragon? Not for now, but I think it's necessary to meet this Akatsuki Muling. What? The Phantom King was shocked. The storm of the new era has sounded, and the Navy will definitely take a series of measures after this failure. This remnant of the old era, I'm very interested in him, Dragon said in a deep voice. Bang. Sabo, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Revolutionary Army cadre Carla pushed away her chair and ran to Sabo's side. Only then did everyone notice that Sabo's face was contorted, his eyes bloodshot, and he was clutching his head tightly. Why? Why do I feel like I've seen him before? My head. Sabo, what's wrong? Are you okay? Doctor. Excited hormones. Hiss. Inside the evil spirit ship's cabin, open the control panel. Supreme Refining System. Host. Muling Bounty. 402 billion. Weapon. Ing Long Sword Common Level. Chei. Spirit Level. Fruit. Extreme Flame 2. Storm 2. Space 1. Float 1. Indicates refining. Body. Common Level. Refining 11. Ability. Thunder 8 Trigrams 3. Master Level. Lion Sword Dance 2. Master Level. Mutated Conqueror's Haki Shura Field 1. Initial Level. Armament Haki 1. Master Level. Breaking Army Rising Dragon Strike 3. Minor Achievement Level. Observation Haki 1. Master Level. Fluttering Like a Swan 2. Master Level. Breaking Void Draw /1. Master Level. Spirit Link Sword 2. Master Level. Divine Ability. Demon Sword Technique. Spirit Level. Greedy Hand /God and Demon. Immortal Level. Ninjutsu. Fire Release. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Spirit Points. 50 System Points. 20 Strength. 540 Speed. 450 Defense. 660 Life. 400 While stretching out his hand, terrifying void cracks instantly appeared at Muling's fingertips. He gently pointed at the front. In an instant, a tiny void gate gradually expanded, revealing a dark, purple, twisted space within. The next second, a dazed old man with disheveled hair and vacant eyes stepped out from the gate. Where's this? Did I come out? Sai was dreaming again. Forget it. If I'm going to die, I'd rather die than stay in here. Hissed the already lifeless golden lion muttered, slowly drawing out Sakura 10 and moving it across his neck. Muling. TSK. Trying to commit suicide? Impressive. Good idea. Come on, make it quick. I'm waiting to see a teasing voice enter the golden lion's ears. Shiki was stunned. He realized that this voice sounded so much like that brat Muling. What's wrong? Not going to commit suicide anymore? Do you want me to help you? Shiki. Bastard. You dare to play with me? Shiki said angrily, pretending to rush at Muling. This is the second time I saved your old self. So how about it? Don't you want to express your gratitude? What does it mean? Join the evil spirit pirates as my companion. Nonsense. I have my own pirate crew. How could I? Are you dreaming? Your sky pirate crew disbanded a long time ago, and you disappeared without a trace. Bang. Shiki sat down on the ground, looking dejected and aging. I suppose this counts as another failure, right? Note, thanks to Reader, Blood and Evergreen, for the explosive update flowers, and many thanks to Reader, Song, for the 3 update reminders. Much appreciated. To be honest, there have been a lot fewer gifts recently. Come on, brothers. Let's keep it going. Even a dime is love. Chapter 75. Momo Fruit in the battle against Roger. Everything seemed to align perfectly except for the timing. After Roger's death, he believed he had no rivals left and launched a suicidal attack on the Navy headquarters, only to be captured and imprisoned in Impel Down. Later, at the cost of sacrificing his legs, he managed to escape and went to the East Blue to conduct secret experiments. However, he was ultimately defeated by Monkey D. Luffy. Following that, Shiki escaped from prison, saved himself, and miraculously healed his legs. But now, with vacant eyes, Shiki stared blankly ahead, suddenly feeling a sense of vastness in the world and uncertainty about his future. It seems I have really aged. What are you considering? Join us, and I can make you the vice captain. How about that? Muling said with a smile, but deep down he knew that Shiki would never join the evil spirit pirates. After all, he was Shiki the Golden Lion, an extremely proud man. How could I possibly join your pirate crew? Don't dream about it, you brat. After a brief moment of daze, Shiki snapped back to reality, glancing disdainfully at Muling with a face full of contempt. Muling? You old man. I wouldn't want you anyway. After a while, Shiki, having learned everything, burst into laughter. Not bad. The 5th Emperor of the Sea? Including the last time. I guess you could say I've been saved by you twice. I won't say more nonsense. Let us say goodbye here. Whoosh. Shiki transformed into a gust of wind and left, leaving Muling with a helpless expression. Don't die, please. Got it. The distant voice of Shiki echoed away in the clouds. It was already deep into the night, but the deck was brightly lit, and everyone was having a party. Captain, you finally came out. Shiria laughed while holding a bottle of wine. You lost. Drink hard. Jinbe forcefully shoved a bottle of wine into Enel's mouth. Enel? Bonnie held roasted meat in her left hand and fine wine in her right, enjoying the food and drink to the fullest. But what Muling didn't expect was that the pirate Empress Hancock was still here. Is this woman not planning to leave? Turning his gaze, Muling saw Dracula Mihawk sitting on the mast, savoring a bottle of wine. Meanwhile, Crocodile was still training. Shasha, countless grains of yellow sand swirled around him, making a whirring sound. But when Muling focused his eyes, he discovered the secret. Magnetic sand. TSK. Not bad, Crocodile. You managed to create magnetic sand all by yourself. Captain, come on. Jimby, move aside, Bonnie said impatiently, continuously pulling Muling towards Hancock. Jinby, is it my fault for being wide? After the battle, it was indeed time to unwind. Watching everyone in high spirits, Muling put away the Momo fruit for now and decided to choose tomorrow. Mr. Muling, I have a request. Can you agree? Suddenly, Hancock said shyly, her face flushed. What request? Speak. I want to join the evil spirit pirates. Hancock covered her face, shyly confessing. Muling was taken aback. The pirate empress wanted to join his crew? Looking at Hancock's blushing face and the sparkling eyes peeking through her fingers, Muling's expression gradually became strange. You clearly have ulterior motives. I take you as a companion, and you want to be my wife? Fine, I agree. Starting today, you are a member of the evil spirit pirates. Muling readily accepted. Not to mention Hancock's formidable strength, her identity alone was enough. The ruler of Amazon Lily, the queen of the Daughter's Kingdom. This was a force not to be underestimated. Upon receiving Muling's approval, Hancock's face lit up with joy, even happier. Morning. TSK. It seems I really got drunk last night. Shaking his still, slightly dizzy head, Muling washed his face and stepped out of the cabin. After surveying the surroundings, he found that Hancock was indeed gone. He must have sent her off last night. After all, she was a national leader, and this time she had betrayed the world government for him. So she had to return to Amazon Lily to take charge. It was said that the old lady's phone was about to explode. Boom! A flash of sword light appeared, and a wave of slashing energy erupted from the black blade, rushing toward Shiryu. Damn it! Cursing, Shiryu's face turned slightly pale, and his body immediately transformed into an illusion, leaping into the air. Swish, swish! Blood-red sword energy shot out from Enel, colliding violently with Mihawk's slashing wave. Boom! In an instant, the clouds tore apart, the wind roared, and the entire evil spirit ship trembled. Ha ha ha! Good swordsmanship, bring it on! Clang, clang, clang! Mihawk, excited, engaged in a fierce duel with Shiryu, their blades flashing like phantoms. The clash of swords and the swirling sword energy created ripples of shockwaves that spread from beneath their feet. Meanwhile, those around them seemed to have long been accustomed to this scene, continuing to do their own things without any panic. Waving his hand, Muling walked towards Jinby, who was watching the battle from the side. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a blue-green devil fruit covered in strange patterns. It was the Momo fruit, obtained after defeating Bandywald. Muling planned to have Jinby eat it. Then, slap! Jinby, who caught the fruit, was stunned. This is the Momo fruit. You should know its abilities, right? Muling said. Yes, but there are no side effects. You don't need to worry about turning into a fishman who can't swim. Jinby, a fishman who can't swim sounds so terrifying. Not eating? If you don't eat it, I'll give it to someone else. Muling pretended to take it back. No, I'll eat it. Gulp. Jinby swallowed the Momo fruit in one bite. Then his entire face wrinkled up. Oh, it tastes so bad. He looked like he wanted to vomit, but didn't he dare to. Note, extra update, thanks to all the brothers who sent gifts today. Thank you. 1,000 thanks. Chapter 76, New Spirit Ship. Wow, in an instant, Jinbei's whole body trembled, feeling an endless stream of power surging from within. A new ability user has been born. Mihawk said solemnly. Oh, my poor Jinbei. I forgot to tell you that just one bite of the devil fruit is enough. Shiryu pretended to be regretful. Jinbei, who was constantly sensing the power of the Momo fruit, suddenly turned dark-faced. He then innocently looked at Muling. Don't look at me. I was going to tell you, but who knew you'd stuff it down my throat? TSK, impressive. Muling gave a thumbs up. Instantly, Jinbei's expression darkened even more. How does it taste? Is it unforgettable for a lifetime? Enel chuckled mischievously. A group of bad people. Jinbei thought silently, then closed his eyes to feel this magical energy. Old sand, if I were you, I would swim around in the sea first. Boom! With a shock, as if struck by lightning, Jinbei finally remembered this matter. No matter how good the ability is, as a fishman, dignity cannot be lost. Muling also smiled as the spirit ship slowly descended. After all, experiencing such things firsthand is far more accurate than hearing it 1,000 times. Splash Jinbei entered the sea, moving as gracefully and agile as a swimming dragon. 1 month later, in the sky, 1,000 miles away from Water City. Swish swish. In an instant, sword energy crisscrossed, with countless terrifying fiery sword energies erupting from the Yinglong sword, transforming into over a dozen fire dragons. Extreme Flame Emperor slash. Boom. The sword energy dispersed the sea of clouds and then, in Muling's hands, shot straight down, cutting through the cloud curtain and crashing down. Ha ha ha, coming well. With a long laugh, Mihawk, holding the black blade Yuru, didn't want to damage the spirit ship, then jumped up the mast in 2 or 3 moves and leaped. Ding! The crisp sound of the sword echoed through the heavens and the earth. A streak of green, slashing waves instantly blossomed in everyone's eyes. Bang! The 2 sword energies collided immediately, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. As if unable to withstand such intense power, it soared into the sky. Boom, 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 explosions continued in the clouds, and the 2 standing on the deck once again became entangled in battle. Clang, clang, clang. Golden swords clashed, and surging sparks erupted like ripples. Mihawk flipped his body, dodging the fiery sword energy, using the momentum to spin quickly, then slashed out waves of sword energy, aiming straight at Muling. With the sword held horizontally, Muling blocked dozens of sharp sword lights, stomping hard underfoot, hiding the Yinglong sword. Roar the dragon roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, as a golden giant dragon hovered above Muling's head, slowly opening its massive mouth. Breaking army, rising dragon strike. Boom! In an instant, Muling transformed into a long rainbow of sword energy, charging towards Mihawk with countless sword lights. With an unchanged expression, Mihawk raised the black blade high, poised to slash, as waves of overwhelming power surged within him. Slash! Boom, 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 the 2 extremely powerful forces collided once again. Instantly, the spirit ship trembled, and the rest of the crew, in order not to be affected, had already shrunk to a corner, silently watching the battle. Truly worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman. He can actually exchange blows with the captain? Bonnie exclaimed. Indeed, in terms of swordsmanship, Mihawk is only slightly inferior to the captain. As fellow swordsman, Shiryu saw this clearly and also understood the slight gap between himself and Mihawk. They 1T destroy the spirit ship, will they? Jinbei worried. How could that be possible? Enel chuckled. Boom! The 2 sword energies collided again, and an unprecedented shock wave instantly erupted from the spirit ship. Crack, crack, crack on the deck filled with sword energy. Terrifying cracks gradually exploded. Everyone, this is several thousand meters in the sky. Let us stop here for today. Wow. With a flash of light in his hand, the Yinglong sword disappeared. All right. With a slightly pale face, Mihawk sheathed the black blade, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his usually cold face. This is the life he wanted. Rather than sitting in a castle all day drinking and reading newspapers, he preferred to hone his swordsmanship like this. With Shiryu, who is similar to him, and Muling, who is even stronger than him, Mihawk fell in love with this kind of life. 1 hour later, Water City, Shipyard Factory. You worked hard, Ice Mountain. Thank you. Looking at Ice Mountain's exhausted face and the fatigue in his eyes that he couldn't hide, Muling sincerely thanked him. As a member of the Spirit Pirate crew, this is what I should do, Ice Mountain said excitedly. Haha, let us go see our new partner. Wow, as Muling pulled down the curtain. After 7 months of hard work, striving for perfection, through repeated modifications, memories, and constant exploration, this ship, built from atom wood, combining the world's top craftsmanship, the king of the underworld, finally emerged. It's amazing. This is the legendary king of the underworld. This is simply unbelievable. Everyone was stunned, including Muling. Even the usually calm Mihawk, upon seeing the king of the underworld, instantly broke his composure. 1 word big, 2 words magnificent. Suddenly, the scene fell silent, and everyone felt that apart from admiration, they simply didn't know what words to use to describe the colossal object in front of them. The perfect curve outlined the ship's body to the extreme. The strongest material indicated it could easily withstand various impacts, the latest power system. And the unique pressure structure created by Ice Mountain achieved its super destructive power, since it was designed to destroy the world government. Ice Mountain naturally spared no effort in its attack capabilities, taking it to the next level from the original foundation. One cannon destroys one island. It's not just empty talk. Half an hour later, while the sails were raised and the flag of the Spirit Pirate crew fluttered in the wind, with a ball of flame forming in his hand, Muling personally ignited the Spirit ship. From now on, this ship will be called the Spirit Ship. Set sail. Destination: the New World. Everyone good? Boom, 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 accompanied by everyone's cheers. The brand new Spirit ship slowly flew into the sky. Note: ha ha ha, the king of the underworld has finally appeared. Thanks to the reader, Lionbone Song, for gifting a show-off and for the character summon. Thank you again. Chapter 77. Void Throne. One day later. In the sky, heading to the New World. Beep. Evil Spirit Ship Refining 1. Next refining time is 100 days later. Leaning against the mast, the shepherd smiled. As expected of an ancient weapon, it actually received treatment equivalent to that of a mortal-grade treasure. Wow, it's so big here, Bonnie exclaimed beside him. They were touring the internal structure of the evil spirit ship. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this actually a fighting room? Old Sam was a bit surprised. Of course, it wasn't because of the structure itself, but why would something like a fighting room appear on a pirate ship? It's too unnecessary. I'm not trying to discourage you, Ice Mountain, but I think this fighting room is of no use. Bonnie shook her head. Haha, don't worry. The walls around here are reinforced with super strong metal, possessing extremely strong damage resistance. Ice Mountain said confidently. The next moment, Old Sand casually conjured a mass of magnetic sand from his palm, transforming it into a spear and slammed it against the wall. Boom! A bowl-sized pit appeared. Suddenly, the scene became extremely awkward. However, this place is quite nice as a storage room. Not bad. Wow, this floor is actually an aquarium? Jinbei looked. There's so many of you. Jinbei glanced at Bonnie helplessly, wanting to say something but hesitating. Be careful, or I'll use 100 times the fish palm to kill you. Do you believe it? Ice Mountain, come here. The shepherd waved his hand, signaling. What's up, Captain? Slapping a large hand on Ice Mountain's shoulder. Beep. Ice Mountain Refining 1. Beep. Ice Mountain Refining 3. Instantly, streams of warm light rippled around Ice Mountain's body. This is... Ice Mountain felt warm currents surge into his body, merging into his limbs, veins, and blood vessels. The aging look from half a year's sleeplessness immediately vanished. Wrinkles smoothed out, and a pearly white glow flickered between his brows. Suddenly, Ice Mountain felt as if he had become 10 years younger. Captain, this is too. Ice Mountain said nervously. It's okay. This is a recognition of your efforts over the past 6 months. And this is your power. True power. Whoosh, flowing light shimmered, and the shadow fruit appeared in the shepherd's hand, which was then handed over to Ice Mountain. This is the shadow fruit of the former warlord Gecko Moria, which can extract the shadows of others for one's own use. It has no side effects and is not affected by the curse of the sea. Now, it belongs to you. This is the legendary devil fruit? Holding the devil fruit in his hands, Ice Mountain exclaimed. Suddenly, he recalled the powerful strength of CP9 that had left him in despair. Finally, am I going to become stronger? Thank you, Captain. Then Ice Mountain no longer hesitated and quickly devoured the shadow fruit. Of course, the process was extremely arduous and painful, and the shepherd did not tell him the secrets behind it. How could I bear this pain alone? The scheming shepherd is online. The others, seeing this scene, not only showed no surprise, but continued to do their own things as if it were normal. Our Captain Devil Fruit Supplier. Everyone had long understood this unspoken rule. Thus, half a month passed. The evil spirit pirates finally arrived in the New World. At Jinbei's request, everyone took a day's rest on Fishman Island. Just like this. I'll hang up now. You won't let me hang up? You. All right, I thought of you, okay? What? Not sincere enough? What a problem. Slap. The snail phone was pressed down hard by the shepherd, completely ignoring Hancock's resentful voice on the other end. Women. Can't be spoiled. Just joking. After hanging up, with nothing to do, the shepherd walked out of the cabin and found Ice Mountain preparing to repair the ship. With a flick of his finger, the shadow behind Ice Mountain immediately split into 3 human forms, which then began to inflate as if filled with air. They started helping Ice Mountain with work, moving things and hammering. The shepherd was already too exhausted to comment. Ice Mountain was very clever, and the ability of the shadow fruit was well developed. But there was one downside. Most of it was used for work, like repairing the ship. The only 3 or so combat skills were forced out by Shiryu. I can't watch this anymore, my head hurts. Jumping off the ship, the shepherd walked towards the Dragon Palace. Now that they were at Fishman Island, He had to take a look at the Dragon Palace. Holy Land Mariewa, Panga City between the flowers. In the dark palace. Scene. My lord. Bang. At the foot of an enormous staircase that reached the sky, for people knelt half-heartedly on the ground, their heads bowed in fear to look up. These four were the rulers of the world government. The Gorasii, Hanadimo is dead. A cold, ruthless, and icy voice. The next moment, atop the void throne, symbolizing the highest authority in the world, a tall figure with a high bun slowly stood up, his golden pupils coldly gazing at the four below. Reporting to Lordum, Hanadimo is dead, killed by the red-eyed shepherd. The elderly man, dressed as a warrior among the Gorasii, spoke in a deep voice. The space fruit? It has disappeared. It has been obtained by someone else. Who? Unknown. Suddenly, the scene fell silent, followed by endless quietness, as Lordum did not speak, his golden eyes gazing into the distance. At that moment, those sharp eyes seemed to transcend thousands of mountains and rivers. The four kneeling below trembled all over, as the invisible pressure felt like a sharp blade piercing into their heads. Cold sweat broke out, and no one dared to speak. Kill him. Whoosh, a wanted poster suddenly fluttered from Im's hand in the wind, and then it was fiercely stabbed into the ground by a sharp blade. On the wanted poster was a man standing with a sword, surrounded by a fierce sword aura. It was none other than the shepherd. We obey the divine decree. The four said in unison. Note, the big boss has appeared. Thank you for the gifts, brothers. I am very grateful. Potato is almost moved to tears. Woowoo Chapter 78, The Proud Red Fishman Island. Splash without saying a word. Muling dove into the sea and swam towards the depths. Whoosh, the sword energy beneath his feet shot out like a propeller, constantly propelling his body forward. Swish, swish, swish suddenly, sword-like waves of water cascaded around Muling. Due to holding his breath, his vision was greatly hindered, making it difficult for him to see far away. Whoosh with the observation hockey activated. Muling could see clearly the sea area within dozens of miles. It was the fishmen. Kakakumans. What great audacity. How dare humans appear at the bottom of the sea? Kill him. You pathetic human. You are looking for death. Over a dozen fishmen armed with harpoons raised their weapons simultaneously. They were pirate from the New Fishman Pirates. Just like their captain, Hody Jones, they were extreme racists, hating humans to the point of killing them on sight. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets pierced through the seawater, shooting towards Muling like water arrows. Sigh. Such guys are completely uninteresting. With a hint of helplessness on his face, Muling didn't even dodge, allowing the bullets to clang against him, leaving no trace. They are too weak. What? The bullets are actually ineffective against him? No, it's impossible. Damn human. You are playing tricks. I will slaughter you. Muling. Tricks? When did that happen? Boom. In an instant, blood-red sword energy erupted from Muling's body, cutting through the seawater and slicing across the necks of the fishmen. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The next second, the seawater was dyed red with blood, and over a dozen fishmen didn't even have time to scream before being turned into mush. Boring. With a pout, Muling continued to swim downwards. 10 minutes later, Muling arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Palace. But the next moment, he was stunned. Two mermen dressed in Dragon Palace guard uniforms had turned into two corpses lying on the ground. Their bodies were shriveled, and their faces were pale, clearly drained of blood. Turning over the bodies, Muling found no injuries on the guards, nor any signs of fear on their faces. It was as if they had suddenly been drained of blood, without having time to react. Who? Who did this? How dare they lay such a hand on the Dragon Palace? Muling's expression turned ugly in an instant. The Dragon Palace of Fishman Island was protected by the Whitebeard pirates and was a force that loved peace, never engaging in disputes. Bastard! Have they gone mad? Without thinking further, the enraged Muling's body flickered and transformed into a gust of wind, rushing into the Dragon Palace. At this moment, the interior of the Dragon Palace was empty, and apart from the guards outside, Muling did not see any corpses on the ground. Did they run away? Boom! In an instant, a booming sound came from a distance. Damn it! The voice was from Jinbi, furious to the extreme. Not good. Muling thought to himself, and immediately rushed toward the source of the sound. It was in the central hall of the Dragon Palace. Bang! Just as Muling was about to rush into the hall, Jinbi's body flew out from inside like a cannonball, stopping in his tracks. Muling quickly reached out to block Jinbi. Boom! In an instant, the heavy force caused Muling to lean back slightly. A master, just from this interception. Muling could judge that the strength of the person inside the hall was extraordinary. Pooh spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jinbi was covered in blood, looking weak. with large clots of blood constantly oozing from his mouth. Damn it, Muling was completely enraged. How could they beat Jinbi like this? Boom, countless sword energies erupted from his body, transforming into terrifying blood-red sword energy, enveloping Muling, suppressing the rage in his heart. Muling immediately purchased a rejuvenation pill from the mall and gave it to Jinbi. Then, Muling stepped into the hall, a towering killing intent surging within him. Captain, be careful. The enemy is very, very strong. Got it. Ting, with a flick of his sword, carrying thousands of blood-red sword energies. Muling rushed into the hall the next second. Boom, smoke billowed, and Neptune, the ruler of the Dragon Palace, fell weakly to the ground. Behind him was Princess Shirahoshi, tearful. Bang! A corpse shot out from the smoke, rolling to the ground. It appeared to be a merman maid. Kekekek, what delicious blood. Where are the treasures? Hurry up and hand them over or else. A voice that was old and extremely evil. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the figure of the bloodsucker finally revealed itself. Tall and thin, with white hair braided down to his shoulders. Wearing a crimson shirt and blood-red pants. He wore black leather shoes with golden edges, a large blood-red cloak draped over him, a blue rose around his neck, and holding a slender bat-handle umbrella. However, his old face was covered in wrinkles, piled up like mud, looking extremely disgusting. Muling was stunned. He recognized the person in front of him. Although they had only met a few times, he had aged a lot. But this unique, terrifying aura made the former Muling never forget. The Red Count, the Proud Red, the Proud Lade. These are all the names the outside world called him. Barolik Lidefield, that is his name. One of the remnants of the old generation. He once stood alongside Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion by his own strength. Chapter 79. Top-level observation. Hockey damn it. This guy wasn't captured by Garp after his exhausting battle with former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong in Impel Down's level 6? Blackbeard. The ugly face flashed through Muling's mind, and he immediately understood. During his escape from prison, the Golden Lion had told him that Baroque was not released. So it must be Blackbeard's doing. That bastard. He actually let that old man out. You are, that kid from the Rocks Pirates? Compared to Muling, Baroque was more surprised from a distance. Oh, you recognized me? Baroque chuckled, a trace of unabashed fervor flashing in his eyes as he looked at Muling. Then, tilting his head, he gave a strange smile, pulling at his pale, snow-white skin, creating a chilling scene. In the next second, a continuous surge of blood energy began to churn within him. Wuxi, the thirst for blood. This is life. With arms wide open and head tilted back, he let the blood energy rise up his body. A sickly red flush appeared on his pale skin, and then a terrifying scene unfolded. Crack, crack. Crack, the joints lightly popped, followed by a frenzied crackling sound as his shriveled muscles began to swell, and his aged, wrinkled body started to regain vitality. A perverse smile of utmost pleasure appeared on Baroque's face. Bang, 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 the sounds of explosions came from within him, as if each explosion made Baroque younger by a year. In just a few breaths, Baroque had transformed back to his youthful appearance, the way Muling remembered him. The zoan-type bat fruit, mythical beast vampire form. It seems Baroque has found the devil fruit that restores his youth. The price, however, is the constant need to consume human blood. You're something that isn't human or ghost. Not even as good as a lowly beast that drinks blood. TSK, TSK. You even know my ability? Still cursing me? Good, keep going. I can hear it all at most. It will just make your death a bit more painful, Baroque said with a sneer, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at Muling. Muling was stunned. He can read his mind? Top-level observation hockey? That's right. It's top-level observation hockey. Baroque laughed again. That despicable guy. Muling frowned slightly. Top-level observation hockey is certainly rarer than Conqueror's hockey. Enel's range-covering observation hockey. Roger's ability to listen to all things. Otoheim, Princess Shirahoshi's mother, could influence the thoughts of many with her observation hockey. And the observation hockey of Baroque before him can peek into the hearts and memories of enemies. However, it is precisely because he possesses this observation hockey and has peered into the memories of countless people that he found the extremely rare mythical beast vampire fruit. His nickname, the Red of Solitude, comes from this. Because of his insight into human hearts, the ugliness he encounters is countless times more than that of ordinary people. Conversely, being accustomed to darkness and deep-seated evil thoughts leads to an extreme pursuit of light. Therefore, he greatly admires Baroque, who has an extremely pure heart. Ting! The sword in Muling's hand suddenly burst into a fierce sword sound, An overwhelming battle intent surged within him. You hurt my crew. Top-level observation hockey. The red of solitude, so what? Bang. With a tremor throughout his body, Muling lunged at Baroque like a sharp sword. TSK, so eager to fight? Just right. I'm quite curious about you. A strange smile spread across Baroque's face as a cold sword energy burst forth from his purple umbrella staff. Clash. The umbrella staff, wielded as a sword, immediately collided with the Chachi. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the clash, shaking the entire great hall. With a quick thought, Muling drew his left-handing long, just as he was about to slash down. Duong. It was blocked by Baroque's punch. Damn top-level observation hockey. Failing one strike, he made another. Muling's body flipped over Baroque's head. Sword light crisscrossed as he slashed down. Clash. It was blocked by the umbrella staff, and the next second, his right foot, engulfed in intense flames, followed the sword light. I told you I can hear you. With a dismissive tone, as if already knowing Muling's intentions, Baroque covered his right arm in armament hockey and punched Muling away. Boom! Stopping hard. Muling charged again. Chachi immediately unleashed a flurry of sword blooms, forcing Baroque back. Then, Muling positioned his sword horizontally and fiercely stabbed at the empty space in front of him. Whoosh! In an instant, a black-purple void gate appeared at the tip of the Chachi. The next second, a corresponding void gate appeared behind Baroque. Swoosh blood sprayed as a deep sword scar appeared on Baroque's back. What? How could this be? Baroque was stunned, despite sensing Muling's murderous intent with his observation hockey. He never expected this sword to come from behind. As blood gushed forth, a clear wrinkle appeared at the corner of Baroque's eye. He cannot be injured. This is the drawback of consuming human blood. Baroque's strength and condition would continuously regress as blood flowed away, eventually returning to that decrepit body. Bastard. You actually... Boom! The terrifying conqueror's hockey burst forth from within him, and the tidal wave of blood pressure surged outwards. I have surpassed you in observation hockey. But in conqueror's hockey, I won't be outdone by you. The sea of blood surged, countless blood-red sword energies swirling around Muling, slashing down towards Baroque's conqueror's hockey. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds roared throughout the entire Dragon Palace. Neptune firmly protected Shirahoshi, while the now-healed Jinbei stood in front of the two, struggling to withstand the pressure unleashed by the clash of two immense powers. Chapter 80: The Weeping White Star Boom. Amidst the explosion, the blood-red arena surged forward. The swinging blood-colored sword energy completely shattering Barilik's conqueror's hockey. It then tore towards Barilik. Bastard! With a furious shout, Barilik immediately retreated, but the sword energy was extremely fast, pressing him closer in an instant. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The frenzied sword energy struck his right arm, which was covered in armament hockey, causing a series of thunderous roars. Sky-splitting extreme, flame, slash. With a leap, the dual swords covered in extreme flames were raised high in the hands of Muling and then crossed in front of his chest. Swish, swish, swish. A clean and swift spinning slash. The sword light vanished in an instant, transforming into two massive sword arcs charging towards Barilik, one after the other. Oof. With a cold snort, Barilik's umbrella staff spun rapidly in his hand, drawing countless blood-colored sword energies, forming a barrier of sword energy. Boom! The first sword arc collided with the sword energy barrier and instantly dissipated, causing Barilik's body to involuntarily take a step back. Bang! The second sword arc directly shattered the barrier. The flying sword energy grazed Barilik's chest, leaving another bloody mark. Kikik, this is the power of youth. Touching his umbrella staff, a hint of desolation appeared on Barilik's face, which then transformed into a raging fury. The umbrella staff in his hand was enveloped in a layer of crimson light, transforming into a sword pillar towering 100 meters high. Become my nourishment. Rumbled. Barilik gripped the umbrella handle tightly and swept his sword horizontally. This sword technique could rival Shank's. His body immediately flipped. In a split second, the sword light brushed past Muling's nose, striking the Grand Palace doors behind him. A horizontal sword mark over 1,000 meters long was cleaved straight out, creating a massive pit dozens of meters deep in the hard seabed. Swish! Before Muling could counterattack, another sword light slashed towards him. The speed was so fast that he couldn't evade in time. Extreme Flame Emperor's slash. The fiery sword energy shot through the palace ceiling, halting just as it was about to breach the Dragon Palace barrier. Slash! Barilik horizontally held his umbrella staff, forcibly intercepting this sword light. Bang! 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 A heavy force surged through his entire body. Berelik's legs plunged into the ground, making him seem like a wooden post as Muling drove him into the earth. In the next moment, Berelik burst forth from the ground, twisting his body as the sharp umbrella staff stabbed straight behind him. Behind you. Sizzle. The door to the void opened, and Muling, who had just rushed out, was caught completely off guard, his right arm instantly pierced by the umbrella staff. Fire fist. Almost instinctively, without a moment's thought, Muling's left fist, infused with flames, blasted out in an instant. Whoosh! Berelik was immediately engulfed by the extreme flames, while the fearsome roar reverberated throughout the venue. Like a walker in the night, his sharp fangs were his strongest weapon. His obsession with blood had made him forget the fact that he was human. In the next moment, the enraged yet somewhat aged Berelik suddenly erupted, his blood-red cloak transforming into a pair of terrifying bat wings, which suddenly unfurled. Nightfall. In an instant, the entire dragon palace was shrouded in thick darkness, unable to see one's fingers, with nothing but darkness in sight. Oomph, it's indeed a bat, Muling sneered, activating his observation haki to carefully scan the surroundings. However, due to the nightfall and the unique abilities of the bat fruit, the coverage of his observation haki was very limited, only allowing him to see around himself. 1 second, 2 seconds. After waiting for a long time, Muling still did not detect Berelik's attack. Damn, not good. His body flashed, and Muling rushed towards Jinbei and the others, relying on his memory of the palace's layout. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of blood being extracted. The wings as thin as cicada wings fluttered lightly, and the ghostly Berelik instantly appeared behind Neptune, touching the extremely clear wrinkles at the corner of his eye. A flicker of resentment passed through Berelik's eyes. Old. It was the thing he could least accept. Otherwise, he wouldn't rely on drinking human blood to maintain his youthful appearance. The ruler of the Dragon Palace, Neptune? Kikik, I originally had no intention of killing you, but now there's no other choice. Once I kill this kid and obtain the secret to restoring my youth, I will never have to live this dark, dreary life again, drinking human blood, turning people into dried corpses. This brutal method is more terrifying than murder, something that everyone cannot tolerate because it is truly against the heavens. Upon seeing Muling for the first time, Berelik guessed that Muling absolutely possessed a treasure to restore youth. In this case, the rumored treasure inside the Dragon Palace that could maintain youth was simply trash. Without any defense, Neptune, who was fiercely protecting White Star, suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body, followed by sharp pain in his neck. Just as he was about to scream, a bloody hand covered his mouth tightly. At that moment, Neptune even heard the sound of blood continuously flowing out of his body. This was the sound of gradually approaching death. Damn it, Kikik, truly delicious. Berelik grinned wickedly. Oh, is that so? A cold voice rang in his ear, followed by the rapidly rising sound of swords. Sizzle. The sword energy crisscrossed, and Berelik, who was obliviously drinking blood, had no time to evade. His right wing instantly sliced off. Ah, bastard. My wing. Bang. In the darkness, the sword light was dazzling as Muling once again engaged in battle with Berelik. Clang, clang, clang. His body lightly turned. Using the force of Berelik's sword, Muling countered with a sword swipe. Duong. The swords clashed, bursting forth countless sparks. Dense sword marks erupted, cleaving terrifying sword scars across the ground. Blocking the umbrella staff, Muling then gathered a mass of spatial power in his left arm, shattering the void and launching it towards Berelik. The legendary space fruit. Interesting. Puff flapping his wings, Berelik immediately opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs. Wow. The terrifying blood-colored sound wave surged forth like a shockwave. Wow. Father, what happened to you? Woo-woo, father, wake up. Woo-woo, father, don't leave White Star. Suddenly, kneeling in front of Neptune, White Star burst into tears, her voice even drowning out Berelik's roar. Damn little girl. Berelik shouted angrily, swinging his sword towards White Star. Rumble. The next moment, the thick fog was shattered, the seawater surged in, and the entire Dragon Palace began to tremble. Roar. A deep and majestic roar came from afar, stirring countless waves beneath the sea and resonating in everyone's heart.